Though fate decreed his death in chaotic times and marked the end of his heroic journey, he broke through death's prison in the darkness, returning to bygone days with obsession and regret. Bai Yu's consciousness grew hazy as darkness engulfed everything around him, sinking into endless silence with unwillingness and remorse. In his final moments, the gentlest smile surfaced in his mind, leaving only a trace of longing in his heart. "I'm coming to join you, sister." After an unknown passage of time, faint sounds suddenly echoed through the darkness. Bai Yu opened his eyes, but the expected hell never came. Instead, before him lay that familiar room which had long since vanished. Shock, doubt, and disbelief intertwined as memories flooded his mind like a tide. After a moment, Bai Yu finally accepted the truth. He had been reborn. Back to 5 years ago, back to that night when he was 16. Have I really returned? Bai Yu stared at his slightly trembling hands, his heart churning like stormy seas. Though he had clearly died on the battlefield, he had somehow been granted a second life. Suddenly remembering something, he sprang up and rushed toward the kitchen, drawn by familiar sounds coming from within. "Sister!" Crying out in his heart, Bai Yu rushed to the kitchen doorway and froze completely upon seeing that busy figure. The tenderness from deep in his memory now appeared before him again. Bai Yu stood quietly, afraid that approaching might wake him from this dream and return him to cold reality. He gazed intently at that figure, a smile playing at his lips while his eyes quietly reddened. "Xiao Yu, are you hungry? Just wait a little longer, the food's almost ready." Jiang Xinyan turned around with a gentle smile, lightly wielding her spatula as she continued cooking earnestly. Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Yu held back his tears and took a deep breath before slowly approaching. "Let me help, sister." The warm atmosphere of the kitchen dispelled all unease, and Bai Yu finally felt certain this wasn't an illusion. He had truly returned to the past, and his sister, whom he had long bid farewell, now stood vividly before him. At dinner time, the table held 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup simple yet warm. Jiang Xinyan smiled as she urged him to eat more meat. "Tomorrow you'll officially awaken, so of course we should celebrate properly. Here's to my little brother May. Tomorrow brings smooth sailing and happiness." She raised her cup in blessing, and after drinking, noticed Bai Yu's gaze had been fixed on her the entire time. Puzzled, she touched her face. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Then she suddenly leaned forward, her white shirt outlining graceful curves as she examined Bai Yu closely. "You're acting strange today. Why aren't you blushing? Were you crying earlier?" Jiang Xinyan reached out, gently stroking Bai Yu's cheek and the corner of his eye with concern. "Who bullied you? Tell sister, and I'll get them back for you." Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. Jiang Xinyan immediately adopted a playful, pouting expression, pretending to complain pitifully. "Woo woo woo. It breaks my heart Yuri's sister's precious baby." As she spoke, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. This was the sister from his memories capable of anything, yet fond of teasing him playfully. Why aren't you blushing at all? No fun whatsoever." Seeing Bai Yu's unusual composure, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but mutter, finding her brother particularly mature today. "I just think, being able to look at you like this right now is wonderful." Bai Yu raised his eyes and spoke softly. His sister, who had died in his previous life, now sat within arm's reach. This time, he would never let tragedy repeat itself. Jiang Xinyan paused, her heart slightly stirred, sensing something different about Bai Yu tonight. Perhaps with tomorrow's awakening approaching, her brother had matured? Or perhaps it was a sign of first love. Though puzzled, she felt more relief and peace of mind after all. She would soon leave home for a while, and Bai Yu was her greatest concern. "Xiao Yu, there's something sister needs to tell you." As dinner neared its end, Jiang Xinyan spoke calmly. "Tomorrow sister has to go away on a trip. I might not return for a month or 2, so you must take good care of yourself during that time, understand?" Bai Yu's movements paused as he gripped his chopsticks tightly, then quickly regained his composure. It had been the same in his previous Lithian the day of his awakening. His sister had left home on a secret mission, and that departure had become their eternal farewell. Now, hearing these words again, Bai Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest. He kept his head down for a long while before finally speaking with difficulty. "Could you not go, sister? Sometimes a single sentence might change the world. Sometimes one act of persistence could end tragedy." But Jiang Xinyan gently shook her head, extending a slender finger as she spoke quietly. "I can't, Xiao Yu. Sister has reasons she must go." She lightly tapped Bai Yu's forehead with her finger, her smile tender. "Cheer up, little guy. No wait, you're an adult now. Sister was actually startled by how mature you've been tonight. All right, sister promises you she'll return soon. It's a deal. Come on, pinky promise." She took the initiative to grasp Bai Yu's hand, linking their little fingers together while reciting the childhood pledge about hanging for 100 years if promises were broken, finally sealing it with a solemn stamp. After reluctantly completing the pinky promise, Bai Yu watched his sister's childlike behavior and felt both frustrated and angry, muttering under his breath, "I'm not a little kid anymore." "Hee hee, in sister's eyes, you always can be." Jiang Xinyan gently stroked Bai Yu's head, tenderly combing through his hair. Bai Yu quietly nestled against his sister, the familiar fragrance filling his nostrils as his previously turbulent heart gradually calmed. He closed his eyes, contemplating all the events of the past, and when he opened them again, his gaze held unwavering determination. When he finally opened his eyes again, they flickered with resolute determination. At night, in the bedroom, moonlight streamed through the half-open window, casting a soft silver glow that spread a hazy layer across the floor. Bai Yu lay on his back with his arms behind his head, staring at the pristine white ceiling. Though his breathing was steady, sleep eluded him. His sister's words from dinner replayed endlessly in his mind, keeping him restless throughout the night. He knew all too well that he couldn't stop his sister's plans. The siblings had depended on each other since childhood and knew one another inside and out. Jiang Xinyan understood every little habit of Bai Yu's, just as he could read his sister's temperament completely. Unlike his own thin frame and unremarkable appearance, his sister possessed not only stunning beauty and grace, but also breathtaking talent. Ever since gaining access to the interdimensional space entry, qualification, and first entering what was called the other world, Jiang Xinyan's brilliant talent had quickly caught outside attention, eventually leading to her recruitment by the Dragon Kingdom's relevant departments. She became an official combat operative, taking on various dangerous missions, and their lives gradually improved as a result. This time, while her mission wasn't classified as top secret, she couldn't be completely open with Bai Yu about it either. At the dinner table, she had only vaguely revealed that one of the objectives was to defeat the boss on the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. Every nation was now pushing to break through this level. It was no longer a secret, as countless discussions could be found with a simple internet search. Whoever conquered the 29th floor first would gain the advantage in technology and resources. Nations competed openly and covertly for this prize, hoping to cultivate more talent and claim their position as world leader. But those resources and technologies held no appeal for Bai Yu. Right now, he could only think about one thing: how to prevent the tragedy that had occurred in his previous life. By his calculations, his sister would leave home tomorrow morning. In his past life, Bai Yu had just awakened then, his mind entirely focused on the excitement of entering the other world for the first time. He hadn't understood his sister's mission and assumed she would return safely as always. Instead, what awaited him was the devastating news of her sacrifice, and he had completely broken down. After that, he had trained like a madman in the other world, risking everything to reach the top of the Tower of Gods, chasing rumors that he could resurrect his sister. Yet he never even made it halfway, ultimately falling to the boss on the 39th floor. This time, heaven had given him a chance to live again, and he had to seize it no matter what. His right hand slowly rose in the moonlight, clenching into a fist until his knuckles turned white. Bai Yu made his resolution. Whatever the cost, he would prevent the tragedy from repeating. Rather than placing his hopes in the ethereal rumor that reaching the tower's peak grants any wish, he preferred to use his memories from his previous life to rapidly increase his strength and personally break into the 29th floor to fight alongside Jiang Xinyan. With this second chance, he believed he could do it. Everything would begin with tomorrow's awakening. The next day, at dawn, the faint morning light replaced the moonlight as Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, got out of bed, and walked out of his bedroom. On the living room dining table, ate treasure porridge in a white porcelain bowl still steamed, with a sticky note pressed beside it. Elegant handwriting contained only a few brief words, indicating that his sister had already left early. Looking at the sticky note, Bai Yu could almost picture his sister's earnest, caring expression as she wrote those reminders, and he couldn't help but smile. This long-lost warmth he had regained would never let it slip away again. He quickly finished his porridge, cleared the dishes, and rushed out the door, hopping onto the school bus at the community entrance. School teaching building, class 14, grade 10. Following his memory, Bai Yu walked straight to a window seat in the back row. Cheerful chatter filled the classroom, and the youthful faces, some familiar, some strange, made his heart flutter with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he quickly composed himself. A few minutes later, all students had arrived. The homeroom teacher entered under everyone's watchful eyes, followed closely by official personnel responsible for awakening dimensional space access qualifications. As usual, before the awakening came a lengthy but necessary speech of declarations and encouragement. Only when the students could barely sit still did the teacher nod to the officials, signaling for everyone to come forward one by one. After awakening your dimensional space access qualification, follow my command to log in together and gather in the hall, the homeroom teacher emphasized. There's still an announcement after logging in, and only then will we enter the inner world. Do not act on your own. The process wasn't mysterious. Almost everyone over 16 could complete the awakening successfully. The officials simply used their master technology to brand an inverted triangle mark on everyone's hand. Once awakened, they gained qualification to interdimensional space. Dimensional space served as a transit station between reality and the inner world. The real test lay ahead. Upon entering the inner world, those with exceptional talent might soar to great heights, while the mediocre would fade into the crowd. Looking at the familiar inverted triangle on his hand, Bai Yu's eyes gleamed brightly as he followed the teacher's command and logged in with the entire class. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Brilliant white light enveloped everyone, leaving their vision completely blank. After a few seconds, the classroom vanished, replaced by a cold yet highly technological hall. Is this the legendary dimensional space? Haha, I finally made it in. Next step is the inner world, right? I wonder what profession I'll match with. Just thinking about it is exciting. Teacher, hurry up and finish so we can get started. The students experiencing the hall for the first time were almost uncontrollably excited, except for Bai Yu, who stood quietly at the back of the group, his composure contrasting sharply with the surrounding excitement. This place he had visited countless times in his previous life now offered him a chance to start over and hope for the future. Ahead, the homeroom teacher continued with final instructions before leading the group toward the inner world entrance. Students, I'll be going in with you as well. Remember, no matter where your initial landing point is, ensure your safety first and act recklessly. After securing your safety, find an opportunity to gather in Wind City, which is the safe activity zone for all entrants. I'll be waiting for you there. Come on, teach, you're being such a nag, someone from the group of students deliberately drawled in a teasing tone. Stop worrying already, don't you trust us? Ha ha. In front of the teleportation array, over a dozen teenagers formed a semicircle, their faces barely containing their excitement. They had already pored over information about the inner world online countless times, memorizing every detail about the danger zones and safe areas. Remember what I said, don't push yourselves too hard. The homeroom teacher emphasized once more. Head straight to Wind City for the rendezvous once you enter the inner world. Let's go, everyone. Yeah. With that crisp response, the group stepped into the teleportation array first, their figures torn apart by silver light and dissolving into streams of radiance. Bai Yu walked at the back. Just before entering the array, he saw his teacher frowning, eyes full of worry. Be careful. He nodded solemnly and stepped forward. Whoosh. The surrounding scenery was instantly swallowed by a cold, pure white void. First login to inner world detected, initiating scan. A metallic voice descended from above. Scan complete. Proceeding with class matching. Having been reborn, Bai Yu was all too familiar with this process. Every newcomer would undergo class matching based on their physical attributes. The matching results were merely suggestions. What you actually became depended on personal choice and effort. He waited quietly for the final result, confident that he would once again be assigned mage, like in his previous life. However, just as the notification class matching complete was about to appear, something unexpected happened. Ding. System binding complete. Initiating bloodline identification. Identification result. Low-grade bloodline human. Initiating bloodline mutation. These sudden words made Bai Yu's brain freeze. System? Wait, what? What the hell is bloodline mutation? Before he could finish speaking, the white light around him exploded violently, completely wiping out his vision. He could only hear that cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Bloodline mutation complete. Current bloodline level. First grade bloodline world serpent. The light suddenly contracted. Before him stretched a forest that blocked out the sky. The scent of moist earth hit him, but Bai Yu felt strangely close to the ground, his vision displaying a curved, wide-angle view. Where are my hands? He instinctively straightened his body and looked down, freezing completely in place. Connecting this to everything that had just happened, he stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape enough to swallow a cow. He had actually become a python. That's right, in the inner world, Bai Yu was no longer human. While others entered the inner world simply choosing their classes, he had been directly stuffed into an entirely new species. Even with all his supposed experience, Bai Yu nearly broke down at this moment. After standing stunned for quite a while, he finally accepted reality with a bitter smile and immediately called up the system panel ready to study exactly what functions it possessed, since surely it wouldn't just turn him into a snake and then abandon him completely. Host, Bai Yu, level, LV1. Attributes, strength 100, speed 100, stamina 100, spirit 100. Note, all individuals start with these attributes. Maximum value is 10. Skills, illusory serpent eyes LV1, steel bones LV1 passive. Current bloodline level, first tier world serpent bloodline. Upgrade requirements, level LV1 LV10, Yak's blood core 01. Seeing this attribute panel, Bai Yu froze in place. All 4 stats at 100? And this was just LV1? He remembered that in his previous life, he couldn't even scrape together 10 points a tenfold increase. Who wouldn't be shocked? What was even more outrageous was that the system came with built-in skills, illusory serpent eyes LV1 and the passive steel bones LV1. In the inner world, nations valued resources and technology most, but what the entrants lacked and pursued most fanatically were always skills. Only skills could dramatically enhance personal combat power, help one survive in the perilous inner world, and even be brought back to the real world to achieve transcendence. But learning skills was easier said than done. Opportunity, you needed luck. Time, you had to practice hard. Money, absolutely essential. Without money, NPCs wouldn't even bother with you. The cruelest part was that even after throwing money and time at it, insufficient talent meant you still couldn't learn anything. Wasn't that infuriating? Wasn't that maddening? Bai Yu's previous life had been tormented by these three mountains repeatedly. Now things were different. His bloodline mutation directly granted him innate skills, essentially saving him time, money, and opportunity all at once. As long as he kept absorbing energy, all skills could automatically upgrade. Well, fine. If I'm not human anymore, so be it. Bai Yu embraced the change wholeheartedly. He looked down at his new form, a giant python about 40 to 50 meters long. Cold scales glimmered in the forest's dim light, and even while lying still, he emanated an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. The world serpent. That was the colossal beast that encircled the world. If just the first-tier bloodline was this impressive, what terrifying scale would he reach at higher tiers? Thinking about possibly encircling the world in the future, Bai Yu's heart surged with excitement. However, the most urgent matter now was leveling up and climbing the tower. To reach the 29th floor as quickly as possible, he was prepared to do whatever it took. Transforming from human to serpent meant completely different movement patterns, so he began practicing in the forest. Twisting, turning, tail sweeping, body extending. Each movement brought unprecedented sensations. His massive body carved deep grooves in the earth as it passed. While familiarizing himself with his body, he also searched for prey. After observing for a moment and combining it with memories from his previous life, he determined this was the magic forest, separated from Wind City by an entire mountain range. With his current appearance, entering Wind City would almost certainly result in being hunted down, as a Bashi had that much self-awareness. Therefore, Bai Yu simply abandoned any thought of meeting up with others and decided to stay in the magic forest to grind monsters and level up. He would have to be careful in the future and avoid entering human settlements to prevent making unnecessary enemies. While pondering this, he suddenly stopped, his massive serpent head tilting as his gaze locked onto the forest depths. In his perception, that location was like a red dot on radar, with prey's aura flickering rapidly. He silently flicked his tongue, his vertical pupils flashing with cold light. The next second, he surged forward. Prey spotted. Bai Yu burst forth, his massive serpentine body racing through the forest like a hurricane rising from the earth. Wherever he passed, branches snapped and grass was trampled, dirt flying in all directions. In just over 10 seconds, he caught up to his target, a pack of goblins. In a forest clearing, a dozen or so goblins were in complete chaos. Most striking were several goblin giants, each standing several meters tall, their thick arms wielding spiked clubs as they roared at their surrounding companions. If this had been his previous life when he first entered the other world at level 1, Bai Yu would have already turned tail and fled. But now, hiss! An excited, piercing shriek exploded from his throat, so shrill he didn't even realize how ear-splitting it sounded. The moment the sound wave hit, the ordinary goblins' faces turned deathly pale, their ash-gray skin trembling like leaves in the wind. Even the giant goblins couldn't help but step back, raising their spiked clubs defensively. Small goblins, level 2. Goblin giants, level 5. Higher than his level, yet Bai Yu's eyes gleamed with terrifying intensity. He was only level 1, yet he could paralyze these creatures with fear. Imagine when he leveled up further. With that thought, he lashed out with his tail. Boom. Trees were uprooted and swept away, broken branches and sharp stones exploded outward in a cloud of dust. Several goblins who couldn't dodge in time were sent flying, their bodies making dull thuds in midair. Bang, bang, bang. System notifications appeared in succession. Experience 5. Experience 5. Energy 1. Energy 2. The 4 goblin giants finally charged forward with furious roars, their footsteps thundering against the ground as their spiked clubs whistled through the air toward Bai Yu. But the next instant, when the clubs struck his scales, they began cracking with continuous crack sounds instead. Passive skill Iron Bones activated. While the giant goblins stood stunned, Bai Yu's body coiled around them. His thick serpentine form tightened coil after coil, the muffled sound of crushing bones echoing through the air. In mere moments, the 4 massive figures were crushed into twisted lumps of flesh that fell lifelessly to the ground. Bai Yu didn't bother looking at them again, though his vertical pupils flashed with distinctly human-like joy. Ding! Level up, level 2. Attribute points gained, 50. His heart surged with wild excitement. In his previous life as a mage, each level up only granted 5 attribute points, but now he received 10 times that amount. Incredible! How should he distribute 50 attribute points? Adding 10 to each of the 4 main stats seemed safe. As for the remaining 10 points, Bai Yu tilted his head thoughtfully, then decided to put the last 10 points into his mental attribute. After all, his first active talent skill, Illusory Serpent Eyes, was a mental type ability. Once his mental power increased, the skill's potency would surge dramatically, and his innate sensing ability also depended on his mental attributes. After pouring all 50 free attribute points into mental power, Bai Yu glanced at his status panel. Host, Bai Yu. Level, LV2. Attributes, Strength 110, Speed 110, Stamina 110, Mental 120. Skills, Illusory Serpent Eyes LV1 active, Steel Bones LV1 passive. Current Bloodline level, First Tier World Serpent. Bloodline upgrade requirements, Level LV2 LV10, Yak's Blood Core 01. After confirming everything, he dismissed the system panel. His massive serpentine body began moving again, starting a new round of hunting. As time passed, his control over this form became increasingly refined from initial clumsiness to fluid grace. Each battle deepened his fusion with the giant python's body. Any low-level magical creature in the outer regions of the magic forest that entered his sight had virtually no chance of escape, all becoming experience and energy. About 4 hours later, the forest's edge had been completely cleared, and Bai Yu's level had skyrocketed to LV8. This rocket-like leveling speed filled him with greater hope. Excellent. At this pace, he could definitely reach the 29th floor before the deadline. However, as his level increased, the outer region's low-tier magical creatures could no longer provide meaningful gains. He needed higher-tier Praeor to directly defeat this floor's boss. Bai Yu decided not to waste any more time and would first conquer the first floor's boss to enter the second floor of the Tower of Gods. The giant python raised its head, serpentine eyes flickering with light as it gazed through the dense forest toward the towering black spire that pierced the heavens. Wait for me, sister. Class 14, Grade 11 classroom. A flash of white light, and Bai Yu was back in his seat. He didn't immediately rush toward the second floor's entrance, planning instead to continue the battle after returning home that evening. Each person could only stay in the inner world for a limited time daily, varying by individual constitution, but never exceeding 6 hours, or their mind and body would collapse, potentially leading to death. So he returned to reality early to rest and save his remaining time for the night. The classroom was gradually filling with students discussing their inner world experiences in small groups. Bai Yu, you finally decided to come out? Staying in there so long on your first time? A loud voice exploded from beside him. Tang Hao, a round-head, cheerful-faced boy, rushed to his side, with eyes full of curiosity. How was it? What class did you get matched with? I'm a warrior with a two-handed battle axe. I chopped down all the slimes outside the newbie village with just a few swings. Haha, I think I'm a genius first day in the inner world and already LV2. With this talent, who can compete? Tang Hao gestured enthusiastically, talking nonstop. Bai Yu listened quietly without showing any impatience, instead feeling a long-lost warmth in his heart. In his previous life, this boy named Tang Hao was one of his only 2 close friends. During those desperate times, they had silently stayed by his side, reaching out to pull him up. Unfortunately, before he could repay them, he had died at the hands of the 39th floor's boss, then been reborn to this moment. Hearing that familiar voice again, Bai Yu's eyes held only nostalgia and emotion. By the way, you still haven't told me what class you are. You're so skinny it must be tough for you in the inner world, right? Want to team up with me? I'll carry you. Tang Hao wore an expression of pure smugness, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Take me along. Thinking about his current situation, Bai Yu shook his head. Never mind, forget it. He had already planned to charge straight up the tower, and that hidden yet astonishing mutant python bloodline was absolutely something he could never reveal to others. Once exposed, all that awaited him would be curiosity, covetousness, and endless trouble. Bai Yu wasn't stupid. This secret had to remain in his hands alone for now. Even with his closest sister Jiang Xinyan, he decided to keep silent for the time being. At the same time, he set a bottom line for himself. If his identity were ever accidentally exposed in the future, he would need to be powerful enough beforehand to deter any potential threats. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed through the classroom. Everyone quiet down. Is everyone back now? From the podium, their homeroom teacher clapped while scanning the room, signaling for the students to settle down. After confirming that every seat was filled, he nodded slightly and softened his voice. Good. Seeing everyone return safely truly makes me happy and gives me relief. At least you didn't gamble with your lives. Adventures in the inner world are certainly exciting, and the Tower of Gods is the common goal we all pursue, but the dangers are equally real, even 1,000, 10,000 times greater than in our world. His expression grew serious as he continued. I don't want to lecture too much, but I ask that you remember one thing. Safety always comes first. Those who haven't reached Wind City yet, don't rush. Focus on leveling up at your respective starting locations first. When your strength is sufficient, then make the journey. Will be waiting for you there. After once again emphasizing safety and pacing, their teacher put aside his serious demeanor and smiled more relaxedly. All right, today was your first time entering the inner world, so I'm sure you have plenty of experiences to share, right? But before that, let me ask one more question. Does anyone in the class have a rating of grade or above? Raise your hands and show me. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom instantly buzzed with excitement. Rating was a comprehensive indicator measuring talent and potential, displayed directly on each person's awakening mark on the back of their hand. The highest known level was grade, followed by A, B, C, D, and the lowest a grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the potential. Students began raising their hands, summoning their respective awakening marks, and looking around at each other, checking this person, glancing at that one, all wanting to see if anyone would raise their hand. Only one person was the exception: Bai Yu. He quietly tucked his left hand under the desk, his fingertips almost lifting his sleeve before ultimately deciding against it. Based on his personal experience, his rating would most likely not be low, it might even be extremely high. Initial attributes all at 100, innate heaven-defying talent skills. Each of these factors alone could significantly impact the final rating. Precisely because of this, he was even more cautious and unwilling to expose himself just yet. No rush. Check it when he got home tonight. Watching the constantly changing expressions on everyone's faces, from initial anticipation to eventual disappointment, and seeing the flickering blue and white lights throughout the classroom, it wasn't hard to tell that no one had achieved rank. The intertwining blue and white light fell across each person's face, making the sense of disappointment particularly stark. A full dozen students had received the worst possible gray rank. Just as the oppressive atmosphere seemed to solidify, two beams of deep purple light suddenly burst forth, cutting through the gloom like blades and instantly drawing everyone's attention. Purple light. Is that Brank? Holy crap, someone in our class actually got Brank. Exclamations erupted one after another as all the students turned in unison toward the source of the purple light. Even the homeroom teacher standing at the podium couldn't maintain order, leaning forward with barely concealed excitement. At the center of everyone's gaze sat a girl in a light-colored denim jacket, purple light dancing across her pale hands as her awakening mark clearly displayed Brank. Beside her, a boy in a red jacket had his hands engulfed in the same colored radiance, with a second Brank prominently displayed. The crowd collectively gasped. Those twin purple lights seemed more dazzling than gold to them. Achieving Brank evaluation on the first day of entering the inner world far exceeded most of their peers. If these two developed smoothly, their future achievements were obvious. As for Srank, dreaming of Srank on the first day was pure fantasy. Since the inner world's discovery, no one had ever accomplished such a feat later. Some people barely touched the threshold of Srank after conquering the Tower of Gods floor by floor and constantly unlocking their potential. But those were the rare, world-renowned, top-tier powerhouses. Excellent, excellent. Lin Xia, Yin Fan, you're both outstanding. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. The homeroom teacher clapped excitedly, shouting praise. How could he not be thrilled when his class suddenly produced two geniuses? Setting everything else aside, just being able to lord this over his rivals in the faculty office was enough to keep him secretly pleased for days. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain composure. Ahem, everyone else shouldn't be discouraged. You've all seen Lin Xia and Yun Fan's performance. Their Brank results were expected. Other students shouldn't underestimate yourselves either. This is just the beginning. With diligent cultivation, your rankings will definitely improve. There's still a full month before the school's unified assessment, and all students who pass will have the opportunity to enter that coveted important department of the Dragon Nation. For your futures, give it everything you've got. After speaking, he beckoned to Lin Xia and Yun Fan in the front row. Come see me in my office later. Then he strode out of the classroom, leaving behind a room full of heated discussion. The moment the teacher left, it was as if a seal had been broken. All attention instantly focused on the genius pair and the assessment 1 month away. TSK Tisk, truly worthy of being geniuses. Tang Hao watched the two being surrounded like stars, his tone dripping with sourness as he muttered, finally hanging his head with a sigh. Why am I only D? Am I not a genius? In the inner world, he had clearly felt like he was in excellent condition. Bai Yu wasn't surprised at all. From his vague memories, Tang Hao had indeed started at this ranking, but gradually improved to Brank later. What's your ranking, Bai Yu? I. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively, answering his own question as he patted Bai Yu's shoulder. Never mind, you probably didn't do much better either. He sighed deeply, wearing an expression of shared misery. We really are brothers in misfortune. All right, what about that guy Chuamo? Tang Hao had almost forgotten about him. He looked around the classroom, suddenly remembering this particular person, scratched his head, then leaned forward to peer toward the front rows. Chu Mo, Bai Yu's other close friend, was as quiet and reserved as his name suggested. With such a low presence, he seemed to blend into thin air. Together with Tang Hao, these three were known as the famous Three Musketeers of Class 14, Grade 10. However, both Bai Yu and Chu Mo had always firmly resisted this embarrassing title. Hi, Yuri, actually sleeping? Is this really the time for a nap? Wake up! Wake up, Chu Mo. Tang Hao leaned over beside Chu Mo, seriously tapping the desk while performing his little drama. But Chu Mo just kept his head buried in his arms, responding only with a muffled grunt. Bai Yu watched from 2 rows away, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't join Tang Hao's antics, instead turning his gaze toward the window. Sunlight cast a faint golden glow on the glass, and his thoughts drifted along with it. Excuse me. A soft voice pulled him back to reality. Bai Yu looked up to see a short-haired girl in a pink dress standing before him. She nervously fidgeted with her skirt hem, her pretty face slightly flushed, her eyes showing a hint of nervousness. Could I team up with you? Bai Yu. Teaming up for leveling wasn't unusual, but why had this particular girl approached him? Bai Yu was momentarily stunned. He couldn't recall if this scene had occurred in his previous life. After struggling to remember for a moment, he finally recalled her name, though he was certain they'd barely interacted. Even if they had been acquainted, teaming up would be impossibly carried secrets that couldn't be exposed. Thank you for the invitation. It's just, I prefer working alone rather than in teams. Bai Yu declined gently but firmly. The short-haired girl blinked, disappointment flashing briefly in her eyes before she quickly forced a smile. That's okay. I was being presumptuous. With that, she turned back to her seat, though she glanced back at Bai Yu just as she was leaving a look that seemed to tell everyone. Perhaps there was something between them. What a waste, bro. The moment the girl sat down, Tang Hao zipped over to Bai Yu's desk, patting his shoulder in exasperation. You dense blockhead. How could you refuse such a great opportunity? Couldn't you tell that Xia Yingying likes you? Why else would she only ask you to team up? It was obviously, and yet you actually. Xia Yingying was the acknowledged class beauty of grade 10, class 14. Sweet looks, an excellent figure, and a likable personality made her the dream girl for countless boys. Now that she had taken the initiative to invite him, only to be rejected by Bai Yu, the classmates who witnessed this scene, both male and female, were too shocked to close their mouths. Bai Yu turned his head away, ignoring Tang Hao's rambling. Having rejected the class beauty's invitation, his heart remained as calm as a still lake. In his previous life, he might not have refused, but now, he had someone more important waiting for him. His goal in this life had been singular from the very beginning. Everything else was beyond his consideration. Hee. Yingying, don't mind that ungrateful guy. How dare he reject your invitation? Who does he think he is? A sarcastic voice came from ahead, and then the sleazy boy with his permed foil hair put on what he thought was a charming smile and said, how about teaming up with me? I'm rated C, just one step away from level, but... No thanks, Xia Yingying replied. Before the boy could finish his sentence, Xia Yingying had already shaken her head gently, her tone soft yet decisively rejecting him. The air seemed to be sucked out instantly, and the classroom's chatter came to an abrupt halt. The smile on the boy's face froze like solidified wax, and you could almost hear the crisp sound of his ego shattering. Uffed. Tang Hao couldn't hold back and let out a snort first, then burst into laughter like he'd been ignited. Ha! If it weren't for the setting, he would have slammed the table and shouted, well done. The surrounding classmates were infected by his laughter, and scattered snickers began to ripple through the room. The permed boy's face alternated between green and red. His neck flushed crimson as he suddenly roared. What are you laughing at? Finally, he glared fiercely at Tang Hao and Bai Yu before storming back to his seat in anger. Tang Hao wasn't intimidated at all, meeting his gaze with a mocking smile. A toad dreaming of eating swan may they should look in the mirror first. He patted Bai Yu beside him and lowered his voice to add insult to injury. I'm rooting for you. Talent and ability aside, your street's ahead of that guy in looks. Thanks a lot, Bai Yu said helplessly. In fact, most of the class agreed with Tang Hao's assessment. In terms of appearance alone, Bai Yu, dressed in white as snow with handsome features, was undoubtedly the most attractive. But this world ultimately judged by strength. Bai Yu's slender shoulders gave the impression of frailty, hardly what you'd expect from a genius. The official rating earlier had confirmed his talent was mediocre at best, ordinary at most. Because of this, the boys secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being handsome was enough if he were also a genius. How could anyone else survive? Bai Yu was oblivious to these thoughts. He politely declined Tang Hao's suggestion to form a three-man team for monster hunting, and Tang Hao didn't press further, just saying they'd meet up in Wind City. Soon after, the dismissal bell rang. Hey, Bai Yu, want to hit the training room tonight? Tang Hao called out. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. Bai Yu waved without looking back as he left. His room, the bedroom. Upon entering, Bai Yu immediately extended the back of his hand to summon his awakening mark. The inverted triangle pattern appeared, followed by an explosion of brilliant golden light that instantly illuminated the entire room. Within the golden radiance, and Shrank, designation clearly materialized. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, seeing Shrank still made Bai Yu gasp. This was a rating that had never appeared on the first day of logging into the other world, and he had achieved it. After the shock, wild joy flooded his chest like a tide, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. I know exactly what Shrank means in 10,000 exceptional talent. Thinking about the changes brought by his bloodline mutation, Bai Yu murmured to himself. It seems I still underestimated it. He felt fortunate. Thank goodness he hadn't revealed the slightest hint at school, otherwise just the 3 words Shrank would have thrust him into the eye of the storm with countless troubles. Keeping a low profile while developing was the way to go. After his emotions settled, he entered the dimensional space lobby again. Scattered users around were either chatting or organizing equipment. Bai Yu didn't linger and walked straight toward the entrance to the other world. With a thought, Bai Yu went directly to the entrance of the other world and teleported inside. The other world flickered with a flash of light, and Bai Yu appeared on the vast grassland. Dry, warm wind swept across the grass tips as he looked down at his transformed pitch-black serpent body, thick scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Unlike his initial helplessness, he now carried an indescribable sense of familiarity and composure. Viewing the world through a python's eyes offered a lower, yet broader perspective. This unique experience convinced him he would soon fully adapt to switching between human and serpent forms. With his resolve set, Bai Yu tensed his muscles, and his massive body shot across the sea of grass like black lightning, heading straight for the Tower of Gods that stood between heaven and earth. Tonight, he would force his way through the first floor's guardian boss and ascend to the second level. While his classmates were still stuck grinding experience in the starter village, he had already set his sights on higher floors. Though his level was below the boss's, he was confident that his serpent form would allow him to overcome the level gap. Near the entrance to the Tower of God's first floor, the Black Tower stood majestically on the earth, its surface seemingly embedded with endless night, piercing the clouds with its peak invisible from below. Bai Yu knew each floor was an independent dimensional world, and only by truly stepping inside could one experience that wondrous sensation. Withdrawing his gaze from the tower, he looked ahead. A massive, three-headed dog the size of a small mountain lay curled on the ground, its three heads drooping as it snored heavily. Just as Bai Yu prepared to strike, his heart suddenly jumped as his senses detected over a dozen crimson dots rapidly approaching. Monsters? No, this aura clearly belonged to players. Realizing this, he quickly slithered into the nearby forest, his enormous serpent body coiling among the branches without making a sound as he waited to see what would unfold. Soon, a team of over a dozen players burst into view. They quickly formed their battle formation, skills flashing with brilliant light as they launched an attack on the three-headed dog without hesitation. Just as Bai Yu had suspected, they were players here to take down the boss. From his hiding spot, Bai Yu observed calmly with his current appearance. If discovered, he would certainly be mistaken for another field boss. It wasn't that he feared them, but rather he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict with fellow players from the real world. If he could use their efforts to clear the path to the second floor, why not take advantage of the situation? However, the battle quickly tilted in the opposite direction. The three-headed dog suddenly went berserk, its three fang-filled maws alternately spewing flames and freezing winds, instantly disrupting the previously coordinated team's rhythm. The tank was sent flying by a claw swipe, the healer was left spitting blood from the shockwave, and the entire group was forced into retreat before ultimately fleeing in panic. The grass around Bai Yu's hiding spot was flattened by the violent winds as he silently watched the team retreat, his plan to reap the benefits falling through. His gaze returned to the tower's guardian, the massive, three-headed dog, clearly marked LV-13, above its head had settled back down, its heavy breathing stirring up dust. His serpent pupils narrowed slightly as Bai Yu realized he would ultimately have to handle this himself. The next second, Bai Yu began his silent approach. The massive, three-headed hound lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, its fur instantly bristling like steel needles. Primal instinct launched it to its feet as all three enormous heads turned in unison toward the threat ahead, wind, thunder, and fire energies surging simultaneously in the depths of their throats. Just as it opened its maws to unleash that composite energy blast, a pair of cold serpentine eyes entered its vision. The surrounding air became crushingly heavy, as if an invisible giant hand pressed the three-headed hound firmly in place. Illusory serpent eyes. Bai Yu's eyes turned gray-white, his gaze piercing like arrows through the hound's mental defenses, forcibly cramming an entire illusory realm into its mind. Roar. The low, trembling howl echoed as the three-headed hound's pupils rapidly contracted, its three heads frozen like statues, terror filling every glint in its eyes. Bai Yu seized the moment to close in, his python-like body suddenly coiling around it, tightening ring by ring around joints and necks. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones rang out in succession, particularly jarring in the snow-like silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until the last trace of life was completely crushed from his prey. Only then did Bai Yu release his grip. Boom. The massive corpse crashed heavily to the ground without support, dust thick as snow rising and settling. Those lifeless, gray pupils still held the terror from the moment of death. No one would ever know what it had seen in that illusion. Level up, LV9, gained 50 attribute points. Level up, LV10, gained 50 attribute points. The system's consecutive notifications brought a slight smile to Bai Yu's heart. A single giant, three-headed hound had directly boosted him 2 levels. Without hesitation, he distributed the new 100 attribute points evenly across his 4 stats, clearly feeling both flesh and spirit strengthen once again. Beyond that, he had also gained 500 energy points, which could be used to continue upgrading skills. Hiss. While checking his status panel, the three-headed hound's corpse on the ground suddenly began emitting wisps of black mist. The mist quickly consumed the entire body, and moments later the massive creature had completely evaporated, leaving only a serrated black iron collar that clattered to the ground. Bai Yu bent down to pick it up, and information appeared on his interface. Three-headed hound collar. Level, LV10. Quality, divine artifact. Actually a divine artifact? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, silently marveling at his good fortune today. While his current strength didn't require this equipment, divine artifacts were hard currency in the market. They could be exchanged for money. With this thought, he stuffed the collar into his inventory and walked toward the Tower of God's entrance. Light curtains rose as he was enveloped in white light, then vanished. When his vision cleared again, he stood on the second floor of the Tower of Gods. The desolate snowfield stretched endlessly, cold winds carrying fine snow. Bai Yu found a secluded valley, confirmed it was safe, then exited the inner world. Whoosh. The next second, he stood in the teleportation array at the inner world entrance. For ordinary users, the inner world allowed only 6 hours of daily access. But this interdimensional space connecting reality and the inner world had no time limit, serving as a hub where countless users gathered, traded, and communicated. Bai Yu didn't rush back to reality, instead finding a metal bench in a corner of the hall to sit down. He opened his inventory and carefully examined the three-headed hound collar. Divine artifact-grade equipment meant high prices. Comparing current market rates, ordinary purple equipment and materials were everywhere, while items labeled Divine Artifact uniformly started at 30,000, with expensive ones reaching hundreds of thousands. Scarcity drives value. This principle held true everywhere. Let's set it at 50,000. Bai Yu estimated a price that would sell quickly without taking a loss. Just as he prepared to list it on the auction house, a system window suddenly appeared. Please enter a nickname for the interdimensional space. This nickname would serve as both the identifier for communication with other users and the display name on leaderboards, effectively protecting real-world identity. Bai Yu had originally planned to use his previous life's nickname, but just as he was about to input it, his mind changed. Let's go with Azura. Username already taken. Please enter a new one. Staring at the red pop-up, Bai Yu pressed a palm to his forehead with a weary sigh. Figures short, generic names are the easiest to clash. After a dozen failed tries, he simply changed his surname to Bai Xiu. Only then did the system let him list the freshly farmed gear on the auction house. With everything set, all he had to do was wait for buyers to come knocking. He stretched, focused, and tapped the exit button in his sea of consciousness. His vision went black for a beat, and when it cleared, he was back in his bedroom in the real world. With a thump, he flopped onto the bed like a boneless salted fish, arms and legs splayed across the soft quilt, replaying the day's events at high speed in his mind. In the morning, he qualified to log into the inner world at school. Then, out of nowhere, he bonded with the system. His bloodline mutated, and he became a giant python. He bulldozed through the magic forest and rocketed up 10 levels. Finally, he killed the first-floor gatekeeping boss, a massive, three-headed hound, and pushed open the door to the second level of the Tower of the Gods. All of that happened in a single day. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to dream it. As for this leveling speed, never mind, unprecedented. Without equal doesn't feel like an exaggeration. Ding dong. His phone buzzed, dragging him out of his reverie. The screen lit up. Sender, big sis. Xiao Yu, how was your first day in the inner world? Did your rating come out yet? Tell your sister, quick. Hee. Is my little brother a prodigy? Underscore. There was even a cutesy emoji at the end. Sure enough, Jiang Xinyan, who always played the goddess in public, was pure Gapmo in private. Why yes, thumbs flew. Not bad. As for the rating, take a guess. You little brat, teasing your sister now? Believe it or not, he'll come home and swat your butt? Yep, that was his real sister all right. In his previous life, had been on the receiving end of her teasing more times than he could count. Great, he'll be waiting. He sent the message, then watched the chat show typing without any reply. Shed probably picked up another assignment. Bai Yu tightened his grip on the phone, eyes steady and resolute. Wait for me. By dusk, streetlights flickered on, and streams of headlights flowed like a river down the road. Mask on, zipper hoodie thrown over his shoulders, Bai Yu slipped into Fat Brother's homestyle. The place belonged to his best friend Tang Hao's family, and Bai Yu had tasted it more times than he could remember in his last life. You're here, Xiao Yu. What'll it be? Uncle Tang called from the kitchen, poking his head out mid-hustle. The usual poached pork and chili oil. Uncle Tang, is Howsy around? He just got his inner world login today, didn't he? The rascal came home over the moon. He's probably still fiddling with the gear. Got it. He'll grab a seat. Bai Yu took a spot by the wall, pulled up his browser, and searched for Ake's blood core. His character was already LV10. Had met 2 of the 3 requirements for advancing his bloodline. He only needed that core for another metamorphosis. After tasting the explosive boost from mutation, he was desperate to gather the next set of materials right away. The steaming poached pork arrived quickly. He lifted a slice to his mouth while his other hand kept scrolling. Suddenly, a thread title caught his eye. First-hand rare drop suspected from a hidden inner world dungeon. The post detailed the author's entire route. From the looks of it, they might have found a rare instance dungeon. but because they weren't strong enough, they had to stop before reaching the boss. The post went into detail. The boss at the lake center was a massive, blood-red core, its energy radiation so intense it warped the surrounding monsters' states. At the words blood-red core and energy radiation, a sharp light flashed in Bai's eyes that might be the Ache's blood core had been hunting. He couldn't be sure yet, but this clue was definitely worth logging. He copied the dungeon coordinates into his notes, shoveled down the remaining rice, and stood to pay, only to be stopped by the owner, Uncle Tang. Xiao Yu, hold up, take this. Uncle Tang handed him a tied bundle wrapped in apothecary paper. Your sister mentioned you needed a certain medicinal herb, good for your constitution. I happened to come across it, so I bought some. Take it. Look how skinny you are. Go home. Nourish yourself. Put some meat on. Uncle Tang, what are you being polite about with your uncle? Don't mention money. It's not worth much anyway, just take it as a small token from me. With that, he could only accept the bundle, warmth spreading in his palm. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Off you go, and be careful on the way. Leaving the restaurant, Bai Yu shook his head with a quiet smile. In his last life, he had soaked in medicinal baths for his constitution, but the results were underwhelming. Later, other things got in the way, and he forgot all about it. If Uncle Tang hadn't brought it up, he might never have remembered. The bath could wait. The blood core mattered most right now. Back in his room, he scoured the web for everything on Ache's blood core and level 29 of the Tower of the Gods, working straight through until late at night before switching off the lights. The next morning, Bai Yu woke naturally, feeling more refreshed than ever. His vision was razor sharp, like jumping from HD to Ultra HD, and his skin felt smooth and fair to the touch. He stood before the bathroom mirror, stared at himself, and his expression suddenly changed. No way. Is the bloodline mutation in the inner world starting to alter my body in reality too? He recalled that skills learned in the inner world could be brought back with enough practice, and his certainty grew. If ordinary skills could carry over, then deeper changes like a bloodline would spread even faster. It was only the second day, and the signs were obvious. If this kept up, would he turn into a python in the real world? Is there a shapeshifting skill? System? The system's prompt was cold, yet reassuring. Host will gain shapeshifting upon reaching 4th tier bloodline. Bai Yu let out a breath, then chuckled at himself. Maybe he was overthinking it. There was a natural dimensional barrier between the inner world and reality. No matter how strong you were inside, pulling off even half that power outside took exceptional talent and grueling practice. By the same logic, no matter how violent the bloodline mutation was, it couldn't pierce that barrier and rewrite his body in an instant. In other words, even if the mutation's effects were overwhelming, the barrier's natural suppression meant it couldn't turn Bai Yu into a giant python in the short term. After a quick wash, Bai Yu headed out to school, grabbing some breakfast on the way. The morning breeze carried a chill as it swept through the street corner. He jogged into the academic building while munching on a half-cold steamed bun. The classroom was already filled with quite a few students, their chatter rising and falling in waves, the air thick with the restless energy typical of young people. As soon as he set down his backpack, Tang Hao's big head popped over from beside him. Hey, Bai Yu, your skin looks whiter somehow. Am I imagining things? He reached out to touch, but Bai Yu swatted his hand away. Bai Yu gave a perfunctory smile. I noticed it too. Must be the medicinal bath working. Of course, he couldn't reveal the secret of his bloodline mutation, so he brushed it off casually. Oh, Tang Hao nodded in understanding, then immediately forgot about it, and excitedly pulled Bai Yu into a conversation about how brave and amazing he had been in the other world yesterday. Only when the rest of the class gradually arrived did he reluctantly wrap up his story. The homeroom teacher appeared right on time, leading the entire class to log into the dimensional space. Before departure, he organized the roster while giving reminders. Remember, once you leave the newbie village, head straight to Wine City to regroup. Students already in Wind City should team up and work together, watch each other's backs, and level up faster. This will really help with your ratings and the assessment results in a month. Everyone filed toward the teleportation array. The teacher still felt uneasy and gave another reminder by the stone platform. Just as Bai Yu was about to step into the light barrier, he suddenly caught someone's gaze. Turning his head, he saw the class beauty Xia Yingying in a blue dress, looking at him with slightly raised eyebrows. When their eyes met, she smiled softly with pursed lips. Bai Yu nodded politely, but then heard a sinister voice by his ear. Bai Yu, some people are way out of your league. If you know what's good for you, stay away from her. Otherwise, haha. The speaker was the permit hair guy who had invited Xia Yingying to team up yesterday, only to be rejected. Bai Yu glanced at him sideways without saying anything. The guy felt intimidated by his gaze, but kept up his tough act. Damn, what's with that look? Before he could finish, Bai Yu had already transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the teleportation array. The guy flew into a rage, spat, and followed into the other world, still cursing. You better hope I don't run into you in there. Howling winds swept across the vast snowy grassland. Bai Yu teleported to the second floor of the Tower of Gods, where snow reached above his ankles. He shook his collar and calculated silently. First, Go to that location mentioned online and find the Yak's blood core to upgrade his bloodline level. If it proved too difficult to locate, he couldn't waste too much time here. Following the coordinates he had memorized last night, he focused his mind. Light flashed, and his form returned to the first floor. After ascending the Tower of Gods, each floor would leave a personal mark, allowing instant teleportation without having to battle the floor master again, an extremely convenient feature. After landing, he headed straight for his target. Along the way, he used mental sensing to scan remotely, avoiding scattered players and patrolling low-level demons in advance. These things gave neither experience nor were worth his time. He had no interest in engaging them. After about half an hour, towering mountain shadows and a canyon entrance appeared at the edge of his vision. The terrain here was enclosed, and the demon levels were clearly higher than the outer areas. Bai Yu decided not to take detours and charged straight toward the canyon's center. The ambient energy radiation in the air grew increasingly intense, making his skin tingle slightly, while the roars of surrounding demons became more frenzied. Finally, he pushed through the last stretch of dense forest and reached the lake at the canyon's center. The lake's surface was covered with frost, but at its center floated a wheel-sized crimson crystal. Could see from afar that massive blood-red core suspended in the middle of the lake. The blood core pulsed with crimson energy waves, filling the air with visible red mist. So that's Yax's blood core? Bai Yu's gaze locked onto the blood-red heart floating at the center of the lake like steel nails. Simultaneously, the demonic beasts around the lake turned their heads in unison, their scarlet eyes blazing like ignited flames as violent roars shattered the silence, and they surged toward Bai Yu like a tide. Get lost. His tail swept horizontally, his massive body spanning dozens of meters, whipping up hurricane-force winds. Bang, 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 sending the creatures flying along his path, smashing through vines and shattering rock walls. Yet they rose like mindless puppets, devoid of pain, and charged again. The battle intensified as the red mist thickened, gradually shrouding the entire canyon. Endless waves of demonic beasts, like sharks drawn to blood, rushed toward the lake from all directions. Bai Yu charged heat, his massive form writhing as each tail sweep, roll, and lunge carried tremendous force, sending clusters of beasts flying. His passive skill Iron Bones provided fortress-like defense as he weathered every attack. Experience 154. Experience 154. Experience 176. Energy 55. Energy 77. System notifications rang like rapid musical notes in his mind. Blood trickled down his scales, but Bai Yu's fighting spirit soared, his imposing presence marking him as the canyon's true overlord, dominating all directions. Without the blood core's mind-corrupting influence, these beasts would have long since cowered in submission. Bring it on. I need more prey. Bai Yu roared skyward, his shriek echoing off the canyon walls. He knew the blood core drove the beasts mad, but that suited him perfectly. More enemies meant richer experience. As the slaughter continued, his blood boiled with primal instinct awakening from deep within his bloodline. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. The bloody carnage never ceased. At the canyon's edge, several figures huddled in the forest. The stampeding beasts kept them from moving. What's happening? The monsters have gone insane. Lon, what's the situation inside? A companion asked the long-haired youth anxiously. Lon crouched low, his purple glowing eyes fixed ahead, barely containing his excitement. I can see it. There's a massive monster battle inside. His gaze locked onto the giant python wreaking havoc amid the siege. Thrilled rather than a Larmita boss of this caliber would surely drop premium loot if they could claim the kill. With monsters fighting each other, they could reap the benefits. How could they not be tempted? Time passed, and after another half hour, the slaughter in the canyon's center finally ended. Atop the mountain of corpses and pools of blood, the giant python stood triumphant. Lan's purple eyes gleamed with admiration. What incredible vitality. Now it was their turn to act. Just as he was about to signal his teammates, he watched the blood-soaked python slowly swim toward the lake's center. The next moment, Lon froze as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening. Wait. Above the lake's center, Bai Yu extended his tail toward the blood core. Suddenly, the blood-stained waters erupted in massive waves as an enormous black shadow burst from the lake's depths, swallowing the floating blood core in one gulp. The transformation came too swiftly, though. Bai Yu sensed something amiss. He couldn't react in time. Boom! The giant waves crashed down, revealing the colossal creature's true form. Massive as a small mountain, covered in hard black scales, resembling yet distinct from a crocodile, with sawtooth spines along its back glowing with brilliant red light. At the heart of the canyon, the air hung oppressively thick. Bai Yu stared fixedly at the blood core that Kamba had swallowed deep into its throat, his knuckles white with rage, his powerful muscles twitching in spasms. Had he really just been robbed by a demon beast right to his face? Damn it! How could he swallow this humiliation? With a furious roar, Bai Yu launched himself forward with explosive force from all 4 limbs, like a cannonball. Across from him, the massive Kamba let out a deep growl, its crimson pupils contracting as it pounded the ground with its limbs, transforming its entire body into a moving wall of flesh and blood. Bang! The two behemoths collided violently, the shockwave compressing the air and causing the canyon walls to crack and explode in succession. Bai Yu slid back dozens of meters, his heels carving two deep grooves in the rock before he managed to steady himself. The power gap wasn't insurmountable. The brief exchange allowed him to assess the situation. He had just reached level 13, while Kamba was level 25, a chasm of 12 whole levels. But his bloodline mutation gave him the foundation to still put up a fight. Spit that thing out. Bai Yu snarled menacingly, raising his claws while simultaneously dumping all the energy he'd accumulated from grinding monsters into his two talent skills. Illusory serpent eyes. His pupils instantly transformed from vertical slits into an eerie gray-white, unleashing a tremendous mental pressure like a tsunami. The moment their gazes locked, Kamba's movements suddenly froze. Before its eyes, the world shattered into chaotic void as endless serpents surged forward like a tide, their fangs tearing through scales and devouring flesh. Roar! Amid its agonized howls, the sawtoothed bone plates along Kamba's spine blazed with brilliant blood-red light as energy frantically gathered in its mouth. Boom! A crimson beam erupted forth, instantly vaporizing the rock walls in its path and nearly cleaving the canyon in half. Bai Yu's pupils contracted as he barely managed to dodge to the side. Boom! 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 Successive beams tore through the air as Kamba fired wildly out of control, slicing the canyon like brittle tofu until it was riddled with holes. Massive boulders tumbled down as clouds of dust shot skyward. But in its hallucination, it felt only that it was locked in mortal combat with an endless serpent tide, unable to locate its true enemy. Bai Yu sprinted through the ruins, leaping and rolling, hugging close to the beam's afterglow as he closed in on Kamba. Seizing the opening, he pounced, his limbs locking around his opponent like iron chains. Open up for me. He opened his massive maw and bit savagely toward Kamba's neck, his fangs sinking into the hard scales and immediately feeling the jarring impact. Bai Yu cursed under his breath, damn thing's really hard, but still exploded with full force. A bone-cracking sound came from deep in his throat as he forcibly interrupted that gathering red light. Bang 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 bang. The two giants wrestled together, rolling and crushing through rock debris and dust clouds. Mountain walls collapsed from their impacts, stones falling like rain. Kamba struggled frantically, but Bai Yu held his bite firm, giving not an inch. Finally, the out-of-control giant shadow lost its balance from being dragged around. With a thunderous crash, both creatures tumbled over the ledge, sending up 100-meter-high waves as they plunged together into the deep lake bottom. In the dense forest at the canyon's perimeter, a team of mysterious figures held their breath in waiting, all turning to look toward the long-haired young man at the front of their group. The youth's purple-gleaming eyes gazed at the sky for a moment before slowly withdrawing his gaze. His purple-tinged eyes blinked, and the initial shock on his face gradually transformed into barely suppressed wild joy. Suppressing his voice, he kept muttering excitedly, "We're rich! We're rich! We're rich!" Then he immediately shouted to the people beside him, "Quick! Notify the boss right away and have all the guild members gather here. If this operation goes smoothly, we'll all strike it rich." Those are two rare-level monster bosses fighting head-to-head. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to profit from their battle isn't something everyone gets to encounter. The crowd stirred restlessly as they pulled out their communication devices to contact their companions. Canyon Center, Lake Bottom. Bai Yu crashed into the lake's surface together with the severely wounded but still frantically resisting Kamba, then sank into the dark depths. The lake water was bone-chillingly cold, yet Kamba moved like a fish in water, repeatedly breaking free from Bai Yu's chokehold. Bai Yu used his illusory serpent eyes to continuously restrain his opponent mentally while repeatedly grappling him again. The two rolled and bit each other underwater, stirring up aquatic plants and debris that danced wildly through the water. Time passed slowly, and after about an hour, this underwater death match finally reached its conclusion. Bang! Kamba's massive body crashed heavily onto the lake bottom, the splashing silt quickly settling back to stillness. Bai Yu was equally exhausted, gasping as he reflected. He had just endured a wave of monster attacks before this, and now had fought continuously for nearly 100 breaths. Even with this abnormally powerful body, he had reached his limit. Fortunately, the results were satisfying. Experience 33,550. Energy 4,858. Level up, LV 14. Attribute points gained 50. The system notifications echoed clearly in his mind, accompanied by a warm current slowly flowing through his body, making him feel pleasantly warm all over. Looking at Kamba's corpse gradually dissolving into black mist, only a fist-sized blood core and a pitch-black spear remained quietly lying on the lake sand. Yak's blood core. Bai Yu picked up the blood core, confirming it was exactly the material needed for Bloodline upgrade. The spear was identified by the system as divine tier equipment. His eyes lit up with joy as he stored both spoils of war in his inventory. System, open panel. The panel appeared, showing both conditions for Bloodline upgrade were now met. Level, LV14, LV10. Yak's Blood Core, 11. Bloodline upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Bloodline upgrade requires 5,000 energy points. Continue. Upgrade. Bai Yu winced as he looked at his remaining energy of just over 5,000 had originally planned to use it for skill enhancement, but that would have to wait. Bloodline was fundamental. As his words fell, faint blood light seeped from his pores, his blood seeming to reignite as its flow rate surged wildly. Then, pain like 10,000 serpents gnawing at his bones swept through his limbs and body. He gritted his teeth and endured, but his expression still changed dramatically from the sudden rush of memories. He seemed to transform into a giant serpent encircling the world, looking down upon the earth where all living beings appeared as tiny as dust. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yu's eyes snapped open. The piercing pain had vanished without a trace, as if everything before had been merely a dream. He closed his eyes to examine himself carefully. The power within his body surged like an inexhaustible tide. Even if he were to face Cambo again, he could probably overwhelm him with physical strength alone. Bloodline upgrade complete. Attribute enhancement. Strength 200, Speed 200, Stamina 200, Spirit 200. Talent skills acquired. Energy Breath LV1, Infinite Barrier LV1. Energy Breath had two modes, normal and charged. Infinite Barrier created a 360-degree defense around his body with no blind spots. The closer enemies got, the more barrier layers would form. Bai Yu read through the skill descriptions carefully and was very satisfied with the results. Just as he was about to examine his other attributes, a faint killing intent rang like an alarm bell in his heart. His serpent eyes narrowed as he looked up toward the lake surface. In his perception, roughly 40 to 50 life signatures were continuously approaching this location, finally stopping at the lake's edge. Is this the place? The group stepped onto the charred earth and stopped by the lake's edge, the air still thick with gunpowder smoke and the metallic scent of blood. Jagged rocks and fallen, blackened trees littered the area like the gates of hell had just slammed shut. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. What kind of fierce battle had taken place here? Indeed, the two monster bosses that had been fighting earlier had both plunged into the lake and remained silent ever since, their fate clearly decided. From the crowd, a long-haired young man stepped forward, the same person who had secretly observed Bai Yu's battle earlier. The expedition leader and guild master nodded grimly, his gaze sweeping across the lake's surface, now stained dark red with blood. After a moment's consideration, he commanded, "Send someone to investigate the lake. Everyone, prepare for combat." At his order, the group quickly spread into battle formation. Shield bearers took the front line, archers fell back, elemental mages began chanting in low voices, and everyone's nerves stretched taut. But just as their formation was complete, the lake's surface suddenly churned. With a tremendous splash, a water column shot skyward as a massive serpent emerged. Its dark scales gleamed like steel plates in the cold light, its massive body blocking out the sun above, and a crushing sense of oppression settled over everyone's chest. Those deep serpentine eyes gazed down coldly, as if ready to grind them all to dust at any moment. Every breath stopped simultaneously. The group stood frozen in place, as if someone had hit the pause button. Pale faces and bodies trembling like leaves silently revealed their inner terror. They would die. A direct confrontation with a boss of this level meant certain death. Boom. Suddenly, a fireball streaked through the air toward Bai Yu, only to be blocked by a transparent barrier that materialized before him, producing nothing but tiny sparks. What? Everyone turned toward the sound to see a mage with an ashen face kneeling on the ground, his staff fallen from his grasp. Clearly, the fireball had been an accidental misfire. All warriors provide cover. Everyone else retreat. The guild master snapped back to his senses, drew his sword with a roar, and charged forward. Clang, 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 clang. Blade flashes, sword beams, and axe strikes all fell upon Bai Yu's position, only to be effortlessly deflected by that invisible barrier without even creating a ripple. Bai Yu stood motionless on the lake's surface, looking down at the people on shore. In truth, he had always avoided direct confrontation with humans and hadn't planned to attack just now. But seeing these players desperately protecting their companions, knowing full well they couldn't break through his defenses, yet still giving their losing every ounce of strength they had, it would seem ungrateful not to acknowledge their enthusiasm. Illusory serpent eyes. His serpentine pupils suddenly glowed with an eerie gray-white light, as an invisible mental pressure instantly spread outward. All attacking movements on the shore froze in unison. The next second, they seemed to witness unspeakable horrors, screams erupting one after another as everyone collapsed, clutching their heads and convulsing violently. The scene was both tragic and oppressive. The retreating members in the rear turned back to witness this carnage, their faces instantly draining of color. They wanted to help, but couldn't move their feet. Fear swallowed their reason like a tide. Finally, They turned and fled frantically, leaving only the sound of ragged breathing and splashing mud in their wake. Bai Yu watched this scene with cold indifference, not even interested enough to pursue them. As for the players on the ground who were gradually losing consciousness, Bai Yu didn't spare them even a glance. With a mere thought, he teleported back to the second floor of the Tower of Gods. In that previous strike, he had ultimately held back his power, leaving his opponent's mental consciousness on the brink of collapse without truly killing them. This was his first time using illusory serpent eyes on humans, and his control wasn't quite precise enough yet. Whatever after effects might follow, he didn't care since they dared to target him. They should have anticipated the consequences. On the second floor of the Tower of Gods, snowflakes swirled through the sky. In the endless snowfield, a secluded canyon lay hidden among the wind and snow, where a massive serpent hundreds of meters long coiled within. After his bloodline upgrade, Bai Yu's form had expanded dramatically from 40 to 50 meters to 400 to 500 meters. From a distance, he resembled a moving mountain, his profound serpent eyes sweeping across heaven and earth while his icy aura instinctively forced surrounding monsters to prostrate themselves. Host Bai Yu. Level, LV14. Attributes, Strength, 455 Speed, 455 Stamina, 455 Spirit, 535. Skills, Illusory Serpent Eyes LV5, Steel Bones LV6 Passive, Energy Breath LV1, Infinite Barrier LV1. Current Bloodline, Second Tier World Serpent. Bloodline Upgrade Requirements, Level LV14 LV20, Core Dragon Vein 01, Heart of Storm 01. All four primary attributes had reached 455 points, with his spirit breaking through 500. Having once been a human mage, Bai Yu understood clearly that such stats were enough to crush the vast majority of current players and monsters, and he was merely LV14. Both his level and bloodline still had enormous room for growth. His skill power had similarly risen with the tide. The most notable example was Illusory Serpent Eyes. Previously, it could only drag targets into illusory space through visual contact, creating phantoms to attack their minds. Now at LV5, he could construct illusions at will, directly striking the deepest fears buried in enemies' hearts, using more thorough mental torment to shatter their will. The explosive growth in his spirit attribute further amplified this terror. This brought anticipation for Bai Yu's next bloodline evolution. Reaching level 20 was easy enough to understand, but what were the core Dragon Vein and Heart of Storm? A flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled spending time on the 5th floor of the Tower of Gods in his previous life, where legend spoke of a forest dragon hidden within the Kur Mountains. Back then, his insufficient strength had prevented him from ever encountering it, but now the core Dragon Vein was very likely buried deep within those mountains. As for the Heart of Storm, his memory held no clue. She would have to rely on intelligence from fellow players in the future. Setting aside the materials for now, his primary task remained leveling up, with more important matters awaiting him ahead. His massive form began to move slowly, leaving visible indentations in the snow wherever he passed. His movement speed increased steadily as Bai Yu headed toward the remembered direction, swiftly making his way to this floor's monster hunting grounds to begin a new round of experience harvesting. The Tower of God, second floor. The sky hung low with rolling gray clouds, and mist crept along the ground. Across the endless snowfield, deafening explosions suddenly erupted, like muffled thunder splitting the earth beneath. Each thunderous roar was accompanied by brief, powerful tremors that shook the accumulated snow loose, revealing the ice-blue permafrost below. The tremendous noise continued for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. But before the snowfield could return to calm, similar explosive sounds echoed from the distance, as if giant beasts were taking turns ramming the earth from different directions. The one causing all this commotion was none other than Bai Yu. Drawing on memories accumulated from his previous life and the spiritual perception coursing through his body, he precisely locked onto the areas with the densest concentration of monsters, then swept through with overwhelming force, crushing every target in his path. From the 2nd to the 9th floor, these levels were almost exclusively monster territory. Thin air, harsh climate, and virtually no human presence. Only at the 10th floor would indigenous human empires similar to the first floor appear again. For the strong, these 8 intermediate floors were a paradise for leveling up. For most climbers of average ability, however, they were a true nightmare. One careless moment could mean death. In his previous life, Bai Yu had been among those who struggled desperately, but now he treated this area as his personal playground for rapid advancement. After entering the 2nd floor, he was like a tiger returning to the mountains or a dragon entering the sea, engaging in one exhilarating battle after another. Occasionally encountering other climbers, they would typically avoid him from a distance. No longer was he the one taking detours. After all, with monsters roaming everywhere and constant noise, it was difficult to determine whether the thunderous sounds came from creatures or from him. The rest of his time, Bai Yu was completely immersed in the cycle of find monsters instant kill search for the next wave. When his consciousness snapped back from that inner world, His level had skyrocketed to 17. To anyone else, such speed would seem absurdly impossible, like a joke, yet it had indeed happened to Bai Yu. Interdimensional space. Light and shadow intersected in the circular hall, where numerous climbers gathered in small groups between shops and training areas. A beam of white light descended as Bai Yu stepped out from the teleportation array, casually stretching his shoulders and elbows until his joints cracked crisply, then found a corner to sit down. Ding, his phone vibrated with a payment received notification. Opening the page, he saw that the equipment he had previously listed had sold successfully, with 50,000 yuan now in his account. His first pot of gold secured, Bai Yu's lips curved into a smile. At the same time, his inventory had produced another artifact called Black Dragon Spear, marked as level 25. He glanced at the auction how similar weapons were extremely rare, with prices generally ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Might as well be generous 250,000 yuan, price set and uploaded. Once the transaction was complete, hunger surged through him like a tide, and he immediately exited the interdimensional space. Real world, class 14 of the first year. Whoosh, the familiar light flashed as Bai Yu settled back into his seat. He looked around, and, not seeing Tang Hao or Chu Mo anywhere, headed to the cafeteria alone. Queuing up and getting his food, he barely paused between bites, devouring plate after plate like a whirlwind. When he finally looked up, empty bowls and plates had piled up like a small mountain before him, drawing stares from those around him. Bai Yu froze in place, chopsticks suspended in midair. When did I become such a big eater? Touching his stomach, Bai Yu felt he wasn't even completely full yet about 80% satisfied. No more, no less. Could this be the effect of his bloodline upgrade? Reflecting on everything from the inner world, he could only attribute this unusual hunger to that. With this thought, he quietly glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he stood up and reached his right hand under the table with just a slight effort from his fingertips. He easily lifted the entire dining table without feeling any strain. Just as he thought, his strength had increased. A gleam flashed in Bai Yu's eyes as he set the table down, his mood instantly becoming excited. Bloodline mutations could indeed affect the physical body in reality, and now with another upgrade, this influence had clearly been amplified further. Following this logic, those innate skills. As he was secretly theorizing, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. Bai Yu. He turned around to see Xia Yingying, the class beauty, standing nearby with her tray, wanting to ask if she could sit down but hesitating because of all the bowls and dishes piled on the table. Have you eaten? Bai Yu asked with a smile. What an innocent girl, actually thinking the table full of dishes was leftovers from others. Anyone else would find it hard to believe that the seemingly slender Bai Yu could have eaten so much. Do you want to sit here? Let me clean this up. He moved quickly, stacking the bowls and dishes neatly, and after gesturing for her to sit, he picked up the thick pile of plates and left, leaving Xia Yingying standing there stunned. Stay and keep the class beauty company for more food? Completely unnecessary. Yingying, was that Bai Yu? Those dishes in his hands. Did he eat all of that by himself? Another short-haired girl sat down beside Xia Yingying with her tray, staring in amazement at Bai Yu walking out of the cafeteria with an armful of plates. Xia Yingying watched his figure disappear through the doorway until her friend waved her fingers in front of her face several times, finally, snapping her back to reality. She looked down with a gentle smile. A good appetite is a blessing. So she had discovered yet another unknown side of Bai Yu. Yu Yingying, you've completely fallen for him. I have not. I'm just stating facts. TSK. I really don't understand what Bai Yu is thinking, actually rejecting our class beauty's initiative. Others would kill for such an opportunity. Xia Yingying rolled her eyes. Let's just eat. Meanwhile, after leaving the cafeteria, Bai Yu didn't return to the classroom but went straight home. After awakening, school learning tasks were divided into two parts: leveling up and training in the inner world, and on-campus training, aimed at helping them truly master what they learned in the inner world. If they didn't want to train, they could arrange their own time, since not everyone had the energy to continue real-world training after high-intensity inner-world experiences. Bai Yu's choice to go home wasn't out of laziness, but because his situation was too special to be casually exposed. More importantly, he had a theory he urgently wanted to verify. In the bathroom, he stood before the mirror, staring intently at the face reflected back, or more precisely, at those eyes. As his thoughts flowed, a subtle and strange sensation surged toward his eyes. His originally pitch-black pupils quickly took on an eerie grayish-white tint, then elongated into vertical snake pupils. Illusory serpent eyes. The gray snake eyes in the mirror were exceptionally cold, but Bai Yu felt no panic. Instead, an excited smile gradually appeared on his face. Indeed, his guess was correct, could directly use inner world skills in the real world. Under normal circumstances, bringing skills learned in the inner world back to reality required massive amounts of time and sweat for training, and most could only achieve half-finished products at best. Being able to unleash half the original power was considered good, due to the cursed dimensional barrier suppression. But now, Skills that others exhausted themselves trying to master came to Bai Yu as naturally as if they were imprinted in his bloodline genes. Although still subject to the natural suppression of the dimensional barrier with slightly reduced power, the difference and implications between these two situations were already self-evident. Ever since experiencing the effects of his bloodline upgrade, Bai Yu spent the following days grinding monsters and leveling up in the inner world, while dedicating his remaining time to familiarizing himself with and adapting to the various changes in his body. To gauge his true strength, he brought all four of his innate skills: illusory serpent eyes, steel bones, energy breath, and infinite barrier into reality for testing. The dimensional barrier did weaken their power, but the skills flowed as smoothly as breathing, requiring almost no additional practice for precise control. Not only had his abilities stabilized, but his naturally frail constitution was also quietly improving. In the past, due to absorption disorders, neither dietary supplements nor medicinal tonics had any effect, a problem that remained unsolved even in his previous life. Now, however, his bloodline mutation offered a glimmer of hope. To support his recovery, he resumed his medicinal bath routine, averaging once every 2 days, soaking his body like a severely dehydrated sponge absorbing the medicinal liquid. After each session, he could feel his cells rejoicing, as if making up for years of missing nutrients all at once. With his current physical strength, the medicinal effects were completely absorbed, eliminating any worry about overdoing it. What truly gave him headaches was keeping up with the supply of medicinal bath materials. One day after class, he specifically visited a time-honored traditional medicine shop and bought enough herbs to last a month. Thanks to his earlier profits from selling equipment, he had just enough money. Splash water splattered throughout the bathroom. Bai Yu stood up from the bathtub, his pale skin forming a stark contrast against the murky medicinal liquid. He wrapped himself in a towel and examined himself carefully in the mirror. In just a few short days, his skin had become whiter and more delicate, with a subtle cool undertone. His eyes were distinctly black and white, appearing increasingly profound. His previously thin frame was no longer frail, with well-proportioned shoulder and arm lines and clearly defined muscle contours. If his sister Jiang Xinyan were to suddenly push open the door right now, she would probably be startled by this transformation. His best friend Tang Hao had actually already noticed, but was brushed off with the excuse of medicinal baths, even becoming envious. Medicinal baths are that effective? Maybe I should try some too. Bai Yu only responded with a meaningful chuckle. Beyond the visible changes, his mental strength, physical power, and stamina were also continuously rising, though he kept these improvements discreetly hidden for now. At school, in the classroom, morning sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the entire room with bright warmth. Bai Yu pushed open the door and headed straight for a seat in the back row. The moment his chair made a soft sound, Tang Hao leaned over with his phone thrust in front of Bai Yu's face. Hey Bai Yu, check this out. The internet's going crazy right now. A guild encountered a rare-level giant snake boss on the first floor of the inner world and nearly got wiped out. They're now recruiting members, preparing to avenge their defeat and try again. People from other guilds were also getting restless. After listening, Bai Yu casually asked, and then? What happened? Hee, they're still searching everywhere, of course. Tang Hao lowered his voice and replied excitedly. I heard that rare boss is supposedly a giant python hundreds of meters long. Good lord, it must be as tall as a mountain. Can you believe they actually dared to challenge such a boss? I heard many guild members were seriously injured and hospitalized, and they're still in the hospital now. Hundreds of meters? A giant python? Bai Yu quickly pieced together the fragments Tang Hao had revealed, and the answer became crystal clear: that giant python mistaken for a boss was most likely himself. This development was truly unexpected for Bai Yu. The internet was buzzing about this rare boss. Those players actually wanted to challenge it again, and even other guilds were eager to get involved. Huh, Bai Yu sneered inwardly, not taking it seriously at all. He had already advanced to the 5th floor of the Tower of Gods, so let those people continue their blind search on the 1st floor. Of course, if anyone really did make it to him, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. A rare-level boss. Imagine how valuable the drops would be. Tang Hao smacked his lips with longing. Only if you live to claim them, Bai Yu replied flatly. Exactly. Tang Hao nodded repeatedly. Life comes first. Then he changed the subject. By the way, I'm about to leave the newbie village and head to Wind City. What level are you now? Bai Yu pondered for a moment. About the same as you, I guess. What do you mean about the same? Dude, I'm already almost level 6. Tang Hao beamed with pride. Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. Tang Hao's leveling speed was indeed fast among ordinary people. He must have put in serious effort behind the scenes. So you're not being honest. How much is about the same? Don't tell me you're only level 2 or 3. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Once we get to Wind City, I'll carry you. Tang Hao raised his eyebrows smugly. Bai Yu couldn't be bothered to explain and remained quietly silent. But still, we can't compare to others. Tang Hao shifted topics again, lowering his voice. I heard Lin Xia and her group are already preparing to tackle the 1st floor's boss. If they succeed, they might break the school record. TSK, truly worthy of being called geniuses. As he spoke, he looked toward Lin Xia and her companions in the front row, envy written all over his face. Is that so? Bai Yu had been obsessed with leveling and climbing the tower these past few days, paying no attention to class affairs. Sigh. Looks like we need to work even harder. Let's do our best together. Oh, and there's Chu Mo Tui, stop sleeping. Tang Hao had self-appointed himself as leader of the Three Musketeers, and felt he was worrying himself sick. The other world, fifth floor of the Tower of Gods. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their intertwining branches and leaves forming canopies that almost completely blocked out the sky. Sunlight could only filter through tiny gaps, creating dappled spots of light that added faint illumination to the dark forest. In the silence, a python hundreds of meters long wound its way up the tree trunks, its massive body crushing bark and dead branches with crisp crackling sounds. This was Bai Yu in the other world. After just a few days of frenzied monster hunting, he had fought his way from the second floor to the fifth floor, his level skyrocketing to 24. Yes, level 24. At this moment, he was moving through the area near the core mountain range. Based on information gathered over the past few days, he had confirmed that one of the materials needed for his bloodline upgrade, the core dragon vein, was very likely located here. He just needed to defeat the rumored hidden boss, the forest dragon, find the entrance, and hopefully track down the core dragon vein. Bai Yu climbed to the top of an ancient tree and gazed at the distant peak that soared into the clouds. There lay Core Mountain, his destination. Crack, crack. His massive body snapped dead branches along the way as Bai Yu rapidly advanced toward Core Mountain. Through his senses, life signatures throughout the forest pulsed one after another, all magical creatures. But his previous bloody battles had carved the mark of insurmountable terror into their hearts. Unless they were BOS-level monsters, other magical creatures would flee in panic at the mere sight of his shadow. As for Bai Yu, since those magical creatures with levels lower than his provided little experience or energy points, he had no interest in wasting time hunting them. In the shadowy depths of the forest, Bai Yu raced toward Mount Kor, with magical creatures scattering in all directions around him. Along the way, grass blades curled and branches swayed. Yet not a single magical beast dared approach as he cut almost a straight path toward the mountain's base. Soon, the imposing silhouette of Mount Kor dominated his entire field of vision. Looking up closely, the majestic peak rose like a colossal wall from the earth, and his current form was less than 1/10th the size of this massive giant. After a brief moment of awe, Bai Yu collected himself and began searching along the mountain's base for a possible entrance leading into its depths. Halfway through his search, he suddenly detected dozens of life signatures scattered in position, yet moving in synchronization. Were they magical creatures or other arrivals? From their movement patterns, they too seemed to be searching for something. Bai Yu immediately concluded that other arrivals were highly likely. In his previous life, the forest dragon, this hidden boss, had caused quite a sensation, with countless players launching wave after wave of attacks against it. Now that this floor had reopened, the attention and excitement remained undiminished. Anyone who could reach the foot of Mount Kor definitely had some serious skills, otherwise they'd be walking to their death. His serpentine eyes narrowed slightly. Without alerting that group, he changed course temporarily and silently crept along the cliff face toward the summit. Mountain winds howled, air temperature plummeted with altitude, and breathing grew increasingly labored. Upon reaching the halfway point, he experienced brief dizziness. With his abnormal constitution, such altitude sickness was definitely not normal. There had to be another cause. Bai Yu stopped, closed his eyes to focus, and detected subtle changes in the air. A trace of extremely faint energy radiation lurked within, so subtle that without concentrating all his senses, it would be completely undetectable. Opening his eyes, a flash of joy crossed his gaze. Though the core dragon vein had not yet manifested, this anomaly clearly indicated that this mountain harbored mysteries. With greatly increased confidence, he searched the mountainside thoroughly once more. Finding no entrance, he continued climbing. After about an hour, with only the final steep slope remaining to the summit, the entire mountain suddenly shook with thunderous force. Rocks tumbled, cracks spread, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Bai Yu spun around sharply, using his mental power to pinpoint the source of the tremor. Roar! An ancient dragon's cry exploded from deep within the mountain, carrying fierce air currents straight into the clouds. The direction was from the mountain's heart. He instantly realized those arrivals had already found the forest dragon. Boom! A powerful life force burst into his perception like thunder. The next moment, the mountain peak was violently torn apart, and a massive black shadow burst through stone and soared high, its deafening dragon roar echoing across the sky. That was the forest dragon? Bai Yu lifted his head to gaze at the dark shadow in the sky. Powerful limbs supported a massive body, jade-like wings gleaming with cold green light in the sunlight, its long tail whipping through the air and stirring up howling winds. Vegetation on its back swayed in the gusts as dirt and stones tumbled down. After circling once, The forest dragon roared skyward and dove down fiercely. At the foot of the mountain, all the players instantly formed their battle formation. Shield bearers raised their shields, mages chanted spells, and archers knocked their arrows. Dense skill effects rained down on the dragon's scales like a torrential downpour. The first direct confrontation between both sides erupted into full-scale battle. The players' training was clearly exceptional. The front line held steady against the impact while the rear provided precise covering fire. After several coordinated attacks, they forced the forest dragon to cry out in pain and retreat into the air. At the center of the formation, a silver-haired woman clad in knight's leather armor always charged at the front. Her spear struck the dragon's wing joints with pinpoint accuracy on every thrust, forcing the forest dragon back and creating opportunities for her teammates to reposition. With her commanding presence, the entire team's formation never wavered, and their morale continued to rise, gradually forcing the mighty dragon to yield. Standing on the mountainside, Bai Yu's eyes followed the battle closely, lingering especially on the silver-haired knight. Just as he prepared to observe a bit longer, his nose twitched. Energy radiation in the air had grown thicker. It wasn't his imagination. He immediately looked up toward the mountain peak. The shattered summit was like a pulled cork, with even more violent energy surging out. Bai Yu's spirits lifted as he glanced at the fierce battle below, his thoughts racing. He then climbed toward the peak and slipped into the broken opening. Inside the cave, the air was stifling and humid, pitch black. The deeper he went, the more green phosphorescent lights flickered on the rock walls, dim, yet eerily beautiful. As the energy radiation intensified, it felt like invisible hammers pounding against his consciousness. Bai Yu had to channel all his mental strength to resist the impact. Finally, he reached a spacious cavern. Ahead lay a crimson swamp with a sickly sweet stench. On a stone platform in the center of the swamp lay the bleached bones of a giant dragon, with energy radiation rolling out from deep within the skeletal remains. With just one glance, Bai Yu was completely transfixed. His vision suddenly shifted as the swamp and cave walls vanished, replaced by gray skies and howling winds. A living dragon tore through the heavens, its eyes locking onto him before diving down. Mid-flight, its flesh rapidly withered, instantly transforming into a skeletal dragon radiating death. The aura of death pressed down overwhelmingly. Bai Yu roared, his serpentine pupils dilating as he clashed against that bone-chilling presence. With a thunderous crash, heaven and earth shattered, and the illusion collapsed like a broken mirror. He snapped back to reality, still standing in the original cave with the crimson swamp and bleached bones unchanged. Had his mental fortitude not been strong enough, he would have been trapped in that illusion. That a mere skeleton, dead for who knows how many years, could retain such terrifying psychic corruption. What kind of monster had it been in life? Bai Yu's gaze swept over the bones, finally settling on a bone segment glowing with dark gold light. That was the source of both the psychic energy convergence and energy radiation, and very likely his objective, the core dragon vein. He quickly surveyed the cavern's layout, preparing to act, when suddenly a deafening dragon's roar echoed from outside. The sound was coming from outside. Oh no, I've been discovered. Bai Yu heard the commotion and immediately knew his cover was blown. Without hesitation, he sprinted along the steep, jagged rock face, leaping from above the cave to the bare patch of ground in the center of the crimson swamp. Crouching down, he reached into the crevice and bit down hard on the dark golden bone fragment. An icy, metallic taste exploded between his teeth as a crisp system notification flooded his mind. Item acquired, core dragon vein. Before the voice faded, the ancient bone crumbled to dust, and the cave's ceiling began to shake violently. Roar! The dragon's cry from outside grew even more earth-shattering. Bai Yu rolled away and fled up the mountain face toward the peak. Meanwhile, outside, the forest dragon's sudden rampage put tremendous pressure on the raiding party that had been gaining the upper hand. Worse yet, the frenzied beast was attempting to escape. Escape? Absolutely not. Victory was within reach. Who would let success slip through their fingers now? Everyone unleashed their final reserves of power, desperately trying to subdue the dragon. In their minds, if they could just weather this final assault, the first kill and its rewards would be theirs. Everyone push harder. Victory is right in front of us, bellowed a burly middle-aged man from the center of the group. Suddenly, a howling pressure descended from above. Crash. In that life-or-death moment, a slender figure flashed in front of him. Silver hair whipping in the wind, she raised her knight's sword horizontally, absorbing the full impact of the attack. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she thrust her blade into the ground with a resounding clang, golden light erupting like a fountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless golden chains burst from the earth, weaving together into an inescapable net that bound the forest dragon firmly in midair. Roar! The massive dragon bellowed, thrashing its body wildly. The raiders' attacks hammered down like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the golden chains snapped one by one under the beast's fury. The silver-haired woman gritted her teeth, desperately trying to reinforce the binding, but ultimately couldn't match the creature's brute strength. As the final ring of chains shattered, the forest dragon spread its wings and soared away. The violent backlash struck her chest, draining the color from her face as a metallic taste rose in her throat, which she forced herself to swallow. Seeing her teammates preparing to give chase, she immediately shouted, "Don't pursue it." The dragon was in a berserk state, and she herself was injured. If they continued fighting, they risked total annihilation. The others exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to give up. The burly man she had saved was particularly incredulous as he roared, "Why not pursue it? We were about to win. If it drops premium equipment, we'll all strike it rich." A forest dragon first kill is unprecedented fame and fortune await. The silver-haired woman's phoenix eyes swept over the group, her voice calm but brooking no argument. "This situation isn't as simple as you think. If we chase after it now, we might face complete annihilation. Of course, if you're determined to proceed, I won't force you to reconsider. However, I'm afraid I must decline to accompany you." After all, she was only participating in this battle to repay a previous favor. There was no way she'd risk her own life for it. With that said, she ignored the increasingly grim expressions on everyone's faces and looked up again at the churning gray clouds above. The silver-haired woman's instincts kept warning her the forest dragon's sudden rampage was anything but ordinary. She narrowed her eyes, keenly catching some disturbance at the mountain peak. The next second, her pupils dilated sharply, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Noticing her reaction, everyone turned to look in the same direction, their faces simultaneously showing undeniable shock. At the mountain summit, a massive black-scaled serpent the size of a train car was locked in fierce combat with the rampaging forest dragon. The battle between these two colossal beasts created an impact visible to the naked eye: flying debris, collapsing cliff faces, and deafening roars. Boom! The forest dragon unleashed a wind pressure blast that shattered the rock wall. Bai Yu reacted instantly, conjuring an invisible transparent barrier in front of him to block the impact, while his serpentine form flickered with scales as he rapidly retreated toward the mountain's base. "Oh no, they're coming down. Everyone run." If they were only facing one forest dragon, the landing party might have had the will to fight, but now confronting another equally powerful serpent boss simultaneously, everyone instantly gave up and fled. After escaping to a forest clearing far from the battlefield, everyone couldn't help but look back. The silver-haired woman included. This kind of boss battle was truly rare, especially with both being rare hidden bosses. As they watched longer, their initial shock and tension gradually transformed into relief, lingering fear, and even deep terror. The forest dragon wasn't the spent force they had initially judged it to be. Instead, it grew more ferocious with each exchange, unleashing power far more terrifying than during their earlier encounter. Yet the black-scaled serpent was equally fearsome. Impenetrable invisible barriers, blazing blood-red energy breath, eerie and unsettling psychic waves. Each clash demonstrated its strength rivaling its opponent. As the battle zone continued expanding, the mountain was carved into sheer cliffs with air currents hurling down massive boulders. To avoid getting caught in the destruction, everyone had to abandon their observation and hastily retreat. This epic battle lasted several hours and was the most exhilarating fight of Bai Yu's life. Finally, he seized the moment when the forest dragon was exhausted, using his illusory serpent eyes to inflict psychic interference, locking down its movements, then coiling his tail body tightly around it to completely seal off any escape route. When the forest dragon's breath finally ceased completely, Bai Yu released his numbed body, had won this challenging cross-level battle. Experience 79855, Energy 10214. The system notification echoed in his mind as he lay against the rock surface, breathing heavily, too lazy to move for the moment. His serpentine eyes swept across and noticed the forest dragon's corpse dissolving into wisps of black mist before finally disappearing, leaving only one brilliant, crystalline object. Desperate Shielda first kill drop from the forest dragon. Bai Yu snatched it up and gasped, as if seeing bundles of cash flying toward him. Just from the name, you could tell this thing was worth a fortune. Who wouldn't be envious of premium equipment dropped from a forest dragon first kill? It just so happened that his recent expenses had been astronomical due to his physical mutations requiring both dietary and medicinal supplements. This windfall came at the perfect time. Awesome. Interdimensional space. Bai Yu stepped out from the teleportation portal of the inner world, unable to suppress the joy spreading across his face. Not only had he gathered the first material needed for his bloodline upgrade, but he'd also obtained a piece of divine equipment that was clearly worth a fortune. He was absolutely thrilled. He found a corner in the hall to sit down, choosing not to rush to the trading channel just yet. Instead, he pulled up his attribute panel to assess his gains. Although killing the forest dragon hadn't given him enough experience to level up, it had earned him over 10,000 energy points. Combined with his existing reserves, he could upgrade another wave of skills. However, as skill levels climbed higher, the energy requirements grew like a bottomless pit. After a moment's consideration, he decided to drain his energy completely. Energy Breath 2, upgraded to LV4. Infinite Barrier 2, upgraded to LV4. Instantly, his energy bar was nearly depleted. His panel data updated to Illusory Serpent Eyes LV6. Steel Bones Passive LV8. Energy Breath LV4. Infinite Barrier LV4. Closing the panel, he opened the trading channel. The Black Dragon Spear he'd listed earlier had already sold for 250,000 renminbi, which had restored both his health bar and wallet to full. Scanning the day's market prices, Bai Yu listed his newly acquired Deathblow Shield, Forest Dragon, for 1 million renminbi. At that moment, it became the most expensive equipment currently available in the channel. He wasn't worried about it not selling a first kill premium item from the Forest Dragon had value beyond just its attributes. Its symbolic significance was priceless. If not for his constitution being incompatible with it, he would have kept it for himself. After completing his transactions, he stretched lazily, exited the interdimensional space, and in a flash of light, returned to his classroom. Class 14, Grade 10. The fatigue from his recent battle washed over him, so Bai Yu simply leaned against his desk and closed his eyes to rest. Around him, his classmates were excitedly sharing stories about their adventures battling goblins and minotaurs in the first-level inner world, or news about who had leveled up. The bustling chatter gradually calmed him. When his stomach began to protest, he stood up to head straight to the cafeteria, but saw Tang Hao hurrying in through the doorway. Bai Yu, you're back? If you'd returned earlier, I would have waited to eat with you. Tang Hao sat down beside him and leaned over curiously. Want to hit the training room later? I don't think I've ever seen you train. Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively. Nah, you guys go ahead. His cultivation path differed from most of his classmates. He could master inner world skills without spending extra time in training rooms, so there was no need for him to join group practice sessions. Keep working hard, I believe in you. He patted Tang Hao's shoulder, rubbed his empty stomach, and strode out of the classroom toward the cafeteria. Tang Hao stared blankly at his retreating figure, fingers stroking his chin, eyes flickering with suspicion. That guy, something's off. Definitely something's off. Thinking back carefully, ever since their awakening day, his best friend had become particularly mysterious. Always soloing the inner world was one thing, but refusing even small things like going to the training room? Why? Was this guy hiding something from them? Tang Hao felt like a detective had possessed him, his mind sparking with a flurry of theories. Piecing together the past few days, he arrived at a conclusion that left him conflicted. Bai Yu must be having a rough time in the inner world. If it wasn't rough, why would he refuse to talk about it at all? Whenever asked about his level, he dodged the question. As for his rank, had never mentioned it once. And come to think of it, hadn't stepped into the training room lately, and every time he returned from the inner world, he left campus early and went straight home. Maybe he hasn't learned any decent skills? Tang Hao ran the possibilities in his head and found the idea more and more plausible. Without skills, there's no point in training. If that's true, why yes, silence makes perfect sense. He stopped, fingers tapping the table without thinking, torn over whether to confront him. If Bai Yu was hiding it, he obviously didn't want to be exposed or looked down on. Forget it. He'll wait and see. In the end, Tang Hao chose to respect his brother's privacy, but he prepared himself all the same. If Bai Yu couldn't hold out, he'd step in without hesitation. Next, he needed a way to quietly figure out what was really going on, at least enough to stay informed. Meanwhile, Bai Yu hit the cafeteria and went to town. Meat broth, saucy ribs, 3 big bowls of rice, nothing left behind. Everything wiped clean in no time. The lunch lady chuckled, teasing, growing fast, huh? Bai Yu just gave a goofy grin and kept shoveling it in. While he was busy eating, a piece of news was quietly blowing up among loggers and quickly spreading across major forums and social platforms. A listing on the trading channel for a god-tier item, Death Ward Shield, Forest Dragon, priced at 1 million soft currency. That's right, the very drop Bai Yu had pulled last night. The comments exploded. Am I seeing this right? This shield dropped from the Forest Dragon? You mean that hidden boss on the 5th floor? It got killed? When did that happen? How was there no buzz at all? Which guild is this stacked, taking the first kill on a hidden boss? These stats are insane, and so is the price. A cool million easy money. The sellers by Xiao. Anyone heard of him? Doesn't ring a bell. Some new monster on the scene? The discussion snowballed, and more people started remembering the name Bai Xiao. As for Bai Yu, he knew nothing about it. Polishing off his last bite at a whirlwind paper, patting his belly in satisfaction before carrying his tray out. He got home while it was still early. Kicking off his shoes, he flopped onto the couch and pulled out his terminal, searching for the latest leads on Heart of the Storm, then opening everything he could find on Tower of God, floor 29. Had been following the 29th floor almost daily. Even from the lower floors, there was a flood of first-hand reports. Online top loggers from around the world were teaming up to take down the boss there, with global attention on the push. Pinned posts laid it out plainly. America's United fails 3rd assault, 3 dead. EU tactical group wiped, emergency withdrawal. Taoist Sword Association at 40%, heavily wounded, progress halted. Every attempt had failed, with heavy losses. Longhua hadn't made a decisive move yet, clearly still in final prep. Bai Yu's older sister was part of the core strike team. Reading her latest messages, he could tell the situation was serious, but not yet at its peak. In other words, this was the perfect window for him to widen the gap and sprint up the tower. Gotta move. He steeled himself, eyes sharper than ever. Reach floor 29 as fast as possible. Ding. A new message arrived on his phone. The name that popped up in the upper left corner of the screen made Bai Yu's lips curl into an uncontrollable smile as he tapped to open it. Xiao Yu, I miss you so much. Do you miss me too? Yes. The word slipped out before he even realized it. At this moment, he wished his sister could appear right in front of him, but he knew that was impossible. Sis, please take good care of yourself. Don't try to be tough when you encounter danger. Remember, I'm still here at home waiting for you. After quickly typing the message, he hit send. Seconds later, the phone vibrated again. I know. Be good and wait for me. You need to eat more meat too. Look how skinny you've gotten. Do you have enough money in your account? I can transfer more if you need it. No need. I can already make money on my own. Really? My little brother has truly grown up. But don't overwork yourself. I'm happy you're working hard, but you need to rest too, or I'll worry about you. I understand. Good girl, understood. The brief 10-minute conversation left Bai Yu with a gentle smile lingering on his face. Closing his phone, he couldn't help but wonder, what would his sister's expression be if she knew about the changes happening to him? She would definitely be very surprised. Meanwhile, in a corridor of a secret base somewhere, Jiang Xinyan sat alone on a bench. Her training uniform accentuated her slender waist and long legs, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling softly. The screen displayed her brother's last message with the word, "Good girl," and a tender smile graced her face. As footsteps approached, she quickly locked her screen, her expression instantly returning to its usual cool demeanor. Xinyan, want to go for a walk together? The newcomer was a tall young man who had changed from his training uniform into casual clothes, wearing a bright smile. No thanks, I still have training to do. Jiang Xinyan's voice was calm. Haha, you can't just train all the time. You need to relax too. Before he could finish, she had already stood up and headed toward the training room, leaving the young man standing there awkwardly. Watching her figure disappear, he scratched his head. Had he seen wrong earlier? He clearly saw her smiling so gently and thought it was a good opportunity to invite her for a walk, but instead, got rejected, huh? The goddess isn't that easy to pursue. Someone teased from behind. The young man shrugged with a bitter smile. I wasn't trying to. Hee, whether you were or not. Remember what our priority is right now. Everyone's watching. The young man paused, then nodded seriously. Understood. TSK. Now that's the attitude of a good comrade with proper awareness. Once the mission is complete, then you can boldly pursue her. Time slipped away quietly, and the night retreated. In the early morning, Bai Yu woke up early. As his physical condition gradually improved, Bai Yu could clearly feel the changes in all aspects of his body, as well as the benefits these changes brought him. Taking sleep as an example, his sleep quality has become exceptionally good now, and even staying up late doesn't affect him. Mush still wakes up refreshed and energetic every morning. Today was the weekend, free from the constraints of 8 a.m. classes. He quickly freshened up, went downstairs for hot milk with bacon toast, swiftly finished his meal, and returned to his bedroom to log into the dimensional space. With a slight mental command, his left hand suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light, instantly illuminating the entire room. After a few seconds, the radiance converged, revealing two SS marks crackling with golden electricity after his bloodline upgrade. His rating had proudly entered the doubles tier. If other players saw this, they'd probably be too shocked to speak. When his bloodline advanced again, would his rating soar to SS or even SSS? Bai Yu shook his head lightly, not dwelling on it further. Entering the dimensional space's main interface, he originally intended to check the trading market first, but was bombarded by a barrage of private message notifications. Opening them revealed an astonishing number of messages clearly. Last night's divine artifact, Death Shield, being a first kill drop from the Forest Dragon, had completely exploded across the channels. The private messages were all over the place, some trying to get close and probe his real identity, others inviting him to run dungeons together, some cunningly attempting to negotiate prices, and the most outrageous ones directly sending provocative photos inviting offline meetings. After flipping through several pages of this chaotic content, Bai Yu was left speechless. He was about to clear them all with one click when an ID named Hell Knight caught his attention. Bro, you're amazing. You got the Forest Dragon first kill. I want that equipment, but could we meet in person? Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy, I just want to meet the first kill legend and handle the money transaction face-to-face. You might not know this, but I bought your previous 2 pieces of equipment. Check the screenshots if you don't believe me. The message included 2 auction completion screenshots showing exactly his previous equipment pieces. So they'd all been generously purchased by the same person, who now wanted to instantly buy the million-yuan divine artifact too. Bai Yu pondered for a moment. A true tycoon indeed. While the Forest Dragon's divine artifact was eye-catching, few were actually willing to shell out 1 million. The price-haggling messages in his inbox proved that point. Since this wealthy customer had made consecutive purchases and was a returning buyer, meeting in person wouldn't hurt. Besides, with his current strength, the one who should worry about safety was probably the other party. He sent back a message, arranging a meeting time and place, then closed the private message channel and headed toward the inner world teleportation array. The hall was dimly lit but bustling with voices. Seeing Bai Yu approach, a man carrying a long sword waved and called out, "Friend, what floor are you on now? Our team needs people want to join us." Several teammates nearby also looked at him expectantly. Such temporary team invitations were commonplace here, but for Bai Yu, he couldn't fight alongside others for now, not unless he first mastered shapeshifting. So he politely shook his head. "Sorry, maybe next time." With that, he stepped into the array's center as runic light quickly enveloped his entire body. Walking straight into the teleportation array, Bai Yu transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. In the other world, on the 5th floor of the Tower of Gods, Bai Yu's figure materialized in the light as a massive black-scaled python. The moment he landed, he opened his jaws and exhaled a putrid wind, immediately diving into the frantic rhythm of monster grinding and leveling up. The second material needed for his bloodline advancement, the Heart of Storm, remained elusive, so he simply stopped obsessing over it and focused all his attention on leveling up. Currently, at level 24, he hadn't even reached the minimum requirement of level 30 for bloodline upgrades. Gaining levels was the top priority. Meanwhile, he posted a bounty on the forum. Anyone providing useful information would receive a 100 yuan reward. He firmly believed that among the vast community of players, someone must have a lead. Experience 352, Experience 254, Energy 52, Energy 37. Cold system notifications rang out continuously as Bai Yu swept through the entire floor's monsters with overwhelming force. By the time he reached level 25, he was already approaching the tower gate leading to the next floor. The floor guardian boss, a dark cat demon, was inferior to the forest dragon in both level and strength. It took him only about 10 minutes to slay it, though the drop rate was disappointing and yielded no rare items. After a brief moment of reflection, he stepped into the 6th floor and began another round of frenzied monster hunting. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time flew by amid blood and screams. Bai Yu was completely absorbed in grinding, his experience points soaring. 4 hours, 5 hours passed, and he continued his relentless slaughter while steadily advancing toward this floor's tower gate, planning to climb 2 floors in one day. In the final half hour, he reached the gate entrance and successfully leveled up to 26, needing only tens of thousands more experience for the next level, likely achievable by defeating the guardian boss. The 6th floor boss, a winged demoness, level 35. On the surface, they were 9 levels apart, but for Bai Yu, this wasn't an insurmountable gap. With his current attributes, killing monsters above his level had become routine. As long as the gap wasn't excessively wide, it didn't matter. As for same-level monsters, he regarded them as low-efficiency experience targets, completely beneath his notice. To pursue higher experience gains, he could only continuously challenge targets above his level. This suicidal leveling approach that others would consider madness, he executed with effortless grace. Another lost monster. Before the tower gate, the winged demoness squinted as she gazed into the distance. Upon clearly seeing Bai Yu's massive serpentine form, a rare solemnity flashed in her eyes. Those dark scales reflected a chilling gleam in the firelight, and an oppressive aura accompanied by low hissing swept toward her. Just being locked onto by those serpentine eyes made her spine run cold and her hair stand on end. It was as if Bai Yu was the real boss, while she was nothing more than a common mob. This humiliation ignited fury in the winged demoness' heart. Yet as Bai Yu approached step by step, her chest felt crushed by an invisible hammer, suffocation growing ever more intense. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she struck first. Whoosh! Wild winds carried her soaring skyward as her half-transformed arms crossed before her chest, wings beating violently. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless cyan wind blades twisted through the air, pouring down like a torrential storm toward Bai Yu. Infinite barrier. With a mere thought, Bai Yu's serpentine pupils locked onto the airborne target. His steps never faltered as he completely ignored the incoming wind blades. Perfect opportunity. The winged demoness rejoiced inwardly, convinced that what stood before her was merely an unenlightened python that didn't even know how to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. Every wind blade crashed against a transparent barrier, erupting in dense ripples of energy, yet failing to leave even a single crack. The winged demoness' expression froze. Damn it! She gritted her silver teeth, about to unleash her killing move, when her entire form suddenly became rigid in midair. Her heart felt seized by an invisible giant hand, her breathing halting for half a beat. The scenery before her eyes instantly transformed into gray nothingness. Endless demonic whispers invaded her eardrums, consciousness spiraling into chaos. She writhed in agony, desperately searching for an escape, yet remained forever trapped in this hellish place. Suddenly, she turned around stiffly, face pale as paper, witnessing a massive serpentine shadow materializing in the void. As their four eyes met, her soul seemed to tear apart. Blood erupted from her mouth as her body was blasted backward. In the outside world, merely 1 second had passed. Bai Yu's gray-white serpentine eyes still fixed upon her, the winged demoness already gravely wounded, plummeting from the sky. Thud! Bai Yu followed up with a great serpent tail sweep, sending her flying. Blood mist exploded in the air before she crashed heavily into the tower wall. Completely game over. Experience 62,582. Energy 6,544. Level up, LV 27. Attribute points gained 50. The notification echoed in his mind as warm currents washed through his limbs, leaving Bai Yu feeling indescribably refreshed. Following his usual routine, he allocated all 50 attribute points before advancing to the next level, the 7th floor of the Tower of Gods. Finding a relatively safe clearing, he decisively exited the inner world. Dimensional space. A flash of light appeared as he materialized in the center of the teleportation array. Touching his empty stomach, Bai Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Spending nearly 6 hours daily in the inner world left his body unharmed, just easily hungry, given the obvious physical exertion. Time for another meal. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he opened his private message channel, filtering through the overwhelming spam to directly click on Hell Knight's ID. Sure enough, the other party had replied, arranging to meet tonight. After some consideration, Bai Yu sent a message inquiring about the specific time and location. Soon, a new message appeared. How about 8 o'clock tonight? Let's meet at Hall 3 in the dimensional space. No problem. After Bai Yu replied, he exited the dimensional space. Since there was still plenty of time before the evening meeting, he first went to a nearby restaurant for a hearty meal, then grabbed a takeaway cup of iced cola before returning to his place. Once seated, he opened his computer and searched for keywords like Storm Heart Evolution Materials, Tower of God's 29th floor latest intel, and climber strength rankings, watching information stream across the screen. While browsing, he was surprised to discover he had made it onto the trending topics. The reason was simple: the equipment dropped by the Forest Dragon. As posts and screenshots spread, his dimensional space username, Bai Yu, had also gone viral, and judging by the momentum, it wouldn't die down anytime soon. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Yu logged into the dimensional space right on time and headed straight for the agreed-upon Hall 3. Outside the central hall, numerous functional rooms were brightly lit, with training halls and dueling arenas bustling with activity. However, his mind was focused solely on leveling up quickly and reaching the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods, so he had never lingered there before. Beep beep. The indicator light at the entrance lit up. Bai Yu raised his hand to knock, and immediately heard hurried footsteps from inside. The door opened, and a young man with an exaggerated pompadour hairstyle wearing a casual hoodie poked his head out. He appeared to be in his early 20s. Bai Yu. The young man raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting someone so young looked like he was still in high school. Bai Yu nodded. That's me. You're Hell Knight? That's right, that's right. Come in quickly. After confirming their identities, the pompadour-haired youth instantly became enthusiastic, stepping aside to invite Bai Yu in. His eyes curiously examined him up and down, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I really didn't expect you to be so young. If people out there knew that Bai Yu, who got the first kill on the Forest Dragon, was still a high school student, I wonder what their expressions would be. I'm particularly curious, how exactly did you take down the Forest Dragon? Don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning you. I'm just genuinely curious. Bai Yu wasn't surprised by this curiosity. There were countless online posts discussing it, though unfortunately there was no battle replay for reference. He replied calmly, just luck. Even if it was luck, it's still beyond what those of us who haven't even seen the dragon's shadow could achieve. The pompadour-haired youth scratched his head, somewhat startled by Bai Yu's composure. If it were him, he would have bragged about it on social media long ago. Because of this, he felt even more respect for the young man before him. The two quickly warmed up to each other. The youth said they were destined to meet, claiming that his ability to win the bid for those 2 pieces of equipment was proof of this. They also agreed to team up together if the opportunity arose in the future. After exchanging phone numbers and arranging to meet offline later, they reluctantly waved goodbye. Bai Yu watched as the other person left with a carefree stride. From beginning to end, neither of them had mentioned anything about the transaction. However, shortly after Bai Yu exited the dimensional space and returned to his room, his phone chimed with a bank notification. The crisp message tone announced that his account had just received an additional 1 million yuan. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Bai Yu's lips. Combined with the remaining 200,000 from before, he wouldn't need to worry about meal expenses or medicinal bath costs for quite some time. Such a massive transfer was immediately noticed by keen observers, and major forums quickly erupted with headlines. Big spender drops fortune on divine equipment. The post's popularity soared, even briefly overshadowing Bai Yu's spotlight. Bai Yu was perfectly content with this development, had no desire for fame, believing that keeping a low profile while growing stronger was the way to go. Throughout the entire weekend, he either fought battles in the other world or ventured out for food, barely leaving his room otherwise. In just 2 short days, he climbed to the 9th floor of the Tower of Gods in one breath, advancing from level 24 to level 29. 2 days, for tower floors, 5 levels. Even if this speed couldn't be called unprecedented for future generations, it was absolutely unheard of in history. Meanwhile, rumors about the black-scaled python began quietly circulating among climbers on floors 5 through 9. Someone had witnessed the aftermath of the python's battles, with corpses scattered everywhere and rubble strewn about. Others had been unlucky enough to witness it in action from afar. The conclusion was unanimous. If you encounter the black-scaled python, turn and run. Bai Yu remained completely unaware of these rumors and couldn't care less as long as no one bothered him. That was all that mattered. Morning arrived. After soaking in his medicinal bath and taking a hot shower, Bai Yu put on a clean white jacket and headed out. Upon reaching the classroom, he walked straight to his seat. Quite a few gazes, both obvious and subtle, fell upon him. Bai Yu's good looks had already been certified as capable of making even the class beauty's heart flutter. Now, with his improved physique, his upright posture and restrained aura were even more impressive than before, making it impossible not to draw attention. If it weren't so embarrassing to ask, some girls would probably have already approached him for skincare tips. That smooth, fair skin looked so touchable. In a corner, a scrawny boy who looked like a monkey watched as the girls' gazes practically glued themselves to Bai Yu, jealousy rising in his chest as he muttered under his breath. TCH, what's so great about being handsome? With no talent, he's still just trash, right, Brother Xian? He was addressing the boy with the permed hair beside him. The latter glanced at him expressionlessly, causing the scrawny boy to immediately tense up, silently cursing his loose tongue. A buzzcut boy reached over and patted the scrawny kid's cap, sneering, "Handsome? How is our brother Xian any worse than him? Even in terms of talent, he completely crushes that guy." Hearing this, the permed hair boy's expression finally softened somewhat. Ever since being publicly rejected by the class beauty, he had held this grudge against Bai Yu, constantly looking for an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson. Unfortunately, Bai Yu was too slippery, never giving him a chance to strike. If he weren't worried about being too conspicuous, he would have already considered cornering him after school. There would be an opportunity eventually, the permed hair boy thought coldly. In the back row of the classroom, Bai Yu sat with his hands tucked into his hoodie pockets, gazing at the morning light outside the window, completely ignoring the whispers and hostility around him. Soon, the entire class had arrived. Before logging into the dimensional space, however, their homeroom teacher announced something important. "I have something important to tell everyone." The homeroom teacher slammed his pointer down, his voice exploding through the classroom. Lin Xia and Yun Fan were preparing to officially take on the first-floor boss today. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Taking on a boss after just 1 week in the inner world? I'm still mining copper in the newbie village. Awe, envy, and jealousy swirled together as every gaze instantly locked onto those two students known as geniuses. The boy with the tinfoil perm leaning against the wall muttered a curse under his breath. Watching others succeed felt like swallowing a fly. Tang Hao clicked his tongue in amazement, his eyes glued to Lin Xia and Yun Fan, his face full of envy. Only Bai Yu remained calm, his breathing steady. Taking on the first-floor boss? Not bad. Those were the only words in his mind, nothing more. The homeroom teacher struck while the iron was hot. I'm telling you this to motivate everyone. There are still 3 weeks until the school-wide assessment, so train hard and don't leave any regrets. But remember, your life is most important. Risk everything for leveling up. After repeating the same old safety guidelines, he waved his hand. Everyone, log into the alternate dimension. Wait, Bai Yu. Just as the light screen of the alternate dimension space closed, Tang Hao's voice whispered in his ear. Bai Yu turned around to see his friend's hesitant expression. What's wrong? I just wanted to ask if you've made it to Wine City yet? Everyone's forming teams to level up. When will the 3 musketeers reunite? Tang Hao casually threw an arm around his shoulder. Soon, when there's a chance. Bai Yu replied flatly, silently adding to himself, but not now. I need to reach the 29th floor first to prevent that incident. All right then. Tang Hao nodded, then suddenly showed his wrist terminal. I leveled up to LV7 last weekend. What about you? How are you doing? Not bad. What's your rating? Let me see. Brothers, why be shy? What's there to see? Besides, there are so many people around. Bai Yu brushed him off. Tang Hao didn't press further, instead reminding him. Don't be late for dinner tonight. Got it. They walked to the teleportation array as they talked. Chu Mo, the third member of their 3 musketeers, followed behind with dark circles under his eyes, looking drowsy and yawning occasionally. Light flashed, and Bai Yu's figure faded and disappeared first. Only Tang Hao remained at the teleportation array. He dropped his smile, his gaze growing serious, just as I thought. His earlier probing had confirmed his suspicions. Bai Yu refused to reveal anything, keeping both his level and rating secret. Why? Tang Hao gave himself an answer. Wasn't doing well in the inner world, and was afraid of losing face. I'll wait a bit longer. Once my strength improves, I'll carry you. He silently vowed, then transformed into a beam of light and entered the inner world. Shu Mo let out another long yawn and teleported away as well. Inner world, 9th floor. Yellow sand filled the sky, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but desolation. A blazing sun hung mercilessly in the sky, scorching the earth below as the very air seemed to burn with intensity. Bai Yu, transformed into a massive black-scaled python, stretched his several hundred-meter-long body across the desert, each movement carving deep, winding tracks into the sand. This layer was primarily a desert environment and the most challenging of the first 10 floors. Once he cleared this area and reached the 10th floor, he would earn a well-deserved period of rest. From his past life memories and intelligence gathered from other climbers, the Tower of God had a watershed every 10 floors. The 10th, 20th, and 30th floors each contained human empires with dense native populations, forming nearly complete worlds. Between these watersheds lay territories crawling with monsters, harsh environments, and barely any human presence. For this reason, Bai Yu's goal remained constant: climb the tower as quickly as possible. At his current level, his combat power matched that of this floor's guardian boss. Ordinary monsters, upon seeing his massive form looming like a black iron fortress, would typically flee without hesitation. The occasional overconfident elite monster that dared to challenge him quickly became fuel for his advancement. As these aggressive prey were systematically eliminated, the desert grew increasingly silent. After roughly 2 more hours, the giant python reached the tower gate entrance for this floor. Only howling wind and sand remained. With a massive black tower standing between heaven and earth, its gates sealed shut and no sign of any boss. Others might have been puzzled or secretly pleased, but Bai Yu knew better than anyone a boss was lurking beneath the yellow sand in front of the entrance. His psychic perception spread outward, instantly locking onto the motionless life signature underground. Bai Yu's lips curved slightly. Trying to ambush me? What a foolish dream. He opened his mouth and inhaled, gathering and compressing the red energy within his body as the surrounding air began to tremble. Charge. Energy breath. Before the energy could erupt, the underground boss sensed the danger and began to move. However, Bai Yu gave it no chance to escape as a blazing red beam tore through the sand layer. Boom! Sandstorms swirled, rocks shattered, and that life signature instantly dimmed in Bai Yu's perception. The agonized scream was brief and piercing. The ground heaved violently, but he had already retreated. After several moments, the boss still hadn't emerged, and instead its life signature continued weakening as crimson blood seeped through the sand. Only when that red dot completely extinguished did Bai Yu confirm his strike had hit a vital point. He understood his strength wasn't yet sufficient to routinely one-shot bosses of the same level. So the only explanation was that the creature had spent so long lurking in sand for ambush attacks that it never expected to have its core directly pierced. System notifications promptly echoed in his mind. Experience points 63,882. Energy points 6,758. Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This unexpectedly quick victory had saved him considerable effort. He then slithered to the tower gate, his form dissolving into a stream of light as he disappeared, entering the 10th floor of the Tower of God. White light flashed past, and when his vision cleared again, an endless grassland stretched before him. A gentle breeze carrying the scents of grass and earth swept across his scales. The blue sky soared high above with white clouds drifting peacefully. Distant mountains stood majestically, and rivers sparkled like silver ribbons. This formed a stark contrast to the hellish yellow sand of the previous layer, as if one moment he had been in a desert inferno, and the next he found himself in earthly paradise. The 10th floor. His serpentine eyes flickered slightly as Bai Yu murmured to himself. 19 more floors to go. The stone wall before him bore faint markings indicating the floor number, and he looked up with burning intensity in his gaze. At this moment, most of the other climbers from his cohort were still struggling with monsters on the first floor, while he stood firmly on the steps of the 10th floor, a pace that would leave anyone speechless. Yet Bai Yu wasn't satisfied. He wanted to go faster, more ruthlessly. If not for the daily time limit restricting his stay in this other world, he would have gladly spent all 24 hours buried in this massive tower. In his mind, he struggled to retrieve memories from his previous life. The timing of when Jiang Xinyan and her team conquered the 29th floor boss lingered like an elusive thread in his thoughts, impossible to grasp, yet refusing to fade away. He had to think more carefully. There must be something he was overlooking. Scenes from his past life continued flashing back like a rapidly spinning carousel. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he nearly cried out in excitement. I remember now. During that school-wide assessment, Jiang Xinyan hadn't shown up, only sending him a brief message. He hadn't paid attention at the time, but looking back now, everything seemed suspicious. Something urgent came up. Can't get away. Yes, that was it. Piecing the clues together, he was certain. The day he took the assessment in his previous life was exactly when Jiang Xinyan's team challenged the 29th floor boss. In other words, his sister's mission was approximately 3 weeks away. Reaching this conclusion brought Bai Yu considerable peace of mind. However, his brow furrowed again almost immediately. In his memory, he hadn't received news of Jiang Xinyan's death 3 weeks later. Of course, considering her identity and her organization's special nature, news of her death might have been deliberately suppressed. But one thing was certain. For at least the next 3 weeks, Jiang Xinyan would be temporarily safe. As long as he could reach the 29th floor during this time, everything would still be salvageable. With this thought, his fighting spirit ignited instantly. He coiled his serpentine tail, his scales gleaming coldly in the dim light. What am I waiting for? Time to charge ahead. The 10th floor had always been known as the watershed of the first 10 floors. Beyond this point, monster levels soared dramatically and dangers multiplied. More crucially, starting from the 11th floor, the human empire appeared along with numerous native inhabitants. Unlike the previous floors where humans were rarely seen, this level featured complete cities, safe zones, and systematic professional skills that allowed climbers to accept quests, learn advanced techniques, and experience local customs. However, these conveniences meant nothing to Bai Yu at the moment. The reason was obvious. Before mastering shape-shifting abilities, he'd better avoid any contact with the human empire, or he'd likely be hunted down as a monster boss. Therefore, he stayed far from the Empire's territory and headed straight for this floor's tower gate according to the coordinates in his memory. While he couldn't enjoy the various benefits this floor offered, he possessed his own unique advantages. The power and speed granted by this otherworldly form were even more extraordinary than any official skills. Moreover, he had no time to linger on this floor. Racing up the tower was his primary objective. Time flew by swiftly. When Bai Yu stepped out from the exit of the inner world, the setting sun had already painted the teaching building's exterior walls a warm golden hue. 12th floor silently confirmed in his mind, still 17 floors away from clearing the tower. At the current efficiency of 2 floors per day, time was absolutely sufficient. Meanwhile, his personal panel displayed a gleaming LV30 in golden letters, with all attributes and skills having surged once again. His stomach began to protest. Returning to the teaching building, he first rushed to the cafeteria to satisfy his hunger, devouring plate after plate of rice bowls like a whirlwind. Remembering the evening gathering, he didn't head straight home as usual, but instead wandered along the campus main road with his phone in hand. The text message he'd sent to his older sister Jiang Xinyan had yet to receive a reply, which didn't surprise Bai Yu was probably preparing for another assault operation or buried in training grounds without seeing daylight. Between the sports field, walkways, and teaching buildings, he strolled aimlessly, with memories from his past life occasionally surfacing. Eventually, he settled on a lakeside bench, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. A gentle breeze swept across, creating ripples on the lake's surface and tousling his black hair. Many passing students were drawn to this picturesque scene, with quite a few girls stealing glances, though none dared to disturb him. The evening light gradually dimmed. Bai Yu rose and returned to the classroom, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he heard his classmates chattering excitedly. Did you hear that Lin Xia and Yun Fan have already defeated the first floor's tower guardian boss and successfully entered the second floor? That's incredible. Weren't their teachers teaming up with them too? It's not like they did it alone. Who fights bosses without a team? Is it so hard to admit others are talented? They were already way ahead of us, and now it's even more ridiculous. On exam day, will their ratings shoot straight up to a grade? The words, a grade, landed like a bombshell, instantly silencing the surroundings, followed by a collective gasp. A gratathat meant national priority attention, genius among geniuses. Having 2 grade students in their class was already overwhelming enough. Anything beyond that was unimaginable. Bai Yu set down his backpack and casually browsed through information without joining the conversation. Whoosh whoosh, several faint sounds of cutting through air echoed in the classroom as classmates successively emerged from the dimensional space. When Lin Xia and Yun Fan appeared, the entire class erupted. They're out. They're out. Everyone swarmed forward, chattering with endless questions. Finally, their homeroom teacher intervened, escorting the 2 precious gems away. All right, save the questions for later. They just finished fighting the boss and need rest, please understand. With that, he led Lin Xia and Yun Fan away, clearly having private matters to discuss. The chatter resumed. Bai Yu closed his phone and looked at Tang Hao beside him, whose eyes were practically dripping with envy, patting his shoulder. Come on, weren't we supposed to have dinner together? He then called out to Chu Mo, and the 3 left the classroom together. Night fell. The small roadside barbecue stall glowed with dim, yet warm lighting. The 3 chose a table toward the back, and the proprietress skillfully served water and wiped the table, not forgetting to greet them warmly. Xiao Mo brought friends along. Order whatever you like, I'll throw in a few extra drinks. Chu Mo rarely showed such a bashful smile, lowering his head slightly. Tang Hao's eyes widened. And Bai Yu also stole a glance. Was this really the same expressionless, taciturn Chuemo? The two exchanged looks, both catching the same surprise and curiosity. The menu was quickly filled with check marks, and the proprietress took the order and left. As soon as the atmosphere quieted, Tang Hao leaned in, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Spill it. What's the situation? Confess, and we'll go easy on you. Resist, and face the consequences. Tonight, the three musketeers gathered together primarily to celebrate Chu Mo's birthday. As soon as they sat down, they witnessed an absolutely explosive scene of older woman with younger man. The restaurant owner's wife walked into the kitchen arm in arm with a high school student. Tang Hao was immediately fired up, insisting he had to get to the bottom of this. Unfortunately, faced with his rapid-fire questions, Chu Mo reverted to his signature poker face and remained completely silent. Despite Tang Hao's relentless pestering, he ultimately gave up in defeat, shaking his head and muttering, "How boring." Bai Yu had also been curious about the gossip initially, but seeing Chu Mo guard the secret so tightly, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Then he paused, startled. When had he become so gossipy? Probably from hanging around Tang Hao too much. Shaking his head, he forcibly pushed the idle thoughts away. The grilled skewers were quickly brought to the table. Tang Hao found the soft drinks unsatisfying, so he simply hauled over an entire case of beer, shoving a bottle each into Chu Mo and Bai Yu's hands. The three clinked bottles. Cheers. Happy birthday, Chu Mo. The atmosphere instantly became lively. As the birthday boy, Chu Mo should have been the target of everyone's attention, but Tang Hao suddenly turned his guns around, pestering Bai Yu and forcing drinks on him. While pouring, he kept asking, "Bai Yu, what's your rating exactly? Come on, show your buddy." After several rounds of drinks, Tang Hao's face was as red as a perfectly grilled lamb kidney, and he hung on to Bai Yu's arm like a clingy drunk, drawing frequent stares from other diners. Only then did Bai Yu fully understand Tang Hao wanted to get him drunk to extract some drunken confessions. But before Bai Yu could even speak, Tang Hao had already passed out drunk. Thinking about how this guy was willing to sacrifice himself just to uncover his secrets, Bai Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But his rating absolutely could not be exposed, at least not now. It was the shocking SS. Once word got out, the sensation would be like dropping an atomic bomb into the deep sea, inevitably causing massive waves and endless trouble. Even Tang Hao, his close buddy, couldn't know. Secrets become vulnerable to exposure with each additional person who knows them. Given how drunk Tang Hao was, anything could slip out of his mouth next. Bai Yu helplessly pried Tang Hao's hands away, propped him up against the table edge, and left him to fend for himself. The two continued eating their skewers. After Tang Hao's disruption, even Chu Mo showed a hint of curiosity about that rating, but still kept his mouth shut. Everyone has secrets they can't share. Halfway through the meal, Chu Mo received a phone call and hurried outside. When he returned a few minutes later, he was clearly distracted. "What's wrong? Something up?" Bai Yu asked casually while holding a lamb skewer. "No." Chu Mo shook his head, but before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Bai Yu followed his gaze and saw a figure in a black hoodie approaching step by step, finally pulling out a chair and sitting down next to them. The hood's shadow completely obscured the person's features, making it impossible to see any expression, but from the moment this person appeared, Chu Mo tensed up like a taut string. "Let's call it a night. Bai Yu, could you give Tang Hao a ride home? I still have some things to take care of." As the dinner gathering came to an end, Chu Mo dropped this line and hurriedly prepared to leave. He stood up to pay the bill, but Bai Yu gently raised his hand to stop him. Seeing Bai Yu's insistence, Chu Mo simply smiled apologetically, explaining that he had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't accompany them back, then promptly walked away. The lights cast shadows on his retreating figure as Bai Yu's gaze flickered slightly, his peripheral vision catching another dark silhouette, a hooded man in the corner of the restaurant who had remained silent throughout. The stranger happened to stand up at that moment, and the two brushed past each other. From within the hood's shadow, a pale, stern face flashed across Bai Yu's line of sight, with a mocking smile that cut through the air like a blade. The next second, the dark figure vanished into the depths of the night. The late-night alley was silent except for the echoing drip of water from the sewers. The man in black walked into the alley with his hands in his pockets, casually kicking an empty can that sent a metallic clang through the darkness, startling a stray cat lurking in the shadows. Reaching the end of the alley, he saw a figure standing ahead. Before he could call out, he heard the other person speak first. "Please stop harassing me." If Bai Yu or Tang Hao had been present, they would have recognized that voice as belonging to Chu Mo. The man in black smiled even wider, his eyes roaming over his prey like a wolf as he said mockingly, "Playing hero comes with a price, kid. Harassment? Get this straight, if it weren't for my generous mercy, your little friends and that boss lady would already be lying in the hospital." As his words fell, Chu Mo instinctively clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind swept past. The man in black appeared behind him like a ghost, one hand gripping his neck and slamming him hard against the wall. Bang! The dull thud of skull meeting brick wall echoed through the alley, and the sharp pain and dizziness nearly suffocated Chu Imo. Close to his ear, the man in black's low voice rolled against his skin. You should feel honored that I think highly of you. You don't have the right to refuse. If you keep hesitating, I'll just knock you out and take you away. You know what will happen then. Ha 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 ha. With that cold laugh, he released his grip and turned away, his figure quickly swallowed by the darkness. Chu Imo leaned against the wall, clutching his throbbing head, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. At the alley entrance, the man in black had only taken a few steps when he stopped. A young man blocked the exit. It was Bai Yu. You're that kid's friend? The man in black raised an eyebrow, making mocking tsk sounds. How loyal. Didn't your teachers ever tell you not to come to secluded alleys at night? You might encounter danger. Bai Yu's gaze remained calm. You're harassing Chu Imo? Without waiting for an answer, his tone stayed flat. You'd better not do it anymore, or he'll be very troubled. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Dangerous light flashed in the man in black's eyes. Before he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly transformed into a dark shadow, his fist the size of a sandbag wrapped in fierce wind as it shot straight toward Bai Yu's face. Bang! Bai Yu raised his hand, his 5 fingers precisely catching that fist, instantly creating a visible shockwave at his fingertips. The man in black's pupils contracted sharply, his surprise quickly turning to wild excitement. Haha, not bad, kid. He exerted all his strength, but found that the other's palm remained motionless like an iron clamp. The strength was ridiculously overwhelming. Just as this ominous premonition began to rise, he looked up and met those eerie gray-white pupils, instantly freezing in place. The void space. All around stretched endless chaos and darkness, like an abyss devoured by ink. The man in black suddenly materialized, his expression bewildered, then abruptly realized had fallen victim to that kid's mental illusion. The moment this thought arose, countless serpent shadows burst forth from the nothingness, their cold scales scraping against each other, producing a dense, spine-chilling chorus of hisses. They opened their crimson maws and surged toward the man in black in a writhing mass. In the blink of an eye, countless fangs tore into him, completely engulfing his form. Ah! In the real world, within the dim alley beside the barbecue restaurant, the man in black suddenly let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Bai Yu stood frozen in place. Was that it? Was it over? That's it. I haven't even gotten serious yet, and you're already down. JPG. He examined his palm, then looked down at the unconscious man in black at his feet, a subtle gleam flickering in his eyes. To be honest, this was his first time taking action in the real world. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds, yet it was unexpectedly satisfying. The sensation was completely different from transforming into a giant serpent and fighting in the other world. Bai Yu. A soft call suddenly echoed from the depths of the alley. Bai Yu looked up to see Chu Imo emerging from the shadows. Chu Mo's gaze fell upon the man in black. He froze momentarily, then his pupils dilated sharply, his face displaying undisguised shock. Bai Yu shrugged, his tone casual. Something fell off back in the restaurant, so I followed to take a look. This reaction was exactly what he had expected. Chu Imo stared at the man in black on the ground, then at Bai Yu, then back at the man in black, then at Bai Yu again. After several rounds of this, he finally swallowed his shock. His best friend had been hiding so much, usually keeping such a low profile, yet possessing the strength to effortlessly take down such a dangerous individual. Chu Imo knew all too well how vicious the man in black could be. Yet now, the man lay at Bai Yu's feet like a dead pig. Let's go. Tang Hao is still passed out at the barbecue place. Should we get him home first, then talk? Seeing Chu Imo still in a daze, Bai Yu smiled and reminded him. As long as his otherworld identity remained hidden, everything else was manageable. Only then did Chu Imo snap back to reality, nodding with obvious hesitation. By the way, what should we do with this guy? Before leaving, Bai Yu casually kicked the man in black. Just leave him here. Fair enough. The two chatted as they left the alley, returned to the barbecue restaurant, hoisted up the unconscious Tang Hao, and took him home. After settling their friend, they changed locations. The night wind howled across Hengjiang Bridge. Bai Yu and Chu Imo leaned against the railing, each holding a can of ice-cold cola, condensation beating on the aluminum surfaces. Below, the river churned and roiled, while behind them vehicles roared past, their headlights sweeping across their faces before quickly disappearing into the distance. Chu Imo spoke in a calm tone, yet recounted every detail of his entanglement with the man in black. Bai Yu listened silently, and by the time Chu Imo finished, he had already pieced together the situation. The matter wasn't complicated. It had started when Chu Imo helped the barbecue restaurant owner's wife drive away some troublemaking thugs, only for the man in black to show up the next day. When standing up for those thugs, the man in black took notice of Chu Imo's abilities and wanted to recruit him into some organization. Chu Imo immediately refused, and the outcome was predictable. With his limited strength, he couldn't possibly resist the man. As the deadline approached day by day, on the final night, The man in black came knocking again, only to be taken down with a single move by Bai Yu, who appeared out of nowhere. Chuamo was left speechless with shock. Clink two raised their ice-cold colas and gently clinked cans before tilting their heads back. The refreshing soda flowed down their throats as Bai Yu shook his can and asked, "So you're saying that guy will keep causing you trouble once he wakes up?" Chuamo remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded, but couldn't help glancing at Bai Yu with a strange expression. "Actually, I think he's more likely to come after you." The man in black was interested in abilities. The combat prowess Bai Yu had just displayed was obviously more tempting. Anyone would know to switch targets. "Me?" Bai Yu thought for a moment, then smirked. "Doesn't matter. He's welcome anytime." That brief encounter made him realize he had virtually no real combat experience in the real world. While he could adapt to his body's changes in daily life, he lacked the tempering that came from life and death battles. If the man in black dared to return, he could serve as perfect sparring practice. Besides, Bai Yu was curious about the organization behind him. "Sorry, I got you involved in this," Chuamo said, still feeling guilty. "Don't say that." Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. "Maybe I should be thanking you instead." "Chuamo, for finding me such a suitable sparring partner." "Chuamo." Bai Yu patted his shoulder. "You be careful too, in case that guy won't let you go." "And that proprietress TSK, playing the hero to save the beauty, a buddy? I noticed she seems to have a little girl with her. What are your plans?" His teasing grew more outrageous, and if Chuamo could actually beat him, he would have smashed the cola can right into Bai Yu's face. He turned to gaze at the river, tilting the can back to drain the last sip of soda. The night breeze swept past, yet his cheeks flushed with an unmistakable hint of red. With their drinks finished, the two enjoyed the night breeze for a while before heading home. Back in his bedroom, Bai Yu lay on his bed, his mind replaying the alley fight, though it had been too brief to savor any details. "Hope it lasts longer next time," he murmured to himself, surprised to find anticipation stirring within him. Following his routine, he pulled out his phone and opened the forum. Someone had replied to his previous bounty post, instantly banishing all drowsiness. "Heart of the storm? I think I heard an NPC on the 20th floor mention something about that. A warrior who emerged from the storm, something like that. It's probably a hidden quest boss. The heart of the storm you're looking for should drop from there, though I don't know what the drop rate is. So does my answer count? Can I claim the reward now?" Sly grin emoji. The 20th floor? Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, never expecting that the material he was looking for would be on the 20th floor. Currently, he was on the 12th floor of the Tower of Gods, a full 8 floors away from where the Heart of Storm might appear. For most players, this distance would be enough to give them a headache. But for Bai Yu, it was exactly what he wanted. Speed climbing the tower was his established goal anyway. 8 floors, at his pace of 2 floors per day, for days would be enough to handle it. What was there to hesitate about? Time to charge ahead. He posted on the forum to inquire about the trigger method and coordinates for the hidden quest. Since he wasn't human in the other world, he couldn't communicate normally with NPCs and could only gather intelligence offline. After confirming the answer, Bai Yu logged out of the forum and then searched for the latest intelligence on the 29th floor. As for the 100 yuan reward for the respondent, he planned to pay after the information was completely verified. To avoid throwing money down the drain, $100 was still money. The next morning, the first ray of dawn broke through the darkness. Steam rose in Bai Yu's bathroom as he soaked in a bathtub filled with medicinal liquid, eyes closed. As time passed, the emerald green liquid visibly lightened as the medicinal properties were rapidly absorbed. After about half an hour, Bai Yu rose from the water, his skin as fair as a newborn's, his muscle definition tight and smooth. Messy black hair clinging to his forehead, paired with deep eyes, a perfect picture of handsome man emerging from bath. "The medicinal effects are getting weaker," he murmured softly as he stood under the shower to rinse off the medicinal liquid. His body's absorption efficiency had clearly improved again, and the medicinal bath that should have lasted him a month could no longer keep up with his strengthening pace. It seemed he'd need to find time to restock. After washing up, he put on a bathrobe and returned to his bedroom to change clothes, then headed out fully dressed. At a roadside stall, he ordered several steamer baskets of bamboo shoot and pork buns and a cup of soy milk with unlimited refills to hastily solve his breakfast. When paying the bill, he deliberately ignored the puzzled looks from people around him and walked leisurely toward school. Most of his classmates had already arrived in the classroom. Bai Yu walked straight to the back row, sat down, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. After about 10 minutes, everyone in the class had arrived, and their homeroom teacher led the team to log into the alternate dimension space, beginning a new day of training in the other world. In a corner of the city, in a secluded alley, the black-clothed man who had fallen the night before still lay on the cold ground. After a long while, his fingers twitched slightly, then he slowly opened his eyes. Hiss! As soon as he regained consciousness, piercing headache struck suddenly, dozens of times more vicious than a hangover blackout, making him gasp. Recalling last night's fierce battle, cold light flashed in the man's eye. She never would have thought that he'd capsize in the gutter, knocked down by a high school kid. Good thing those guys didn't run into me, otherwise. Thinking of the possible cold mockery from his vicious colleagues in the organization, the black-clothed man shuddered, then gritted his teeth. He had to get his revenge and personally give that brat from last night a good beating. Fighting through waves of mental agony piercing his skull, the man in black struggled to his feet and dusted off his clothes, but his movements suddenly froze. Whoosh! He spun around sharply, his gaze locked onto the wall behind him. In the darkness, a petite figure had melted seamlessly into the wall's surface. Recognizing the intruder, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. How many times have I told you not to appear behind me without warning? If you get hurt by my reflexes, don't blame me. Hee. A playful giggle drifted down. Under the moonlight, a girl with twin pigtails and a little red hood crouched on the wall, a lollipop dangling from her lips. Her bright eyes curiously examined him from head to toe. The man in black suppressed his rage, his expression darkening ominously. How pathetic. The girl swung her slender legs, her tone innocent yet laced with airy mockery. I'm dying to know who did this to you. Don't bother being curious. His voice was ice cold. I'll catch that little brat soon enough. Really? I'll be watching then. The girl stood up, looking down at him. Despite her petite frame, she suddenly radiated a completely different, dangerous aura. Remember this mission. Next time we meet, don't let me see you in such a sorry state again. We're both executives. When you lose face, I lose face too. With that, she called out a cheerful heave-a-ho and nimbly flipped down from the wall, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the night breeze swept by, the man in black stood there, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly, his face cycling between shades of blue and purple. That damn brat. First outsmarted by some kid, then lectured by a little girl to his physique, could already imagine the mockery awaiting him back at the organization. The thought only deepened his hatred for the boy named Bai Yu. In the other world, Tower of Gods, 12th floor. Bai Yu charged straight ahead, making a beeline for this floor's guardian boss. After leaving the 10th floor, he had entered another experience floor, where he didn't need to worry about encountering native humans or large groups of climbers. As long as he avoided floors like the 1st and 10th where human empires had established footholds, he could grind monsters and level up in peace. Of course, if he encountered overly large climber teams, he would still choose to avoid them after all. Rumors about the white-masked youth had already begun circulating online, and being too conspicuous would only invite trouble. When the tower gate came hazily into view, explosive elemental light also burst into sight ahead. A team of about 20 climbers was surrounding the floor guardian. Bai Yu wasn't in a rush. After his last encounter with a similarly sized team, he had learned how to spectate from the sidelines. Such opportunities to freeload were rare, and this team's combat prowess and coordination were clearly a cut above the low-level players from the earlier floors, immediately piquing his interest. After more than half an hour, the boss collapsed with an anguished roar, scattering loot everywhere. Bai Yu smiled. This was the sweet taste of freeloading. The climbers busied themselves distributing materials and tending to wounds, preparing to advance to the next floor. Suddenly, a female mage in purple robes bent down to collect materials. As her peripheral vision casually swept backward, she froze completely, maintaining her forward-leaning posture, her waistline creating an alluring curve. However, that graceful curve was now trembling uncontrollably. Her breath caught instantly, her heart pounding violently. The purple-robed woman's face turned ashen in an instant, cold sweat beading across her skin as she stared fixedly at those sinister vertical pupils gleaming from the jungle behind them. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if frozen by an icy chill. The sense of danger reached its peak in that moment. Everyone run, she suddenly cried out, her clear voice cutting through the forest. Her teammates turned in alarm at her shout. They saw her gripping her staff tightly, stumbling toward the tower entrance while running and urgently calling out, "Hurry, escape, or it'll be too late." The teammates exchanged glances and immediately snapped back to reality, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed toward the tower gate, vanishing from this floor in an instant. Moments later, the area near the entrance was completely empty, with no trace of any climbers remaining. Deep in the jungle, Bai Yu coiled into a massive serpentine circle, his cold snake eyes watching the group's retreat as he thought to himself, "I've been discovered." How perceptive. Then he wondered whether he should delay his teleportation. If he encountered that group on the next floor, wouldn't the situation be rather awkward? Tower of Gods, 13th floor. A flash of light appeared as the group of climbers materialized one after another. After confirming no pursuers were nearby, the purple-robed woman exhaled deeply and patted her heaving chest. What happened? What exactly occurred back there? Whose eyes were those? Her teammates couldn't help but ask. The purple-robed woman steadied her emotions and recounted exactly what she had witnessed in the depths of the jungle during the lull after the floor guardian boss battle. A creature with an aura more terrifying than the boss itself had been lurking in the shadows, coldly observing them. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. For the purple-robed woman to lose her composure on the spot, that lurking presence was definitely no ordinary threat. Moreover, They had just finished an exhausting battle with the floor guardian boss, and if they had been ambushed, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Realizing how close they had come to death, everyone felt secretly grateful while once again recognizing the dangers of the inner world and the cunning of its monsters. They had no idea that if Bai Yu had immediately teleported up after them and the two parties had encountered each other, their expressions would have been quite spectacular, though such a scene wouldn't occur for now. Bai Yu paused briefly before activating his teleportation, and by the time he arrived, the area was already deserted. He didn't linger long, continuing his monster hunting journey. The creatures on the 13th floor were higher level and provided richer experience. As he swept through them, notification sounds rang continuously in his mind. Bai Yu, whose killing had become increasingly decisive, had essentially transformed into a ruthless experience harvesting machine. Time passed. When he reached the 13th floor's tower gate, his level had risen by 2 more levels, reaching LV32. The floor guardian boss, a dragon lizard, stood guard there. At LV40, it was agile and quick, with an exceptionally long, hard, and flexible tongue that moved like a steel whip, making it extremely troublesome to deal with. Despite the 8-level gap, Bai Yu relied on his abnormal 4-dimensional attributes to forcibly bridge the difference. The dragon lizard was incredibly fast, making ordinary attacks difficult to land, but fortunately, his defensive skill infinite barrier proved invaluable. Relying purely on his formidable defensive abilities, he repeatedly blocked the dragon lizard's attacks and charges, finally seizing the perfect moment to unleash his illusory serpent eyes and finish it off in one decisive strike. Experience 112,253, energy 18,320. The system notification exploded in his mind. Bai Yu clenched his fists, his heart surging with joy. A single boss had given him over 100,000 experience points and nearly 20,000 energy. At this rate, leveling up again was just around the corner. With plenty of time remaining in the inner world, he didn't hesitate to charge into the next floor and continue his harvest. At the dimensional space exit, when Bai Yu emerged from the inner world, his level panel displayed a striking LV33. 2 tower floors in one day plus 3 consecutive level ups. Such an insane progression rate would surely cause a sensation if word got out. Knowing this all too well, he kept completely silent about it, even hiding it from his 2 closest friends. Returning to the classroom while it was still early, most of his classmates were still in the inner world or training rooms. Bai Yu first rushed to the cafeteria to fill his stomach, then left school and headed straight for that old traditional Chinese medicine shop, planning to upgrade his medicinal bath formula once again. Only the elderly white-haired traditional Chinese doctor, well past 70, was in the shop. Seeing Bai Yu enter, the old man looked up with that familiar, "You're here again," kindly expression. "I'm here." Bai Yu sat down and extended his right hand as instructed, then switched to his left. The old doctor placed his fingertips on the pulse points, making soft sounds of surprise. After completing the pulse diagnosis, his eyes behind the reading glasses were filled with amazement. In just over a week, Bai Yu's constitution had undergone a complete transformation. Logically speaking, his previously terrible physical condition should have required long-term medicinal baths for gradual improvement. Yet now he was not only fully recovered, but his physical qualities even surpassed most adults. The old doctor, with his wealth of experience, quickly composed himself after the initial shock. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Your body has recovered very well, and it's even continuing to absorb nutrients. The current medicinal potency is obviously insufficient now, isn't it?" Bai Yu nodded. "I'll increase the medicinal strength for you and prepare a week's supply. If you experience any discomfort, come see me immediately." The old man wrote out the prescription with flowing strokes and handed it to the young nurse who had just entered. The herbs were quickly packaged, Bai Yu paid, and left. After returning home, he immediately set up the pot to brew the medicine. The medicinal fragrance mixed with a slightly spicy aroma rose in steam as the dark brown liquid bubbled and boiled. When the temperature was right, he quickly stripped off his clothes and slipped into the bathtub. The murky medicinal water instantly enveloped him, waves of heat hitting his face as beads of sweat rolled down his temples. "I used to soak every other day, now I might as well do it daily. Even twice a day as long as my body can handle it. Money isn't an issue." Bai Yu thought to himself. The medicinal liquid in the tub rippled gently, and visibly, his skin turned slightly red. Every inch of his skin, every cell in his body seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the medicinal properties from the water. A little over 10 minutes later, sweat beaded across Bai Yu's face and dripped from his chin, a faint flush warming his fair skin. His body was like a parched sponge, greedily soaking up the medicine's power as heat swelled and churned through his muscles. After another 10 minutes or so, the water gradually cooled. He opened his eyes, as if had just finished a fierce, satisfying battle, every limb and bone feeling lighter and clearer than ever. He exhaled a long, stale breath and stepped out of the tub, rinsing off the lingering solution. A deep sense of comfort washed over him, and he was more than satisfied with the results of the medicinal bath. After drying off, he pulled on a black zip-up jacket, adjusted his mask, and checked the time. It wasn't even 7 yet. Bai Yu locked the door and set off for a night run with a spring in his step. Street lights were flickering on, and people moved in small clusters along the sidewalks. He turned into a quieter lane, and as the sky deepened, the foot traffic thinned until there was barely another soul in sight. As he ran, he focused on every shift within his body. Mentally, the natural suppression of the dimensional barriers still held. He couldn't sense life forces the way he could in the inner world. But by sight alone, not a twitch around him escaped his notice, and his field of view had clearly expanded. The gains in speed and strength were even more straightforward, punched forward as he ran, wind wailing off his fists. At full burst, he could throw nearly 12 punches in a second. Each blow stirred the air, sending faint, visible ripples rolling outward. All of this sprang from the dual boost of his mutated bloodline and his inner world 4 tribute stats, and the effect was staggering. In the real world, it would be hard to find a second person who could change so dramatically in such a short time. The reasons were simple. Bloodline mutations had all but vanished. His stat growth outpaced others by a mile. A normal login user gained just 5 points per level. He gained 10 times as much. Even without the bloodline factor, his growth eclipsed everyone else's. Hence this 1EO fakened real-world enhancement. While his peers, some who had entered the inner world even earlier, were still grinding to push a single stat past 100, he was already enjoying the real-world perks of skyrocketing attributes. Not to mention his stamina. After running for over an hour, his breathing was steady, his heartbeat calm, and he didn't even flush. He was confident he could keep going for hours. He looped around the mountain road and reached home again around 9. Practice proves the truth. Hansen field work let him truly feel and adapt to his Bodis metamorphosis. In the past, aside from training in the inner world, Bai Yu had done almost no related work in the real world. However, after that battle, Bai Yu realized he still didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. That's why, when night fell, he found himself running alone around the outer track of the playground, his breathing becoming increasingly audible in the cold wind, his heartbeat pounding against his eardrums. Through this intense exercise, he tried to capture the subtle changes in his bones, muscles, and blood, secretly resolving to refine this physical awareness every day going forward. Yet, a trace of disappointment lingered in his heart. Thinking of the black-clad man who had appeared suddenly that night only to flee in panic, Bai Yu sighed softly. The fact that his opponent hadn't come looking for him meant a precious opportunity for real combat had slipped away. Over the next 2 days, his schedule was clearly divided. During the day, he would check in at school as usual, stay briefly, then transform into the black-scaled python in the inner world to climb the tower floor by floor. At night, he would avoid crowds and choose the most secluded routes for long runs, constantly familiarizing himself with every muscle's response. In his spare time, he would monitor the forums, keeping track of the latest developments on the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. Time quickly advanced to the 3rd afternoon. Having completed that day's tower climbing mission, Bai Yu returned from the inner world to reality. The moment he sat down in the classroom, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. After 3 days of intense battles, he had finally stepped over the remains of all the floor bosses and successfully reached the 20th floor. The difficulty had indeed escalated progressively, but with his formidable strength and extraordinary constitution, he had still crushed his opponents completely. Tomorrow I'll be able to verify the results. He calculated silently. According to intelligence, the bloodline upgrade material, Heart of the Storm, was very likely stored in this floor's hidden rewards. At the same time, only 9 floors remained between him and his target 29th floor. At his current pace, he would definitely make it in time. As long as his memory was accurate and the situation remained unchanged, he might even reach the top floor before Jiang Xinyan could defeat the boss. Lost in thought, Bai Yu packed his bag and left the classroom. Just as he stepped out the door, he collided head-on with his homeroom teacher. Bai Yu? Heading home again. The teacher instinctively reached out to stop him. Bai Yu nodded decisively. The teacher sighed softly, his smile fading somewhat as his tone unconsciously softened. The assessment is only half a month away. Training in the inner world is tough, but training in the real world is equally important. Do you think I don't notice that you never slack off? When that face of yours shows up, and then you love skipping training sessions, it's hard not to draw attention. He patted Bai Yu's shoulder, his tone becoming earnest. I remember you have an older sister, right? You understand better than anyone how important this assessment is for both of you. Whether you can make things easier for your sister in the future depends on whether you can achieve good results this time. Everyone is working desperately now, climbing towers in the inner world during the day, then practicing at school for several more hours after coming out. Don't slack off either. Bai Yu remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, as if weighing something. The teacher, mistaking this for successful persuasion, felt pleased and decided not to push further. All right, I'll leave it at that. You make your own decision. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, he nodded with satisfaction, secretly giving himself a mental pat on the back. Another lost lamb guided back to the fold, truly a well-behaved and sensible good kid. However, an hour later, the teacher decided to take back that mental comment. Bai Yu still hadn't shown up for training. After leaving the cafeteria, Bai Yu departed from school. He understood his homeroom teacher's concern, but he was also aware of his special circumstances. There was no need for him to practice skills repeatedly in the training room like his classmates, because he had a more suitable way to cultivate his abilities. Silently apologizing in his heart, Bai Yu thought to himself that once the major matter weighing on his mind was resolved, he would consider spending more time at school. Upon returning home, he first prepared a medicinal bath. The warm herbal liquid seeped into his skin, bringing waves of tingling sensations. Then, as usual, he began his night run. Over the past 3 days, he had gradually adapted to this high-intensity exercise and could clearly perceive the daily changes in his body. By nearly 8 o'clock in the evening, he had been running for a full 3 hours, yet not a single bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, only felt a slight warmth on his skin's surface. While waiting at a red light, whispers from several girls drifted to his ears. "Look, that guy next to us is so handsome. His legs are so long, and he has such great presence. So cool and aloof, looks even better than those online celebrities." Bai Yu remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Being handsome was natural to him. He had long grown accustomed to such attention. When the light turned green, he strode across the street. Suddenly, the harsh sound of screeching tires erupted behind him, accompanied by pedestrian screams. He spun around to see a car skidding sideways toward the sidewalk. The vehicle was heading straight for a mother and child who stood frozen in terror, unable to even react or dodge. Almost everyone instinctively closed their eyes, believing tragedy was inevitable. Bang! In a split second, Bai Yu appeared in front of the mother and child, his right palm raised. Between his palm and the car's front end formed an invisible, transparent barrier. The out-of-control vehicle crashed hard into it, instantly denting the hood, while the barrier remained completely unmoved. 1 second, 2 seconds, the people on the street slowly opened their eyes, then all stood slack-jawed in amazement. The next moment, the entire street erupted in chaos. The mother trembled as she held her child tightly, staring blankly at the young man before her. Only when Bai Yu looked back at her did she snap out of her daze, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, while tears of relief streamed down her face. "You should take your child and leave quickly. Even though you're not injured, he must be terrified," Bai Yu said quietly. He then glanced toward the driver's seat to confirm the driver was merely stunned but otherwise unharmed, before hurrying away. If he didn't leave soon, he would truly be surrounded by the crowd. The excited expressions of the people around him were unmistakable. "Wow, did you all see that? That guy is really, really handsome. And so brave and amazing. He looks about our age too, but he can actually stop a car with one hand. Isn't that incredible? This shows he must be really strong in the other world. That's why he's so powerful in the real world. Absolutely, he's definitely a genius." The girls' faces flushed red as they engaged in heated discussion. Through the cacophony of voices, their regret was still audible. None of them had mustered the courage to approach Bai Yu for his contact information. After leaving the crowd, Bai Yu unconsciously opened his palm, his fingertips still retaining the warmth from that earlier moment. The arrival of the other world had brought earth-shattering changes to the human realm, giving everyone a chance to step into the extraordinary, and he could monetize this influence immediately. In his previous life, even after reaching the 39th floor, he couldn't guarantee he'd make it this far. Now, he could achieve it effortlessly. At this thought, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his mood lifting considerably. Returning home, he rode this wave of good spirits to add several extra sets of strength training. After sweat soaked through his shirt, he enjoyed a refreshing shower. The moment he turned off the lights, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly. It had been the second weekend since Bai Yu's rebirth, and in just half a month would come the school's assessment, the crucial moment when Jiang Xinyan would challenge the boss. "You must wait for me, sister." On the 20th floor of the Tower of Gods, Bai Yu raised his head toward the ink-black sky, his vertical pupils gleaming with sharp determination. In the next moment, his massive body covered in black scales began to move, his long tail sweeping across the ground as he raced toward the distant mountain ranges, his destination for this journey. The online bounty post mentioned that the Heart of Storm could be obtained from an extremely rare quest dungeon. Only at specific moments could one encounter the powerful figure who allegedly emerged from the storm. The quest content was, frankly, a melodramatic story about an NPC's unrequited love for a human hero who had gone astray in his cultivation and been abandoned by his companions. The NPC remained devoted to this day, hoping only for the hero's safe return, thus triggering the quest. Unfortunately, Bai Yu couldn't accept the quest, but this didn't hinder his plan. The Heart of Storm wasn't an exclusive reward, but rather special material that dropped from the hero. It could be seized whether one had the quest or not. The problem lay in the hidden dungeon's extremely low drop rate, a difficulty that made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. After roughly an hour, he reached the Lost Mountain Range. As far as the eye could see, endless peaks overlapped and extended to the horizon's edge. Bai Yu didn't pause, diving directly into the mountains while using his powerful spiritual senses to detect movement around him. Yet no matter how long he traveled, all that met his gaze were endless mountain seas, as if the world contained nothing but this single terrain. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, as if heaven and earth had completely abandoned him. Anyone with a weaker disposition would have already lost their way and fallen into despair amid this monotonous, repetitive scenery. As time gradually passed, Bai Yu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing this place was indeed far from simple. Bai Yu had originally planned to head straight for the mission dungeon, but now it seemed things were far more complicated than he'd imagined. Continuing to run around aimlessly would only waste precious time. So he decisively adjusted his strategy, shifting from ignore everything and go straight for the target to hunt monsters while searching. With this change in approach, his efficiency immediately doubled. The mountains had been silent, but now they were torn apart by thunderous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Dust shot skyward, treetops trembled, and flocks of birds scattered in terror. Deep in the forest, Bai Yu, transformed into a giant serpent, unleashed a devastating great serpent tail sweep. Dozens of giant goblins didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying, smashing through tree trunks and creating massive craters. Bang, bang. Two fireballs followed in quick succession, striking his jet-black scales heavily. Sparks flew everywhere, but they didn't leave even the slightest burn. Bai Yu's serpentine eyes narrowed, locking onto a flame goblin in the distance clutching a staff. The next second, his massive jaws snapped shut. Splurt. Blood exploded as the flame goblin died instantly. Bai Yu shook his head, flinging the corpse into the air, then turned his gaze toward a minotaur frantically fleeing on the other side. Red energy rapidly gathered in his throat, blazing light seeping through the gaps as violent compressed air currents sent fallen leaves swirling backward. When the energy reached maximum compression, he opened his mouth and unleashed intruder. Mountains cracked and stones tumbled. Everything within the beam's path was instantly obliterated. The minotaur didn't even have time to cry out before being reduced to dust. Roar. The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range, as if announcing the birth of a new king. The creatures reacted differently. Some cowered and trembled, others growled low while waiting for their chance, and still others fled in terror. Bai Yu closed his eyes to sense the reactions of living beings, quickly identifying the direction with the densest concentration of monsters, then darted off again. The battles continued endlessly, and the entire day flew by amid the thunderous sounds echoing through the mountains. Though his mission target still hadn't appeared, experience points flooded in like a tide. As evening approached, his level finally jumped LV 34. Host Bai Yu. Level LV 34. Attributes: Strength 690, Speed 690, Stamina 690, Spirit 830. Skills: Illusory Serpent Eyes LV 9, Steel Bones LV 10 Passive, Energy Breath LV 6, Infinite Barrier LV 5. Current Bloodline level: 2nd Tier World Serpent. Bloodline upgrade requirements: Level LV 34 LV 30, Core Dragon Vein 11, Heart of Storm 01. After confirming his status panel, he exited the inner world, transforming into a streak of light that vanished. The next moment, he was standing within the teleportation array of the interdimensional space. The hall was brightly lit with figures moving about. As soon as Bai Yu stepped out of the magic circle, he encountered a familiar face. Hell Knight. This was the very person who had bought up all his dropped equipment in one go, spending millions to purchase the Forest Dragon Divine Gear set. Thanks to this individual, Bai Yu had achieved his phased financial freedom early on. Bai Yu, you're here too. Come on, perfect timing. The voice was hearty and cheerful. Ouyang Ingjia had obviously noticed Bai Yu as well, sporting that familiar pompadour hairstyle as he waved with a smile. After their previous encounter, the two had exchanged contact information. A few brief private conversations had given them a more direct understanding of each other. At this moment, as Bai Yu approached the group, Ouyang Ingjia immediately cleared his throat dramatically and gestured to his nearby teammates. Ahem, let me introduce everyone. This is my new friend, the record holder for the first kill of the Forest Dragon, the Bai Xiu who caused such a stir online recently. It's him. After rattling off this string of titles in one breath, Ouyang Ingjia's face beamed with pride, while his teammates' gazes all turned to Bai Yu. Bai Yu's expression stiffened for a moment, though fortunately there were few passers-by around to cause a commotion. The three people beside Ouyang Ingjia couldn't contain their curiosity, especially the two girls with delicate features. After seeing Bai Yu's handsome face and tall, slender frame clearly, the brightness in their eyes was barely concealed, and they couldn't help stealing a few more glances. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yu excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and exited the dimensional space to return to the real world. Once he left, the young man with burgundy curls immediately teased, "Ouyang, your new friend seems like a lone wolf." Recalling how Bai Yu had politely declined their team invitation, his tone carried a hint of mockery. After all, people were lining up to team with them. Yet Bai Yu remained unmoved. Quite interesting indeed. What do you know? These things need to progress gradually. Ouyang Ingjia shot back without courtesy. Don't forget, he's the one who got the first kill on the forest dragon. Naturally, he has some pride. Especially when meeting someone with mediocre skills like you. What if you drag him down? The curly-haired youth immediately bristled, and the two continued bickering as they walked toward the teleportation array. The two girls exchanged glances and giggled behind their hands. Though they felt even more disappointed about the handsome and mysterious Bai Xiao, they had originally wanted to see his true abilities up close, but unfortunately missed the opportunity. The next morning, Bai Yu logged into the inner world again and returned to the Lost Mountains. The result remained the same. He found no trace of his target, and the heart of the storm was nowhere to be seen. However, he did discover a strange canyon deep within the mountains. Few magical creatures lingered around the canyon, as if they feared something and dared not approach. Sensing the anomaly, Bai Yu spent the entire day wandering the area, clearing magical creatures while monitoring the canyon's activity, but nothing changed until sunset, forcing him to withdraw in disappointment. At least the experience from monster hunting was substantial, and his level increased by 2. The weekend passed in a flash. On the third day, Monday, Bai Yu went to school as usual. After entering the inner world with his class, he once again transformed into a 100-meter giant serpent, coiling within the Lost Mountains. After 2 days of rampage, the mountain terrain had been remodeled beyond recognition by his presence. From above, large swaths of land had been leveled, craters of various sizes dotted the landscape, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he reshaped the entire mountain range. At this moment, he was coiled atop the canyon, his black scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight, his vertical pupils motionlessly scanning the valley floor, while his spiritual power spread out to sense the surroundings. After several minutes, Bai Yu slowly raised his body, preparing to leave the canyon and continue hunting. He had barely moved when he detected 2 or 3 life signatures far more powerful than ordinary magical creatures approaching his location. He lowered his head to crush the magical creature's corpse in his mouth, letting the flesh and blood dissolve into black mist between his fangs before coiling in place, motionless. The corpses of magical creatures around him were gradually corroded by the dark breath, filling the air with a pungent, bloody stench. Cold light flickered in Bai Yu's eyes as he quietly gazed at the shadowy forest ahead. Faintly, the deep roars of magical creatures could be heard approaching. In Bai Yu's perception, the 3 powerful life signatures drew closer and closer, then appeared within his line of sight. Directly ahead, a massive black bear over 10 meters tall stood proudly among the trees, its jet black fur concealing a full set of heavy armor, while cold light danced between its razor-sharp claws. To the left, a crimson bull-headed giant 20 to 30 meters tall gripped a massive battle axe in both hands, murderous intent churning in its red eyes. To the right, a beast man with blazing red wings hovered in midair, the scorching heat waves distorting the surrounding air. Their identities were unmistakable. Dark Tyrant Bear, level, LV-45. Minotaur Giant Soldier, level, LV-43. Flame Beastman Wan, level, LV-45. 3 boss-level monsters had gathered together, their surging battle intent almost taking physical form. This was the first time the bosses had set aside their territorial disputes to actively join forces and declare war on Bai Yu. Clearly, Bai Yu's consecutive hunts throughout the Lost Mountains over the past few days had thoroughly enraged the Lord-level monsters that ruled this land, even threatening their very survival. Since unknown combat seemed hopeless, they had chosen to team up and eliminate him completely. Roar! The leading Dark Tyrant Bear suddenly stomped the ground, each step causing the earth to explode and rumble like rolling thunder. Trees snapped one after another under its sharp claw shadows, the air-splitting sound piercing and harsh dark evil king claw. The intersecting dark blades seemed to tear through the very air as they lunged straight at Bai Yu. Infinite barrier. Bai Yu remained perfectly still as a transparent light screen instantly formed. The dark blade struck it, creating ripples like waves across water. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly blazed with light as Flame Beastman Wan hurled a string of scorching fireballs like a meteor shower, all targeting the same point. The explosions layered continuously, causing the ripples on the barrier to expand rapidly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Simultaneously, the Minotaur Giant Soldier roared as it charged to the flank, raising its battle axe high with both hands. The blade gathered violent energy before crashing down heavily. Bang! The first layer of barrier shattered instantly. Bang! A second impact followed immediately. However, the giant axe, imbued with endless cutting intent, seemed to sink into a quagmire, stopping just inches from Bai Yu's shoulder, completely blocked by the newly formed second barrier layer and unable to move an inch. The Minotaur Giant Soldier's bronze bell-sized eyes flashed with rare, human-like astonishment. Bai Yu observed calmly this was the true terror of Infinite Barrier. Not only was its defensive power astounding, but even when broken, it could instantly stack a second, third, fourth layer. Unless someone could destroy all the light screens in a single strike, harming him was virtually impossible. Buzz. While the Minotaur giant was momentarily stunned, Bai Yu opened his massive maw, brilliant red energy rapidly condensing before shooting forth as a blazing beam. Boom. The thunderous explosion echoed as the Minotaur giant relied on its extreme reflexes to dodge at point-blank range, narrowly avoiding the direct impact. However, the beam still grazed its shoulder, vaporizing flesh and causing it to emit a bone-chilling shriek of agony. The dark tyrant bear was also startled into a massive leap, its heavy form soaring several meters off the ground. In the next second, where it had been standing was carved out into a trench nearly 10 meters deep with no visible end. In just the first round of combat, one of the three monster bosses had already suffered significant damage. The unexpected injury instantly shattered their contempt, and all three creatures focused their minds, throwing themselves fully into battle. The wounded Minotaur giant, rather than being weakened, became even more frenzied from the pain. Its eyes blazed crimson red, each swing of its battle axe accompanied by the sharp whistle of rending air, as if it could claim a challenger's life at any moment. Truly a berserk Minotaur warrior. At this moment, Bai Yu faced three bosses above level 40, with two of them reaching LV 45. He did indeed feel some pressure. The monsters weren't fighting individually but displayed rare teamwork coordination. The Minotaur giant served as the main tank, absorbing damage. The dark tyrant bear dealt damage while seeking better attack angles, and the airborne flame orc one unleashed full firepower like a fire mage. Their tactical approach was crystal clear: treat Bai Yu as the final dungeon boss to defeat. Unfortunately, Bai Yu was neither a dull-witted monster nor inferior in strength. Having fought his way here, he had always relied on his own power and relentless effort to challenge higher-level opponents, never encountering bosses lower than his own level. Given this, he simply needed to focus his assault on one target and defeat them one by one. No different from his previous boss battles. Bang, bang, bang. The Minotaur giant's frenzied axe strikes were all blocked by Bai Yu's deployed infinite barrier, the semi-transparent shield rippling with each impact. While defending and retreating, Bai Yu suddenly caught a brief moment when the Minotaur giant's strength faltered. In a flash, he lunged forward, his massive black-scaled body instantly coiling tightly around his opponent. The Minotaur giant struggled violently, raising its battle axe, but its arm was immediately constricted, preventing even basic swinging motions. As Bai Yu exerted his full strength, the coils tightened further, rapidly diminishing the creature's movements until it was nearly completely engulfed beneath the black scales. Seeing this, the other two bosses' expressions changed dramatically as they unleashed their killing moves, only to have them all deflected by the infinite barrier. Bai Yu's serpentine eyes remained ice-cold as he dragged the Minotaur giant slowly backward toward the valley's edge. Suddenly, fine vibrations visible to the naked eye emanated from within the valley. The pursuing dark tyrant bear and flame orc one abruptly halted their steps, gazing fearfully toward the valley floor. The tremors intensified, darkening the sky as heavy storm clouds churned overhead. This, could it be? Bai Yu's heart stirred, and ignoring the two bosses' terrified expressions, he looked joyfully toward the valley below. There, a pitch-black figure had appeared at some unknown time. The figure seemed to casually hang its head while sitting quietly on a boulder, yet emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. The dark shadow slowly raised its head, fierce winds swirling around its form as golden pupils pierced through the wind wall, boring directly into Bai Yu. The dark tyrant bear and flame orc one immediately shuddered as if struck by lightning, then turned and fled frantically. Even the Minotaur giant locked in Bai Yu's coils let out a death-like wail at this moment, struggling desperately, as if experiencing a final burst of strength, its survival instincts seemingly driving it to escape this place. Crack, crack, crack. There was no way Bai Yu would let the Minotaur giant escape. His entire body erupted with power, forcibly locking the creature in place as its muscles tore apart inch by inch until it finally fell silent, dead. Experience 198,220, energy 35,120. The crisp system notifications echoed in his mind, yet he didn't even lift an eyelid. His serpentine eyes remained fixed on the valley below, where two golden lights pierced through the raging gray veil of the storm like beacons cutting through sand and wind. As their gazes met, Bai Yu felt his blood surge and his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, every muscle in his body trembling with excitement. That guy is strong. His instincts told him that the figure within the storm was more terrifying than any demon he had encountered so far. Hero, Glands of the Storm, level 59. When those blood-red characters appeared above his opponent's head, Bai Yu's vertical pupils immediately contracted. He was only level 34, a gap of 25 levels, and this was a BOS-level entity. This disparity was incomparable to ordinary demons. But now that he had found the hidden boss, how could he retreat? Moreover, his boiling blood urged him to give it his all. The moment battle intent surged through his heart, Glands of the storm also stepped forward. The pitch-black figure had bizarre contours, resembling both armor and shadow, with violent tornadoes swirling around him, advancing with each step he took. Snap! Glands drew the massive warhammer from his back. In the next second, his charge reached its peak. The whirlwind he stirred, tearing rocks and dead wood into fragments. Energy breath. Bai Yu opened his mouth, crimson energy gushing forth like a torrent, carving a deep furrow across the valley floor. Glands flickered several times as he leaped up the mountain wall, raising his black flame-wreathed warhammer high above, delivering a crushing blow from above. Boom! A large section of the mountaintop was forcibly shaved off, sending dust waves skyward. Bai Yu retreated, his massive tail whistling as it swept back, targeting the black shadow in midair. Bang! The moment his tail touched the hurricane, he felt an invisible wall forcibly blocking him. After a brief pause, his tail's momentum broke through the wind barrier, but only swept through empty air. Glands had already used that split second to dodge. The close quarters exchange quickly confirmed Bai Yu's assessment. Ordinary melee combat was utterly useless against Glands. The hurricane surrounding his opponent served as both armor and meat grinder, with cold gleams crisscrossing everywhere. The slightest carelessness would result in being torn to shreds. If not for Bai Yu's equally abnormal physical constitution, merely approaching would have been enough to severely wound him. Seeing that conventional methods were useless, he changed his rhythm, planning to engage the boss in a true head-to-head confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The valley continuously trembled under their battle, letting out agonized sounds. From a distance, one could see an intense black tornado locked in constant battle with a massive black-scaled serpent hundreds of meters long. At the tornado's center, a towering figure shrouded in darkness with blurred features wielded a war hammer, striking again and again at the energy barriers surrounding the giant python. Each impact sent deafening roars echoing through the mountains, nearly shattering the barriers, only to be blocked by the next shield that instantly formed on the serpent's scales. During the brief moments when the hammer's power was weakened, the black-scaled python would lash out with its tail or breathe forth energy blasts in fierce counterattacks. After a full half-hour of deadlock, the dark figure narrowed his golden, gleaming eyes slightly, finally realizing this giant python was different from others. It possessed not only tremendous physical strength, but also a calm and strategic mind far beyond ordinary magical beasts, almost like a battle-hardened human warrior. This discovery both amazed and strengthened Jalanci's resolve to slay the creature here and now. Even though he had become an exile from humanity, due to his descent into madness and inability to control the rampaging energy within him, his instincts as a former hero still drove him to eliminate all threats to mankind. Every magical beast must fall beneath his warhammer. Golden light suddenly blazed in his pupils. Jalanci roared, rolling to dodge the python's tail whip as his entire form transformed into a pitch-black shockwave that swept across the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Mountain rocks along his path exploded like tofu blocks, debris filling the sky. The blade-like winds within the tornado were torn even more ferociously by his passage, flashing with cold light and murderous intent. The black-scaled python's heart trembled as it clearly felt the threat of wind blades cutting against its scales, its serpentine eyes growing ever more focused. Infinite barrier. The python hissed low, as layers of energy shields rapidly stacked before its head, spreading outward like ripples on water. But Jalanci didn't slow down, a rumbling roar emerging from his throat. Thunder God's hammer. Dark lightning leaped from the black shockwave, converging into the phantom of a massive warhammer. In the next moment, he seemed to teleport, vanishing from his original position and appearing directly before the python. Crash! The warhammer struck furiously, instantly shattering over 10 layers of barriers. The final light screen, unable to reform in time, was smashed to pieces as the thunder-wrapped hammer phantom slammed heavily into the python's chest and abdomen. Splurt! Blood mixed with electric light sprayed wildly as the 100 soft-meters-long body was sent flying, reducing trees and rock walls along its path to powder, leaving the ground in complete devastation. Jalanci crouched to steady his breathing, staring at the flying black-scaled python as his chest heaved violently. He took a deep breath and immediately transformed into a dark shadow again, pursuing his prey. Whoosh! He instantly appeared above the python. The phantom thunder hammer intertwined with the dark tornado, making the air hum under the pressure. Jalanci raised his hammer high and dove downward with the force of collapsing mountains and splitting earth. Severely wounded, Bai Yu endured the excruciating pain and looked up at the sky. His serpentine pupils instantly turned an eerie gray-white as he suddenly opened his maw, blood-stained fangs gleaming coldly, energy surging wildly within his body. Energy breath. Maximum power. Boom! A crimson beam blasted forth, colliding head-on with the descending thunderhammer phantom. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color as violent energy and crackling lightning tore through the sky in a crisscrossing pattern. The fierce storm generated by the energy and the intersecting thunder raged wildly between heaven and earth. Boom! Thunder and raging winds twisted into a vortex, with tremendous energy colliding violently at its core, suddenly erupting in blinding white light that devoured everything in heaven and earth like a consuming tide. Shockwaves rolled and spread outward, crushing the ground, tearing through mountain ranges, and shattering clouds high above. Nothing was spared. The demons who had fled in panic at the battle's onset couldn't help but look back, witnessing the destructive maelstrom behind them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as terror filled their eyes. After about 10 seconds, the retina-searing white light finally dissipated, revealing the battlefield once more. The valley within a 1,000-meter radius had been completely flattened, leaving only charred ruins and broken walls. Phew! Bai Yu exhaled a breath of scorching air, his serpentine pupils locked onto the figure hovering in midair. Glance of the storm. As expected, his opponent proved formidable, and he still hadn't found the key to breaking through. In terms of offense and defense, Glance was no less capable, even faintly gaining the upper hand. If several more devastating attacks like that came his way, he might not be able to withstand them. While pondering, Bai Yu's mental detection caught a thread-thin change. Glance's life force fluctuation had weakened slightly from its initial state. Without his extraordinary spiritual perception, he would never have noticed. Understanding instantly ignited his fighting spirit, his serpentine pupils blazing with terrifying intensity. Victory lay in dragging it out. His powerful physique had always been his trump card, while direct confrontation might not yield favorable results. In a battle of endurance, he was supremely confident. With his strategy set, Bai Yu shifted from meeting the incoming thunder hammer heat-in to evasive maneuvering, constantly monitoring his opponent's life force fluctuations. However, after several minutes of probing, he found the attrition wasn't ideal. So after 10 more minutes, he decisively adjusted his strategy again, returning to direct confrontation to force Glance into overexertion through more intense collisions. Practice proved this method effective. With each clash, though the blood energy within Bai Yu's body churned violently, Glance's consumption was even greater, and the thunder hammer phantom behind him visibly dimmed. The battle fell into a stalemate. 1 hour, 2 hours. After each peak exchange, Bai Yu would pull back slightly, using brief intervals to regulate his breathing, while Glance was forced to continuously burn through his power. As one waned and the other waxed, the difference became visibly apparent. Excellent. Bai Yu's heart stirred slightly. He sensed that Glance's life force fluctuations were becoming increasingly unstable. At this rate, victory would be decided within half an hour. However, seemingly aware that he had reached his limit, Glance suddenly roared, and the remaining energy within his body instantly surged to its peak. The previously weakened storm swelled once more, piercing straight through the clouds. Glance threw back his head and roared, the oppressive force of his energy rapidly spreading in all directions. Visible black patterns appeared in the air, constantly trembling and compressing, while dark lightning arcs danced between the lines. Bai Yu's heart jolted violently as the savage aura pierced every inch of his skin like steel needles. He instantly understood Glance's intentianto burn through all his remaining life force in one final burst, unleashing his strongest form to strike him down. His serpentine eyes narrowed with cold light as he gritted his teeth, fierce battle intent rising in their depths. If that's how it would be, then he'd fight to the very limit. Blood surged wildly through his body, so scorching hot it seemed ready to evaporate into white mist. Each heartbeat pounded against his eardrums like war drums, exciting him to the point of trembling. Within the raging storm of cold blades, Glance suddenly lowered his head. His pitch-black form radiated overwhelming pressure, like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Those eyes blazing with brilliant golden light locked onto Bai Yu without blinking. He raised his palm. Surging black energy spun rapidly in his grasp, condensing in the blink of an eye into a war hammer barely taller than a man. Lightning and hurricanes coiled around the hammer's body as the thunderstorms between heaven and earth were forcibly drawn toward its head, energy flooding in like a torrent, heart-stopping in its intensity. You, Glance spoke for the first time, his throat carrying a torn, raspy quality, are too dangerous. Therefore you must die. As his words hit the ground, he swung the war hammer violently. The whirlwind surrounding him shattered with a thunderous crash, swallowed whole by the hammer. In the next instant, his figure seemed to vanish from the air itself. Bai Yu's pupils contracted sharply. As naked eye couldn't track the opponent's movement. Yet his second-tier Bloodline's beast instincts screamed warnings. Without time to think, he crossed both arms defensively and roared, "Infinite barrier!" The first barrier had barely formed before savage black light punched through it. The second and third layers crumbled in succession before they could fully solidify. Bang! The warhammer wreathed in thunder, and hurricanes slammed brutally into Bai Yu's chest. His hard black scales instantly caved inward, bones exploded with sound, and blood gushed forth. Puffed! A column of blood sprayed from his mouth. Yet he endured the excruciating pain and immediately unleashed an energy breath attack, the crimson torrent blasting toward Glance at close range. Glance made no attempt to dodge. The black energy barrier around his body roared as it blocked the red breath. He clenched his teeth, supporting his flesh that had reached its absolute limit, gripping the warhammer with both hands as he poured the last ember of his life force into its body. Die! The second devastating blow struck. The giant serpent's body, hundreds of meters long, flew like a kite with its string cut, hurled by the terrifying impact, tumbling through the air in a bloody arc mid-flight. Scalding blood transformed into a crimson rain, spreading into thin mist. Bai Yu was thrown hundreds, then thousands of meters, finally crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that shook the valley. His pale, eerie serpentine eyes dimmed, his aura weakening to near extinction as he lay motionless on the shattered earth. On the other side, Glance remained frozen in place, still holding his warhammer aloft. The tornado had long since dissipated, his pitch-black body reaching the brink of collapse as wisps of black essence peeled away from his surface like ash scattered by wind. He gazed quietly toward where Bai Yu had fallen, the golden light in his eyes rapidly fading until, at last, it went completely dark. His consciousness gradually faded as Bai Yu felt like he was dying. When Glance had unleashed that desperate final strike, although he had activated his illusory serpent eyes at the last moment to interfere, he still couldn't completely interrupt the enemy's spellcasting. The shockwave aftermath slammed into him mercilessly, his bones cracking in succession like they were being snapped, and tearing agony instantly flooded through his limbs. With his serpent eyes half closed, he struggled to lift his head, wanting to confirm his enemy's condition before falling completely into darkness. In his perception, the red dot representing Glance's life force rapidly shrank to the size of a pinpoint. After confirming this, Bai Yu could no longer maintain his strength, and his consciousness plummeted into the abyss. Experience 582,456. Energy 112,000. Level up, LV35 gained 50 attribute points. Level up, LV36 gained 50 attribute points. Material obtained, Heart of the Storm. Bloodline upgrade conditions met. Upgrade now. Bloodline upgrade requires 100,000 energy points. Proceed with upgrade. Cold, mechanical system notifications echoed in his mind, but Bai Yu could no longer hear a single word. Endless darkness surrounded him. The icy ground felt like an iron plate as Bai Yu curled up on it, struggling to open his eyes. There was no boundary between heaven and earth here, no sound, as if time itself had been drained away. He tried to move but felt pinned down by massive stones, his entire body so heavy he could barely lift a fingertip. Then, searing heat surged through his body, waves of fire rolling from his bone marrow like being thrown into a blazing furnace, his blood and moisture evaporating with hissing sounds. Before the burning sensation could fade, tearing agony suddenly struck. Thousands of tiny serpents frantically bit and gnawed at his skin, each wave of pain more intense than the last. Bai Yu was nearly dragged into unconsciousness by the illusion of being torn apart, yet his jaw remained clenched tight, sustained only by a thread of survival instinct. He absolutely couldn't fall asleep, for if he did, he might never wake up again. The torment stretched on in the colorless, soundless darkness, perhaps hours, perhaps days, all concept of time completely shattered. Each time his consciousness began to sink, he stubbornly pulled himself back. Finally, the excruciating pain slowly receded like a tide, replaced by tingling numbness and weightlessness. He felt himself lifting off the ground, his body seemingly floating in the void, the sensation of weightlessness so real he could almost touch it, yet still he could see nothing. In the outside world, Bai Yu's eyes snapped open, the surrounding scenery suddenly crystal clear, leaving him stunned in place. Had everything before been a dream? That eerie dark space, the agony intense enough to drive someone to the brink of madness, and finally that weightless sensation of soaring through the air, had it all been just a dream? Right, the heart of the storm. The thought flashed through his mind as he immediately propped himself up, his serpent eyes scanning ahead. The next second, those vertical pupils filled with bewilderment and shock. His body was rising, his field of vision growing higher and higher, far exceeding his previous height, the heavens and earth seeming to stretch apart, becoming more vast, and still continuing to ascend. What? Bai Yu turned around in confusion, and when he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His mouth fell open, as if his jaw was about to hit the ground. What met his serpent-like gaze was an enormous creature, stretching endlessly across the undulating mountains, coiling and winding. From above, it resembled a dark torrent, sweeping across the peaks and blocking out the sun. He stared in a daze, his mind almost blown away. So big. Truly too big. So long. Absolutely too long. The previous length of 400 to 500 meters was already terrifying, but now, just by visual estimation, its size had at least surged to 4,000 to 5,000 meters. Could it be? Bai Yu suddenly snapped back to reality and immediately pulled up the system panel. As soon as the attributes were displayed, He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. Host, Bai Yu. Level, LV 36. Attributes, Strength 1090, Speed 1090, Stamina 1090, Spirit 1230. Skills, Illusory Serpent Eyes LV 8, Steel Bones LV 10 Passive, Energy Breath LV 6, Infinite Barrier LV 5, Flesh Regeneration LV 1, Azure Dragon Fall LV 1. Current Bloodline Level, Level 3 Bloodline World Serpent. Bloodline Upgrade Conditions, Level LV 3650, 10,000 Year Essence 01, Blood of Croya 01, Void Darkness 01. Level 3 Bloodline. As expected, my bloodline automatically upgraded while I was unconscious, Bai Yu murmured softly, a mix of shock and joy swirling in his serpent-like eyes. Compared to the 2-level increase from the upgrade, he was more focused on the 4-dimensional attributes before the upgrade. His stats were clearly Strength 690, Speed 690, Stamina 690, Spirit 830. This meant that the bloodline advancement had added a full 400 points to each attribute. 400 points. His eyes widened, and his heart raced like a drum. How much experience would it take to achieve that through normal leveling? If other players found out, they would probably be driven mad with jealousy. No wonder he felt a lightness as if he had been reborn once all attributes broke the 1,000 mark. A qualitative change occurred, elevating both body and spirit. His gaze shifted downward, and Bai Yu glanced at his talent skills. At the bottom of the list, 2 newly unlocked abilities caught his eye. Flesh Regeneration LV1 allows for rapid self-repair after taking damage. Azure Dragon Fall LV1 concentrates the power of storms and thunder into a terrifying strike that descends like an azure dragon. The descriptions made his fingertips tingle with excitement, and he could hardly wait to try them out. However, a faint weariness tugged at his spirit, reminding him that his energy was still being reorganized. Bai Yu decided to exit the inner world to rest, but before leaving, there was one thing he had to try. Moments later, the colossal body slowly lifted off the ground. The massive serpent soared into the sky, coiling beneath the clouds, its dragon-like wings stirring up a fierce wind. As Bai Yu looked down at the vast mountains, a strange feeling of all living beings are insignificant surged within him. Beneath the lost mountains, countless monsters looked up to witness this scene, their deep-seated fears surging like a tidal wave. 1, 2, 10, 100 like a black tide. The monsters trembled and bowed down, more and more of them quaking and prostrating themselves on the ground, submitting in reverence. Hungry. So hungry. Absolutely starving. This was the only sensation Bai Yu felt after emerging from the other world. He could almost picture himself devouring an entire roasted ox. This overwhelming, earth-shaking hunger was a side effect of his bloodline upgrade. He stepped into the dimensional space lobby, originally planning to return immediately to the real world to find a restaurant and fill his stomach. However, his steps halted when his gaze swept past the training hall nearby. After a few seconds of hesitation, he suppressed the gnawing emptiness in his stomach and turned toward the training hall. The corridor outside the training hall was brightly lit, with muffled sounds of impacts and shouts coming from behind the door. Bai Yu swiped his Cardone 100 yuan. Beep, the access door opened. He pushed through, and a mixture of sweat and metallic scents hit him in the face. The training hall was enormous, nearly the size of 100 standard football fields, with soaring ceilings and brilliant lighting. Various advanced training equipment was arranged like a maze throughout the space. Climbers stood before each machine, throwing punches, lifting weights, and sprinting, while mechanical sounds and shouts rose and fell continuously. The rest area along the wall had scattered benches and water stations, where small groups of climbers exchanged training tips. Bai Yu withdrew his attention from the bustling hall and walked straight toward the strength testing machine in the farthest corner. Only a few teenagers around his age were there, struggling with the equipment. A short-haired boy shook his wrist and stared at the numbers on the screen, his tone dejected. Ugh, why only 472 Dao of force? I didn't even break 500. His companion nearby complained. Bastard, stop showing off. Your score is already the best among us. The group noticed Bai Yu approaching and immediately lowered their voices, stealing curious glances. What kind of score would this seemingly similar-aged teenager achieve? Bai Yu merely glanced at them briefly before looking away and positioning himself in front of the testing machine in the corner. The display screen at the top showed the top 3 records. First place boasted an impressive 2,950 Dao of force, just one step away from 3,000. Rumor had it that the record holder was a famous boxer from the real world who specialized in strength after entering the other world, now firmly seated on the throne of strongest force climber. Bai Yu took a deep breath, raised his hand into a fist, and his knuckles cracked softly. He drew his fist back to his waist, muscles tensing, then suddenly struck forward. Bang! The metallic thud shook the entire hall, and a visible white shockwave exploded from his fist, spreading in all directions. The electronic numbers on the screen flickered rapidly. Many climbers in the hall were startled by the sudden thunderous sound and stopped their activities to look back. Bai Yu maintained his punching stance, eyes fixed intently on the screen until the numbers stopped jumping. Dao Force, 9,527. Over 9,000 Dao Force. Even Bai Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, secretly surprised, though his expression remained calm and composed. The teenagers beside him, however, stood frozen like statues, staring at the screen with eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 9,527 Dao Force. Are you kidding me? The testing machine must be broken? Consider this. The first place on the leaderboard only had just over 2,900 Dao Force, yet someone had just raised it to nearly 4 times that amount with a single punch. What kind of concept was this? A few people looked at Bai Yu with expressions of shock and disbelief. Despite their overwhelming feelings of astonishment and doubt, they instinctively stepped back, holding their breath and clearing the passage as Bai Yu approached, retracting his testing fist. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the training hall, and it wasn't until his figure completely disappeared at the door that they snapped back to reality, rushing to the strength tester. The data on the cold screen was flashing and updating. The previously top-ranked score was forcefully pushed down, replaced by a brand new record that firmly occupied the top spot. Bai Xiu 95-27 strength points. Bai Xiu? Bai Xiu? A few boys were stunned for half a second before their expressions changed dramatically. That was the fierce individual who had recently made waves online by being the first to defeat the Forest Dragon. They never expected that he was just a boy who looked to be about their age. The eerie silence lasted only a moment before people in the training hall, drawn by the deafening noise, gathered around the tester to check it out. The reactions were all the same. Wide eyes, rubbing eyes, and then double-checking. Until they were sure they hadn't misread the numbers, all sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only a suppressed gasp of amazement. Their gazes lingered on 9,527, before unconsciously drifting toward the exit, their eyes filled with a sense of awe. Without a doubt, this new strength test record would soon spread throughout the training hall and reach the ears of all the participants. However, Bai Yu, who had left early, was completely indifferent to it. He exited the alternate dimension, his stomach growling, and followed the scent of food down the street, eventually choosing a newly opened buffet restaurant. The owner greeted him warmly, and he nodded in thanks before stepping through the door. Night fell. Tang Hao, Chu Mo, and their classmates gradually exited the school, with the most attention still on the talented young Man Yun fan. Most of the crowd surrounded him, chattering excitedly about the unexpected events in the training room. However, some were frequently stealing glances at the quiet Chu Mo. After all, if it weren't for Chu Mo's timely intervention, their class would have embarrassed themselves in front of the other class today. At the intersection, Yun Fan took the initiative to approach and patted Chu Mo on the shoulder. Thanks for earlier. Let's team up next time. After saying that, he turned and took long strides to the car by the street, the door slamming shut with a bang, and the vehicle quickly disappeared into the night. As the classmates watched the taillights fade away, they sighed in envy. Incredible talent aside, his family background overshadowed theirs. This was what they called the fate of a protagonist. They admired him, but couldn't help feeling envious. As the spotlight faded, the crowd dispersed in small groups. Tang Hao stayed by Chu Mo's side, chattering nonstop. Bro, you really should have been more straightforward. Hiding your strength like that made me worry for nothing. He rambled on like a spilled bucket of beans. Chu Mo activated his automatic shield, focusing on walking ahead. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If Tang Hao knew the truth about Bai Yu, would he be crushed by the revelation? With that in mind, he shook his head slightly. Never mind. It was better not to bring him down. A fleeting thought about Bai Yu crossed his mind, but suddenly, Chu Mo stopped in his tracks. His drowsy, lifeless eyes sharpened instantly, staring intently at the black figure that had appeared on the street ahead at some unknown moment, his expression growing extremely grave. Why did you stop? Tang Hao asked in confusion, turning his head to follow Chu Mo's gaze. In the middle of the empty street stood a man in black, hands shoved in his pockets, planted there like a nail. His hood obscured most of his face, and his silence sent chills down their spines. Run! Chu Mo lowered his voice, practically spitting out the 2 words through gritted teeth. What? The chaotic pounding of his heart drowned out Tang Hao's hearing. Hadn't caught it clearly. Run! Chu Mo suddenly pushed Tang Hao aside and stepped forward to shield him, his voice rising sharply. No time to explain. Leave now. Tang Hao stumbled but steadied himself, though an ominous feeling crept into his heart. Looking up, he saw the black-clad man taking long strides, slowly approaching them. Though his expression was hidden, the curve visible beneath the hood looked exactly like a mocking sneer. Wanna leave? A low chuckle escaped from under the hood. Did you ask for my permission? The man in black pulled out his hands, interlaced his fingers, and cracked them with a series of sharp pops. The next second, he kicked off the ground hard, his form shooting out like a black arrow, sweeping past Chu Mo and appearing before Tang Hao in an instant. Tang Hao had barely raised his arms when a vicious knee strike slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! He doubled over like a shrimp, the impact lifting him off the ground as searing pain rolled through his organs like flames. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his vision blurred instantly. Tang Hao. Only then did Chu Mo snap back to reality, swinging his right arm sharply. A hidden crossbow shot from his sleeve, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at the man in black. The opponent simply twisted his neck slightly, and the arrow grazed past his hair. Simultaneously, he deflected Chu Mo's follow-up attack with his other hand, his 5 fingers clamping around Chu Mo's throat like steel pincers, lifting him bodily off the ground. Little brat. Before he could finish, Chu Mo flicked his left sleeve, and a second arrow exploded outward from almost point-blank range. The man's pupils contracted as he jerked his head aside, barely avoiding it. The arrowhead scraped across his face, leaving a shallow bloody mark. Chu Mo used the momentum to break free, staggering backward several steps until his back hit the wall, and he barely managed to steady himself. You've improved quite a bit. The man in black extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with menace as he looked Chu Mo up and down like a predator sizing up prey. However, your friend is now in my hands. What do you plan to do? Going to run? With that, he grabbed the unconscious Tang Hao and tossed him aside onto the ground like a discarded sack, the threatening message clear. If you want to save him, come here. Chu Mo couldn't possibly abandon Tang Hao, but he knew very well that with his own strength alone, he was no match for the man before him. In that split second, only one name remained in his mind: Bai Yu. During the moment he had broken free earlier, he had quietly pulled out his phone. Now, with his hands behind his back, he rapidly sent out both the current situation and their location. The man in black noticed his arm moving behind him, and his mockery intensified. Calling for backup? Let me guess he's at that little brat from last time with the annoyingly cold face. Chu Mo remained silent. The man in black snorted coldly. No time to waste on you brats anymore. Sigh. Kids these days just won't listen. Before his words had even finished, he suddenly crouched low and lunged at Chu Mo like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was so incredible that Chu Mo only saw a blur before his eyes, and by the time he realized what was happening, the dark figure was already upon him. Before the hidden blade in his sleeve could even spring forth, his opponent seized his wrist in an iron grip, sending searing pain through his joints. The man in black's lips curled into a cold smile. You're not ready yet. His other fist, charged with devastating force, struck Chu Mo's face like lightning, sending blood spattering instantly. Then came a thunderous barrage of punches: chest, abdomen, face. Each blow landed like a hammer striking an anvil. With his arm trapped in that vice-like grip, Chu Mo had nowhere to dodge, reduced to nothing more than a living target. Within mere moments, his nose was crushed, his eye sockets swollen and bruised, blood covering his entire face. Finally, the relentless assault ceased. Chu Mo staggered to his knees, his face a bloody mess. Yet through sheer willpower, he managed to stay conscious. The man in black looked down at him with a mocking expression. Not bad willpower. He raised his leg, about to deliver a finishing roundhouse kick, when footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. His movement faltered slightly as he turned around, first showing a maniacal grin, but when he saw who it was, his smile instantly faded to boredom. Not far away stood a young man in a dark red jacket. It was Yun Fan, who had left earlier by car. The youth surveyed the scene. Tang Hao lying unconscious on the ground, Chu Mo's injuries horrifying to behold. His eyes sharpened as he said quietly, I had a feeling something was wrong earlier. Looks like my instincts were right. The man in black's expression darkened. Huh, where did this little brat come from? Why are all you kids so eager to die these days? Get lost? I don't have time to play with you. You hurt my classmates. I can't just pretend I didn't see that, Yin Fan replied grimly. Hearing this, the man in black narrowed his eyes, then suddenly burst into mocking laughter, covering his face as his shoulders shook. After a moment, his gaze turned ice cold. Very well. Since you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige. Run? This guy is dangerous. Chu Mo roared through his agony, only to be kicked flying by the man in black, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground again. Yun Fan clenched his fists tightly, but didn't retreat a single step. If he turned and ran now, he wouldn't be himself anymore. Uncle Zhong, Yun Fan called out without turning around. By the black sedan, an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in an impeccable suit, stepped out of the car with steady steps. Young master, I've already notified them. They'll arrive shortly. As he spoke, he had already positioned himself in front of Yun Fan, respectful yet sharp. This man is very dangerous. Please step back, young master. Leave the rest to me. Though reluctant, Yun Fan knew that forcing the issue would only cause more trouble, so he stepped back a few paces. Uncle Zhong, those two over there are my classmates. Please find a way to save them. No problem, young master. The old butler bowed slightly with perfect etiquette. The man in black watched this scene with cold indifference, his eyes gleaming with menacing light. A brat and an old man. They actually had the audacity to ignore him while discussing rescue plans so brazenly they truly didn't know the meaning of death. As soon as the words fell, The man in black charged forward explosively, crimson light radiating from his body as his aura surged dramatically. The old butler's eyes narrowed sharply. With a swift motion of his right hand through the air, a brilliant blue blade materialized instantly, meeting the attack heat. Red and blue energies collided thunderously in midair in just that single exchange. The old butler sensed the overwhelming, terrifying power he was up against. Bang! The violent impact slammed into his arm, forcing him back several steps as he crushed the stone tiles beneath his feet. His palm went numb, and terror gripped his heart. Looking up, he saw the black shadow closing in for a second strike, moving even faster, the fierce wind cutting across his face. Bang! 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 A barrage of heavy blows rained down like a torrential storm, all crashing against the old butler's defenses. His expression grew grave as he desperately channeled his energy, yet he couldn't find even a moment's opening to counterattack. In the distance, Yunfan's pupils contracted sharply. The situation was completely different from what he had anticipated. Uncle Jean was being utterly overwhelmed and clearly wouldn't last much longer. The dangerous aura emanating from the man in black finally made him truly understand Chu Mo's warning to run quickly. But now, even if he wanted to flee, there was no escape route left. Boom! The old butler was punched into the side wall, debris flying as the wall caved inward, forming a deep crater. Yunfan's heart leaped into his throat. Old fool, acting like a hero at your age. The man in black spat contemptuously and threw another punch, dense crimson light swirling around his iron fist. The old butler raised his arm to block, but his bones instantly deformed with a clear crack, a fracturing bone. As pain washed over him, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and his former elegance completely shattered. In the next instant, the man in black grabbed his face and slammed him brutally into the wall, embedding his entire body into the crater until he went completely still. Only then did the attacker release his grip with lingering satisfaction, licking his dry lips as his gaze turned toward Yunfan like a beast locking onto its prey. Yunfan instinctively stepped back, then forced himself to stop, humiliation flooding his face. Had he actually been frightened into retreat? Young master, run quickly. The old butler's weak voice drifted from the shattered wall cavity. They had underestimated their enemy and fallen into such a perilous situation. Yunfan's entire body tensed as his heart sank to the depths. He stared intently at the man in black, forcing himself to stay calm. As long as he could see the movements clearly, there might still be a chance. Whoosh! The black shadow flashed before his eyes in an instant, a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly expanding in his vision. Too late. Boom! Yunfan groaned as he was sent flying backward, blood tracing an arc through the air. His body sailed like a broken kite for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground and sliding a long distance. Thud! His back collided with a human figure, finally bringing him to a stop. Am I too late after all? A familiar voice spoke from behind him. Yunfan looked up, his vision blurred by blood, yet he could still make out that familiar face. Bai Yu? Yunfan had no idea how Bai Yu had appeared here, but right now his consciousness felt heavy, and he could pass out at any moment. It's me. Bai Yu's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable certainty. His gaze swept over the shattered street and collapsed walls before finally settling on the man in the black cloak, his brow furrowing slightly. Just moments ago, he had received Chu Mo's message and rushed here at full speed, but unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The moment the black-cloaked man saw Bai Yu, the twisted face hidden beneath his hood suddenly displayed a maniacal expression. The red aura around his body flared violently, and his savage energy surged upward. Ha ha kid, you finally showed up. It's time we settled the score between us. As his words thundered down, there was a tremendous crash beneath his feet. Debris flew everywhere, and the ground cracked into dense spider web patterns as he shot toward Bai Yu like a cannonball. Previous encounters had already taught him that when facing Bai Yu, he could only go all out. Shadow Wave Fist. Mid-charge, his right arm muscles bulged like a python, layers of red light coiling around them as violent energy poured upward, finally building into an ultimate devastating punch. Bang! A thunderous roar pierced through the entire street as white airflow mixed with fierce winds swept in all directions, sending broken bricks, dust, and cracked wall fragments flying simultaneously. Bai Yu! Chu Mo cried out in alarm, but immediately after, the scene before his eyes left him frozen in place, disbelief flashing wildly in his mind. The maniacal laughter on the black-cloaked man's face also froze in that instant. Bai Yu stood quietly, not even his hem stirring. Only a crystalline transparent barrier in front of him rippled gently, having completely blocked that ferocious assault. The violent force was reduced to scattered waves that couldn't even touch the corner of his clothing. The black-cloaked man's eye twitched, a fierce gleam flashing as he pulled back his fist, gathered power again, and struck once more. Bang! The invisible barrier remained completely unmoved. He grew increasingly frenzied, using the explosive force to flash around the street, changing positions, charging, and launching continuous attacks. Nearly every punch drained all his strength. The street's surface was pounded into craters by the relentless impacts, but he could only create larger ripples on that barrier, ultimately unable to shake it in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds rolled on as dust clouds churned. Chu Mo was stunned, Yun Fan was stunned, and even the usually composed old butler's eyes widened, leaving only the black-cloaked man trapped in madness. Bai Yu stood right before him, yet seemed separated by an insurmountable chasm. That barrier, so close at hand, completely divided the two of them. TCH. The black-cloaked man gritted his teeth until his gums bled, shock and fury intertwining. He felt those gray-white vertical pupils coldly mocking him, treating all his struggles as a ridiculous performance. Damn it! I'm going to kill you, he roared, suddenly stopping in place. His expression froze as if struck by lightning, staring fixedly at those serpentine eyes. The next moment, he clutched his head and screamed in agony, his body stiffening as he fell backward, losing consciousness on the spot. Even unconscious, his face remained etched with pain, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he were enduring some inhuman mental torture. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Bai Yu's gray serpentine pupils instantly returned to normal, and the invisible barrier hovering before him dissipated like ripples on water. The black-clad man collapsed to the ground, his fingernails digging into the cracked cement as he convulsed in agony without pause. Bai Yu showed no mercy this time. He had fully unleashed the power of his illusory serpent eyes, shattering his opponent's mental defenses and casting his consciousness into an endless nightmare where even unconsciousness would bring only eternal torment. Can you get up? Bai Yu turned his head toward Yun Fan, who lay several meters away. Yun Fan was sprawled on his back, still stunned by what he had witnessed, and only snapped back to reality when he heard the question, nodding vigorously. After confirming he was unharmed, Bai Yu walked over to Chu Mo and helped him up from beside the collapsed billboard. You bastard. Chu Mo grimaced, his voice filled with the disbelief of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Though he had known Bai Yu was stronger than the black-clad man, witnessing such overwhelming dominance still left him thoroughly shaken. The man's savage assault, Bai Yu's impenetrable barrier, all of it remained vivid in his mind. Bai Yu could now openly use abilities from the inner world in reality, and their power was terrifying. Realizing that without Bai Yu's arrival they would all likely be dead, Chu Mo felt a bitter smile rise in his heart, though he was more grateful than anything. I can still walk. Let's go check on Tang Hao first. That guy's pretty badly hurt too, he said weakly, suppressing his churning emotions. Bai Yu nodded and quickly moved to Tang Hao's side. After checking his pulse and confirming he was merely unconscious, he finally relaxed. The next second, he lifted Tang Hao with one hand as easily as picking up a chicken shoe. Mo had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Let's go. I'll get you all to the hospital first. As for that guy though, he won't be waking up anytime soon. It's better to leave him to the police, Bai Yu said calmly. Chu Mo nodded and followed with heavy steps. As they passed Yun Fan, he suddenly spoke up. If you don't mind, take my car. It'll be faster to get to the hospital. We need to go there too. After speaking, he unconsciously swallowed and tried to appear composed. At this moment, with everyone except Bai Yu injured, the suggestion couldn't be more appropriate. Thanks, Bai Yu didn't refuse. The three of them worked together to settle Tang Hao in the back seat. Then Chu Mo and Yun Fan got in the car. Bai Yu stood by the car door, his gaze falling on the blood-covered steering wheel in Yun Fan's hands. Sure you can drive? Don't worry, this little injury won't stop me. Aren't you getting in? Yun Fan responded with a confident look. I'll pass. I still need to deal with that guy over there. Bai Yu indicated the black-clad man in the distance with a tilt of his head. Having witnessed that battle, Yun Fan had long since set aside his pride, speaking with genuine respect. Bai Yu said nothing more and reached up to close the car door. We'll head out then. I'll leave the rest to you. Chu Mo nodded at him through the window. The car started up and soon disappeared at the end of the street. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze and walked over to the man in black, grabbing him and lifting him up. He pulled out his phone to search for the nearest police station, then followed the route indicated on the map. On the way to the hospital, the car was filled with deathly silence. In the back seat, Tang Hao remained unconscious, his head drooping and swaying gently with the car's movement. The old butler's face was deathly pale, his shirt stained a dark brown with blood at the chest, barely managing to stay upright against the car door. Even speaking seemed difficult for him. Chu Mo was still conscious, but his fists were clenched tightly on his knees, blood dripping down through his fingers, clearly indicating serious injuries. In comparison, Yun Fan only had superficial wounds, yet he was still the most mentally shaken person in the car. He glanced at his own pale face in the rearview mirror, pressed his lips together, and several times wanted to ask about Bai Yu's background, but found his throat seemed blocked, couldn't squeeze out a single word. In his mind, scenes from the recent battle kept flashing back, the man in black's fists whistling through the air, each punch against the barrier making his heart feel like it might explode, while Bai Yu moved like a ghost between the shadows of punches, defeating his opponent with a single strike. The shocking impact of that close-range, face-to-face combat still made his hair stand on end. How did he manage to do that? Yun Fan screamed internally, but only dared to look down and pinch his thigh, forcing himself to calm down. The pride he once felt from being praised as a genius youth was now completely shattered. If he still dared to call himself a genius, that would truly make him a fool. With this thought, he glanced at Chu Mo again. That guy's performance in the training room had been equally unfathomable. Did all these people like to keep their true abilities as trump cards? His gaze finally settled on the unconscious Tang Hao, and Yun Fan felt slightly more balanced. At least this one didn't seem to be hiding anything. With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, he ultimately didn't ask a single question. When the car stopped at the hospital entrance, he took a deep breath to suppress his turbulent emotions and got out with Chu Mo to help Tang Hao and the old butler inside. At the police station, "You're saying this person is dangerous and attacked your classmates and friends?" The young officer in uniform sat down at the desk, keeping a watchful eye on the man in black, who was groaning in pain on the floor. Bai Yu nodded. "He's not only dangerous, but there's likely an organization behind him. You'd better contact special departments for supervision, otherwise the consequences could be unimaginable." The young officer frowned. At it was obvious that the man in black was more seriously injured, while Bai Yu, the supposed victim, was completely unharmed. Who would believe this story? Just as he was about to object, a colleague from next door hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. The young officer's expression changed, and he looked up to study Bai Yu carefully, then simply had him complete a brief statement before letting him leave. After Bai Yu left the duty room, the young officer quickly rushed to the surveillance area. On the screen, the surveillance footage from the dimly lit street flickered between light and dark due to the fighting, but the figures of both parties could still be clearly distinguished as they crossed paths in lightning-fast combat. Every punch from the man in black seemed like it could shatter the air, while the teenager's movements were clean and efficient, his attacks precise and ruthless. In just a few dozen seconds, he had completely subdued his opponent. That teenager, the young officer whispered in amazement, is way too damn fierce. And this is a high school student? He swallowed hard, then looked again at the man in black still groaning on the floor, feeling a chill run down his spine. It really did seem like they needed professional personnel to handle this. Outside the police station, Bai Yu spotted a black sedan parked by the roadside with a well-dressed man in a suit standing beside it. When the man saw Bai Yu emerge, he immediately hurried over with a respectful tone. "Young Master Bai Yu, my master requests your presence." Recalling the young officer's sudden nervousness inside the station, Bai Yu instantly understood that this man was likely the reason behind it. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do we know each other?" "We haven't met before." The suited man bowed slightly. "But young Master Yun Fan is your classmate. My master has learned of what happened earlier and specifically wishes to express his gratitude to you in person." "Thanks aren't necessary," Bai Yu waved dismissively. "I was just lending a hand." With that, he walked away without lingering, brushing past the man and quickly disappearing into the bustling crowd on the street. As night fell, a secret base was brightly illuminated. In the training room, everyone was drenched in sweat as the sounds of impacts and shouts echoed continuously. Suddenly, there was a beep at the entrance, and the metal door slid open to both sides. A young woman in a dark blue business suit walked in on stiletto heels, her black stockings accentuating her long legs. She surveyed everyone present, her voice calm, yet commanding. "Stop training. Everyone report to room 2 in 10 minutes. After speaking, she turned and left, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. "Meeting in room 2? Is there a test today?" "Since the last test, it's been, well, last time." "Get lost. Stop speculating. We'll find out when we get there." Discussions erupted everywhere. Jiang Xinyan, wearing training clothes with sweat trickling down her collarbone, strode out of the training room on her long legs. A petite, cute teammate chased after her. "Xinyan, wait for me." The other team members gradually dispersed as well. 10 minutes later, in room 2, the moment everyone arrived, all eyes fell on the important figure in the center of the room, dressed in uniform with a chest full of medals. Everyone's hearts tightened. There was definitely something big happening. The base's primary supervisor and captain of this elite strike team, Long Shanha, stepped forward with a deep voice. "I'll explain the details later. Let's start the testing first. Xinyan, you're up first." "Understood." Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly and walked toward the high-tech circular testing pod in the room. Hiss. The pod door slowly closed. Through the large display screen on the front, everyone could clearly see her adjusting her breathing and stretching her limbs inside. The important figure with gleaming metals clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze scrutinizing with a broad smile. "So this is the famous queen, or should I say Thorn Queen? I hear she's achieved remarkable feats in the inner world, making even top foreign infiltrators wary of her. Even us oldtimers have heard her name." "Excellent, excellent." Long Shanha quickly lowered his voice. "You're too kind, Chief. However, Xinyan is indeed hardworking and exceptionally talented. I'm very much looking forward to her performance this time." As the two conversed, Jiang Xinyan inside the testing pod had completed her preparations. She looked toward the outside and nodded slightly. The technician at the control panel then activated the equipment. Beep, 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 beep. The testing equipment suddenly blazed with brilliant lights, and the mechanical charging sounds that filled the room seemed to pound against everyone's eardrums. Jiang Xinyan took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. The moment she exhaled, her beautiful eyes turned razor-sharp. The instant the equipment fully activated, she lunged forward, shooting into the testing zone like an arrow released from its bow. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of dull impacts echoed like drumbeats as her fists, legs, and elbows struck with perfect precision. Each hit made the metal casing of the testing equipment tremble slightly. Her speed was so incredible that even those watching with wide, unblinking eyes could only catch glimpses of afterimages and flashing numbers. The values on the display screen jumped wildly, constantly updating. The training members outside instinctively held their breath. Even her teammates were no exception, their gazes glued to that swift-moving figure, their scalps tingling with excitement. Bang! The final strike hit like thunder, accompanied by a tremendous crash that brought the entire testing chamber to a complete halt. Only then did everyone seem to wake from a dream. Test complete. Time, 15.43 seconds. Strength, 93. Speed, 97. Evasion, 100. Errors, 0. Overall rating, excellent. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the room. Her strength and speed improved again? 0 errors. Huh. Our assault team's ace really lives up to her reputation. Even the usually composed members were secretly amazed. Thinking back to her previous scores and comparing them to the display before them, shock filled their eyes. How much time had passed, and she'd already improved again. In the corner, Long Shanhe and that important figure exchanged glances and nodded almost imperceptibly. Yeah, Xinyan, you're amazing. A lively voice burst from the crowd. A girl who looked quite young bounced over to the testing chamber, her face full of admiration. After hearing the results, a gentle smile spread across Jiang Xinyan's fair face. She naturally high-fived the girl with her free right hand, and the two walked side by side to the back of the formation. Next up, Cheng Nan. Following Long Shanhe's calm announcement, a handsome young man stepped forward with a bitter expression, the same one who had previously invited Jiang Xinyan for a walk and been rejected. Boss, being scheduled second for testing really puts on the pressure. Cut the chatter and get started. About 10 minutes later, everyone had completed their tests. Long Shanhe exchanged a few quiet words with that important figure, briefly reminded everyone to rest well, and left training room 2 together. I'm done for. With such poor results this time, will that important person have a terrible impression of me? Relax, it's just one mistake. We're at a critical stage for taking down the boss. They can't just replace people randomly. But the Tower Guardian boss on the 29th floor really is tricky. I heard that landing team from Southeast Asia nearly got wiped out completely. Thank goodness they left behind crucial information. The training members discussed in low voices, their conversations overlapping but distinct, with waves of anxiety and relief washing over them. Jiang Xinyan went to the rest area alone. She pulled out her phone, where the latest message was displayed. Sender, Bai Yu. Looking at her younger brother's caring words and questions, her lips unconsciously curved upward, and her eyes grew tender. Since leaving home, Bai Yu seemed to have become increasingly clingy, checking in almost daily. In the past, she had always been the one to reach out first as the older sister. Back then, she loved watching her brother blush and admit defeat. But now, this feeling seemed pretty nice too. Xinyan, what are you looking at? You're smiling so happily. Su Yin pulled out a chair and sat down next to Jiang Xinyan, naturally linking their arms as she leaned over to peek at the phone screen. The blue light from the screen cast a glow on Jiang Xinyan's fair cheek. Despite being old enough to be a mature woman, she had a naturally soft and adorable face that made her look like a contented cat basking in the sun when she smiled. Bai Yu? Oh. Su Yin only caught a glimpse of that conspicuous name in the message list before immediately understanding, squinting with a mischievous grin. Chatting with your adorable little brother again. You brother complex. As the person closest to Jiang Xinyan in the assault team, Su Yin knew better than anyone that Jiang Xinyan had a younger brother named Bai Yu. Su Yin gently shook her arm. Hey, Xinyan, let's make a deal. After the mission ends, let me go back with you. I'd love to meet your brother. Jiang Xinyan chuckled. What are you planning? I'm just curious. As your best friend, I need to get to know this little you you're always talking about. Jiang Xinyan pressed her slender white finger against her chin, tilting her head thoughtfully before shaking it. No way. What if you're a bad influence on little you? Su Yin blinked innocently, though her mind was already racing as expected. You're totally a brother complex fanatic. Jiang Xinyan smiled sweetly as she leaned closer, her gaze wandering across Su Yin's face as her mature voice dropped low. You're definitely thinking something mean about me right now, aren't you? Hiss. Su Yin sucked in a sharp breath, trying to maintain her composure. No way. Really? Then I must have misunderstood you. Jiang Xinyan reached out to smooth down her stubborn cowlick, patted her shoulder, and then walked away toward the end of the corridor. Meanwhile, Long Shanha and the VIP who had left room 2 entered a classified conference room. The table projection flickered with keywords appearing in succession: assault team, test results, world items. When he heard world items, Long Shanha's breathing suddenly stopped, and he held his breath while listening intently to the briefing, finally nodding solemnly. He personally escorted the VIP all the way to the base's main gate. Upon returning, he could barely contain his excitement, taking several deep breaths before striding quickly down the corridor. Notify all assault team members to assemble in the conference room immediately. Discussions buzzed throughout the break area. Did you hear? That assault team from Southeast Asia almost defeated the 29th floor boss, but unfortunately, they were completely wiped out. Damn, so you're saying the entire team died? Not everyone died. The online reports are exaggerated. Those were top-tier climbers from the Peacock Nation. There's no way they were completely annihilated, though the casualties were definitely severe. If the 29th floor is already this brutal, how terrifying will the remaining 70 floors be? The unknown is what's truly frightening. As soon as any country gets the first clear, all the others will immediately follow suit. After making rounds at the police station and then the hospital, Bai Yu finally returned home. Night had fallen, and only his phone screen illuminated the bedroom as he lay in bed, his fingertips scrolling through pages of the latest leaked information about the 29th floor of the Tower of God. The intel was surprisingly substantial. This morning, the Peacock Nation's Raider squad launched another boss assault. Just when victory seemed within reach, the Tower Guardian boss suddenly underwent a terrifying transformation, nearly wiping out the entire assault team. Almost instantly, raiders worldwide turned their attention to this explosive news. No country has successfully defeated the 29th floor boss and advanced to the next level. Bai Yu sat at his desk in the rental apartment, his fingertips swiping through the air as he quickly browsed forums and intelligence channels from various countries. His gaze fixed on the screen, eyes narrowing slightly. The 29th floor remains unconquered. This is both an opportunity and a threat. The benefits were obvious. The Peacock Nation's painful experience would make other countries, even the Dragon Nation, hesitant to act rashly without proper preparation, giving Bai Yu more time to climb the tower. But the drawbacks were equally clear. To enter the 30th floor, any faction must directly defeat this Tower Guardian boss. No one would give up just because of the difficulty. The team Jiang Xinyan belonged to would face the same deadly dangers to pass this level. He searched again for keywords related to the 29th floor boss, but the pages only contained scattered physical descriptions with no crucial details. Bai Yu sighed inwardly. Top raiders from every nation were still exploring, and no one would easily reveal weaknesses. Currently, those encountering this boss were mostly national teams. Private factions had made sporadic attempts, but only as reconnaissance. Most ordinary raiders remained on the sidelines. Everyone had only one life, and no one wanted to be a guinea pig. Let the national teams handle this high-risk pioneering work, Bai Yu muttered to himself, setting down his phone. His gaze drifted through the ceiling as his thoughts wandered. He was currently on the 20th floor of the Tower of God, with 9 floors separating him from Jiang Xinyan. The system panel materialized before his eyes. Level 36. World Serpent Bloodline, mutated upgraded to level 3. All 4 attributes exceeding 1,000. Talent skill power multiplied. Still not enough. Bai Yu clenched his fist, knuckles cracking softly. He needed to reach the 29th floor before tragedy struck, and more importantly, defeat the Tower Guardian boss Hedon to ensure Jiang Xinyan's safety. Rumors about that boss were becoming increasingly outrageous. In his previous life, he had merely followed the main force to scavenge entry to the next level, never even getting a clear look at the boss. To be absolutely certain, he could only continue grinding experience and improving his combat power. Grumble. His stomach protested abruptly. When he left the inner world that evening, he had just filled his second plate of grilled meat at the buffet when Chumo's message called him away. Now hunger struck with full force. Bai Yu patted his abdomen, mocking himself. Sorry about that. After his bloodline upgrade, his appetite and digestion speed had become even more extreme. He simply pulled out his phone and ordered a table full of takeout. The next morning, as the campus bell finished chiming, Bai Yu entered the classroom right on time. The first thing he saw was Chu Mo, Yun Fan, and the others already present. When Yun Fan looked at him, his eyes held more reverence and curiosity than usual. Bai Yu understood perfectly and walked straight to Chu Mo's desk. Why didn't you get more rest? Chu Mo shook his head, casually rolling up his sleeve. Just surface wounds, nothing serious. Bai Yu patted his shoulder and returned to his seat. Passing Tang Hao, who was chattering excitedly about last night's battle details, Bai Yu couldn't be bothered to explain and simply ignored him completely. Even after Bai Yu had taken his seat, Tang Hao was still chattering away, bombarding him with questions about what had happened the night before. Tang Hao had been unconscious from start to finish last night, so he hadn't witnessed Bai Yu stepping in to save the day, nor did he know that Bai Yu had made a special trip to the hospital late at night to check on him. His curiosity was now like a string of firecrackers going off one after another. But Bai Yu remained completely calm throughout. neither explaining nor denying anything, which ironically earned him some rare peace and quiet. Chuimo, sitting in the same row, wasn't so lucky. Tang Hao's relentless questioning hit him like rapid gunfire, never letting up. Pretending to sleep? Tang Hao would shake him awake the moment he closed his eyes. Pretending to have amnesia? That only made Tang Hao more frantic. But when it came to the man in black and the dangerous organization he might be connected to, Chuimo didn't dare breathe a word. He absolutely couldn't drag his friend into this murky mess. As for Bai Yu, Chuimo had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power Bai Yu had displayed last night, and he could tell the other was deliberately keeping things under wraps. Since Bai Yu didn't want to be exposed, he would play along completely. No matter how curious Tang Hao got, he wouldn't say a word. Unless Bai Yu spoke up himself, this secret would stay buried. Chumo's silence indirectly influenced Yun Fan. Last night, Yun Fan had also witnessed Bai Yu's incredible strength and had already labeled this usually unremarkable classmate in his mind. Definitely a world-shaking genius, keeping a low profile. Since the genius chose to stay low-key, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to blow his cover. In fact, the unique thrill of knowing something others don't made him imagine the day when Bai Yu would truly show his power. Everyone would be so shocked their jaws would drop, while he could watch calmly with an "I knew it all along" attitude. Just thinking about it was satisfying. What are you looking at? Pulling his gaze back, Yun Fan found himself staring into a pair of curious eyes. Lin Xia, the genius girl who was his academic rival in class. Nothing much, he replied casually. Then what about those injuries on your face? Wasn't watching where I was going and fell, Yun Fan said lightly. What about Chuimo? Did he fall too? Probably, Yun Fan shrugged, looking completely at ease. While he might feel somewhat inferior around Bai Yu, when facing others, including Lin Xia, he was still the confident top student of their grade. As for the embarrassing incident of getting beaten up by the man in black, he would never admit to it even if his life depended on it. Chuimo would surely keep his mouth shut too, which meant the circle of people in the know was completely sealed perfect. In fact, when Yun Fan and Chuimo had entered the classroom that morning, the bruises on their faces immediately drew everyone's attention. After all, just last night they had shown brilliantly in the training room, really making their class proud. Only to return to school injured the next day, it was hard not to arouse suspicion. But no matter how their classmates tried to pry information out of them, they just smiled and deflected, and no one could extract even a hint of the truth. When their homeroom teacher walked in, the scene played out identically. His concerned voice carried a note of reproach. How did this happen? The two answered in unison. We accidentally fell. Their teacher rubbed his forehead, sighing inwardly. Who are these two trying to fool? But seeing they were unwilling to elaborate, he could only let it go, making a mental note to keep an eye on their condition. He then cleared his throat and led everyone into the alternate dimension space. The interdimensional space flickered before everyone's eyes, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves in a cold, technologically advanced hall. 2 weeks had passed since the awakening qualification login began. Except for a few stragglers still stuck in the newbie village, most newcomers had already reached Wind City and formed fixed training squads to support each other in leveling up. Among those few who hadn't made it to Wind City was Bai Yu. At this moment, their old instructor gathered them together, earnestly advising them on important matters. Chuimo and Yun Fan stood nearby, silently observing the scene. As the two who were in the know, they clearly understood that only they could perceive the awkward sense of a big shot mixed in with newbies. They exchanged a knowing glance. Those who understood. Meanwhile, the teenager with the tinfoil perm hairstyle, seeing Bai Yu receive special attention, let out a light snort full of disdain. Arriving at the inner world teleportation array, Yun Fan deliberately slowed his pace, glancing at Bai Yu several times with words on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to suggest forming a team, but seeing that even Chuimo, who was closer to Bai Yu and equally informed, hadn't spoken up, he ultimately swallowed his thoughts. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and Bai Yu's figure disappeared from the teleportation array, appearing the next second on the 20th floor of the Tower of Gods. His previous search for the Heart of Storm had consumed considerable time, and while he still had sufficient margin for tower climbing, he didn't want to risk any unexpected complications. As long as he reached the 29th floor early, he would have more operational space and be better prepared for the unknown. With his mind made up, Bai Yu immediately locked onto the Tower Guardian boss's location upon entering. His bloodline had now advanced to the 3rd level, his form expanding from the previous 4 to 500 meters to several thousand meters. Dark scales covered in ancient markings spread across his body, and his broad wings stirred up layers of fierce winds as they beat, awakening his flight ability. The 10th sand-meter airspace within the tower suddenly became empty. Not a bird flew through the mountains, not a trace of human presence remained on any path. All magical creatures trembled beneath that sky-covering shadow, and the airspace seemed to be completely cleared. With his newly acquired flight ability, he reached the boss territory in just half an hour. His massive form stretched across the sky as he looked down at his target, a flame, silver-winged griffin, level 50. Facing Bai Yu at level 36, this boss was 14 levels higher, yet Bai Yu remained calm as still water. He had once slain Glance of the Storm at level 59, and now with his power having surged dramatically, he could easily handle that opponent again, let alone this level 50 guardian before him. Roar! The flame's silver-winged griffin found itself locked onto by serpentine eyes, and the bloodline suppression surging from its depths made its entire body tremble. Its low roar was filled with terror. Its thick limbs bent downward, sharp silver talons digging deep into the ground, every muscle in its body tensing as it entered a state of high alert. However, in Bai Yu's eyes, the massive flaming silver-winged griffin looked just like a little kitten. It flapped its silver-feathered wings while its fiery mane crackled, yet every trembling tail feather and barely perceptible retreat was laid bare before him. The terror in its heart nearly crushed it, though it still pretended to bare its claws and fangs, forcing itself to maintain a fierce posture. Bai Yu stared at it, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. How cute. Let me put you out of your misery. He had no hobby of tormenting weak magical creatures, but had long wanted to test his newly unlocked talent skill, and this boss made for perfect practice. As the thought arose, Bai Yu's gaze sharpened suddenly, and a vast energy field erupted from his body, surging outward in all directions. In an instant, fierce winds howled and dark clouds churned. The clear sky was pressed into darkness, as if a giant hand had covered it. Deep within the cloud layers, tiny electric arcs flickered and spread, weaving into a dense network that stretched toward the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder grew increasingly deafening. Wind columns stirred the sea of clouds, tearing open a massive black vortex in the center of the sky. Bai Yu stood at the vortex's heart, his blurred yet enormous silhouette illuminated by lightning, overwhelming pressure cascading down like a torrent, as if to freeze the entire world in place. The raging winds and thunder continued to clash, their violent energy condensing into a menacing dragon head crackling with lightning azure dragon's descent. With a slight movement of Bai Yu's thoughts, the dragon head suddenly opened its massive maw, releasing a dragon's roar that tore through the clouds and echoed across the heavens, plummeting toward the flaming silver-winged griffin with devastating force. The sky instantly changed color. The griffin's fur stood on end as an extremely dangerous, icy sensation shot from its tailbone to the crown of its head. It desperately tried to dodge sideways, but boom! In the explosive sound, heaven and earth lost their color as a blazing white pillar of light completely devoured all vision. After more than 10 seconds, the blinding radiance gradually faded, leaving only a bottomless crater, as if an entire section of ground had been torn away. The flaming silver-winged griffin didn't even have time to complete its evasive maneuver before being reduced to scattered dust in the impact. Experience points 384,587. Energy points 32,018. Level up, LV 37. Attribute points gained, 50. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Bai Yu glanced at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction, distributing the 50 attribute points evenly across his 4 stats. In the next moment, his body transformed into a beam of light and vanished from this floor's entrance of the Tower of Gods. Light flickered, and he now stood on the 21st floor. This was an isolated island surrounded by endless azure seas. With his current massive size, he occupied nearly half the island. Looking up and around, the slightly salty sea breeze stirred his clothes as his spiritual perception spread like a tide. After his 4-dimensional attributes broke through 1,000, his physical capabilities had undergone a comprehensive leap, with his spiritual attribute showing the most significant improvement. Initially able to sense only 1,000 meters, it now approached 10,000 meters. Moreover, this perception was sufficient to visualize all life forms, making the characteristics of magical creatures and climbers crystal clear at a glance. These were all changes brought about by the qualitative transformation triggered by accumulated attribute improvements. Under Bai Yu's perception, virtually all life forms on the island had nowhere to hide. The terrified creatures cowering in rock crevices and among tree roots could be crushed to pulp with just a casual turn of his body, but such trivial cleanup couldn't even stir his desire to act. His gaze swept toward the dark, distant sea surface where his true leveling prey lurked beneath the waves. The massive serpentine body coiled at the island's center, causing the entire landmass to tremble with the slightest movement. Bai Yu slowly ascended into the air, his scales reflecting an icy gleam in the sunlight like a black gold dragon suspended in midair. Those serpentine eyes surveyed the ocean while his mental power spread like a tide, swiftly tracking every demonic creature's movement on the seabed target locked. Crimson energy gathered between his fangs, transforming into a blazing beam that poured forth in the next instant. Boom! The sea surface was pierced through, steam and massive waves rolling simultaneously. Within moments, thick blood mixed with chunks of corpses floated to the surface. Experience 3,585. Experience 3,358. Experience 3,358. System notifications exploded continuously in his mind as Bai Yu pressed on without pause, turning toward the tower gate entrance of this floor. Finding aerial searching too time-consuming, he simply plunged directly into the deep sea, turning the entire waters upside down. Several deep-sea overlords attacked him in fury during this rampage, only to provide him with even more experience. What ordinary climbers would consider terrifying bosses were nothing more than walking fertilizer in his eyes. However many came, that many would die. After roughly 2 hours, he reached the vicinity of this floor's tower gate, his level having shot up to 39, gaining 2 full levels in one go. One could imagine the carnage he had wrought in those waters, having swept the entire coastal area nearly clean. The tower gate sat upon a skull-shaped solitary island. The guardian boss was a massive crab with a crimson body that gleamed with metallic luster. Before Bai Yu even appeared, its subordinate shrimp soldiers and crab generals had already spread word throughout the island. The shoreline now teemed with various seafood-type demonic creatures, their formation appearing impressive, but looking like nothing more than a seafood feast awaiting slaughter in Bai Yu's eyes. Surrounded by the crowd of demons at the center stood the crimson giant crab, the island's overlord steel demon giant crab, level 52. Its mismatched large and small claws gleamed menacingly, their serrated edges like saw blades, striking the ground with metallic clanging sounds. As the massive dark shadow from the deep sea approached, all the demonic creatures on shore held their breath in anticipation, with the more cowardly ones already beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Splash waves exploded as Bai Yu's enormous head, radiating terrifying pressure, slowly emerged. His profound serpentine eyes gazed down coldly. In just that instant of eye contact, all the demons seemed to have encountered Medusa's gaze, freezing in place with even their breathing halted, only their pupils locked onto that ancient beast-like giant serpent. Illusory serpent eyes. Bai Yu's mental power covered the entire scene like a tangible force, firmly restraining the whole coastline. Countless demons collapsed with agonized wails like wheat being cut simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, only the guardian boss remained, struggling alone. Within the illusory space, the steel demon giant crab frantically swung its iron claws, trying to fend off the phantom snake swarm surging from all directions. Demonic whispers echoed in its ears as it endured the pain, desperately maintaining its sanity while occasionally spitting out giant bubbles to bind the attacking snake shadows. Its mental power was indeed not weak. Other bosses would have already collapsed. Unfortunately, it was merely not weak. Compared to Bai Yu, it was still like comparing a small witch to a great sorcerer, simply inadequate. Soon, the steel demon crab discovered that the swarms of serpents rushing toward it were growing ever more numerous. No matter how it swung its pincer blades or spat acidic fluid, the tide of snakes continued surging forward like a burst dam, wave upon wave. In an instant, it was completely engulfed, the hissing sounds mingling with faint demonic whispers in its ears as its mental consciousness began to spiral into chaos and heaviness. Fear from the depths of its soul gnawed at its body while terrifying visions flashed through its mind. Shattered carapace, submerged seabed, invisible chains. When those images exceeded its limits of endurance, a sound like shattering glass rang out, and a massive bloody maw tore through the darkness, swallowing it whole. Consciousness plunged into complete blackness. In the outside world, the massive crustacean lost its support and crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. However, no system notification echoed in his mind. Single illusory, serpent gaze was insufficient to kill the tower guardian boss. A red gleam flashed in Bai Yu's eyes as he unleashed another crimson energy breath. Scorching waves roared forth, reducing the tower guardian boss along with half the island to charred ash. Only then did the familiar mechanical notification slide into his mind. Experience 391,580. Energy 33,251. With the kill complete, Bai Yu was directly transported to the next floor. With plenty of time remaining, he decided to continue his tower climb. From the 21st to the 23rd floor, he swept through almost effortlessly, with no creature able to stand in his path. The suppressive effect of his third-tier bloodline was now fully displayed. Before battles even began, opponents were already weakened by 30% from his bloodline's pressure. Ordinary demons couldn't even move, and even tower guardian bosses couldn't escape this natural disadvantage. This was an advantage he hadn't possessed with his second-tier bloodline. By the time the inner world's logout approached, he had reached the 23rd floor, and his level had risen to 41. That's enough for today. After nearly 6 hours of continuous combat, he felt slightly fatigued. He casually selected an unnamed mountain range to land on, transforming into a white flash as he exited the dungeon. Class 14, Grade 10 classroom. Bai Yu's figure materialized beside his seat in the back row. He glanced around casually, not seeing his two close friends, and was about to leave when he noticed a crowd gathered around the podium, arguing heatedly. With his current perception, even without deliberately eavesdropping, He could clearly catch every word. During last night's training session, a genius from another class had come to challenge them and been humiliated, and today he had returned unwilling to accept defeat, wanting another match to salvage his reputation. Bai Yu shook his head silently. Such competitive behavior among teenagers seemed childish to him now. He stood and headed toward the back door, planning to go to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. Just as he reached the doorway, a male student clearly from another class extended his hand to block him, grinning as he said, "Hey there, this path is closed." He nodded toward the front of the classroom and continued with a smile. "Until this matter is resolved, nobody here is allowed to." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, sending him flying backward like he'd been hit by a truck, crashing heavily into the corridor railing. Excruciating pain spread instantly as he cried out, clutching his shoulder as if his bones had been shattered, his eyes fixed on Bai Yu's departing figure while his expression shifted constantly. He wanted to grit his teeth and chase after him, but recalling what had just happened, a deep fear rose from within, making it impossible for him to take even half a step forward. The dim yellow light from the hallway cast shadows on the floor as he lay there stiffly, not snapping back to reality until Bai Yu's figure disappeared around the stairwell. Scattered footsteps and whispered conversations echoed around him, so he quickly pretended nothing had happened, dusted off his pants, and slowly stood up. He didn't mention a word about what had just occurred, wearing a nonchalant smile on his face, but deep down he made sure to remember Bai Yu's name. When did Class 14 produce such a character? He hadn't noticed anything during last night's training. Meanwhile, after enjoying a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Bai Yu headed straight home. The steaming medicinal bath enveloped him, and the pungent fragrance of herbs seeped into his pores, making him feel as though even the fatigue deep in his bones was being driven away. But the medicine's effectiveness was clearly weakening. It had been exactly a week since his last prescription, so he needed to visit that traditional Chinese medicine clinic again. Without hesitation, he changed into athletic wear suitable for night running and jogged toward the familiar herb shop. Behind the medicine cabinet, mahogany drawers were neatly arranged, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of licorice and dried tangerine peel. Several patients were still in the shop, so Bai Yu quietly sat aside and waited without saying a word. Only after the last patient left did he stand up and approach the counter. "By my calculations, you should be coming around now." The old doctor had already noticed him and now smiled while beckoning him over, placing his withered fingers on Bai Yu's pulse point. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he indicated to switch hands for another examination. After a long while, he released his fingertips, a flash of disbelief crossing his eyes. In just a few short days, that strange devouring sensation within Bai Yu had grown even stronger, like a bottomless pit that consumed and absorbed day and night without rest, requiring massive amounts of nutrients to fill it. But filling such a bottomless pit, how could that be easy? As the old doctor pondered, the shop door was pushed open. A young, beautiful woman in a beige dress entered, leading a small girl by the hand. Both mother and daughter had outstanding temperaments, clearly from a well-to-do family. The little girl's face was deathly pale, her cold fingers gripping her mother's hand, yet she dared not speak much. The beautiful woman was about to ask for a consultation when she caught sight of Bai Yu sitting in the chair, her expression pausing slightly, forcing her to suppress her anxiety. The old doctor seemed acquainted with them, raising his hand to signal them to be at ease before burying himself again in Bai Yu's prescription. After deliberating for quite some time, he finally sighed and put pen to paper, handing over the written prescription. "Your current condition is too unusual. This dose will be stronger than before, but whether you can fully absorb it, I cannot say for certain." He paused, then shook his head. "There's still one key ingredient missing. If we could add it, the effect on you would be much greater." "What ingredient? Please tell me, sir." "Purple Dragon King leaves." The old doctor softly uttered these 4 words. "Extremely rare, and the price is astronomical. With it, the medicine's effectiveness could increase by at least 3 to 4 times." Bai Yu nodded, firmly committing the name to memory. After paying and collecting the medicine, he pushed the door and left. The moment the glass door closed, the young beautiful woman's urgent voice could faintly be heard, but Bai Yu had already walked away carrying his medicinal herbs. On the way back, Bai Yu pulled out his phone to search for information about Purple Dragon King leaf. Every piece of information that appeared on the screen sent a shock through his heart. The price was outrageously high, more precious than gold, and it circulated almost exclusively among wealthy aristocrats in private transactions. Ordinary people had never even heard of it. If not for his special physical condition, even that old traditional Chinese medicine doctor wouldn't have casually mentioned such a rare medicinal herb. At this thought, he shook his head with a wry smile and temporarily pushed the matter of Purple Dragon King leaf to the back of his mind. He jogged all the way home, then did several sets of push-ups, squats, and pull-ups in the living room, wanting to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced body. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and when he came to his senses, the wall clock already pointed to 9 in the evening. His strength and endurance had skyrocketed across the board, and even his sweat evaporated faster than before. After taking a quick hot shower, he shook off the water droplets and collapsed directly onto his bed, habitually pulling out his phone. Bloodline upgrade materials and Tower of God's 29th floor. He entered these new keywords, and replies to bounty posts on the QA platform quickly appeared. Kroya's blood? There's a red dragon named Kroya on the 20th floor. It should be its blood. This answer immediately caught Bai Yu's attention and seemed quite reasonable. He immediately asked for detailed intelligence about the red dragon, and the respondents simply dumped all the information they knew. After finishing reading, he pondered, should he go get Kroya's blood first, or charge straight up the tower? According to the respondent, that red dragon resided in the Starfire Mountain range on the 20th floor and had a close relationship with the Empire's female general. If he went back now to hunt for dragon blood, he would most likely encounter that female general and might accidentally trigger a conflict with the human empire if he wasn't careful. Not only dangerous, but also time-consuming. Time was what he was truly worried about. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yu made his decision. Charge to the 29th floor first. Currently, he was stuck on the 23rd floor, and at his current pace, pushing forward at full speed for 2 to 3 days would be enough to reach the 29th floor. Then he could leave an exclusive mark for instant teleportation, and it wouldn't be too late to return to the 20th floor to handle the materials. With his thoughts clear, he stopped hesitating and continued browsing posts and forums, letting the deep night quietly descend. In the Dragon Kingdom, at a certain important department, the conference room was dimly lit, with an atmosphere so oppressive it felt almost suffocating. Several figures sat around a long table with thick classified files spread before them, but no one was flipping through them. All eyes were focused on the projection screen. The images flipped page by page until the last black screen appeared, the overhead lights came on, and everyone slowly withdrew their gazes. I still think that entrusting world items, such precious objects, to assault team members carries too much risk. After a long silence, a middle-aged man with white hair and eagle eyes spoke up, his first sentence making the tense atmosphere even heavier. But so far, besides assault team members, can we find anyone more suitable than them? Across from him, an elderly woman with gray-white short hair spoke in a calm tone, yet every word was logical. No matter how precious world items were, if one only knew how to preserve them without understanding how to use them, they were nothing more than dead objects. I'm sure everyone present has noticed the current global situation. Given the prevailing trends, if we go against the tide, our entire nation will be the one to suffer. The conference room was brightly lit, and the senior officials on both sides of the long table exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. After a moment of silence, a white-haired man with eagle-like eyes slowly stood up. His gaze swept across the room like a blade, his voice deep and commanding. I'm not opposed to using world artifacts, but the method and personnel for their use must be chosen with utmost caution. We cannot make hasty decisions simply because they are assault team members or based on a few documents. So it would be right to entrust them to your people instead, came a calm voice from across the table. The speaker was none other than the influential figure who had previously appeared at the assault team's training base Lu Jinghua. The white-haired man's expression remained unchanged, his tone steady. If that were the case, it would be acceptable. At least my subordinates can guarantee absolute loyalty. The assault team should focus on their missions in the other world. Rashly giving them world artifacts may not be wise. I disagree. Another senior official directly voiced opposition. The white-haired man's heart sank slightly, though he understood everyone's concerns. No one wanted to see his zero organization become too dominant. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately tensed, with voices of support and opposition rising one after another. Suddenly, the white-bearded elder at the head of the table raised his hand and tapped the table. Enough. Pointless arguments won't solve anything. All voices ceased abruptly. Though the elder's tone wasn't loud, it carried undeniable authority. This time, we'll give those 3 boundary stone fragments to the assault team. Given the current situation, they need them most. As for 0, if you have objections, then seize new world artifacts from other nations in the next secret realm competition. The white-haired man let out a muffled grunt, reluctantly suppressing his unwillingness, but still reminded. Since the decision is made, I believe it's necessary to thoroughly investigate the family backgrounds of assault team members. If necessary, their relatives. Before he could finish, Lu Jinghua interrupted directly. This doesn't require your concern. We'll send our own people to handle it. If your people get involved, it might backfire. With the decision made, the meeting quickly adjourned. Leaving the building, Lu Jinghua headed straight to the training base, personally delivering a heavy black box into the hands of Long Shanha, the base commander. On the training ground, the steel track gleamed with metallic luster, and distant explosions echoed continuously. When Long Shanha received the box, his knuckles turned slightly white from gripping it firmly, yet he maintained military composure. He said quietly, "Rest assured, Chief." Lu Jinghua briefly explained the new directives, then got in his car and left. Long Shanha watched the black sedan disappear around the corner before turning and quickly returning to the base. In his office, he carefully set down the black box, taking a deep breath before lifting the lid. Gray-white crystal fragments lay quietly in shock-absorbing foam, their edges refracting cold light. Long Shauna's heart pounded violently. From this moment on, the assault team finally possessed the confidence to fight back in the real world. Boundary stone fragments, as the name suggests, were crystal remnants capable of breaking barriers. They had only one function: to weaken the dimensional wall suppression, allowing users to unleash their otherworld combat power in reality. Even as mere fragments, they could enable users to unleash about 70% of their otherworld strength in the real world. He couldn't help but recall, in the otherworld, users could fly through the sky and burrow through Earth, capable of anything. Returning to reality, they were severely limited by dimensional wall suppression. Given this contrast, the value of boundary stone fragments was self-evident. Being able to reduce the dimensional wall's suppressive effects and directly unleash about 70% of one's otherworld strength, what an incredibly thrilling prospect. Late at night at the training base, Jiang Xinyan pushed open the door to her single rest room after finishing a day of intense training, letting out a tired but relaxed sigh. Sparse sounds of water echoed from the bathroom, and behind the frosted glass, a slender silhouette appeared and disappeared, outlined softly by the misty steam. Moments later, the water stopped, and she emerged wrapped in a pure white bathrobe, her bare feet stepping silently. Her damp blonde hair clung to her shoulders as her toes touched the plush carpet without a sound. She lifted a white towel and gently dried the ends of her hair, stroke by stroke, until it was slightly dry, then slipped on cotton slippers and sat down on the edge of the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window glass, casting a thin veil of light over her body, edging her silhouette with a soft white glow. Jiang Xinyan reached out and picked up the crystal-clear fragment from her nightstand, a piece no larger than her fingertip. It was a realm-breaking stone fragment. She held it in her palm, studying it carefully, as if tiny streams of light were hidden within the crystal. A few hours earlier, Long Shana, the leader of the assault team, had suddenly gathered all team members and solemnly handed 3 realm-breaking stone fragments to her and 2 other teammates. The intense and envious gazes of the other team members still flashed in her mind. Realm-breaking stone fragments could weaken the suppression of dimensional barriers, allowing people to exert about 70% of their otherworld strength even in the real world. For any diver, this was an invaluable trump card. Jiang Xinyan had heard about them before and had even participated in a secret realm battle, fighting against top divers from various countries, but she never expected such a rare item would end up in her hands. Because of this, she thought more deeply than others envy. Why was the team distributing fragments at this time? What had happened behind the scenes? If she could choose, she would rather not accept this gift, as it might herald unknown changes. Instead, she wished she could go home and spend a few peaceful days with her younger brother Bai Yu as an ordinary sister. Counting on her fingers, she realized she hadn't been home for half a month. She looked up at the clear night sky outside the window, where the full moon seemed to carry greetings from the distant young man. Once this mission was over, she would go home. The next morning, Bai Yu arrived at school on time and entered the alternate dimension space with his classmates. Before the crowd had even steadied themselves, he had already stepped alone into the teleportation array. His homeroom teacher behind him had just reached out to call him back, but before the words could leave his mouth, he saw Bai Yu transform into a beam of light and disappear. The teacher could only sigh helplessly and turn to encourage the other struggling students. Otherworld Tower of God's 23rd floor. As the teleportation light faded, Bai Yu headed straight for the entrance to this floor without even pausing his steps. He had to clear this floor as quickly as possible, then return to the 20th floor to search for Croy's blood. If time permitted, he also planned to gather the remaining 2 Bloodline upgrade materials. The floor guardian boss was a crimson-furred giant gorilla nearly 50 meters tall, its entire body shrouded in ominous black mist, level 57. Though only 2 levels higher than the previous floor's boss, its attributes had increased dramatically, and Bai Yu could no longer achieve a one-hit kill like before. The strength of that massive body was already comparable to Bai Yu's peak power during his second-tier bloodline. It took Bai Yu several minutes to finally take down this thick-skinned, agile red Kong that kept leaping around. The ring of Kong's fury dropped along with the boss's defeat, its pale golden glow standing out prominently among the rubble and dust. Though this artifact-level ring wasn't as valuable as the equipment dropped by the forest dragon, it was still worth a hefty sum. After tossing the ring into his inventory, he didn't hesitate and stepped into the teleportation array to continue his tower climb. 24th floor, 25th floor. As the tower levels increased, the changes in the guardian bosses became visibly apparent. While their stat panels showed only slight differences, once combat began, their strength, speed, and defense rose dramatically. The most obvious result was that Bai Yu could no longer achieve instant kills. The Red Kong on the 23rd floor still took him several minutes. The Lava Giant on the 24th floor took a full 10+ minutes. The Millennium Spider King on the 25th floor dragged on for over 20 minutes. The Spider King's layers of purple-black toxic fog continuously ate away at his health. If not for his flesh regeneration talent's recovery speed suppressing the poison, he would have been in real trouble. While being unable to one-shot enemies was frustrating, thinking about how other climbers were being beaten senseless by these same guardian bosses instantly put his mind at ease. His current pace was already flawless. The 26th floor. Among the jagged mountain forests, sword-like peaks pierced straight into the sky. Bai Yu perched atop a summit, his vertical snake pupils reflecting the falling snow, cold intent and battle spirit flickering together. Just 3 more floors. Only 3 floors remained until his final goal. His surging excitement transformed into boiling battle intent. Facing this floor's guardian boss that resembled a black tortoise, he maintained high-intensity pressure throughout, forcibly shattering its thick shell to pieces. Experience 672,535. Energy 150,127. Level up, LV 45. Attribute points gained, 50. As the cold system notification ended, the boss's corpse dissolved into black mist and scattered. Bai Yu walked to the exit, his massive form enveloped by light beams as he descended to the next floor. After finishing today's interdimensional training, he logged out from the other world. The artifact ring he'd just obtained was immediately listed on the trading channel with a price of 500,000. Shortly after, a private message from Hell Knight popped up. Bro, you're incredible. Over 9,000 Dao power. You straight up broke the record. If I hadn't gone to the training hall today, I never would have known. How the hell did you train? This is absolutely insane. Ha ha. Reading those words, Bai Yu immediately pictured the guy's signature pompadour hairstyle and hearty laugh. He casually replied with a few lines, and just as he was about to close the interface, his fingers suddenly paused, as if remembering something. He then typed out a private message and sent it. Oh Yang, do you know anything about a medicinal herb called Purple Dragon King Leaf? After all, this was a true tycoon who was willing to spend 1,000,000 yuan on equipment. Bai Yu thought to himself that the other party might actually have intel on the Purple Dragon King Leaf, and asking casually wouldn't cost him anything. Seeing that no reply came for a while, he figured the person wasn't currently in the dimensional space, so he decisively logged out. Whoosh. A flash of white light swept through the grade 10 class 14 classroom as he returned to his seat by the window. Only 2 floors remained before reaching the 29th level of the Tower of Gods, roughly a day's worth of time. The massive weight on his chest seemed to lift considerably, his tense nerves relaxed somewhat, and his entire being felt much lighter. Before logging in this morning, their homeroom teacher had notified everyone to stay after their training sessions ended, saying there was an announcement to make. In the past, Bai Yu would have definitely found a way to slip away, but with his current good mood, he couldn't be bothered with the hassle. After about an hour, classmates gradually returned to their seats. Bai Yu, who are you chatting with? You're smiling so pervert. I mean, so dreamily. An annoying teasing voice reached his ears. After exiting the inner world, Tang Hao rushed straight to Bai Yu's side, craning his neck to peek at the phone screen. Seeing the contact named Sister, he wasn't surprised at all and immediately pressed closer. Hey, I haven't seen Sister Xinyan in so long. How about a video call so I can see her? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand to push away that overly intrusive face, and expressionlessly uttered one word, scram. What's wrong? Letting me see Sister Xinyan won't kill you. Tang Hao raised his voice. Don't you know Sister Xinyan really likes me? She even praised my cooking. Bai Yu stared at him with the look one gives an idiot. Your cooking is good? Huh. She did praise you. But do you know that she turned around and smilingly transferred the entire dish into her own bowl? You're just jealous. Tang Hao shouted. You don't want Sister Xinyan to seem a sister complex. Bai Yu, you're totally a sister complex. His loud voice immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Countless gossipy eyes turned their way, like hunting dogs that had just caught scent of explosive news, sizing up Bai Yu from head to toe. Even the class beauty, Xia Yingying, couldn't help but turn her head to steal a glance. Yun Fan, the young man who no longer considered himself a genius, looked stunned and then thoughtfully glanced toward Chu Imo. Chu Imo noticed and returned the look. Is Bai Yu really a sister complex? Not sure, but it's possible. The two communicated silently, and Yun Fan nodded. Even the class beauty got rejected, so it really might be true. Chu Imo responded with an affirmative look, his mood instantly brightening as he mentally gave Tang Hao a thumbs up. After all, he still remembered the embarrassment of being teased by Bai Yu that night, by Hengjiang Bridge. Now Tang Hao had helped him get a bit of revenge. Noticing the commotion around him, Tang Hao quickly covered his mouth, hunched his shoulders, and sneakily glanced at the center of everyone's attention, Bai Yu. The latter was lounging back in his chair with his legs crossed, fingers dancing rapidly across his phone screen as if all the whispers in the classroom had nothing to do with him. Tang Hao considered himself pretty thick-skinned, but seeing this ridiculously calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Now that's what you call fortress-level shamelessness. It wasn't until their homeroom teacher pushed through the door that the strange atmosphere hanging over everyone finally began to ease. A wave of hushed sighs followed. Is Bai Yu really a sister complex? Wait, Bai Yu has a sister? What's the deal between Bai Yu and his sister? Come on, tell us. Tang Hao, keep spilling the tea. What's going on? The teacher frowned as he scanned the room, sensing something was off. Everyone looked at each other, mumbling and afraid to speak up. Unable to get a straight answer, he could only shake his head, compose himself, and tap the podium lightly with his palm. I kept you all here today because of what happened in the training room these past 2 days. You should know what I'm talking about. The classroom fell dead silent. I look away for just 2 days and you're throwing punches, beating each other bloody. If a passing teacher hadn't intervened, someone would have ended up in the hospital. The teacher's voice grew heavier with each word. We encourage healthy competition within the school, but not like this. There's a limit to youthful impulsiveness. One more incident like this and you'll all be making public apologies in front of the entire school and I won't be able to save you. In the back row, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. He'd thought it was just some minor scuffle, but apparently it was serious enough for hospitalization. Impressive, truly impressive. As the scolding ended, the students instantly hung their heads like scolded quails. The teacher's anger had mostly subsided, but when his gaze swept over that handsome face watching from the sidelines, his chest tightened again. And you, Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked up. Me? He pointed at himself with a bewildered expression. You didn't participate in this fight, but don't expect any praise for it. Know what? The teacher was almost amused by his own frustration. I'm not going to pursue past incidents, but starting today, you're going to training room practice, see no excuses. Bai Yu had an epiphany. So this was about his history of skipping training. Training? We'll see about that, he muttered to himself. After the teacher left, the oppressive atmosphere gradually lifted. Tang Hao sidled up to Bai Yu, gloating. Gotcha now, huh? No escaping training this time. Bai Yu chuckled. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'll probably do it again. During lunch break, the trio headed straight to the cafeteria and devoured their meals like a hurricane. After filling up, Bai Yu left school alone, targeting that newly opened buffet restaurant, ready to break the seal. He piled barbecue, pizza, and sushi into small mountains, sweeping through them like a whirlwind. The owner stood at the entrance beaming with this human vacuum cleaner around. He was saving a fortune on advertising. Stuffed to the point of needing wall support, Bai Yu patted his satisfied belly and left. Halfway home, he received a phone call, then immediately changed direction and headed toward the location mentioned in the conversation. Ola bar. Bai Yu stopped in his tracks beneath the flickering neon sign, his mind echoing with the phone call he'd received just minutes ago. Angjia had invited him over for drinks and to chat about Purple Dragon King Leaf. What had started as a casual inquiry turned out to hit the mark. The guy actually knew his stuff. Since he had no plans for the evening besides training anyway, he figured he might as well make the trip. Before pushing open the door, he glanced over his shoulder in a certain direction with his peripheral vision. Confirming all was clear, he withdrew his gaze and casually pushed open the glass door. Inside, the aroma of alcohol mingled with a faint sandalwood scent, while melodious, upbeat tunes drifted through the air. Among the pedestrians on the street, a figure with a baseball cap pulled low watched him enter, pursed their lips slightly, deliberately lingered outside for a moment, then followed him in. Led by a server, Bai Yu walked through the soft lamplight to private room number 9. He knocked twice on the door with his knuckles, then pushed it open. Bai Yu, you're finally here. Ouyang Ingjia practically bounced up, his enthusiasm as if he'd been waiting ages, grabbing hold of him. This is our first time meeting offline, right? Come sit, we need to have a proper chat this time. Besides himself, there were 3 other people in the private room. That winered curly-haired young man, Bai Yu remembered him as one of the fellow arrivals he'd encountered in the alternate dimension. As for the other 2 youthful, attractive women, they clearly weren't from that batch. Bai Yu wasn't surprised by this setup, merely nodding indifferently as he let the 3 of them size him up with their gazes. He was here for one thing: on Lido gather information about Purple Dragon King Leaf. Everything else was of no concern to him. The 3, however, showed great interest in Bai Yu, especially the 2 girls, who hadn't taken their eyes off him since he'd pushed open the door. When they got a clear look at the young man's pale, almost cold skin and sharp aura, both their eyes flashed with amazement. So handsome, one of them whispered. Even though they prided themselves on having seen plenty of gorgeous men and women, they had to admit his looks were top tier. Not to mention what Ouyang Ingjia had revealed: this young man was also the genius arrival who'd achieved the first kill on the forest dragon and broken the strength test record. Drop-dead gorgeous plus genius, absolutely devastating. The 2 women exchanged glances, reading intense interest in each other's eyes. After some small talk, Ouyang Ingjia shifted the conversation, leaning in and lowering his voice. By the way, why did you suddenly ask about Purple Dragon King Leaf? My old man says it's an extremely potent tonic. As he spoke, he gave Bai Yu a knowing look with a mischievous expression. Bai Yu knew he'd gotten the wrong idea, but couldn't be bothered to explain. Come to think of it, it wasn't far off. His body currently felt like a bottomless pit, and he did indeed need powerful tonics to fill the gaps. So, can you get some? He asked directly. My old man does have one plant, but he treasures it like his life. He's usually too reluctant to use it. so getting him to part with it won't be easy. Ouyang Ingjia showed a troubled expression. Do you know anywhere else I could buy some? Bai Yu pressed. I do know of one place that might have it. While Ouyang Ingjia was frowning in thought, the young man with burgundy curls on the nearby sofa suddenly chimed in. Seeing both of them turn to look at him, the curly-haired youth lazily shrugged and slowly drawled a few words. Jinjing Auction House. Jinjing Auction House. Bai Yu had no idea what this unfamiliar name meant. But Ouyang Ingjia's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh excitedly. That's right. Jinjing collects so many rare treasures, and this medicinal ingredient is so uncommon they might actually have it. How didn't I think of that earlier? He immediately started patting his chest with loud thumps. Leave this to me. I'll go ask around tomorrow and contact you the moment I have news. Bai Yu raised his glass to clink with his thanks. With business settled, Ouyang Ingjia simply wouldn't let Bai Yu leave. It was rare to meet offline, so they had to chat to their heart's content. As the two men got deep into conversation, the two young and beautiful female companions in the private room were left sitting on the sidelines. Bai Yu, what floor are you on in the Tower of Gods now? Still don't have a fixed team? You're still a student, right? Does your class form teams together? And that strength test last time, how did you pull that off? Breaking records is one thing, but the second place only had a bit more than half the Dao power, while you went straight to triple. Everyone in the training hall talks about you like you're a legend. Ouyang Ingjia suddenly transformed into a walking question machine, firing off a rapid string of inquiries with flying speed and high enthusiasm. Bai Yu answered every question, as long as it didn't touch on that big secret of his everything else was fair game. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, and time quietly slipped by to the clinking of glasses. It was nearly 9 o'clock when they left the lounge bar. Ouyang Ingjia wanted to arrange another meetup, but Bai Yu politely declined. Only after Bai Yu's figure disappeared into the night did the curly-haired youth finally voice his complaint. Is it really worth it? Is that kid really worth all this attention? In his memory, Ouyang Ingjia had never been this enthusiastic toward peers, or more precisely, toward someone even a few years younger than them. You don't get it. Ouyang Ingjia waved his hand with complete certainty. Bai Yu is absolutely worth befriending. My old man always says I'm plain looking with no special talents, but I'm spot-on when it comes to reading people. The curly-haired youth rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced and too lazy to argue further. Changing the subject with a mischievous grin, he teased, thanks to you, those two hotties were completely wasted tonight. What a shame they were both pretty smoking. Ouyang Ingjia burst out laughing and shot back more directly. Don't tell me you didn't notice the moment Bai Yu walked into that room. Both girls had their eyes glued to him. If you'd really made a move, weren't you afraid they'd be thinking about someone else while getting cozy with you? Screw off? Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. The curly-haired youth got fired up and started chasing after him with kicks and punches. Ouyang Ingjia ran while laughing, their playful shouts echoing back and forth under the streetlights. Meanwhile, Bai Yu didn't head straight home after leaving the lounge bar. He seemed to wander casually down the street, but kept his peripheral vision locked on what was behind him. He'd sensed the following gaze even when entering the bar, and now he was certain his tail hadn't given up the pursuit. He sneered inwardly, pondering the identity of his pursuer while quickening his pace, leading that little tail toward areas with fewer people. The quiet street grew emptier as fewer and fewer pedestrians passed by. The dim streetlights carved the pavement into patches of alternating light and shadow. A young man in a baseball cap stared intently at the slender figure ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Had he been discovered? Just as doubt crept into his mind, the figure suddenly stopped beneath a streetlight. The young man's heart skipped a beat, and in a flash, he pressed himself behind a thick sycamore tree by the roadside, holding his breath as he peered out. Bai Yu stood motionless in the center of the light circle. Only then did he realize the entire street was completely deserted, just the two of them remained. So he had been noticed after all. Had he been deliberately lured here? Considering that his target was the Empress's younger brother, the young man wasn't surprised. Instead, he nodded to himself, approvingly good instincts. He refocused his gaze, only to freeze in shock. Where was he? Bai Yu, who had just been standing under the streetlight, had vanished without a trace. Behind you. The icy voice whispered right against his ear. The young man's entire body jolted, and he instinctively swung his elbow backward, only to have his wrist caught effortlessly by his opponent. That hand clamped down like a steel vise, instantly robbing his entire arm of freedom. Then came a heavy blow to the back of his knee. Searing pain shot through him as he crashed to his knees with a thud, humiliation flooding his face. He struggled frantically, only to discover the shocking disparity in strength between himself and Bai Yu. He couldn't budge his opponent even slightly, and could only remain pinned to the ground in a kneeling position. Waves of disbelief crashed through his mind. Defeated by a high school student? This was impossible. Talk. Who are you? Why are you following me? Bai Yu's tone remained calm, but his grip tightened further. The young man gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to speak. But as his arm was forcibly twisted at an unnatural angle and his bones began to emit small cracking sounds, he finally feared his arm would snap on the spot and frantically shouted, Stop, stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. This was just a routine surveillance mission hardly worth sacrificing an arm over. Seeing that Bai Yu still hadn't released him, he rattled off all the information like machine gun fire: his identity, background, and the complete purpose behind his mission to follow Bai Yu. He left nothing out. It's true. All of it's true. Please believe me. Seeing the lingering suspicion in Bai Yu's eyes, his survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Only then did Bai Yu slowly release his grip. The young man felt as though he'd received a royal pardon, rolling to the side and staring at Bai Yu with cold sweat covering his body, every muscle taut as a bowstring. Bai Yu wondered to himself, this guy? He was sent to investigate me? And he's supposedly a reserve member from Jiang Xinyan's department. He's pathetically weak. Seeming to read his expression, the young man in the baseball cap flushed with such shame he wanted to crawl into a hole, hastily pulling his cap brim even lower. So you're saying you only received orders to investigate me, but you have no idea why you're investigating me? Bai Yu asked after pondering for a few seconds. The boy in the baseball cap desperately wanted to refuse to answer defiantly, but his body betrayed him by nodding honestly. Bai Yu's eyes flickered slightly as several thoughts raced through his mind. Why was Jiang Xinyan's department investigating him? Had something been exposed? He quickly reviewed his recent activities. Even if the limited abilities he displayed in the real world were discovered, it wouldn't matter much. As long as his bloodline mutation remained secret, it wouldn't cause major waves. If it wasn't his own problem, then it could only be. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly darkened, and a chill seemed to sweep around him. His voice dropped to an icy whisper. Don't tell me something happened to my sister. The air instantly felt like it had plunged into an ice cellar. The boy in the baseball cap jerked his head up, only to meet a pair of eyes so cold and transparent they seemed carved from ice. His heart clenched violently, and he frantically waved his hands and shook his head. No, no. Your sister is fine. Nothing happened to her at all. Bai Yu stared at him silently, the frost in his eyes seeming frozen in time, refusing to retreat even an inch. The boy felt his scalp prickling with fear, and finally spilled everything he knew about Jiang Xinyan in a panicked rush. Only when that bone-chilling coldness finally receded did he breathe a sigh of relief. I'm just a nobody in the reserves. This is all the information I can access, and most of it is just hearsay, he said, shoulders slumping. He felt hollow inside. What he'd thought would be an easy investigation that might even earn him points with his superiors and help him graduate early from the reserves had turned into a complete disaster. Not only had the investigation failed, but he'd been stripped bare of all his secrets. It was all because he'd underestimated his target. Who could have imagined that a high school student who'd just awakened login privileges would be this terrifying? Right, he was still a high school student, a rookie logger. Thinking about this made the boy feel even more deflated. He was at least a reserve member of the Dragon Nation strike team, considered a genius. Yet he couldn't even handle a high schooler. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that Bai Yu was too strong. Truly worthy of being senior Jiang Xinyan's brother. With the talent and strength Bai Yu had displayed, it wouldn't be long before he joined their ranks, maybe even getting promoted faster than them. There was simply no comparison. Bai Yu paid no attention to the psychological damage he'd inflicted, his mind churning with thoughts. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curved upward in a gentle smile. What's your name? Huh? The boy froze, reflexively answering. Su Feng. Bai Yu nodded, his tone like someone coaxing a child. Come on, let's add each other as friends. What? Su Feng was stunned again, completely lost as to how the situation had suddenly taken this turn. But under Bai Yu's half-smiling gaze, he could only mumble, okay, and obediently pull out his phone, open the friend request interface, and scan QR codes with Bai Yu. Beep, friend request successful. Great, now we're friends. From now on, whenever the strike team has any new developments, remember to tell me first thing. Bai Yu smiled cheerfully as he put away his phone. The true purpose revealed. Su Feng's phone suddenly felt like a burning hot potato in his hands. Bai Yu was all smiles, but he could tell that if he dared refuse, the consequences would definitely not be pleasant. This doesn't seem right. Su Feng tried to speak in a negotiating tone. Bai Yu patted his shoulder twice, looking relaxed. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to leak any classified information. I just want to know how my sister is doing at the base. You know her current mission is extremely dangerous, so it's only natural for a brother to be concerned, right? Just tell me when the assault team defeats the boss, or share any bits of information about my sister. After listening, Su Feng slowly nodded. What Bai Yu said did make sense, but he still frowned. The problem is, I'm not an official member of the assault team yet, so it's not convenient for me to inquire about senior Jiang Xinyan. I'll do my best. In his view, Bai Yu would be recruited soon anyway, and once they were on the same team, sharing information wouldn't count as a leak. Besides, he was just concerned about his sister, which was understandable, and a little flexibility wouldn't hurt. Bai Yu smiled lightly and patted his shoulder firmly. Thanks, friend. Su Feng looked helpless, thinking to himself. Who told him he couldn't win in a fight? Might makes right. But this meant his investigation mission, his dream of early graduation, was going down the drain. Seeing this, Bai Yu added. By the way, If you still want to continue your investigation, go ahead as usual. I'll pretend nothing happened tonight. If you have any questions for me, feel free to come find me." These words sounded like heavenly music to Su Feng. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Really? We're friends, after all." Bai Yu waved his phone with a confident smile. Su Feng nodded solemnly. Yes, they were friends now. Thinking about befriending the queen's brother, plus Bai Yu's terrifying strength, he suddenly felt like he had struck gold. When he returned, gathering more intelligence about Senior Jiang Xinyan would be a fair exchange. After seeing Bai Yu off, Su Feng's figure disappeared into the night again. Bai Yu turned around, his smile gradually fading. Although he didn't understand why his sister's department was investigating him, developing an informant was an unexpected bonus. The intelligence Su Feng could provide might be limited, but it was better than nothing. At least information like the training base's location could now be obtained with a simple question. With this thought, he stopped lingering and headed straight home. Su Feng wisely followed from a distance, staying silent and keeping his distance, like air. The next morning, Bai Yu got up early. Beneath his calm eyes lay a hint of excitement. Had reached the 27th floor of the Tower of God, and if things went smoothly, he could push to the 29th floor today. Arriving at school, he had barely stepped into the classroom when he met his homeroom teacher's death stare. Bai Yu simply smiled slightly and walked toward his seat in the back row as if nothing had happened. Tang Hao watched him pass by, his small eyes clearly conveying two words: awesome. He never would have imagined that to avoid training, Bai Yu would be bold enough to openly ignore their homeroom teacher. Seeing Bai Yu return to his seat, the homeroom teacher's face showed a trace of helplessness. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but said nothing more, merely shaking his head silently in his heart. In his view, Bai Yu had already given up on himself, and any further persuasion would be a waste of breath. Once all the students had gathered, he led them into the dimensional space. The teleportation array flashed with blue and white light as Bai Yu stepped through last. When the dazzling light faded, he found himself on the 27th floor of the Tower of Gods, his senses switching from human perception to the specialized vision of a black-scaled giant python. Looking around, the grass and trees appeared small and clear through the serpent's perspective. He moved slowly, his body stretching thousands of meters, crushing everything in his path as mud churned and trees crashed thunderously to the ground. Some monsters unable to escape in time were crushed instantly by his hardened scales. However, on this floor, he didn't rampage through monsters as freely as he had on previous levels. This place gathered the most elite, highest-level climbers from various nations. Though he feared no team in terms of strength, being too conspicuous would only draw unwanted attention from all countries, complicating his future plans. So Bai Yu chose to keep a low profile, avoiding confrontation when possible. Of course, if he encountered just a few climbers, he showed no mercy. Even those in the first tier among climbers were still beneath him. If they were smart enough to turn and flee, he pretended not to see them. If they foolishly charged forward, he would directly teach them a lesson. If his strikes were too heavy and resulted in their death, he could only offer a faint smile and apologize. He always followed the principle of, I won't attack unless attacked first, already restraining his power as much as possible, but if someone insisted on provoking him, he would show no mercy. His low-profile strategy was proving effective. Apart from a few eager teams that he easily crushed, others who caught wind of his presence avoided him like the plague. However, this cautious approach consumed much more time by the time he reached this floor's entrance. Nearly 3 hours had passed, more than double his usual speed. At this moment, he hid in the dense forest, his dark serpentine eyes fixed on the fierce battle raging on the distant grassland. A team of about 20 climbers was besieging the floor guardian boss, the Slime King. The two sides were locked in stalemate, or more accurately, the Slime King held a slight advantage. The fact that it could maintain superiority against 21st-tier climbers demonstrated this floor's boss's terrifying power, foreshadowing that each subsequent floor would only become more difficult. Bai Yu had originally planned to wait for the battle to end before making his move, but the group of climbers spotted him first. They froze momentarily, then their faces turned to Shinthi were already struggling against the boss, and now a giant python that appeared to be another boss-level monster had appeared behind them. Situations changed. Everyone retreat immediately. Panicked shouts erupted across the grassland. The team leader continued casting spells to restrain the Slime King, while keeping his eyes locked on the distant Bai Yu, but his divided attention caused him to be struck by the slime's acidic spray, sending him flying backward. Captain, his teammates cried out. Go. The leader rolled several times on the grass, blood streaming from his head, gritting his teeth to steady himself as he hoarsely commanded. While that boss hasn't joined the fight yet, escape through another route. Although Bai Yu was merely coiled in the jungle without making any immediate moves, in the eyes of that landing party, this massive black-scaled python was clearly lurking and waiting to strike. Those cold serpentine eyes locked onto them relentlessly, as if it would lunge forward the very next second and devour them whole. With the Tower Guardian boss ahead and Bai Yu behind, they found themselves trapped in a deadly pincer attack with no choice but to flee for their lives. After barely managing to shake off the Tower Guardian boss, the group stumbled and scrambled up a nearby mountain peak. Just as they were about to catch their breath, they turned to look back at the jungle where Bai Yu was positioned, and everyone froze in unison, their breathing seemingly paused. Deep within the jungle, coil after coil of black-scaled body twisted and spiraled, stretching beyond what the eye could follow. Only then did the landing party realize that what they had glimpsed earlier through the vegetation was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true body was unimaginably massive from this distance. The black scales resembled a dark river with no visible beginning or end, spanning the entire forest. If fully coiled upright, it would likely tower even higher than the mountain range beneath their feet. In the silence, someone swallowed hard and croaked. "That's way too long, isn't it?" Their voice was dry. No one answered. Everyone's hearts were filled with nothing but relief. Thank goodness they had escaped. If they had continued fighting earlier, they would have been completely annihilated. "Move out." The team leader was the first to snap back to reality, barking the order and decisively turning to head down the mountain. The others came to their senses and immediately followed, the group quickly disappearing into the mountain forest. Bai Yu had been tracking that group of landing party members with his senses until he could no longer detect their presence. Only then did he turn his full attention back to the Tower Guardian boss. Before him had no intention of letting others freeload off his efforts, nor did he want his combat performance broadcast to the outside world. Tower Guardian boss, Slime King, level 59. When Bai Yu fixed his gaze upon it, the Slime King tensed up completely, its instincts screaming warnings. The creature before it was extremely dangerous. Even though it was merely lying still, it was enough to make one's skin crawl. The next second, Bai Yu moved. His massive black-scaled body glided along the ground, gradually revealing his true size as shadows fell like a giant curtain over the Slime King. The latter's color immediately deepened, as if facing certain doom. Bai Yu raised his front body, blotting out the sky, as red light rapidly gathered in his mouth. The Slime King suddenly tensed like a compressed spring and launched itself dozens of meters into the air. Boom! A blazing red beam swept across behind it, carving a scorched gash nearly 1,000 meters long into the earth, with black smoke billowing upward. Multiple meteor bullets. The Slime King didn't retreat. Its surface erupted with brilliant light as it instantly split into dozens of spherical projectiles that shot out like dense machine gun fire. Infinite barrier. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed as a transparent barrier materialized before him, blocking all the projectiles heat in. Bang 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 bang. Continuous impacts exploded against the barrier's surface, creating ripples like water, but failed to penetrate Bai Yu's defense. Bai Yu lunged forward suddenly, opening his massive jaws to bite at the reassembling Slime King. The moment his fangs made contact, he felt the hard texture of rock. The Tower Guardian boss had hardened its entire body, forcibly blocking the bite. Buzz. In the next second, blazing red light suddenly swirled within Bai Yu's mouth, as energy rapidly condensed. The Slime King's pupils contracted wildly, and then a surging beam erupted from the giant maw. Boom. The crimson light column instantly engulfed the boss, its aftershock shooting straight into the sky, piercing through the thick cloud layer and creating a long, narrow rift that split from the center to the edges, as if the sky itself had been sliced open. Crack! Bai Yu seized the opportunity to bite again, his sharp teeth producing a crisp shattering sound as they clamped down. The acrid smell of burning spread as streams of smoking green liquid dripped from his fangs to the ground, quickly reassembling within moments into a noticeably diminished Slime King. This scene didn't surprise Bai Yu. Though he hadn't killed it in one strike, he had clearly dealt serious damage. Since the earlier floors, he had come to understand that each Tower Guardian was no pushover. Instant kills were merely wishful thinking. Seeing his opponent's aura rapidly weakening, he instead intensified his assault, fearing the enemy might pull out some bizarre new ability. 10 minutes later, the Slime King completely disintegrated, and the battle was over. Successfully entering the new floor, Bai Yu was only one final obstacle away from his goal, and his heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. However, when he spent nearly 2 hours reaching the entrance, he happened upon another group of climbers locked in fierce combat. Bai Yu cursed silently to himself. Were they deliberately preventing him from reaching the 29th floor today? He patiently crouched in the grass to continue observing, and indeed discovered this boss was exceptionally troublesome. Yet the battle ahead showed no signs of quick resolution. While his own tower climbing time limit was running short, weighing his options, he decided to retreat and return later. Bai Yu silently crept to the rear of the battlefield, transformed into a faint glimmer and vanished, reappearing at the teleportation array. Just one more floor remained, more precisely. Just one final boss and he would reach the 29th floor to reunite with Jiang Xinyan. In the real world, he first ate his fill in the cafeteria, then returned home for a medicinal bath to restore his condition. As dusk fell, he stepped into the other world once more. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the massive serpent's body descended upon the boundless grassland. In the distance, the god's tower pierced the clouds, its guardian waiting at the entrance for challengers. That group of climbers was indeed nowhere to be seen. Whether they had cleared the floor was unknown, but this wasn't Bai Yu's primary concern. Necromancer, LV-59. The system information appeared above the boss's head. Yet what met his eyes was a bare-chested, fang-bearing, muscle-bound skeletal warrior radiating explosive power. Aside from the name, there wasn't a single thing about him that resembled a mage. Thud, thud, thud. The necromancer shuffled mechanically around the entrance, arms hanging limp at his sides, two long demonic tentacles trailing behind him, leaving corrosive, viscous tracks on the ground. Suddenly, he stopped, his hollow skull sockets staring directly into the darkness. Hiss! He raised his withered palm, and a ghostly blue flame ignited silently before being hurled into the shadows. The firelight swept across the darkness, instantly revealing a massive, vague silhouette, like a slumbering giant beast curled within. A piercing roar erupted. The ghost fire in the necromancer's eye sockets blazed intensely as his sluggish body suddenly came alive, as if ignited by a blade. Mumbling harsh, guttural incantations, he crossed his hands violently, unleashing a torrent of magical power that coalesced into a massive blue fireball several times larger than before, radiating bone-chilling cold. The fireball was immediately hurled toward the enormous shadow. Bang! The fireball struck an invisible barrier, exploding into a ghostly blue web as waves of cold seeped through the shield. Bai Yu clearly felt the piercing chill spreading across his black scales, and in an instant, crystalline frost crept along the scale gaps, covering his entire body. Bang! 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 After casting his spell, the necromancer charged forward, plunging into the blue sea of flames and hammering his massive fists against the barrier's surface. His ghastly skull pressed almost against the light screen, his roars shaking the air. Muda 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 muda. Fist shadows flashed like lightning in a torrential barrage of strikes. Bang 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 bang. Under the high-frequency assault, the invisible barrier rippled in waves, sending shockwaves in all directions before finally shattering with a crisp crack. Bai Yu watched coldly, his body trembling slightly as he shook off the frost covering his black scales. His massive maw opened wide as blazing red energy gathered frantically. The next moment, he aimed at the necromancer who was now within striking distance. Energy breath. Boom! A brilliant beam roared forth, completely engulfing the necromancer. Agonized screams echoed through the sea of flames. As the beam gradually faded, the figure reappeared, charred black and smoking, his explosive muscles torn and mangled, the flames in his skull sockets nearly extinguished. Suddenly, the necromancer stiffly twisted his neck with audible cracks. The two demonic tentacles plunged into his body, beginning to pump some dark liquid, and his damaged muscles rapidly swelled and healed at a visible rate. At the same time, his mumbled incantations resumed. The ground trembled as countless undead corpses burst from the earth, shrieking as they swarmed toward Bai Yu. Bai Yu swept his tail horizontally, his massive body generating howling winds that sent waves of corpses flying. However, the tide of undead continued pouring in from all directions. Bai Yu spread his wings and took to the air, looking down at the frenzied horde of undead below. Opening his bloody maw once more, he unleashed his energy breath to clear the mob. Experience 5842, Experience 5824, Experience 5624. A cascade of system notifications echoed one after another. But Bai Yu had no time to be distracted as he hovered in midair, engaged in fierce combat with the necromancer below. His infinite barrier held firm like a wall, blocking almost all of the necromancer's magical assaults. Yet the bone-chilling cold penetrated everywhere. Every few minutes, he had to violently shake his body to dislodge the frost that formed in the gaps of his armor, or his limbs would freeze stiff. In contrast, the necromancer's black robes billowed as its decayed bone fingers manipulated dark mist and frigid air. While being bombarded until bone fragments flew in all directions, it simultaneously repaired itself rapidly, with dark green death energy taking damage, recovering, taking damage again, in an endless cycle that stubbornly held back Bai Yu and his skill output. Bai Yu sighed inwardly. This thing is practically a magic warrior hybrid with auto-regeneration. Around the battlefield's perimeter, countless undead hordes surged forward endlessly. Every time Bai Yu cleared a batch, the necromancer immediately summoned another, like an bottomless abyss that could never be fully eliminated. Nearly half an hour had been consumed, and with the dungeon timer approaching the danger zone, Bai Yu finally held nothing back. With a thought, spiritual energy suddenly surged wildly across his body, and the already dim sky instantly turned pitch black. Howling winds swept back the sea of clouds, dark clouds rolled rapidly, and lightning danced through their depths. Boom, boom, boom. Deep, muffled thunder crashed continuously like war drums. Thunder and whirlwind intertwined in the sky, forming a ferocious dragon head with gleaming electric scales and swirling wind blades. Below, the necromancer tilted its head upward, green flames flickering with confusion in its eye sockets. Immediately after, it gathered dark red death fire in both palms, compressing it into a massive skull fireball. Past combat experience had taught it only one lesson: fight Hedon. Roar. The necromancer shrieked as it hurled the skull fireball skyward. High above, the menacing Thunderwind dragon let out an earth-shaking roar and dove down with devastating force. The fireball and dragon head collided directly, deadlocked for less than 3 seconds. Bang! The skull fireball shattered like it had been struck by a high-speed hammer, flames and bone fragments scattering through the air. The last flicker of fire in the necromancer's eyes reflected the diving dragon shadow. Azure Dragon Descent. Boom! Earth-shattering thunder accompanied by blinding white light consumed heaven and earth. In an instant, all sight and sound were completely stripped away, leaving only dead white and ringing eardrums. After more than 10 seconds, the white light faded. In the field of vision, a bottomless crater stretched across the earth, with violent winds and lightning still raging at its bottom. The necromancer and all the undead hordes it had summoned were reduced to dust, swept away without a trace by wind and thunder. Experience 596,869. Energy 125,420. Level up, LV 49. Attribute points gained, 50. The familiar system notification filled Bai Yu with joy finally. Breakthrough. He steadied his surging emotions and flew toward the teleportation entrance. A flash of white light, and his figure was swept away. When his vision returned, he appeared on the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. Endless yellow sand stretched to the horizon, with distant mountains forming a ring. A solitary moon hung in the dark blue night sky, stars scattered throughout. In the hazy moonlight, a massive black-scaled serpent thousands of meters long coiled through the sky, its scales reflecting cold light. I have arrived. Bai Yu gazed at the wilderness, an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening hiss echoed from the depths of the night sky, sound waves rolling and reverberating across the heavens. Traveling teams of climbers from various nations stopped in their tracks, looking toward the sound. Elite warriors of different skin colors and National Assault Team members quickly determined the direction, but only paused briefly before resuming their journey. They had only one objective: defeat this floor's guardian boss. The real world. In his bedroom, Bai Yu lay spread eagle on his bed, his nerves still aching slightly from the extended stay in the other world. But this minor discomfort couldn't mask the wild joy in his He had successfully reached the 29th floor, and now he only needed to quietly guard her on that level. This time, I absolutely won't let death take you away again. Absolutely not. Ring, ring, ring in the quiet room. A phone suddenly started ringing. Bai Yu lifted his hand to light up the screen, and his eyes flickered when he saw the caller ID before swiping to answer and bringing the phone to his ear. Haha, good news, Bai Yu. As soon as the call connected, Ouyang Angjia's hearty laughter burst through the earpiece. I found the Purple Dragon King leaves you wanted. The auction house had a batch in stock after all. Bai Yu's heart leaped with joy, his tone brightening. Thanks, Ouyang. At the same time, he quietly filed away this favor in his memory. The two hadn't known each other long, having only chatted online a few times, but from Ouyang Angjia's wholehearted efforts, Bai Yu could tell the man was straightforward and loyal. Don't mention it. Ouyang Angjia's laughter continued as he added, I've already won the auction. When can you come pick it up? Tomorrow afternoon works. Bai Yu thought briefly before responding. After settling on the time and place, they chatted casually for a few moments before hanging up. Setting down his phone, Bai Yu gazed up at the ceiling, unable to suppress a smile, successfully conquering the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods, and now the desperately needed Purple Dragon King leaves were within reach. Everything was progressing in the ideal direction. The night breeze whispered as city neon lights intertwined with starlight. At the edge of a skyscraper rooftop, a girl wearing a red beret sat on the railing with a lollipop in her mouth, humming a little tune. She swung her pale legs, her shoe tips tracing faint arcs in the air. Behind her, soft footsteps emerged from the darkness. A young man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses stepped out of the shadows. You're late, Fei. The girl turned around, her brow slightly furrowed with displeasure. Ran into some trouble on the way to late me a few minutes. Fei adjusted his glasses unhurriedly. The girl huffed and continued questioning. The organization suddenly sent you here. Is there a new mission? Something like that. Fei walked over beside her, gazing out at the city's scattered lights. A climber named Bai Xiu has recently emerged. He's quite capable, and the leader wants to recruit him. Bai Xiu. The girl thought for a moment. I've heard of him. If the leader specifically mentioned him, he's probably no ordinary person. Fei kept his eyes straight ahead. There's also your mission. You need to accelerate the timeline. The girl raised an eyebrow. I knew you weren't bringing good news. But don't worry, we've already selected our targets. She paused, wrinkling her nose. It's just that white-haired uncle. I haven't seen him in several days. The white-haired uncle the girl referred to was the black-clothed man who had targeted Chuemo. Neither of them knew that he was currently in police custody under special guard. Fei remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I'll contact him. Besides recruitment, the leader also sent me to help accelerate your progress. The girl shrugged indifferently, turning to gaze at the night scene with her lollipop still in her mouth, a strange gleam flickering in her eyes. Look how beautiful this city is. Someday, it will belong to us, won't it? Wind swept across the rooftop with no one answering. After a long while, a Fae's voice rang out in the darkness, his tone filled with almost blind reverence and determination. As long as we follow in the leader's footsteps, someday this entire world will bow before us. The next day, Bai Yu walked into his classroom feeling quite cheerful. When he caught the class beauty Xia Yingying's gaze, he smiled gently before making his way to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he heard two soft female voices from the row in front of him. The classroom was already quiet, and with his naturally sharp hearing, it was impossible to pretend he couldn't hear them. Bai Yu isn't really a sister complex, is he? Tang Hao is so close to him, so there must be some truth to it. The class beauty's best friend's voice carried the excitement of gossip. I don't know. Xia Yingying's response was filled with hesitation. Those few words made several black lines appear on Bai Yu's forehead. He sighed inwardly. Having such good hearing wasn't always a blessing. He decided to withdraw his attention and stop eavesdropping, turning his gaze to his deskmate Tang Hao. The guy's eyes were darting around today, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't quite get it out. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. If you need to fart, just let it out. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. Tang Hao grabbed the back of his chair and scooted over with a thud, pondering for a moment before saying casually, "Come to think of it, we've been in the inner world for almost 20 days now, right? Including today, there are exactly 10 days left until the school-wide assessment." And then, Bai Yu nodded cooperatively. Tang Hao's eyes scanned back and forth across his face, trying to catch even a trace of anxiety, but Bai Yu's expression remained as calm as still water. Tang Hao muttered to himself, "This guy isn't worried at all? There are only 10 days left until the assessment, dude." In his imagination, Bai Yu should be anxious and restless right now. After all, struggling in the inner world and having to hide it would make anyone nervous. In his original plan, he wanted to wait until his own level was more stable, then invite his brother to team up under the guise of the three musketeers forming a party to hunt monsters, which would save face while helping Bai Yu level up. But who would have thought that Chu Mo would quietly become super strong? Such a good resource shouldn't go to waste, and he could even leech some experience along the way. Well, Chu Mo and I already agreed to team up and fight the first floor boss today. You probably don't know this yet, but that guy Chu Mo is almost level 15 now. Tang Hao grinned and deliberately lit up Chu Mo's level on his panel, making sure Bai Yu could see it, hoping to create some sense of urgency and give him a reachable goal to strive for. Really? Good luck. Hope you get good results in the assessment. Bai Yu smiled sincerely. Tang Hao nodded repeatedly, but then froze. Something was off. Why wasn't this going in the direction he expected? Shouldn't Bai Yu immediately ask to join them in fighting the boss? Why was he instead offering blessings and completely distancing himself? What I mean is, Chu Mo and I are teaming up to fight the first floor's tower guardian boss. Do you want to join us? It's time for the three musketeers to unite, right? Tang Hao restated, unwilling to give up. Me? You guys don't need to worry about me at all. Would you believe me if I said I'm currently on the 29th floor? Bai Yu pointed to himself, his tone relaxed. Tang Hao squinted, looking speechless. 29th floor? Do you even believe that yourself? Whatever. I can't be bothered to argue with you. He pulled back his chair and stood up, adding with a mischievous tone, "Oh well, after we clear the boss today, certain people better not get jealous." Bai Yu watched Tang Hao's retreating figure, his smile growing even brighter. He certainly understood his friend's intentions, but the problem wash really was on the 29th floor. If anyone should be doing the carrying, it should be him carrying them. But he'd wait a little longer. Once he prevented that incident and successfully mastered transformation, he'd come back and give these two buddies a proper boost, letting them experience what it felt like to soar through the sky. Tang Hao returned to his seat helplessly, his expression clearly showing that his team formation plan had failed. Chu Mo glanced up at him without surprise. He knew Bai Yu's true strength better than Anyan. If Bai Yu could crush the man in black in the real world, he would only be more terrifying in the inner world. Rather than worry about that guy, it was better to focus on himself first. As for why Bai Yu deliberately concealed his strength, Chu Mo couldn't say for certain. He could only guess that the man was naturally low-key or had other hidden reasons. He wouldn't pry into his friend's secrets, just as he kept his own matter hidden from both Bai Yu and the others. The proprietress's smiling face flashed through his mind, and the corners of Chu Mo's tense mouth actually lifted slightly. A hint of a smile appeared on his usually stern face, and his dead fish eye showed a rare glimmer of determination. She had said she liked mature men. Inner World Tower of Gods, 29th floor. Mountains sealed off the horizon, while ancient trees blocked out the sun. Atop the peak, a massive black-scaled python coiled, nearly covering the entire summit. Its pitch-black scales reflected a cold gleam in the sunlight, and an ancient pressure spread with each breath. This was Bai Yu's true form. With vertical pupils half closed, he gazed down at the forest sea. His mental perception spread in layers, capturing the auras of magical beasts within 2 to 3,000 meters. Further out, the silhouettes of climbers gradually took shape: solo players, temporary teams, well-equipped foreign assault squads. If he acted rashly, he could easily attract a coordinated attack. Bai Yu concealed his aura and moved stealthily through the areas with the fewest climbers, heading straight for the Black Tower where this floor's guardian boss resided. All magical beasts encountered along the way were devoured, transformed into energy to nourish his bloodline. The Black Tower's outline became increasingly clear, and climbers grew denser, almost turning the perimeter into a camp. Bypassing them was no longer possible. He could only break through Hedon. Bai Yu paused, suddenly wondering, could the Dragon Nation assault team also be nearby? He closed his eyes to search for a familiar aura. Jiang Xinyan. Moments later, his serpentine pupils reopened with disappointment flickering through them. He had found neither Jiang Xinyan nor the Dragon Nation assault team, only capturing a few scattered compatriots. Since the great battle had not yet begun, he should strengthen himself first. Determination flashed in his serpentine eyes as Bai Yu decided to use the remaining few days to collect bloodline upgrade materials, aiming to level up once more before the boss battle. His primary target: Karaya's blood. With his decision made, his massive form was enveloped in a faint light and vanished from the mountaintop in the next instant, teleporting to the 20th floor. He had previously found the answer online that Karaya's blood was very likely the blood of the red dragon named Karaya on this floor. Bai Yu had now reached the 29th floor and no longer needed to continue climbing the tower. The remaining time was entirely his to use as he pleased. Wush's vision refocused, and his figure appeared in a quiet mountain forest on the 20th floor. The air still carried the bloody scent of battle, and the humans and monsters engaged in combat around him all froze the instant they saw his massive form, then scattered in terror like startled birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. That uniform? Imperial soldiers? Through his psychic senses, Bai Yu clearly detected the aura of those fleeing soldiers. He raised his gaze thoughtfully, then rose to his full height, his several thousand-meter body towering like a mountain peak into the sky, casting a shadow over the entire forest. From his aerial vantage point, he could see the soldiers running along forest paths toward the outer plains, where the blurred outlines of buildings were faintly visible. It seems I've been randomly transported to the human territory on this floor, Bai Yu concluded. If this truly was the Starry Sky Empire, that would be perfect. Online intelligence indicated that the Croyan Red Dragon was entrenched in some mountain range within the Empire's borders and maintained close ties with the Empire's first female general. Previously, focused on climbing the tower, he had no interest in pursuing this matter. Now that his mission was complete, even if the Red Dragon had the Empire's backing, this encounter was inevitable. As for whether it might spark a war, he would try to avoid it. But even if the entire Empire mobilized against him, he felt no fear. Such was his confidence. Whoosh! Wild winds surged as Bai Yu transformed into a soaring dragon, flying toward the forest's edge. Forest outskirts. The stationed Imperial soldiers had long since lost their nerve, abandoning armor and weapons as they fled for their lives. Even the commanding officer, urged by his aide, mounted his horse and galloped away desperately. In the distance, the flag of the Starry Sky Empire fluttered wildly among the crowd before snapping from the frantic retreat and falling to the dust, completely abandoned. Having confirmed the information he sought, Bai Yu chose not to pursue them further. His gaze turned to the villagers who remained frozen in terror, their faces pale as death, trembling all over, barely able to stand. Bai Yu withdrew his attention and slowly departed under their anxious stares. In the next moment, surging psychic power rippled outward like waves, specifically searching for the Red Dragon's location. Starry Sky Empire, Border City. On the gray-white city walls, patrolling soldiers suddenly stopped, staring ahead with alarm and uncertainty. A large crowd was rushing toward the city gates like refugees. That's the 3rd Imperial Legion and General Clique. After recognizing the banners, the guards initially felt relieved, at least it wasn't a beast tide. But within moments, they felt an eerie unease. Why was the battle-hardened 3rd Legion fleeing in such panic? Quick! Notify General Desai. An unknown level monster boss has appeared at the border. The middle-aged General Clique, drenched in sweat and barely catching his breath as he entered the city gates, grabbed a city defense soldier and barked urgent orders. Almost simultaneously, the landers stationed in the city caught wind of the situation. Those players who had witnessed the 3rd Legion's zombie horde-like retreat outside the city embellished their accounts dramatically. Soon after, clever landers rushed to the mission bounty board and indeed found new postings with exceptionally generous rewards. In the Stellar Empire, at a border city. Within a magnificent mansion, golden inlaid domes gleamed alongside crystal chandeliers, while crimson carpets stretched directly to the main hall entrance. In the seat of honor, silver armor reflected cold light under the flickering flames as middle-aged General Clark sat restlessly, his gaze repeatedly darting toward the doorway, the only exit through which aid might arrive after his frantic escape from the frontier. Heavy, steady footsteps echoed from the outer corridor. Clark's expression brightened as he nearly sprang to his feet, his eyes locked onto the open doorway. The next moment, a tall figure clad in black heavy armor strode in. Raven black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, her snow-white skin creating a striking contrast against the dark armor plates. Beneath her elfin, exquisite features, a massive sword emanating an ominous chill was strapped securely to her back. She was none other than Desire, the Empire's foremost female general who guarded the Imperial borders. "You've finally arrived." Clark seemed to grasp at a lifeline, his anxious expression instantly relaxing as his voice filled with heartfelt reverence. After all, this female general had single-handedly subdued the red dragon that threatened the Emperino one within the realm dared question her authority. Desire's gaze remained calm, her voice crisp and direct. "I heard you discovered an unknown-level monster boss?" "Yes." Clark's breathing quickened. "That boss is a colossal serpent that can even soar through the air." "So?" Desire's eyes narrowed. "You abandoned the civilians and fled back here yourselves?" The middle-aged general's face flushed with embarrassment. Desire withdrew her gaze, her tone remaining flat, yet brooking no argument. "Timely reporting is important, but don't let today's situation happen again." Before her words had fully settled, she had already turned and strode toward the exit. "Come on, fill me in on the details along the way." Clark hurried to follow. Meanwhile, throughout the city, players noticed the newly issued quest notification. Word spread like wildfire, and within mere minutes, hundreds of people swarmed toward the city gates. The reason was simple. The quest rewards were generous, but more importantly, it would be personally led by the Empire's first female general, Desai. In the real-world online forums, Otherworld's top 10 most beautiful NPCs ranking, this female general consistently held a spot in the top 3. With both strength and beauty, many players dreamed of catching a glimpse of her legendary appearance. Now that this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity presented itself, who could bear to miss it? "She's coming." As a squad of escort soldiers appeared running from the end of the street, all the players instantly erupted in excitement, cheering wildly as their eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Black heavy armor, pale skin, a black greatsword, waterfall-like hair, a tall and imposing stature, and an aura of overwhelming presence that emanated naturally. Especially when the crowd caught sight of that exquisite face tinged with a hint of world weariness, the entire gathering nearly reached a fever pitch, wishing they could press their eyes directly against Desire. Look at her ears, look at her ears. They're pointed. She must be an elf. I heard she's a dark elf, but her skin isn't dark at all. Instead, it's frighteningly pale. I love it, ha ha ha. Truly one of the top 3 beauties on the rankings. Even without any rewards, this quest would be worth it just to see Desire, haha. Those who missed this quest will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Don't forget that Desire is the strongest warrior in the Stellar Empire, and with her protection, this mission is basically free rewards. Hundreds of landers and fully organized Imperial troops advanced toward the border under the command of middle-aged General Clark, kicking up clouds of dust in an impressive display. When they reached the incident site, they didn't find the bloody carnage they had imagined, but instead saw a group of shaken civilians. Aside from being pale with fright, not a single person was injured. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, and Clark was equally baffled, turning his confused gaze toward Desire. Sitting atop her towering warhorse, Desire spoke with calm authority. "Even without casualties, we cannot allow a boss-level magical creature of that caliber to roam freely at our borders." After questioning the soldiers, they learned that the colossal serpent had taken flight toward the depths of the forest. Desire immediately left part of her forces to stand guard and led the remaining troops in pursuit of the giant snake's trail. After more than an hour of trekking, the large force had penetrated deep into the mountain forest. Shattered tree trunks, charred soil, and massive claw marks littered their path. The destruction was so extensive that it clearly wasn't the work of ordinary magical creatures. The bored landers immediately perked up with interest. After another half-hour of marching, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly echoed from deep within the mountains. Desire, who was leading the advance, narrowed her eyes sharply and growled, "Red dragon." She spurred her horse hard, galloping dozens of meters ahead and leaving everyone behind. Finding even this speed too slow, she leaped from her mount and bounded into the dense forest in a single stride, disappearing from sight after a few flashes. The soldiers and landers behind her snapped back to attention and hurried to follow. Deep in the forest, a waterfall thundered. At the bottom of the canyon, 2 massive creatures faced each other in fierce confrontation. On one side was Bai Yu, who had followed his psychic senses to this place. On the other was his target, the Kroya red dragon. In terms of size, the red dragon was only a quarter of Bai Yu's length, yet it still measured nearly 1,000 meters. Its crimson scales reflected cold light in the waterfall's mist, and when its wings were fully spread, they blocked out the sky. The dragon's lines even showed a certain elegance, perhaps due to the contrast with Bai Yu's current serpentine form. The red dragon had originally been grooming its wing membranes beneath the waterfall, and after being ambushed, it was furious. However, when it saw clearly who had come, its anger was instantly replaced by shock. So massive. This giant serpent's body exceeded even the natural proportions of dragonkind. Even more terrifying was the pressure emanating from those serpentine eyes, making its bloodline instinctively tremble. Kroya Red Dragon, level, LV-57. Bai Yu glanced at the level information that appeared, feeling mildly surprised but not shocked. This floor already contained the hidden boss Glancy of the Storm at LV-59, so having an additional LV-57 Red Dragon wasn't strange. If this had been before his bloodline upgrade, he might have needed to engage in fierce battle with the Red Dragon, but now, he had complete control of the situation. The Red Dragon breathed forth flames, but they were entirely blocked by Bai Yu's infinite barrier. In the next second, he opened his massive maw as surging red energy rapidly gathered. Just as the energy was about to erupt, Bai Yu's psychic senses detected a terrifying life signature rapidly approaching a human female in black heavy armor, with life force comparable to Glancy of the Storm, perhaps even stronger. Bai Yu felt slightly surprised, but his attack didn't pause. The red energy breath transformed into a crimson beam, shooting forth with tremendous force. Boom! A surging red energy beam erupted forth, striking directly against the blazing breath and triggering an intense energy collision that sent shockwaves rippling throughout the canyon. The two forces clashed for less than 10 seconds before the flames began to crumble first. The Kroya Red Dragon's pupils contracted sharply as its massive wings beat frantically, but it was already too late to dodge. In the nick of time, a tall figure landed between the dragon and the beam. Desire gripped her black greatsword with both hands as thick, frigid energy gathered along the blade, instantly forming a blue-white ice wall. Amid the thunderous roar, the ice wall endured continuous impacts as spiderweb cracks spread rapidly across its surface, forcing Desire to retreat step by step. Yet she gritted her teeth and steadied herself, letting out a low shout as the frost thickened, desperately blocking the energy breath. Desire, recognizing the newcomer, the Kroya Red Dragon spoke in a voice that carried metallic echoes. As the red light finally faded, Desire was sent flying by the residual force, but the red dragon swooped down to catch her in its claws. Are you alright? The dragon's voice carried an unusual note of concern. Desire shook her head and dropped to one knee after landing, her gaze locked onto Bai Yu in the distant sky. In that instant, her elven ears trembled slightly. From their brief exchange, she had confirmed that Bai Yu's overwhelming presence far exceeded that of ordinary monster bosses, even faintly surpassing the red dragon beside her. She rose to her feet, her black hair whipping in the chaotic winds, her expression grave. Whether she could maintain her title as the Empire's first female general today remained uncertain. High above, Bai Yu looked down at the pair, silently assessing. Vitality comparable to Glance of the Storm, and defense capable of withstanding his energy breath, indeed worthy opponents. However, this was as far as they would go. Bai Yu versus the Kroya Red Dragon and the Empire's female general. The battle resumed. Even facing two enemies alone, he remained composed. The dragon and general's coordination was nearly flawless, with ice and fire striking in alternating waves, yet their combined might still proved insufficient against Bai Yu. Without giving their all, they couldn't even force him to take them seriously. An invisible pressure settled over the hearts of both woman and dragon, impossible to shake off. Boom, 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 boom. Ice pillars erupted from the ground in succession, tearing the canyon floor into fragments. Where the freezing mist spread, the red dragon's scorching flames roared forth, instantly turning the ice into boiling vapor that filled the air with steam. Rock walls collapsed and debris tumbled down as the battlefield resembled the apocalypse. Bai Yu circled high above like a world-ending demon lord. An invisible barrier deflected the combined ice and fire attacks, with each impact creating ripples across its surface. Crack. The first barrier shattered, but he raised his hand to form a second layer, completely neutralizing the subsequent assault. Though his killing move had been blocked, his eyebrows raised as his senses detected numerous life signatures in the distance. Besides Imperial soldiers, there was also a considerable number of player landers. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with question marks. What the hell were those landers doing here? Lining up for a group suicide mission? If these were a group of top-tier climbers, Bai Yu might have shown some caution. But this was the 20th floor, where truly capable high-level climbers were few and far between, with most being average players around levels 30 to 40. Fortunately, this group wasn't completely foolish. The moment they stepped into the battlefield's line of sight, they spotted a massive shadow circling in the distant sky, blocking out the sun, and their steps froze almost simultaneously. The boss we're supposed to defeat in this mission is that one? Haha, you've got to be kidding. Fighting that kind of boss would get us killed, right? Am I seeing things? How can such a boss even exist? I've never heard of anything like this before. It's way too huge. Could that be the legendary world boss? They stopped in an open area several thousand meters away from the battlefield. Even at this distance, the impact from the violent energy collisions was clearly audible, with debris and dust swept up by the aftershocks raining down around their feet like a storm. The surrounding vegetation was torn and scattered in chaos, as if it could be reduced to nothing by that destructive force at any moment. Without a doubt, taking even one step closer would result in the same fate, as those cannon fodder serving as background. They might not even make it into the actual combat zone before being killed or severely injured by the shockwaves. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars, like giant hammers pounding drums, struck one after another, hammering mercilessly at everyone's hearts. With each sound, their chests vibrated in response, and even their breathing became uncontrollably erratic. I think we should stay out of this. Given our current levels, going there probably wouldn't help much anyway. Faced with the threat of death, many climbers lost their nerve before any real fighting began. As these words fell, they surprisingly gained nods of agreement from most people. Only a few high-level climbers looked embarrassed. They should have been the leaders among this group, but now they felt ashamed for being too scared to advance because of a single boss. But should they really go over there? They surveyed their surroundings, and their companions' grim expressions provided the answer. How about we wait a bit longer? Let's see how the battle goes before deciding. If Desert and that red dragon can suppress that black-scaled giant serpent together, then we'll charge. Otherwise, we run. If even the Empire's strongest warrior and a red dragon working together can't handle it, all of us combined probably wouldn't even be enough to fill that boss's teeth. At the center of the battlefield on the other side, Bai Yu caught sight of these hesitating climbers from the corner of his eye before turning his attention back. Since they had stopped, it saved him considerable trouble otherwise. He might have truly had to break his principles today. High in the sky, Desert commanded the red dragon, spreading its flame-wrapped massive wings as it rapidly ascended toward the heavens. After a moment's thought, Bai Yu understood the opponent's intention. Sensing his overwhelmingly powerful strength, Desert didn't want innocent people to be caught in the crossfire, so he was leading the battlefield away from the crowd. Bai Yu's massive form immediately took to the air, following close behind. During their chase, the thunderous sounds of battle never ceased. Energy storms tore through the cloud layers, with shattered white clouds swept into high-altitude turbulence, and dark cracks could even be faintly seen carved across the sky, as if the entire heavenly canopy was collapsing. As the sounds of battle drifted farther away, the climbers on the periphery gradually came back to their senses. Some clenched their fists, their eyes flashing with unwillingness. Damn it! Are we really just going to stand here and watch? We have so many people, and we're actually intimidated by a single boss. Well, you can't really say that. After all, that boss, no matter how you look at it, it's not an ordinary boss. It might actually be a world boss. What do you think? Will General Desert emerge victorious? The players gathered at the valley entrance, their voices rising and falling in discussion, their faces etched with anxiety. Damn it! With so many people here and not one dares to charge forward, this is absolutely humiliating, someone shouted angrily. But the response was only a few half-hearted murmurs of agreement. Everyone looked at each other, unwilling to be the first to stick their neck out and lead the charge. The atmosphere instantly plummeted, awkwardness spreading through the air. What had started as an enthusiastic group mission deflated like a punctured balloon, fizzling out under everyone's watchful eyes. Sigh. It's not that we're not trying hard enough, it's that this boss is too overpowered. Too terrifying, someone lamented, finding a dignified excuse for their cowardice. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered thousands of meters above, visible shockwaves rolling through the clouds. Desert stood on the broad back of Croia the red dragon, fierce winds whipping through her long hair, outlining her cold, sharp, and flawlessly beautiful features. In her narrow eyes burned only the unwavering determination of frozen stars. Croia, help me hold that guy off. As her words faded, she slowly closed her eyes. The seal within her body began to loosen like rusted locks coming undone, bit by bit. Desert, the dragon's massive pupils filled with worry. Croia wanted to protest, but ultimately swallowed the words, her fiery gaze locking onto the distant Bai Yu as she spread her wings and soared skyward. Boom! A crimson energy beam roared past, barely missing as Croia suddenly rolled, avoiding it by the narrowest of margins. The attack left a scorching trail in the sky, like a blade slicing through the heavens. Once, twice, through a series of harrowing evasions, dragon scales were torn open with blackened gashes, blood dripping from her wings. Even so, Croia relentlessly engaged Bai Yu, buying Desert every precious second. Finally, the last energy breath was barely deflected. Thank you for your hard work. Now let me down. Desert opened her eyes. Crimson patterns rapidly spread across her pale skin, creeping up her elfin face, creating an otherworldly and cold beauty. She gazed calmly at the distant Bai Yu, her voice devoid of any emotion. Croia suddenly dove. her wings stirring up hurricane-force winds. At the moment before impact, Desir leaped up, her sword tracing a ghostly blue arc through the air as she landed steadily and spun around. Whoosh! The heavy sword swept down, frost sword energy howling and extending a full 100 meters. The air along its path crystallized into ice as it roared toward Bai Yu. Infinite barrier. Bai Yu's eyes sharpened as transparent ripples materialized in the air before him. The next instant boom. The frost-laden sword energy roared like thunder as it struck the barrier, tearing through the transparent ripples and sending shattered light scattering in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled impacts followed in rapid succession, layer after layer of barriers shattering like glass, yet the assault finally halted just before the final layer. However, the sword energy didn't dissipate. It suddenly exploded, unleashing a surge of bone-chilling cold like a bursting glacier, instantly engulfing Bai Yu. The surrounding temperature plummeted below freezing, crystallizing the air into glittering ice dust that formed a massive ice flower dozens of meters in diameter, suspended in midair. High above, the red dragon Croy's gaze sharpened as he muttered in amazement, "Desire in this state. She's incredibly powerful." Crackfine fissures spread across the ice flower's surface as fragments began falling like snow. With a thunderous crash, the entire ice flower shattered and collapsed. Bai Yu's figure emerged, his serpentine pupils cold and menacing, with traces of frost marking his armor. The attack had indeed wounded him slightly, but it was far from fatal. Through his perception, he could sense Desire's life force fluctuating wildly. Such violent techniques clearly came at a tremendous cost. Across from him, Desire quietly exhaled a puff of white mist, as if she had already anticipated this outcome. She sighed inwardly. It seems I have no choice but to use that. With this thought, the final seal within her body completely shattered. Blazing red energy erupted like molten lava, causing the surrounding air to tremble and tinting even the light a dark crimson. The curse marks on her pale skin spread rapidly like living creatures, coiling around her entire body and bringing excruciating pain that seemed to tear through her very bones. Desire's brow trembled slightly, but she forced herself to maintain steady breathing. "Desire," Croya roared anxiously. Desire turned to meet her old friend's gaze, her voice low but resolute. "This is my duty and my destiny. Exiled by the Dark Elves, I became the first female general of the human empire. If I cannot even protect the empire, what meaning does my existence have? If I die, please continue to guard the empire in my place." Her words scattered on the wind as she was enveloped in blazing red energy, shooting skyward toward Bai Yu among the clouds. Boom, 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 boom. She pressed her palms together as ice elements gathered wildly, forming several 100-meter-long ice spears that materialized and launched forth, tearing through the air with whistling fury. As the ice spears struck Bai Yu's remaining barriers, they instantly exploded into countless ice shards, like 10,000 arrows fired in unison. 1,000-mile freeze. Desire roared. The magical power within her poured out as azure-blue frigid air that spread like a tide. She thrust her arms wide, connecting the cold current to every ice crystal in the air, expanding at a visible rate in an instant. The entire expanse of heaven and earth, including Bai Yu, froze into a blue-white world. In the sky above, a massive ice sphere several thousand meters in diameter took shape, suspended in the heavens and radiating bone-piercing cold that made one feel as if transported to the depths of a frozen star field. The red dragon Croya stared up in stunned amazement, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The next moment, several dazzling sword energies of ice appeared silently like meteors, streaking across the sky like lightning. Flash, flash, flash. The brilliant traces flashed and vanished. Boom. The enormous ice sphere shattered under the sword energy strikes, as howling winds carried massive amounts of frigid air and ice fragments surging outward in all directions. The Croya red dragon fixed her gaze intently on the center of the battle. When she saw the figure plummeting from the sky, she immediately spread her wings and dove down. Her massive wings stirred up fierce winds as she steadily caught Desire in midair, who was now barely breathing, her pale face drained of all color. A flash of heartache crossed the red dragon's golden vertical pupils as she sighed in a low, hoarse voice. "Why are you still so foolish?" Desire managed a weak smile, her voice so faint it seemed ready to fade away. "Don't worry, I won't die." As her words fell, she lifted her gaze toward the battlefield above. The cold mist gradually dispersed, revealing the interior of the completely frozen ice sphere. Suspended in midair, Bai Yu was frozen into a crystal blue ice sculpture, his body covered with terrifying slash marks. Just as hope began to surface in Desire's eyes, a crisp crack suddenly shattered the silence. Immediately after, countless fine fissures spread and burst open, accompanied by a thunderous bang as all the solid ice crumbled apart. Bai Yu slowly straightened his body from the shattered ice, his wounds deep enough to expose bone healing at a visible rate, flesh writhing flesh regeneration. He shivered violently, recalling the desperate situation of being trapped in the ice sphere moments ago, his lips curling into a cold yet exhilarated smile. How truly unexpected. I never thought a mere human body could burst forth with such energy in an instant. What a pity me skills are still superior. The shock in Desire's eyes and the red dragon's stunned expression caught his attention, deepening Bai Yu's playful smirk as he gazed at them like a demon eyeing its prey. Buzz. Amid the piercing vibration, Bai Yu opened his mouth and condensed a blazing red energy beam, suddenly blasting it downward. Caught off guard, the Kroya red dragon instinctively turned, shielding Desire against her chest. The scorching breath struck heavily against her broad dragon back. Roar! A agonizing dragon's cry tore through the sky as blood exploded into large crimson blooms in midair. The massive red dragon's form shook violently, managing to steady herself at the last moment to protect the human general in her embrace, before losing all strength to support herself and plummeting toward the ground with Desire, crashing into a giant crater. Kroya! Desire cried out in anguish, struggling to prop herself up as blood dripped down along her long hair. In the air above, Bai Yu circled slowly as the crimson dragon blood splattered onto his body, instantly flashing with light before being completely absorbed. At the same time, a cold metallic prompt echoed in his mind. Material obtained, Kroya's blood. So easily obtained, Bai Yu murmured to himself, feeling that scorching power coursing through his body, his eyes growing ever darker. He dove halfway down, his gaze locking onto the person and dragon below. The Kroya red dragon's aura was now weak, and Desire was equally unsteady. Seeing Bai Yu approaching, the female general endured her severe pain and drew her sword, positioning herself in front of the red dragon. Her slender figure stood perfectly straight as she used her remaining strength to build one final line of defense. Bai Yu clicked his tongue softly, his gaze sweeping back and forth, his voice full of mockery. How could humans and dragons develop such deep emotions? His words were ice cold, yet carried a hint of intriguing curiosity. His massive form suddenly ascended. Desire and the red dragon looked up in confusion, watching as Bai Yu broke through the cloud layer, his silhouette gradually becoming a small in the sunlight before finally disappearing into the horizon. Desire stared blankly, murmuring repeatedly. What did he mean by that question? The Kroya red dragon remained silent for a long while before sighing softly, her tone like that of an elder who had experienced long loneliness. He must be very lonely. Once upon a time, she too had no companions of her kind, let alone human friends. Desire turned back, her eyes full of confusion. The Kroya red dragon nodded with certainty. The next time we meet, perhaps we and he won't need to fight anymore. Desire opened her mouth to speak, but remembering the wound on the dragon's back, her expression grew complex. Under her stare, the Kroya red dragon's cheeks grew warm, letting out low whimpering sounds as she buried her head down. Whoosh! A faint glimmer flashed and vanished as Bai Yu returned to his real-world classroom. Before leaving, he had deliberately circled back to the 29th floor for one last look. The situation remained exactly as it was when he first entered. Teams of climbers from various countries had set up camp around the tower boss's perimeter, each group claiming their own territory in a tense standoff where no one dared make the first move, and the horn of attack had yet to sound. Bai Yu used his psychic senses to sweep through the entire floor, but still couldn't detect even a trace of his sister's presence, so he had no choice but to exit the dungeon. Why hadn't he finished off the Kroya red dragon and Desser when he returned to the 20th floor? Bai Yu could only respond to this with a cold laugh. He wasn't some bloodthirsty butcher. Since he already had the blood of Kroya in hand, why create more carnage and turn himself into some irredeemable demon lord? He naturally skipped the real-world school training again. His homeroom teacher had long since given up hope and couldn't be bothered to care anymore. He first slipped off to the cafeteria, hastily satisfied his hunger, then left school and headed straight to the location they'd agreed on the night before to meet Ouyang Ingjia in exchange for the purple Dragon King leaf. The 300,000 yuan transfer went through without a penny missing. Ouyang happily accepted it and generously patted his chest, promising that if Bai Yu needed any other medicinal materials in the future, he should just ask. He could have people inquire about them. Let's leave it at that for now. I've got some family matters to deal with, so we'll chat next time. This time, Ouyang Ingjia indeed didn't engage in much small talk. After handing the medicine to Bai Yu, he hurried off, clearly dealing with some real trouble at home. Bai Yu returned home and reluctantly tossed the purple Dragon King leaf into his pile of medicinal materials. Once the medicinal bath began, those 300,000 yuan would evaporate like water. This really is a rich man's hobby. You can't afford to play this game without serious money. Complaints aside, the effects were immediate. Previous medicinal baths always left him feeling like something was just missing, but today his whole body felt hot and swollen, as if filled with energy. That perpetually unfillable black hole inside his body had finally been plugged. The aching sensation vanished instantly. Riding this momentum, he spent several hours training shirtless in the living room push-ups, squats, and weighted arm swings in rotation, making the floorboards shake with thunderous sounds. The female neighbor downstairs couldn't stand it and stormed upstairs to bang on his door. When the door opened and she saw Bai Yu's pale, muscular torso, her expression of annoyance instantly transformed. Her gaze wandered over his muscle definition, and even her voice softened considerably. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I was wondering what all that noise upstairs was. Turns out you're working out. So diligent. Hey there, handsome, are you home alone?" As she spoke, she craned her neck to peer into the apartment. Bai Yu gripped the door handle, his expression impassive. "Sorry for disturbing you. I'll be more careful next time. If there's nothing else, I need to continue my workout." With that, the door closed under the female neighbor's reluctant gaze. After continuing his workout for a while longer, Bai Yu deliberately kept the noise down to avoid another visit from his female neighbor downstairs. It took him over an hour before he finally wrapped up today's training session. Hot water cascaded from his hair, washing away the sweat and fatigue. After his shower, he collapsed contentedly onto his mattress. He had already found the blood of Croya, leaving only the 10,000-year spirit essence and void darkness to locate. As he muttered to himself, he pulled out his phone to browse the forums, but couldn't find any leads whatsoever. Wait, since there were no results online, why not ask around in the inner world? The thought sparked an immediate image in his mind of the Red Dragon Croya and the Empire's female general, Desire. Previously, due to his bloodline mutation, he couldn't even interact with humans, but now things were completely different. Though he had just fought with that female general earlier today, and they weren't exactly on friendly terms, they were at least acquainted, and she held the rank of Imperial General. If he could get her help, finding the materials would be much easier. If she was willing to help, that would be ideal. If not, there were always ways to change someone's mind. The next day was Saturday. For once, he didn't have to get up early for school, but his biological clock still woke Bai Yu right on schedule. After a quick wash, he went downstairs and chose a breakfast shop a bit farther away, then returned home after eating. The living room was dimly lit as he raised his hand to summon his login mark. Golden light instantly flooded the entire room. Within the inverted triangle pattern, flowing light converged into massive SSS characters that dominated his entire field of vision. Ever since his bloodline had reached level 3, his rating had skyrocketed to SSS as well. Looking at the entire inner world power rankings, the highest level was merely S. Of course, that leaderboard didn't include all users. Bai Yu knew that Jiang Xinyan's name had never appeared on it, nor had other members of the assault team. As for his own sister, her rating definitely wouldn't be low. She just hadn't uploaded her information. Every country was the same way. National teams rarely appeared on public rankings, but no one doubted their strength. Any one of them could easily demolish a whole crowd of people. Bai Yu likewise hadn't applied for certification. Exposing his identity didn't align with his philosophy of developing quietly. Entering the dimensional space, he first glanced at the equipment he had listed in the trading channel. Still no takers, but he wasn't in a rush. He casually cleared out the daily pile of junk messages, spotted an invitation to join some group, and deleted it without even reading the sender's ID clearly. After finishing these tasks, he stepped onto the teleportation array, and as light and shadow shifted around him, his figure disappeared into the inner world. Tower of Gods, 29th floor. Deep within a lush forest, a native tribe was caught in the throes of bloody madness. Over a dozen black-robed users formed a fan-shaped assault formation, their blades and spells interweaving as screams rose and fell, blood pooling into dark red streams across the dirt ground. The tribe's young warriors charged fearlessly with stone spears, only to have their defensive line easily torn apart by the black-robed figures. Women and elderly people dragged their frail bodies into the fray, desperate to buy the fleeing children even a sliver of hope for escape. In less than 10 minutes, this one-sided massacre came to an end. The blood-soaked black-robed users stood among the ruins, gazing at the remaining weak and wounded with bloodthirsty smiles playing at their lips. "Boss, a few kids got away. Let me take some people to chase them down," his lieutenant said quietly, wiping blood spots from his face. The leader nodded, then turned his attention to the ancient totem carved with a serpent that stood before them. Behind his mask, his eyes flickered like ghostly flames. Such an unremarkable little tribe, yet it harbored this kind of mysterious power. A totem? The power of faith? He chuckled lowly, his voice hoarse with excitement. The Tower of Gods truly was filled with all manner of unknowns and wonders. Huff, huff. In the forest, small figures raced frantically through the trees, their faces twisted with grief and terror as they constantly glanced back over their shoulders. I can't run anymore. A boy stumbled, his voice filled with despair. Don't stop. The child leading the group yanked him back to his feet. If we slow down, those bad men will catch us. Mommy, Daddy, what? Sobs echoed through the cold, dark woods. Over a dozen children trampled through slippery fallen leaves, desperately charging toward a sliver of light filtering through the tree canopy ahead. It seemed like their only hope for survival. But when they burst out of the forest, the scene before them instantly shattered that hope. In the center of the clearing, a massive black-scaled python coiled itself into mountain-like rings, its thick body stretching beyond the limits of sight. Dark scales gleamed with a cold light in the dim glow, and half-closed serpent eyes gazed down at them with indifference. That single look alone made the children's legs go weak and their hearts turn cold. Several of the little ones collapsed to the ground, faces drained of color, teeth chattering. The giant python was none other than Bai Yu, who had just arrived in this inner world. As he observed these children dressed in rags like little savages, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Only one girl, about 7 or 8 years old, wasn't crushed by fear. She stepped to the front, her eyes clear and bright as she stared directly at Bai Yu. Fallen leaves crunched under her feet as her tiny figure formed a bizarre contrast against the massive serpent. Under the breathless gaze of her companions, she walked to within a meter of Bai Yu, lifted her small face, and spoke in a clear voice filled with unmistakable reverence. "Great serpent god, please save your people." With those words, she dropped to her knees and pressed her forehead to the ground in a posture both devout and resolute. Bai Yu's serpent eyes narrowed slightly as his enormous head looked down at the kneeling girl. The other children stared in stunned silence, even forgetting to cry. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of rushing wind came from the forest. The black-robed players who had been chasing the children emerged with cold laughter, but fell silent the instant they met Bai Yu's gaze. The leader shuddered and immediately retreated. Holy crap! What the hell is that monster? After a brief moment of panic, the group exchanged glances. Send someone back to report, the rest stay here. Looking at that size, it might be a rare monster boss. It's not chasing us, maybe we can take it down before the boss arrives. After reaching consensus, one person turned and vanished into the forest while the others stopped retreating, crouching low as they approached again, hiding behind thick tree trunks to observe. They noticed that the black-scaled python had remained motionless the entire time, not even devouring the children before it. This made them even more certain this boss was most likely all bark and no bite. Looks like it really can't move. Little did they know that despite thinking themselves well hidden, they were completely exposed under Bai Yu's spiritual perception, with nowhere to hide. Bai Yu was simply too lazy to bother for the moment, his serpentine eyes watching the little creature before him with keen interest. Since he remained silent, the small figure continued kneeling on the ground, showing no intention of rising. His massive serpentine body, thick as a barrel, coiled in the forest clearing. Black scales gleamed with an eerie cold light under the moonlight, and each subtle breath caused the dead branches to rustle. Bai Yu silently observed the scene without making a sound, until he noticed the child remained completely motionless in her kneeling position. Only then did a trace of curiosity stir within him. What exactly was this little human after? Lord Snake God? Are you calling me, fellow clansman? Bai Yu chuckled inwardly. Fellow clansman? Did he actually have clansmen in this other world? If he truly did, they would surely be a group of cold, slippery serpents, or half-human, half-snake beings, certainly not these perfectly limbed little brats before him. Just as this thought arose, the familiar mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Special energy detected. System analyzing. He paused slightly. Almost instantly, the results appeared. Detection result. Faith power. Faith power. One of the special pathways to advance to level 6 mythical creature. Faith power? Level 6 mythical creature. Bai Yu's massive serpentine eyes widened suddenly, his heavy eyelids blinking twice before quickly accessing his attribute panel. Sure enough, a new entry appeared at the bottom. Faith power, 1. Though just a tiny value, it was like a spark falling into dry kindling, instantly setting his thoughts ablaze. The system discovered a new energy module? Could it be that once faith value reaches 100, I can skip conventional materials and directly evolve into a true world serpent? He calmed himself, his serpentine gaze sweeping over the little girl still prostrated on the ground. This 1% probably came from her, didn't it? In just a few breaths, a storm of thoughts churned through his mind before finally settling into calm. His massive serpentine head lowered slightly as he opened his gaping maw, cold breath carrying a fishy scent as he awkwardly spoke in human language. I sense the devotion in your heart. Rise. The damp, cold breath hit her face, making the little girl shiver involuntarily. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lord Snake God had responded to her. She stumbled to her feet, hands clasped devoutly against her chest. Her companions behind her stood frozen like wooden statues, and even the black-robed infiltrators lurking in the forest exchanged alarmed glances. That terrifying monster boss could speak. The moment Bai Yu uttered the word, I, a strange sense of embarrassment suddenly washed over him. Why am I speaking so formally? I'm just me. Even playing a snake god doesn't require such archaic speech. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of rushing wind rapidly approached from deep within the forest. Another black-robed squad that had received intelligence finally arrived. Where's the rare boss? Before the leader could finish speaking, he felt a bone-chilling killing intent lock onto him. He jerked his head up. Deep, cold vertical pupils crashed into his vision like meteors from the night sky. Ancient, heavy black scales gleamed in the shadows. The massive python stretched endlessly, its body disappearing into unfathomable depths. The lead black-robed figure first showed shock. Then his expression became almost intoxicated, a sharp, ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. This boss was absolutely the cream of the crop. He had to kill it. The moment the black-robed invaders appeared, the tribal youngsters had already turned pale with terror, steeling themselves as they fled toward Bai Yu's direction. Rather than face slaughter at the hands of those merciless killers behind them, they preferred to take their chances seeking protection near Bai Yu. At least there, they would be among their own kind. The lead black-robed invader watched this group of panicked fugitives with cold indifference. From the moment he laid eyes on Bai Yu, these tribal ants had lost all utility. His sole focus now was how to eliminate Bai Yu. B-boss, that creature seemed to speak human language just now. One of the black-robed invaders reported in a hushed tone from his concealed position. Oh, the leader's eyes gleamed with interest, clearly calculating new possibilities. In that case, we must capture it at all costs. With a sweep of his arm, he issued the battle command. Over a dozen black-robed invaders immediately dispersed into formation, obviously preparing for an initial probing attack to gauge Bai Yu's capabilities. But Bai Yu had no patience for such games. Deep down, he still considered himself human and was reluctant to fight the invaders without cause. But when faced with such aggressive fools seeking death, he didn't mind obliging them. In the next instant, the dozen black-robed invaders roared in unison, unleashing a barrage of abilities, blazing fireballs, shrieking hurricanes, flashing light blades, surging toxic liquids, all aimed directly at Bai Yu. Bang, bang, bang. An invisible barrier suddenly materialized, blocking every single attack. Bai Yu opened his maw, and a surge of crimson energy rapidly condensed, forming a massive beam that erupted forth. Boom! The red light tore through the sky like an energy cannon, instantly reducing trees and rocks along its path to dust. Two black-robed invaders had no time to dodge and were obliterated on the spot. The aftershock carved a scorched trench several thousand meters long through the forest before finally dissipating. The remaining invaders' faces changed dramatically, their hearts sinking. Bai Yu's power far exceeded that of an ordinary boss. Only the man they called leader showed madness flickering in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Excellent. The stronger it is, the more valuable it will be once subdued. However, just as they steadied their formation to launch the next assault, a vast and overwhelming psychic force descended from above, sweeping over them like a raging tide. The air visibly trembled, and the entire space seemed completely warped by this mental pressure. The moment all the black-robed invaders made contact with this power, their minds felt as if struck by sledgehammers, their consciousness violently churning, nearly causing them to lose consciousness on the spot. When they barely endured the initial impact and opened their eyes again, the surrounding mountains and forests had vanished entirely, replaced by an endless, deathly silent void. The infinite serpent prison. Ah! Screams erupted one after another. The black-robed invaders clutched their heads, writhing in agony with twisted expressions, as if enduring indescribable torment. Even the lead black-robed invader found himself in dire straits. However, he managed to maintain a sliver of clarity, gritting his teeth as he pulled out a purple potion and crushed it forcefully. Crystalline purple light immediately spread out, and all the black-robed invaders finally snapped back to consciousness as if escaping death, gasping heavily for air. The purple radiance swept through their minds like a tide, clearing away all the drowsiness. The leading black-robed figure wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately growled. Everyone retreat. After speaking, he turned back to glare fiercely at Bai Yu, his form becoming a blur as he disappeared into the forest. The remaining black-robed invaders, already terrified out of their wits, scrambled and tumbled after him, their hearts filled with dread toward that giant serpent. Fallen leaves swirled through the forest before it quickly returned to silence. The little tribal children hiding behind trees were all stunned, especially the little girl named Lin, whose dark eyes sparkled with light. She gently lifted her animal hide dress and ran to the center of the clearing, solemnly kneeling down as she spoke in her childish voice. Lord Snake God, thank you for saving us. The other children looked at each other, then quickly followed her example, kneeling in neat rows. Thank you, Lord Snake God. Ding. A system notification rang in Bai Yu's mind. Faith power, 1.5. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. It increased so quickly. Upon reflection, compared to earlier it had grown by another 0.5, which wasn't a bad deal. Tower of Gods, 20th floor. Originally, he had only planned to take a distant look at the 29th floor before leaving, but unexpectedly encountered this series of incidents along the way, and even gained the entirely new faith power. Led by Lin, he followed the children back to the tribe. The population was sparse, with simple wooden houses surrounding a thick stone pillar, the tribe's totem. Carved on the stone pillar was a giant serpent with exposed fangs and cold scales. Only then did Bai Yu understand why the children had immediately recognized him as Lord Snake God. Not only the children, but the surviving adults in the tribe also knelt on the ground, pressing their foreheads to the earth and praying continuously, as if they had truly witnessed a deity emerging from the stone pillar. Golden light drifted from their bodies and merged into Bai Yu's form. The system notification flashed again. Faith power increased to 3. Watching the numbers jump, Bai Yu began to wonder if he really was the giant serpent from that totem. When he left, all the tribe members remained kneeling as they watched him go. After he soared away into the sky, they gathered around the totem in unison, chanting under their breath, and didn't stand up for a long time. From the moment the teleportation light landed, Bai Yu flew through the air toward the mountain range where the red dragon Kroya dwelled. The mountains were shrouded in rolling clouds and mist, and deep in the canyon, a waterfall cascaded down like a silver ribbon. The red dragon was lying on rocks beside the waterfall, healing its wounds, when it suddenly saw a shadow covering the sky above and jerked its head up. The massive black gold serpent that blotted out the sun spiraled downward, bringing fierce winds. The red dragon instinctively tightened its claws, but ultimately didn't assume a battle stance, partly because its wounds were still healing, and partly because the giant serpent had held back at the crucial moment last night, showing it another possibility. Bai Yu's golden serpentine eyes swept over the dragon as he said indifferently, "Your wounds are healing well." Those few words loosened the red dragon's taut nerves somewhat. The other party clearly had no intention of pursuing total annihilation. "What are you doing here?" the red dragon asked in a low voice. "I want you to help me with something," Bai Yu replied. "Us?" The red dragon was stunned, then realized that Bai Yu's "you" obviously included Desir, the other red dragon, as well. Bai Yu nodded, his massive body diving down several yards, cold light gleaming between his scales as he released pressure that crushed the canyon like something tangible. The red dragon's heart pounded violently, but it forcibly suppressed its instincts, mustering the courage to meet his gaze with its dragon eyes, desperately trying to put on an expression that said, "I'm very brave." Bai Yu paused in midair. What the hell? Did he actually find a dragon cute? When Desir arrived at the canyon, the Empire's greatest general was thoroughly startled by the scene before her. Morning mist drifted through the canyon as babbling water lapped against scattered stones. The Kroya red dragon lay on her back in the water, flapping her broad crimson wings and cleaning each feather like a contented bird. The waterfall thundered down from the cliff top, sending spray in all directions, while the menacing black-scaled serpent coiled high on the precipice, its massive body wrapped around the rocks, dark vertical pupils quietly watching the red dragon frolic in the splashing water. The snake and dragon that had fought with earth-shattering fury just yesterday now shared the morning in perfect stillness and motion incongruous, yet strangely harmonious. This. Desir's mind briefly short-circuited as her hand instinctively moved toward the sword at her waist. When both snake and dragon turned to look at her, she forced herself to regain composure. "You too fought so fiercely yesterday, and today you're... Is this some unique emotion among powerful magical beasts? Or is it true that adversaries become friends through combat?" she half-muttered to herself. "We're doing great, Desir." The red dragon splashed her wings, creating a spray of mist, her voice filled with joy as she blinked her large eyes at Bai Yu, trying to invite him to join her in the water, only to be refused as usual. Desir recovered from her shock, first glancing silently at the Kroya red dragon, then fixing her narrow elven eyes on Bai Yu. She knew this serpent in human form would never appear without reason. A moment later, as the mist by the waterfall gradually cleared, Bai Yu, the red dragon, and Desir sat around a dry boulder, the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. After hearing Bai Yu's request, Desir pondered for a long while before speaking. "I'll keep an eye out for those 2 items and mobilize the Empire's intelligence network to help you search. However, I can't guarantee we'll find them." Bai Yu's heart leaped with joyous longing as she was willing to help. He had originally only hoped to try his luck with the local humans, but now that Desir was even willing to use the Empire's resources, he was naturally overjoyed. "I'll help search too," the red dragon added earnestly. Bai Yu cast her a grateful glance, and the red dragon immediately smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Watching these 2 massive creatures interact so harmoniously, Desir couldn't help thinking she felt somewhat superfluous. When their conversation ended, Bai Yu rose to take his leave. The red dragon watched him go, her golden vertical pupils tinged with reluctance. Desir didn't linger either, since she had decided to help. The sooner she acted, the better, especially since the Empire's subjugation mission against Bai Yu needed to be cancelled immediately. After returning to the Empire, Desir immediately issued orders to officially withdraw the subjugation mission against Bai Yu. When the news spread, all the other generals looked completely baffled, and thousands of players were left utterly confused. Yesterday's anticlimactic group battle had been posted in its entirety on the forums after they logged off, instantly becoming viral and attracting countless aspiring warriors. Even many high-level players had been tempted by the words, "World Boss, if we can't handle the 29th floor tower boss, can't we handle you?" Who knew that just as everyone had assembled and was sharpening their weapons for another battle, the mission would suddenly disappear. A sense of tragic bewilderment spread through the entire channel. I drew my sword and looked around, my heart lost. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Where's the promised world boss? Where's the subjugation mission? No one gave them an explanation. The military officers in the border city only threw out one line to the public, that black-scaled serpent boss is no longer an enemy of the Empire. As for more details, they left everyone to speculate for themselves. In the real world, in a hidden underground base somewhere, the atmosphere here was unusually heavy at this moment, with dim lighting that seemed to compress even the air itself. Black-robed climbers stood in neat formation, no one speaking. With bloodstains and dust from their previous fierce battle still lingering on their foreheads, they were the very members who had fought against Bai Yu on the 29th floor of the Tower of God. The brief combat had claimed 2 lives, and recalling the thunderous power of that black-scaled giant python, everyone felt lingering fear, yet their eyes also burned with fierce flames of malice. This unprecedented humiliation only intensified their thirst for revenge. At the front of the formation, the man wearing a white mask sat motionless in his high chair, yet emanated a dangerous aura like a beast holding its breath, as if ready to pounce at any moment. After a long silence, his deep voice cut through the quiet. Notify all officer-level members to prepare for battle immediately and assemble on the 29th floor. As he spoke, the image of that black-scaled giant python that seemed to emerge from ancient times flashed through his mind. That boss. He was determined to claim it. Whoosh. Bai Yu on the 20th floor exhaled heavily, his massive serpent head swaying gently as the sudden thought, "Someone is thinking of me," crossed his mind, wondering if it might be his sister. In the next moment, he had already traveled back to the 29th floor. Originally planning to find a secluded spot for leveling up, he caught sight of several familiar faces at the forest's edge. Dragon Nation climbers. Their uniform combat gear and badges clearly marked them as assault team reserves. After confirming their identity through mental sensing, Bai Yu's eyes brightened as Jiang Xinyan's graceful figure appeared in his mind. He concealed his aura and used mental sensing to lock onto that small team, following from a distance. At the thought of possibly seeing Jiang Xinyan, his massive serpent body seemed to radiate anticipation. About half an hour later, the team stopped in a forest clearing. From several thousand meters away, Bai Yu immediately spotted that slender figure among the crowd. Through his mental sensing, it was indeed Jiang Xinyan. "Sister," he called softly in his heart, his serpent eyes gazing across the distance as if a single glance could freeze eternity. In the clearing, a Dragon Nation member suddenly raised his palm, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "What's wrong?" asked a tall man beside him in a lowered voice. The member concentrated on sensing for a moment, then shook his head. "Nothing. Probably just my imagination. Relations between assault teams from various nations have been tense lately. Better to be cautious." "Understood." Hearing their conversation, Bai Yu immediately withdrew his mental sensing and quietly lurked in the depths of the dense forest, coiling silently, positioning himself where he could see her, silently standing guard. Only after the entire Dragon Nation assault team logged off did he look up to determine the coordinates, memorizing them firmly and deciding to make this his base on the 29th floor. Next, he turned to grinding monsters for experience. During this time, he also visited the tribe to check on those adopted kinfolk, carefully instructing them about the materials needed for bloodline upgrades before leaving with peace of mind. As time approached the limit, he logged off punctually. The next day upon logging in, Bai Yu immediately rushed to the Dragon Nation assault team's temporary base, but unfortunately, the members had not yet logged in. After waiting for a while and seeing no one appear, he once again devoted himself to leveling up while silently counting down in his heart. After today passed, only one final week would remain until the school-wide assessment. That would be when the Dragon Nation assault team would challenge the tower's guardian boss. Level up. Reaching level 50 grants attribute points. 50 points acquired. Tower of Gods, 29th floor. As Bai Yu bit through the neck of the bull-headed python boss, the metallic scent of blood instantly filled the air, and a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. Had finally reached level 50. The massive corpse of the python crashed heavily into the emerald pool, sending ripples across the surface before slowly sinking. Without even looking back, Bai Yu dragged his powerful body through the water and swam directly toward the shore. Now at level 50, he had completed 2 of the 4 requirements for bloodline advancement, leaving only 10,000 years spirit essence and void darkness to obtain. For these 2 rare materials, he had posted high reward bounties on the real-world network while leveraging his connections in the other world. Imperial General Desser, the Red Dragon, and his tribal followers were all searching on his behalf. With dual channels of investigation, leads were bound to surface eventually. While continuing his hunt for the next prey, Bai Yu suddenly sensed a faint human presence approaching this forested waterland. It was the tribal maiden Lin. Whether influenced by the power of faith or not, Bai Yu detected subtle changes occurring in her life force, changes that only he could currently perceive. Perhaps the power of faith not only nourished him, but also provided feedback to those who worshipped him. Lord Snake God, lost in thought, a small figure emerged from the dense forest. Upon seeing the massive serpentine divine form, Lin's eyes sparkled like stars as she called out in her clear voice. Her heart leaped with joy. Her spiritual sensing had been correct, allowing her to pinpoint the snake god's location directly. This special ability had awakened after her first encounter with the snake god, further confirming that he was indeed the true deity protecting their tribe. What brings you here? Bai Yu's vertical pupils remained cold as ice, yet he gazed quietly at her. The menacing aura would have terrified anyone else into trembling, but Lin showed no fear. She tilted her head slightly, her shoulder-length black hair swaying gently as she spoke with excitement and clarity. Lord Snake God, regarding the materials you asked us to find, I think I know where one of them might be. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. So soon? Lin continued her explanation. I once discovered something unusual near a cliff. Below the cliff, dark mists churned so thickly that nothing could be seen, yet terrifying roars of demonic creatures constantly echoed from within. The tribe elders say the king of darkness dwells there, devouring any creature that approaches, which is why we're forbidden to go near it. After receiving your instructions, I searched the forest for a long time, and suddenly remembered that cliff. I felt I had to tell you about it. Dark mists, a cliff, the king of darkness, it certainly sounded intriguing. Bai Yu's mind raced. Whether or not that abyss contained void darkness, it was worth investigating personally. Even if it only housed the legendary king of darkness, slaying it would provide substantial experience and possibly rare material drops. He raised his gaze and offered faint approval. You have done well. Bai Yu offered a word of praise, and the girl immediately smiled so brightly that her eyes curved into two adorable crescents. Then she said earnestly, this is what I should do. I only hope I can help the snake god. Let's go. Take me to see that cliff, Bai Yu said, withdrawing his gaze. The two made their way through the rugged forest path. After about half an hour, guided by the girl, they reached their destination. Black mist rolled like smoke along the cliff's edge. Several unfortunate magical beasts were caught by the dark vapor, shrieking as they were dragged into the abyss. Their cries were quickly replaced by the sound of chewing, making one's scalp tingle with dread. Bai Yu gazed down into the abyss, his figure slowly descending. Noticing the girl's calm expression, he couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Lin shook her head, her small face serious. When I'm beside the snake god, Lin fears nothing. Bai Yu said no more. After placing her in a safe spot, his spiritual power spread out like ocean waves, probing deep into the abyss. After a moment, his senses detected a life force. Is that the Dark King? He continued his investigation and soon discovered an unknown object continuously spewing black mist from another location. As his spiritual power approached, it was suddenly repelled, causing the dark vapor to churn violently. Who dares? Who dares disturb this king's meal? A sharp, furious roar echoed from below. Before the howling subsided, several streams of black mist shot upward, followed by a pitch-black figure rapidly ascending the cliff. The creature spun in midair, its 10 fingers gleaming with cold light, tearing through the air as it crashed down toward Bai Yu. Bang! Amid the thunderous impact, the defensive barrier rippled with dense waves, and the resulting shockwaves spread outward in circles. Behind the barrier, Bai Yu's serpentine eyes remained indifferent as he quietly observed the unknown creature. Lin looked up, her eyes sparkling as she blinked. Is this the legendary Dark King? The Dark King was covered in thick black fur, its sharp claws gleaming coldly. Its face resembled an ape but wasn't quite one, with dark mist swirling around it. It bared its teeth in fury, but when it clearly saw Bai Yu's true appearance, its ferocious expression instantly froze, looking rather comical. Huh! It roared and launched itself forward again, striking the barrier with all 4 limbs, but to no avail. As expected, can't break through the defense. The Dark King cursed inwardly. It leaped backward, performed a perfect 360-degree spin in midair, and dove cleanly into the abyss, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bai Yu remained silent for a moment, then commented flatly, very clever. Knowing when to retreat after realizing it couldn't win, this Dark King wasn't entirely foolish. Wait here for me, he said, leaving these words as he slithered inch by inch into the abyss, heading straight for the source of the black mist. Deep in the abyss, seeing that the massive creature had actually followed it down, the Dark King's expression changed drastically. It gasped in shock, revealing very human-like fear. It frantically scanned its surroundings for an escape route, but realizing there wasn't enough time, it could only resort to the ultimate survival technique it had relied on for years. Curling up its limbs, it prostrated itself on the ground, buried its head, and remained perfectly still, presenting an appearance of complete docility and harmlessness. Arriving at the bottom of the abyss, Bai Yu glanced at the Dark King. In the suffocating black environment, the creature trembled like prey spotted by a venomous snake, lifting his dark face that looked more hideous when smiling than crying, his voice quavering. "Be boss, I was wrong. I was blind earlier." Bai Yu narrowed his serpentine eyes, silently observing. If the opponent's earlier decision to flee could be considered smart, now actively begging for mercy, while speaking so clearly, this hint of humanity stirred an odd feeling within him. But the thought passed quickly as he shook his head to dismiss it, his voice cold. "Come here." The Dark King froze for a moment, then immediately scrambled over with utmost servility, plastering on an extremely flattering smile. "What are your orders, boss?" "Lead the way." "Huh." The Dark King blinked, then quickly caught on, so this big shot was after that thing. Though the black crystal fragment was precious to him, if it could buy his life, it was worth it. "Boss, this way please, this way please." His brief hesitation was instantly cast aside as he eagerly led the way. Bai Yu followed silently. Earlier, his mental perception had been blocked by some strange, energizing, unprecedented occurrence. Using this self-proclaimed king as a guide would allow him to test the waters first. Moments later, they arrived before a floating black crystal fragment. The Dark King raised his finger high like a student seeking praise. "Right here." Bai Yu stared at the fragment. The black crystal was palm-sized, with dark purple veins flowing across its surface, thick black mist seeping from the cracks between the veins, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. He glanced at the Dark King, noting the creature seemed unaffected, then took another step forward. Instantly, an inexplicable tremor surged through his chest. The Dark King quickly warned, "Be careful, boss. This thing is incredibly strange. The first time I touched it, my soul was nearly devoured. If you can't withstand it, you'll fall into eternal slumber." He poured out his entire experience, desperately trying to save himself through loyalty, calling boss more and more naturally. Bai Yu went from initial speechlessness to gradually growing accustomed to it. "I see." After listening, he felt certain, yet still approached slowly. The system notification had already appeared. This object was indeed one of the Bloodline upgrade materials, the Void Darkness. As the distance closed again, massive amounts of black mist suddenly clung to his body, rapidly penetrating through his skin as if trying to drag his entire being into the void. The surging black mist caused the entire abyss to resonate, with shadows from all directions gathering like a tide. The Dark King was terrified and dared not linger, fleeing like the wind back to the top of the cliff. When the Dark King noticed the human girl on the cliff, his eyes flickered with calculating thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped up beside the young girl, waiting with her for the commotion below to subside. Howling mountain winds swept broken stones over their heads as mist-like dark energy continued pouring from the abyss. Rin stared intently downward, then suddenly turned her head and asked in a childish tone, "Are you really the Dark King?" "Indeed I am." The Dark King shook his jet-black fur, displaying an air of restraint that seemed oddly out of character for his status. He countered, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Rin shook her head, ignoring his slightly deflated expression, and pressed on. "Then do you know what's happening to the snake god down there?" "The snake god?" The Dark King's heart jolted, then understanding dawned. No wonder Bai Yu was so terrifying, was actually a true god. As merely an ordinary Dark King, how could he dare oppose a deity? He quickly coughed to mask his panic. "Ahem, the boss is handling business down there. No need to worry." "Boss?" Rin looked puzzled. The Dark King put on an air of hidden wisdom and chuckled. "Just acknowledged him as such. Got a problem with that? Once a boss, always a boss. I'm latching onto this powerful ally for good." Time quietly passed. The rolling dark energy in the abyss grew thicker, climbing up the cliff face like a living thing, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, deep roars echoed from the depths. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cliff shook violently like an earthquake, with rocks constantly crumbling from the edges. Within the dark mist, a massive shadow that blotted out the sky writhed and swayed. Worry appeared in Rin's eyes. "Snake god." The Dark King raised a paw to shield her, watching ahead with unprecedented gravity. Bai Yu's current disturbance was even more dramatic than when he had first encountered the black crystal. Wondered if Bai Yu could survive it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of projectiles cut through the air behind them. The Dark King spun around instantly, his sharp claws deflecting several incoming weapons with metallic clangs. He cast a cold gaze towards several skulking figures, his voice icy. "Who dares? Attacking this king, you must have a death wish." Several dark-skinned intruders had originally come due to the cliff's strange phenomena, only to witness the bizarre sight of a monster standing alongside a girl. After their sneak attack failed, they revealed themselves. Their eyes swept toward the churning dark energy below, their expressions shifting. "Is that a rare boss?" someone whispered. Hearing what sounded like pained roars, the group exchanged glances as excitement simultaneously rose among them. The creature in the abyss was likely in a weakened state if they could launch a surprise attack. Boss, what do we do about that kid? Mixed up with monsters definitely no good. Take them both out. The leader's tone was cruel as the team quickly formed ranks, charging toward the Dark King and Rin with greed and murderous intent. Deep in the abyss. After the initial agony, Bai Yu gradually adapted to the dark energy invading his body. The dark force rampaged through his flesh and blood before finally merging with his cells. His entire form was wrapped tightly in black mist, as if his physical body had been reforged, leaving only a shape composed entirely of condensed dark energy. The excruciating pain receded like a tide as he sat cross-legged, struggling to maintain consciousness. Simultaneously, as dark energy continued flowing in endlessly, vast amounts of foreign memories suddenly invaded his mind. Torrents of information repeatedly assaulted his consciousness. Had his mental will not far exceeded that of ordinary people, he would have been destroyed by now, becoming part of the memory flood. Material acquired, void darkness. The system notification thundered through his mind. Only then did his tightly closed eyes slowly open, revealing pupils filled with swirling masses of eerie dark energy that eventually disappeared from sight. Whoosh atop the cliff, fierce winds suddenly arose. Black energy surged like a tide, instantly engulfing the surrounding sky and cliff walls. A massive head slowly emerged from the abyss, wreathed in dark aura, as if its entire body were formed from condensed black smoke. The King of Darkness instinctively held its breath, but when the thick black mist gradually receded to reveal Bai Yu's original form, it quietly exhaled in relief. At its feet, several dark-skinned invaders lay scattered in pools of blood, their fate unknown. It had no interest in these humans whatsoever. All its attention was focused on this new boss before it. Bai Yu casually glanced at the corpses with indifference. He had already sensed the commotion atop the cliff earlier. Those invaders had foolishly attempted to ambush him while he absorbed the dark energy, and their current fate was well-deserved. However, the King of Darkness's performance in the moment was somewhat surprising. Rather than simply cowering, it had shown some backbone when it mattered. Lord Snake God. The girl Lin jogged to the cliff's edge, her clear gaze fixed intently on Bai Yu. I'm fine. This harvest was largely thanks to you. Bai Yu's tone was gentle as he then looked toward the fluffy, ink-black King of Darkness beside him. The King of Darkness shuddered and straightened up. Boss, what are your orders? I won't kill you. Go, Bai Yu said flatly. Upon hearing this dismissal, the King of Darkness's expression fell as it scratched its head hesitantly. Boss, I want to follow you. Bai Yu refused almost without, though they had no desire to have such a conspicuously ugly creature constantly by his side. Don't abandon me, boss. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were my destined leader. You can't leave me behind. Too lazy to respond further, these pitiful wails were swallowed by the surging black energy around Bai Yu. He raised his hand to envelop the girl, and his figure transformed into a dark wind shooting straight into the sky. Below the cliff, the King of Darkness looked back at the bottomless precipice, gritted its teeth, stamped its foot, and bolted toward the massive shadow in the heavens. Boss, wait for me. Wait for me. Boss. Boss. Tower of God, 29th floor, in a clearing deep within the forest. Jiang Xinyan wore a white windbreaker, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders as she grimly surveyed several cold corpses on the ground, fury blazing in her eyes. The two assault team members beside her wore equally dark expressions. Hours earlier, they had received a cooperation proposal from the Peacock Nation's assault team, who offered to provide crucial information about the Floor Guardian boss. Both sides had sent liaisons to meet, but after half a day there was still no word. Sensing something amiss, they had rushed to investigate, only to find bloodstains everywhere in their comrades' bodies, with even the Peacock Nation's liaison among the dead. Who could have done this? These wounds definitely weren't made by monsters. It must have been bastards from another country. A team member growled angrily. Haha. Cold laughter suddenly echoed. The three looked up sharply to see a man in a cross-emblazoned combat suit and black feather mask leaning casually against a tree trunk. He whistled frivolously, his gaze beneath the black feather mask brazenly roaming over Jiang Xinyan's figure, his smile growing wider. How fortunate. He had caught a big fish on his very first mission. As soon as the words fell, foreign invaders clad in cross-emblazoned combat suits emerged from all directions, completely surrounding Jiang Xinyan and her two companions. The air reeked of blood, and the corpses sprawled across the ground served as stark reminders this was a trap specifically laid for the Dragon Nation assault team. Those invaders had been lurking in the shadows all along, waiting for their prey to walk into the snare. Ha ha ha, so that's the famous Empress of Dragon Nation? She's quite beautiful indeed. What a shame. Someone's paid good money for your head, so be a good girl and leave it behind. Once we take her out, the Dragon Nation assault team will lose its sharpest spear and won't be a threat anymore. Their arrogant chatter echoed through the forest without any attempt at concealment. The two members of the Dragon Nation assault team turned pale, positioning themselves protectively on either side of Jiang Xinyan. In contrast, she remained calm, her gaze ice-cold as it locked onto the leader wearing a black feathered mask, clearly the commander of this operation. All three understood the situation. They had walked into an ambush, and breaking through was now their top priority. I'll do my best to hold them off while you two scatter and escape, Jiang Xinyan whispered. No way, Xinyan. You're their target. Let us hold them back while you get out of here, her teammate protested through gritted teeth. Jiang Xinyan's eyes remained resolute, unwavering. Move out. The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly crouched low and shot forward like an arrow, charging straight into the enemy formation. Most of the invaders instinctively gave chase. Her two teammates seized the opportunity to slip away in different directions into the forest, their figures quickly disappearing. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades exploded in succession. Jiang Xinyan moved with fluid grace, sometimes leaping between tree trunks, sometimes sliding low across the ground like a butterfly dancing through flowers. She didn't linger in combat, but her brief defensive counterattacks were devastatingly effective. Thorny vines pierced through enemies, while razor-thin water streams sliced through several pursuers. Damn it, don't let her escape. FK, kill her. Before the curses had even finished echoing, a cluster of vines suddenly burst from the earth, wrapping around several invaders' ankles and dragging them into the thorny undergrowth. Piercing screams accompanied spraying blood as two mangled corpses were hurled back to the ground. Boom. A blue magic circle materialized out of thin air, blazing with light. Immediately, a sapphire shockwave swept through the forest, pulverizing trees, rocks, and dead branches alike. Jiang Xinyan rolled to the side, barely dodging the attack, but her combat coat was torn to shreds and blood streamed from her pale shoulder. She bit down hard, pressing against the wound as spiritual energy erupted from beneath her feet. Massive thorny vines instantly grew wild, weaving together into a solid green barrier that separated her from the pursuing enemies. However, the next second, a blazing fire dragon roared forth, smashing straight through the thorn wall as scorching heat waves rushed toward her. Buzz. A piercing energy hum exploded as a crimson beam tore through the air, striking the fire dragon Hedon. Bang! The fire dragon was instantly shattered, leaving a deep furrow burned into the ground. All the invaders froze, turning in unison. What greeted them was a gaping maw of massive proportions. Splurt. Bones cracked and flesh flew. Over a dozen cross-suited warriors didn't even have time to react before being crushed and devoured by a colossal black-scaled python. Its enormous body moved like a high-speed train, positioning itself between Jiang Xinyan and her enemies, then swept sideways, sending several more flying with blood spurting from their mouths. The remaining invaders turned deathly pale, retreating several steps. They never could have imagined that an assassination attempt targeting a human like Jiang Xinyan would attract such a terrifying monster boss. The black-feathered masked man's expression shifted uncertainly as his gaze swept over the mangled corpses on the ground, then caught sight of Jiang Xinyan, who had already taken the opportunity to escape. His fists clenched suddenly as he cursed under his breath, finally gritting his teeth and ordering, "Retreat." The black-scaled python raised its head and flicked its tongue, coldly watching the panicked figures fleeing the scene. Once all enemies had withdrawn, it whipped its tail and slithered into the forest, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. The mastermind behind all this, Bai Yu, concealed his achievements and disappeared once again into the woods. However, his spiritual awareness remained firmly locked onto Jiang Xinyan until he confirmed her safe return to the team, only then truly relaxing. Thinking of those who had ambushed Jiang Xinyan, a bone-chilling frost flickered in Bai Yu's serpentine eyes. In his mind, the image of those attackers in cross-emblazoned uniforms surfaced. Bai Yu's serpentine pupils turned ice-cold as he felt, for the first time, such intense killing intent toward fellow human players. Those people dared to harm his sister, and this blood debt must be settled. His massive form flashed as Bai Yu raced in the direction the group had retreated, his mental power spreading like surging cold mist, sweeping across the surroundings. Ancient trees blurred past him as fallen leaves swirled up in tornado-like clouds of dust. Time flew by as he practically turned the entire mountain forest upside down, yet found no trace of them clearly. They had already logged out of the inner world. Though his pursuit came up empty, in Bai Yu's heart, those cross-uniformed players had already been sentenced to death. The weekend passed in a flash. Monday morning, Bai Yu slipped into the classroom just as the bell rang, logging into the dimensional space alongside his classmates. With the school-level assessment approaching, even the air was thick with the tension of final preparations. The entire campus, from the playground to the hallways, felt like it was in exam countdown mode. Even Bai Yu was affected by this atmosphere, secretly deciding to keep a lower profile when heading home that afternoon to avoid disrupting others' training. Destination, 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. As the teleportation light faded, Bai Yu materialized behind the Dragon Nation's stronghold. Yesterday's attack had put all Dragon Nation players on high alert, and tensions between national factions had become delicate and strained. The identity of those cross-uniformed attackers had been confirmed. An international mercenary organization comprised of elite fighters from various countries, with traces of their involvement in major incidents both in the inner world and reality. As for who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, that remained unknown for now. To Bai Yu, it didn't matter. The cross-uniform group was already marked for death, and he would personally root out whoever was behind it all. Anyone who dared touch Jiang Xinyan wouldn't escape unscathed. He quietly observed from behind the stronghold for a long while, confirming no abnormalities before departing to begin his silent monster grinding routine. At this point, only one final material remained before his bloodline's next evolution, a 10,000-year spirit essence. If luck was on his side, he might manage to advance his bloodline another tier before the great battle. With this hope, he spent 2 straight days grinding, but unfortunately found no leads. Less than half an hour remained before the inner world would close. Bai Yu glanced at the countdown and sighed softly. After today, only 5 days would be left. At that moment, he thought of Su Feng, the reserve assault team member who had been secretly investigating him these past few days. The guy had finally completed his mission yesterday and left with satisfaction. To help this newly acquainted junior feel comfortable in his role as an informant, Bai Yu had put considerable effort into the act, treating him to a buffet dinner, inviting him home to rest in the evening, and personally answering most of his questions. Brother Bai, what's your actual rating? I still haven't figured it out after all these days. Brank. Bai Yu answered without hesitation, though he couldn't help but silently add, sorry, everything else is negotiable, but this really can't be revealed. Recalling Su Feng's smiling face as he left, Bai Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. Yes, he felt pleased too. Now that he had the timing of the Tower Guardian boss battle under control, and his informants at the training base would continuously feed him intelligence about the assault team's movements, everything seemed to be within his grasp. Long as he remained cautious and didn't get reckless, he could successfully prevent that tragedy from occurring. Taking advantage of the last bit of free time, he prepared to hunt a few monsters, but suddenly detected about 20 life signatures rapidly approaching through his psychic senses. Bai Yu narrowed his serpentine pupils, visualizing those figures in his mind. A group of uniformly black-robed players. It was that same bunch from before. He instantly locked onto their trajectory, and when he confirmed they were heading straight for him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Persistent pests, weren't they? Well then, he'd give them a little welcoming gift first. He opened his mouth and began charging power, blazing red energy gathering in an instant. Energy breath. Charged. The moment the black-robed players entered range, Bai Yu unleashed a surging beam of light, like a crimson meteor streaking across the forest canopy. 1,000 meters away, the group only noticed some disturbance at the forest's edge before blinding red radiance consumed their vision. Boom! The beam swept past, tearing a horrifying chasm dozens of meters deep into the ground, stretching beyond sight. 3 black-robed figures couldn't dodge in time and were instantly reduced to ash. 2 others were critically wounded and disabled, immediately losing all combat capability. The masked leader's expression darkened to the extreme. He had intended to gather all the organization's executive-level members to hunt down that black-scaled python. But before they could even see the boss, they'd already lost 5 people. Their already small force of fewer than 20 had been reduced by a quarter in an instant. Damn! He cursed silently, looking up toward the direction from which the red beam had come. Though he could see nothing, he seemed to feel that giant serpent's cold gaze fixed upon them. 1,000 meters away, Bai Yu observed the black-robed players' movements through his psychic senses, feeling no pity for the casualties. The moment they decided to hunt him down, both sides had become mortal enemies. He didn't want to die, so they would have to die instead. Besides, he had shown mercy last time. Yet these people learned nothing and even brought reinforcements, intent on another battle. Since they'd come, they could be buried here. Seeing the black-robed players spreading out to encircle him, Bai Yu's massive form coiled, and then suddenly surged forward, racing toward an open area behind him. He's up ahead. The black-robed players quickly spotted him, and, thinking the python was fleeing, immediately went all out. 2 mages cast enhancement spells first, golden light spreading as team members were instantly enveloped in holy radiance. The others pulled out prepared amplification potions and drank them down, their bodies immediately glowing with a dark red aura. Attack! Don't let it escape, the masked man shouted, drawing twin blades from his waist. With several flashes, he left his companions far behind, becoming an arrow pursuing Bai Yu. The twin blades gleamed with deadly light as he leaped into the air, hands moving rapidly, dozens of meters of blade winds pouring down like a stormblade tempest. Bang! 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 Dense sword energy tore through the earth, leaving shocking gouges in its wake. Bai Yu continued moving at high speed, all his infinite barriers fully deployed, blocking every sword strike. Energy ripples trembled as he glanced sideways at the masked man. Decent power, a bit more force might break through the first barrier. Meanwhile, the other black-robed players' skills followed in quick succession. Flame Dragon's Song. Explosive mountain-splitting slash. Hell yo-yo. Bang, bang, bang. Violent energy crashed down, finally shattering the first barrier. However, before they could even smile, they saw the second barrier light up, their expressions freezing instantly. It felt like someone had suddenly grabbed them by the throat, leaving them gasping and utterly miserable. Whoosh, the fierce wind howled. Bai Yu stepped into the open wasteland with one foot, his tail scales thrashing violently as his massive body suddenly turned, his cold serpentine eyes locking firmly onto the team of black-robed invaders. In the next instant, he concentrated his mind, and his deep pupils rapidly faded to an eerie grayish white. The explosive mental storm erupted like a bursting tsunami, carrying visible ripples that swept in all directions. Not good. Everyone, drink the potions immediately. The masked man's face changed drastically, his sharp shout nearly torn apart by the howling wind. Quick as lightning, he pulled out a mental defense potion from his inventory and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Before the liquid could even slide down his throat, the overwhelming mental energy had already swept over them like a heavy hammer striking the brain. He barely managed to steady himself and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. More unfortunate black-robed invaders couldn't drink their potions in time and instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads, their agonized screams rising and falling. The masked man's face turned ashen as he cursed under his breath. Useless. And they're supposed to be officers. Two mages behind him quickly raised their staffs and cast awakening spells repeatedly. Faint silver light swept over them, bringing slight clarity to everyone, though they all looked deathly pale with blood seeping from their 7 orifices, so weak that even lifting their hands made them tremble. The viciousness of the mental torment they had endured in that instant was unimaginable. The battle continued. After successfully luring the enemies to the open ground, Bai Yu fully entered combat mode, his massive tail sweeping and sending debris flying across the surface. The masked man gradually realized that the rhythm was firmly controlled by Bai Yu, and his inner vigilance rose again. However, the greater Bai Yu's threat became, the more he wanted to personally slay him. He dared not interfere with Tower Guardian bosses, but rare bosses were exactly their target. Moreover, he had already prepared a full team of organization officers and massive amounts of consumables specifically for Bai Yu. The masked man was the first to tilt his head back and gulp down all his enhancement potions at once. His blood instantly boiled, and his skin took on an unnaturally crimson glow. The other black-robed invaders moved in unison, and after swallowing their potions, steam rose from their bodies as if they had transformed into steel. Everyone let out low roars and charged at Bai Yu like an overwhelming tide, determined to clash head-on with the giant serpent. On the open ground, the scene of black-robed invaders besieging the towering giant python was so intense it bordered on chaos. Dust clouds rolled, trees were uprooted, and explosive sounds echoed endlessly between heaven and earth. Sky-breaking blade draw. One black-robed invader crouched sideways, gripping his heavy sword with both hands. Light surged and condensed on the blade as he swung it fiercely. A 100-meter-long sword energy swept across like a crescent moon. Energy breath. Bai Yu raised his head and spewed a torrential beam of light from his massive mouth, meeting the sword energy heat. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out continuously as terrifying energy currents tore at each other, whipping up fierce winds that pressed outward in all directions. The ground cracked in spiderweb patterns under the thunderous roar. Relying on mage buffs and potion enhancements, that black-robed invader barely managed to withstand Bai Yu's impact in the direct confrontation. Now's the time. The masked man shouted sharply, and the other invaders simultaneously erupted, unleashing their ultimate skills. Boom, 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 boom. Under the assault of these potion-fueled warriors, the infinite barriers shattered one after another. Crack. The first one crack. The second one crack. The third one crack. The fourth one. Joy flashed instantly in the eyes of all the black-robed invaders, but the fifth barrier stood firm and unyielding, blocking all the fierce incoming attacks, while Bai Yu remained completely unharmed. Everyone's pupils dilated suddenly, nearly bulging out of their sockets as they stared fixedly at Bai Yu behind the barrier, almost cursing in their hearts. What the hell? They couldn't even break through his defense. Just how tough was this boss? If Bai Yu were still at the second-tier bloodline stage at this moment, the infinite barrier would have been shattered long ago, and the situation would surely be Reborn would become the one being hunted down. Now, he gradually realized that these black-robed invaders before him were indeed somewhat dangerous, and if left unchecked, they would inevitably become a hidden threat. Moreover, they were cruel and merciless in their slaughter of the natives of the inner world. Since they had come here, he might as well deal with them all at once, considering it a service to rid the people of harm. Whoosh! Bai Yu exerted slight force and soared into the air. The black-robed invaders froze, their movements coming to a complete halt. He could actually fly. The masked man's expression shifted unpredictably as he stared intently at Bai Yu in midair. After rapid contemplation, he steeled his resolve and pulled out a divine artifact he had treasured for a long time, a black cube adorned with golden patterns, and hurled it violently toward the sky. The cube rose to midair and instantly projected a massive phantom that expanded outward, enveloping and imprisoning the entire space along with Bai Yu. Almost simultaneously, thunder surged wildly within the cube, transforming into an ocean of lightning. Thick golden bolts of lightning, each as wide as a bowl, struck Bai Yu repeatedly, sparks flying everywhere, leaving visible bloody wounds. All the black-robed invaders could barely contain their ecstasy, clenching their fists and roaring in low voices. Success! The masked man also breathed a secret sigh of relief flashing in his eyes. Thank goodness this divine artifact didn't disappoint me. As the cube's phantom continued to contract, his confidence grew. But the next moment, he discovered that the shrinking cube was firmly held back by Yu's massive frame, unable to advance even an inch further, and his expression instantly stiffened. Impossible. How could this divine artifact fail? The cube's phantom trembled violently, forcing itself to operate, contracting, bursting open, then contracting again, bursting open again. This repeated back and forth made everyone below feel like their hearts were on a roller coaster, yet they could only watch helplessly without being able to intervene. When the phantom approached its limit, malfunctioning electrical currents scattered everywhere, and suddenly a large amount of black mist surged from within, quickly obscuring their vision. The black mist was frantically squeezed and compressed under the cube's confinement. After more than 10 minutes, the cube's phantom finally couldn't withstand the pressure, became covered with cracks, and shattered with a bang. Stunned, the masked man and all the black-robed invaders stood frozen in place. But the surging black mist gave them no respite, instantly sweeping across the entire scene. What is this? Run! This black mist is very strange. Everyone run quickly. Come help me. I can't break free. Cries of alarm rose one after another, but were instantly swallowed by the black mist. Some who had just broken free were bound again the next second, fear rapidly spreading across everyone's faces as they were dragged into the air one by one, enveloped by the black mist. High above, Bai Yu's entire body was wrapped in black mist, his form completely distorted into a giant shadow condensed from the dark vapora, brand new manifestation of the void darkness. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Bai Yu's entire body had transformed into pure dark essence, leaving only those eerie gray serpent eyes gleaming ominously as he let out a thunderous roar and devoured the black-robed invaders suspended in midair in one gulp. The dark mist surged like a massive net covering the sky. The black-robed figures didn't even have time to struggle before being torn apart and consumed. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining companions below turned deathly pale, frantically fumbling for various potions and gulping them down desperately. Their trembling fingers could barely grip the bottles as they sought even half a breath's chance to escape with their lives. Save me! Help me! Boss! Save me! I don't want to die! Piercing cries for help rose one after another, echoing through the air shrouded in dark mist. Two mages at the rear fought back their terror, desperately waving their staffs as flames, frost, and lightning roared forth. Layer upon layer of magical barriers rapidly formed before them, attempting to block the encroaching darkness and create an escape route for their comrades. However, the dark mist surged like a tide. Gaps that had just been cleared were instantly filled by new waves of black fog, seemingly endless. Run! If we don't escape now, it'll be too late. The two exchanged glances, their eyes showing nothing but survival instinct as they decisively abandoned the others, their forms shimmering as they retreated together. Within the dark mist, screams abruptly ceased one by one, hammering like blunt instruments against the hearts of all survivors. Fear and despair grew wildly in their chests as they hysterically unleashed all their power, tearing through the black fog that coiled around them like thunder, their forms becoming mere shadows as they desperately fled toward the rear of the battlefield. Whoosh! A figure wreathed in blue light forcibly broke through the dark mist. The person suddenly turned, sending several arc-shaped light blades slashing out, scattering the pursuing black fog before touching the ground with their toes and transforming into a brilliant blue streak racing toward the distance. He briefly looked back, seeing his companions being swallowed by the dark mist, his heart tightening. His gaze beneath the mask then lifted toward the sky. A massive serpent wreathed in sinister dark energy hung suspended against the heavens, its towering form crackling with crimson lightning, radiating overwhelming pressure. The masked man's expression grew extremely grim, never could have imagined that this battle would end in such complete and devastating defeat, that his prized ultimate artifact would prove completely ineffective against this boss. TCH. A sound of grinding teeth came from beneath his mask, filled with unwillingness and rage. He swung his blade again, forcibly rescuing several nearby members before leading the remaining teammates in a desperate flight, without a word, not daring to look back. As for those black-robed invaders firmly trapped by the dark mist with no hope of escape, they could only become nourishment for Bai Yu's growth in their despair. Roar! Bai Yu's massive form writhed as he roared toward the heavens, the surging dark mist instantly covering half the sky, with red lightning flickering within and thundering continuously, displaying overwhelming might. Hearing this soul-shaking roar, the fleeing black-robed invaders trembled in their hearts, their faces turning pale once more as their speed suddenly increased, wishing they could teleport 1,000 miles away. Only after completely escaping the battlefield did they transform into beams of light and hastily exit the inner world, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the central clearing of the battlefield, the dark mist that had shrouded heaven and earth gradually dispersed, revealing Bai Yu's originally hard black-scaled body. The wounds left by the earlier lightning healed at a visible rate under his flesh regeneration talent, and soon almost no trace of injury remained. His serpent eyes hung high, coldly watching the direction where the black-robed invaders had fled, a needle-like cold light in their depths, along with a barely perceptible trace of lingering fear. That black cube that had suddenly appeared had nearly cost him his life. Not only could it manipulate space at will, but it also contained terrifying lightning power. If Bai Yu hadn't possessed such formidable strength, he might have truly fallen to that inconspicuous artifact, capsizing in the gutter. Without exaggeration, if it had been any other monster boss in that situation, they would have suffered a devastating blow from that item, possibly even meeting their demise instantly. Though the cube ultimately failed to trap Bai Yu, it left tiny cracks across his scales, blood seeping through the gaps as a painful reminder that such terrifyingly powerful items existed in the other world. In his previous life, he had barely heard of such things. That split-second brush with death served as a harsh wake-up call, forcing him to maintain the highest vigilance against rare items who knew what other bizarre and deadly contraptions the next group of intruders might produce. Unfortunately, several intruders still managed to escape in the chaos. As the dark aura around his body dissipated, Bai Yu sensed life forces rapidly approaching from all directions. With a thought, he transformed into a faint gleam and vanished. Bai Yu stepped out from the teleportation array in the dimensional space, a bloody aura of slaughter still lingering around him. That battle marked his first time facing intruders in direct combat, as a boss of fight with no retreat, giving him first-hand experience of the terror of being hunted by a coordinated team. Though he had mentally prepared himself, after consecutively slaying over 10 black-robed intruders, his aura had undergone a visible transformation, sharp, cold, the kind of killing intent only possessed by battle-hardened veterans. Recognizing this change, he didn't rush to return to the real world. Instead, he found a secluded corner in the space hall, sat cross-legged, and focused on suppressing that murderous edge. His thoughts wandered. The true origins of those black-robed intruders. The entanglement between Jiang Xinyan and those cross-garbed intruders. The final material still needed for his bloodline upgrade. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of stale air and stood up, his eyes flickering with faint lightning. 5 days left. If I can level up once more before then, my chances will be much better. With those words, light flickered, and his figure disappeared from the space hall, returning to the real world. Almost simultaneously with Bai Yu's return to reality, in a hidden side chamber of the dimensional space, an oppressive atmosphere that felt suffocating enveloped 5 or 6 figures. The room was deathly silent, with only heavy breathing echoing. These were the black-robed intruders who had just escaped with their lives. Before the battle, they had numbered nearly 20. After the battle, only these few remained. The losses consisted entirely of executive-level members, a blow that any organization would struggle to bear. After a long silence, the man wearing the silver-white mask broke the quiet. This battle's failure was due to my miscalculation. Everyone looked up. The masked man's voice was low but clear. I underestimated that boss's danger level, which led to our brothers' deaths. In the short term, we'll struggle to gather enough manpower for a second assault, and this may even affect our organization's operations. He burned the image of that colossal serpent into his memory, wishing he could tear it apart alive. But reason told him he could only suppress his killing intent for now. You all need to accelerate your respective missions. Everyone nodded silently. Also continue monitoring that boss's movements. This battle had ended in crushing defeat, but it didn't mean they would give up. On the contrary, Bai Yu had carved an even deeper bloody mark in the masked man's heart, a fight to the death. Xinyan, are you feeling better? On the training base's track, after finishing their daily drills, the petite Suyin jogged over to Jiang Xinyan's side, wiping sweat from her forehead while asking with concern. 2 days ago, Jiang Xinyan and her team were ambushed in the other world, causing the entire base to erupt in chaos. Soldiers throughout the ranks were filled with righteous indignation, and even the usually composed old commander picked up the red hotline in the dead of night to demand a full account of the incident from Longshana. The attack not only severely injured Jiang Xinyan, but also resulted in the sacrifice of several reserve members, dealing a devastating blow to the Dragon Nation's assault team. especially at this critical juncture in their campaign against the boss. The fact that the target was their most core ace player Jiang Xinyan made the provocative intent behind the attack unmistakable. In just 2 short days, the training grounds atmosphere felt weighed down by lead, quiet to the point of suffocation. Sigh, we still can't figure out who's pulling the strings behind this. Suyin let out a low sigh. Then her voice darkened. But we've finally identified those attackers in the cross uniforms they re from the international assassin organization God's Smile, specialists in cross-border contract killings. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly white. Next time we encounter them, we won't let them walk away unscathed. Jiang Xinyan gently pressed the gauze on her shoulder with her fingertips, the wound still stinging slightly, but such pain meant nothing to her. What truly concerned her was that invisible hand lurking in the shadows in the upcoming boss raid. A vague unease stirred in her heart, like tiny grains of sand caught in gears that couldn't be shaken loose. Was it because of that attack? She pondered for a moment, shaking her head lightly. Unable to grasp the answer, perhaps it was just her imagination. Bai Yu. School. Training room. Sunset streamed through the high windows into the room, casting amber patches of light across the floor. Bai Yu stood in the corner, staring blankly at the horizon until familiar shouts and hurried footsteps came from behind. Tang Hao ran up to him, sweat beading on his honest, round face, speaking earnestly. It's rare for you to come to training, so don't just stand there daydreaming. The school-wide assessment is coming up. Everyone's working hard, and leave yourself with any regrets. Bai Yu turned to survey the training ground. Boys and girls scattered around various equipment, some repeatedly practicing otherworld skills with clumsy but earnest movements, others doing basic physical training, gritting their teeth in persistence. That stubborn determination of youth was written across every face. No regrets. He murmured to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In this life, he would never miss any opportunity like he had in his previous life. Tang Hao half pushed, half coaxed him into the training crowd. Bai Yu followed along with the exercises, carefully restraining his strength, afraid that losing control might create a thunderous noise that would startle these adorable underclassmen, inwardly smiling bitterly. At the front of the training room, their homeroom teacher watched from afar and nodded with satisfaction. A prodigal son's return was never too late. After half an hour, Bai Yu felt that the training here couldn't further improve his abilities, so he quietly slipped out through the back door. The streets outside the school were quiet, streetlights casting halos of light on the wet pavement, with sparse raindrops drifting lightly from the sky. Leaving the campus behind, Bai Yu walked with his hands in his pockets, taking leisurely steps, breathing in the cool air as his heart gradually settled into calm. Walking past a shop on the street, Bai Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. He gazed at the display case filled with colorful candies, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The memory was vivid: Jiang Xinyan holding his small, tender hand as they picked out sweets together, her gentle, radiant smile still crystal clear in his mind. A few minutes later, he emerged from the store carrying a small bag of orange-flavored candies, Jiang Xinyan's favorite flavor, which had now become his preference too. Unwrapping the candy, he popped the translucent piece into his mouth, savoring the sweet and tangy burst of flavor as he headed home with the lingering taste of orange. Entering the residential complex, Bai Yu caught a glimpse of a figure lurking in the shadows, a man dressed entirely in black, silently following him. Bai Yu calmly averted his gaze and walked straight into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, the black-clad man suddenly thrust his hand forward to block them, then stepped inside and positioned himself in the far corner. A foreigner? Bai Yu quickly assessed the man, noting the deep, unfamiliar features beneath the hood. The elevator doors sealed shut, leaving just the two of them in the confined space. Bai Yu watched the reflection on the elevator wall, noticing the stranger slowly lifting his head with a cold smile creeping across his lips. Something was definitely wrong. Alarm bells rang in Bai Yu's mind as his fingertips quietly moved toward the floor buttons. At that same moment, the black-clad man suddenly lunged a cold gleam shot from his sleeve, first destroying the surveillance camera, while his other hand gripped a short dagger and slashed toward Bai Yu's back in one fluid, seamless motion. Already prepared, Bai Yu instantly erected an invisible barrier the moment his attacker moved. Bang! The cold steel struck the barrier and stopped dead. Disbelief flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as Bai Yu raised his arm and unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The man instinctively tried to block, but was sent flying backward by the tremendous force, his spine slamming into the metal wall and leaving a deep dent in the elevator panel. Before his opponent could regain balance, Bai Yu spun around, his elbow whistling toward the man's jaw. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed as several yellowed teeth flew out in a spray of blood. The excruciating pain left the black-clad man dizzy and disoriented. He desperately shook his head and gasped for air as energy surged through his body. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and his consciousness instantly sharpened. Seeing a fist rapidly approaching, he gritted his teeth and counterattacked, his skin immediately taking on a metallic sheen. Bang! The two fists collided heat-in, the dull explosion reverberating through the cramped space. Though the black-clad man's arm went numb, he forced himself to maintain his stance. Flipping his dagger, he launched into a vicious assault, the blade flashing like a sudden downpour. In the cramped elevator, the two figures intertwined in deadly combat, killing intent filling the air. Within the confined, narrow space, the two silhouettes immediately became locked in fierce battle. Streaks of cold light filled the entire space. Bang, 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 bang. Thunderous crashes erupted continuously like hammers pounding drums, bursting wildly from the sealed elevator. With each impact, the heavy metal shell instantly bulged with dents, steel plates trembling as the elevator swayed precariously under the assault of two opposing forces. Bang! For several minutes, the muffled sounds continued relentlessly. As the final blow landed, the entire elevator lurched violently, like a pendulum seized mid-swing, falling silent for a moment before struggling back to operation with gears grinding and chattering, warning lights flickering erratically. Inside the car, the man in black was thrown to the floor, sprawled like a broken marionette. His clothes were torn, flesh split open, crimson blood streaking twisted trails across the metal flooring. He tried to prop himself up on his elbows but groaned from the searing pain, lifting his head to look at the young man, Bai Yu's shock in his heart nearly overwhelming his sanity. At the start of the fight, he had dismissed the youth before him as easy prey, but one miscalculation led to a steady retreat. Even when he unleashed his full power afterward, he remained completely suppressed by Bai Yu, with no chance of turning the tables. What chilled him even more was his opponent's composure, the gaze of a predator watching its prey, every strike terrifyingly precise. How could this be the ordinary high school student described in the intelligence report? That file had completely deceived them. Unfortunately, regret was meaningless. Even if time could be rewound, his arrogance would likely make him stumble over the same stone again. His consciousness rapidly faded, the young man's silhouette growing increasingly blurred. The man in black felt a surge of bitter resentment before his vision went dark and he lost consciousness completely. Bai Yu looked down at his fallen opponent with cold eyes, still holding that bag of colorful candy in his left hand. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a young woman in a pink tracksuit standing outside. The moment their eyes met, a piercing scream tore through the entire hallway. Ah! Location, police station. When Bai Yu emerged from inside, he couldn't help but dig at his ears, as if that piercing, penetrating scream was still echoing in his head. The night wind hit his face as he instinctively glanced back at the brightly lit police building, feeling a touch of exasperation. In just half a month, this was already his second time walking out those doors. He was becoming such a regular that he might as well ask for a frequent visitor card. Originally, he had planned to have a private chat with the man in black in the elevator, hoping to extract some useful information from him. But the moment that plan took shape, he ran straight into a patrolling officer on the floor. So much for that idea, he had no choice but to dutifully escort the suspect to the station. Thinking back to the young officer's face, frozen in shock when he saw Bai Yu dragging in a criminal, nearly made him laugh out loud. Fortunately, the police station was impressively efficient. In less than an hour, they had thoroughly investigated the man in black's identity, fake passport, forged ID, everything came to light. His true background revealed him to be a key member of an international criminal organization. With his identity exposed and Bai Yu's detailed statement, the whole situation became crystal clear, allowing Bai Yu to make a quick exit. If the process had taken any longer, he probably would have spent several more hours on those plastic chairs in the duty room. International Criminal Organization. He repeated the words under his breath, his gaze darkening. Why would they target him? The police were equally puzzled and offered to assign plainclothes officers for close protection. But at the thought of being constantly tailed, Bai Yu refused without hesitation. Give him a break. He found even his own shadow annoying. Standing under the streetlight, his mind raced through possibilities, but nothing seemed to fit. Suddenly, a name flashed through his thoughts, making his eyes brighten instantly. Jiang Xinyan. If there was a reason for an international criminal organization to travel halfway across the world to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom just to target a first-tier civilian like him, it was probably connected to her. After all, his only connections were through certain departments related to his sister, and the only person truly worth such elaborate efforts was Jiang Xinyan, who had recently been attacked in the other world. Put the two incidents together, and the logic became clear. So if these two attacks really did come from the same organization, what was their objective? Kidnap him to threaten Jiang Xinyan, or simply eliminate him altogether? A string of questions exploded in his mind. After a moment of silence, Bai Yu exhaled and melted into the night. Back at the police station, over a dozen officers surrounded the hospital bed where the man in black lay, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. The suspect had a dislocated jaw, shattered cheekbone and right arm fractures, multiple chest bone depressions, and was immobilized in plaster like a broken rag doll. Someone clicked their tongue and muttered, "A backbone member of an international criminal organization? Damn!" All these injuries were inflicted by that teenager. His strength rivals a professional boxer, doesn't it? I'd say it's even more impressive. That previous criminal who required special supervision was also single-handedly subdued by that same kid. As the last comment hung in the air, a collective sharp intake of breath filled the room. Two heavyweight criminals, both taken down by the same high school student, each with more serious credentials than the last. The officers exchanged glances, their amazement written all over their faces. No wonder he didn't need police protection. With skills like that, he could probably protect others just fine. That Bai Yu is still just a high school student, right? So skilled even before graduating from school. Could this be some genius from a prestigious academy? Someone on the inner world power rankings perhaps? I'll have to ask next time they show up. The crowd gathered around the semi-conscious criminal, chattering excitedly as the air buzzed with energy like a boiling pot of oil. Finally, a weak voice cut through the commotion. I think maybe we should stop talking for now and get the criminal to a hospital? Otherwise, that single reminder snapped everyone back to reality. If they delayed any longer, the criminal might actually die. The crowd immediately dispersed. Patrol officers returned to their rounds. Others went back to taking statements, and several staff members carried the criminal away on a stretcher in an orderly fashion to the hospital. The next day, dawn was just breaking. Bai Yu opened his eyes and rolled out of bed, running his fingers through his messy black hair as he rushed into the bathroom. After washing up, he took a medicinal bath, the liquid giving off a faint herbal fragrance enhanced by the purple Dragon King leaves. In just a few short days, he could already feel obvious changes in his body. The massive nutritional demands brought on by his bloodline upgrade were gradually balancing out through the combination of dietary and medicinal supplements, leaving him feeling refreshed, as if he'd been completely reborn. After straightening his school uniform, Bai Yu arrived at school and directly logged into the dimensional space, teleporting alone into the inner world. His figure materialized on the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. He first inspected the Dragon Nation outpost, confirmed everything was normal, then began attending to his own affairs. Faith power has increased again. The number on his panel held steady at 4.5, slow growth, but real nonetheless. He'd been letting that group of adopted tribespeople develop on their own for quite some time now, barely interfering at all, which was more befitting of Lord Snake God status, Bai Yu thought sarcastically to himself. He'd never truly considered himself a god. He was just going with the flow. I should probably go check on them. Since he was drawing faith from the tribe, he felt it necessary to understand their current situation. In the next instant, Bai Yu descended upon the tribe. Before him, the tribespeople were busy rebuilding among the ruins. The moment they spotted him, they all dropped what they were doing. Men, women, young and old alike fell to their knees with devout expressions. Lin knelt at the front, and beside her, a pitch-black figure stood out particularly conspicuously, the King of Darkness. After being rejected by Bai Yu, this guy had switched to a tribal conquest strategy. In just a few short days, he'd been unusually diligent, taking on odd jobs, hauling materials, repairing houses, whatever needed doing. He'd even led the tribespeople in repelling several waves of monsters. Now, he'd transformed from a dangerous creature into the familiar Brother Black that everyone knew. Noticing Bai Yu's gaze, the King of Darkness grinned with his dark face, mouthing the words, "Boss." Bai Yu really didn't want to deal with him. That smile was far too cheerful. He lowered his serpentine eyes, originally intending to deliver some inspiring, high-minded divine oracle, but after mulling it over for ages, he couldn't squeeze out a single word. After a few moments of silence, a beam of light streaked across the sky, and Bai Yu vanished. The tribespeople were convinced in their hearts. Lord Snake God truly came and went without a trace. Mysterious and unfathomable. Little did they know he'd simply teleported to the 20th floor of the Tower of Gods, both escaping that moment of awkwardness and conveniently going to inquire about clues regarding the final material. In the inner world's stellar empire, within the Imperial Palace Court, beneath the magnificent golden dome, a 16-year-old boy king wearing a golden crown and draped in crimson robes sat regally upon a throne adorned with carved star patterns. Before the throne, 2 rows of ministers, roughly a dozen on each side, dressed in equally luxurious attire and holding prestigious positions, joined the king in focusing their complete attention on the figure standing in the center. Desire. General Desire, I heard that a powerful monster boss has appeared at the southern border. How is the situation now? The young king's tone was gentle, yet could not conceal his obvious concern. Desire lowered her eyelids slightly, her voice steady. Your Majesty, I have come precisely regarding this matter. She stood tall, her figure clad in full black heavy armor that hugged her curves, making her snow-white skin appear even more pristine. The dark iron greatsword on her back was wider than a palm, and when paired with her delicate elven features, it added an air of sharpness and charm. In her mind, she recalled a scene. In the border forest, a colossal serpent and a crimson dragon coexisted peacefully in the same clearing, standing in harmony with an existence known as Bai Yu. After a moment of contemplation, she reported aloud. The border situation has been resolved, and there is no need to deploy Imperial forces for subjugation at this time. After canceling the subjugation mission at the border city, Desire had traveled day and night back to the imperial capital to explain the details in person, lest other legions act rashly without understanding the situation. After all, intelligence about discovering Bai Yu had been immediately transmitted back to the royal palace, causing tense attention throughout the court. News of her voluntary withdrawal of orders had even leaked early, causing ripples within a small circle. Is that so? That's wonderful news. The king visibly relaxed, the childish tension on his face fading somewhat as a smile appeared. General Desire truly lives up to her reputation as the Empire's strongest. With you here, the Empire has been able to remain stable all these years. Desire's expression remained calm, and she did not respond. Her silence caused several ministers to furrow their brows, with a few stepping forward directly. Your Majesty, I believe I heard that General Desire voluntarily withdrew the subjugation order this time, and that monster boss was not actually eliminated. Indeed, I have also received such rumors. Would General Desire be willing to explain? As the questioning voices fell, the young king's expression tensed again, his gaze urgently turning to Desire. The monster boss wasn't killed? Then why did she claim the situation was resolved? Desire stood quietly in the center, silent for several breaths, before finally sighing softly. The matter is indeed as such. The entire assembly erupted in commotion. Hearing rumors was one thing, but confirmation from the general's own mouth carried a different kind of shock. She shifted her tone and continued to elaborate. However, my lords need not worry excessively. That monster boss's target is not the Stellar Empire, therefore it poses no threat to our realm. Desire, what do you mean by that? An elderly minister questioned sternly. Can you guarantee it will never cause harm to the Empire? Your Majesty, I believe this matter is inappropriate. We cannot allow a monster boss to roam freely at the Empire's borders. That would be like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. It must be eliminated immediately. Everyone began talking at once, and the entire court erupted into chaos. Golden sunlight streamed through the tall windows onto the marble floor, casting hurried and overlapping shadows. Desire stood quietly in place, her slender figure like an unsheathed sword, yet appearing remarkably serene. Her pointed ears, a gift of her elven bloodline, twitched slightly, but she remained deaf to the surrounding noise, her beautiful and cold face bearing an otherworldly sense of detachment. From amid the clamor, a somewhat timid voice came from the throne. The young king straightened his body and sniffled lightly, instantly silencing the hall as all eyes turned to him. The young man surveyed his ministers before finally settling his gaze on Desire, his tone particularly cautious. General Desire, I trust you. But could you tell me why you dare assert that the monster boss won't attack the Empire? Could it be, like the Kaloya Red Dragon? The Kaloya Red Dragon. Someone whispered. At the mention of the dragon that now maintained an alliance with the Empire, the minister's expressions varied greatly. Seeing no immediate objections, the young man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to voice his thoughts. If it's truly similar to the Red Dragon, then that monster boss, becoming a friend of the Empire, doesn't seem like a bad thing. At these words, the minister's expressions grew even more peculiar, their eyes flashing with incredulous absurdity. Could a monster actually befriend a human empire? Preposterous. How could a monster possibly befriend humans? Finally, a minister couldn't help but cry out in protest. Your Majesty, don't be deceived by the Red Dragon incident. Monsters and dragons are completely different concepts. Theory, bloodthirsty, mindless beings. The clamor spread once again, but Desire spoke unhurriedly. I believe it's not entirely impossible. She recalled her interactions with that black-scaled serpent. Bai Yu had displayed wisdom and restraint that were worlds apart from ordinary monsters. More importantly, she had already mobilized her forces to search everywhere for the rare materials he needed. If this matter succeeded, their relationship would surely advance further. Preposterous. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The protests rose one after another. The young king merely raised his hand, suppressing the noise, and looked firmly at Desire, as if silently expressing, I choose to trust you. Outside the border city, in a canyon deep within the mountain forest, the light of the teleportation array gradually faded as a serpent, a dragon, and a person sat around the cliff's edge, with the thunderous sound of a waterfall behind them. Desire finished recounting everything that had happened in the court in detail. Bai Yu nodded slightly, his vertical pupils gleaming faintly in the sunlight. He hadn't expected that his casual movements would stir up such turmoil among the Empire's upper echelons. Having teleported here from the 29th floor secret realm, he had originally only planned to inquire about bloodline materials, but instead first heard this interesting court dispute. So, you reported the materials I need directly to the king, and he immediately ordered a nationwide search. Bai Yu flicked his tongue inquiringly. Desire nodded in confirmation. She too hadn't expected the young king to be so decisive, and judging by the results, it was indeed more successful than she had envisioned. Then I'll await the good news. Bai Yu was in excellent spirits, a faint pleasure floating in his emerald snake eyes. Mobilizing the entire Empire's power to collect the precious materials needed for his bloodline advancement would undoubtedly greatly improve efficiency. If all went smoothly, perhaps he could advance further before that great battle. This Empire's king seems quite sensible, not bad at all. So this is the result of the investigation, the training base. As soon as the conference room door closed, Long Shanha strode back to his office. The fluorescent light cast shadows on his slightly weary face as he settled into his office chair, exhaling a heavy breath that had been trapped in his chest. His gaze immediately fell upon several neatly stacked manila folders on his desk. A few days ago, a vicious attack had erupted in the inner world. To root out the mastermind behind it, Long Shanha had barely touched the ground these past few days, investigating, screening, attending meetings in an endless cycle until now, when he finally had a brief moment to spare. He reached for the topmost folder, tore open the seal, pulled out the documents inside, and began reviewing them page by page. The first document. The second, their contents were virtually identical to what he already knew. It wasn't until the third file came into view that his gaze paused slightly. It was a photograph of a young man, fair-skinned, with eyes that held the clear, sharp spirit characteristic of youth. Name: Bai Yu. Note: younger brother of Jiang Xinyan. As the head of the assault team, Long Shanha knew the family backgrounds of all team members like the back of his hand, so this young man was no stranger to him. Most of the information in the file was unremarkable, except for the final entry. Inner world rating: B class, which caught his attention. B class, promising material. He tapped the paper lightly with his fingertip, quickly weighing the possibilities in his mind. With proper cultivation, this young man could very likely join the official assault team in the future. Siblings fighting side by side would make quite a story. The file also noted that Bai Yu possessed outstanding combat abilities. Long Shanha merely nodded slightly. From his position, he had seen too many prodigies just among the reserves at the training base. Which one wasn't selected from the cream of the crop nationwide? Unless someone's talent reached truly extraordinary levels, it was difficult to stir his emotions anymore. Having finished reviewing all the materials, aside from discovering one promising prospect, the rest contained nothing new. With that, the investigation into the families of world artifact holders came to a temporary close. Long Shanha returned the documents to their folder, leaned back, and let the soft chair back embrace his stiff shoulders. The office fell quiet for a moment, with only the low hum of the air conditioning, and his thoughts drifted far away. Inner world, second floor. Chuamo, do we really have to do this now? In the vast snowy landscape, behind a cluster of low shrubs, a figure in full iron-heavy armor lay prone on the ground. Tang Hao crouched with his rear end raised, arms supporting his weight, peering intently through the gaps in the foliage at the Tower Guardian boss not far ahead, his voice lowered but unable to hide his excitement. He never imagined that before the assessment, they could push through another floor. If they could successfully defeat the boss, not only would they reach the third floor, but they'd also earn enough experience points to level up again and learn new skills benefits that would be immeasurable for the upcoming assessment. Just thinking about it made his heart pound rapidly. We've only been in the inner world for about 20 days, right? Taking on the second floor's Tower Guardian boss Noaha. That's not a bad pace, is it? Tang Hao couldn't help but chatter, then muttered regretfully. Too bad that guy Bai Yu isn't here, or we could have brought him along for the ride. By the way, what's his username again? I don't think I've added him as a friend yet. His thoughts racing, he suddenly shook his head vigorously. Forget it. Now's not the time for random thoughts. Focus up, time to take down the Tower Guardian boss. By the final words, he was practically growling through gritted teeth, so excited he was becoming incoherent. Shuamo turned his head and glanced at him silently, his mind involuntarily conjuring up Bai Yu's overwhelmingly powerful figure. But he said nothing, shifting his gaze to the distant Tower Guardian boss, and speaking in a low voice. Prepare for battle. With those few words, everyone in the team instantly tensed up. Several pieces of gleaming silver equipment creaked as they were gripped tightly, and everyone took a deep breath, their eyes all turning to Chu Mo. Seeing him wave his arm, the 5 team members charged out simultaneously. Tang Hao rushed to the front, heavy hammer raised high, shouting loudly as he ran, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The other teammates followed closely behind, their footsteps chaotic yet orderly. Chu Mo stood firmly in place, his bowstring humming softly as an arrow was knocked. Purple light flashed, and the arrow tore through the air, heading straight for the Tower Guardian boss's forehead. The battle had begun. Around the same time, on the 29th floor of the Tower of Gods, Bai Yu had just teleported back from the 20th floor and was now strolling through a desert filled with swirling yellow sand, wielding his sword with one hand to harvest waves of demons. Few players ventured here, making it an excellent spot for leveling up. Over the past few days, he had been keeping an eye on the Dragon Kingdom assault team's progress, while frantically grinding monsters here. His experience bar shot up rapidly, time fragmenting into swiftly passing moments. Just before logging off, a flash of light appeared as Bai Yu's level climbed to LV 51. He quickly allocated his attribute points, returned to his forest base, handled all necessary matters, and then exited the inner world. In the real world, quite a few classmates were already in the classroom. When Bai Yu returned to his seat, the class beauty Xia Yingying in the front row couldn't help but fidget with her clothes, hesitation flickering across her face. Her best friend whispered encouragingly, "Go on, Yingying. Didn't you want to invite Bai Yu to your birthday party?" Xia Yingying immediately glared at her. "Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear." Her friend chuckled softly, reminding her in a volume only they could hear. "You used to actively invite him to team up too. Don't let one rejection make you back down. That's not like you." Xia Yingying rolled her eyes, playful yet somewhat helpless. "I don't want to get rejected a second time. Birthday parties require good timing. The assessment isn't over yet. It won't hurt to wait until after that." Her friend blinked. "You're actually worried about affecting his assessment performance, aren't you? You know too much." Xia Yingying huffed lightly as her friend pretended to pounce. "Yingying is so cute. Yet that guy actually rejected you. Come here, let me hug you." The two girls playfully tussled quietly. While Xia Yingying kept stealing glances at the boy in white in the back, Roshi could no longer remember when those feelings had first sprouted. She only knew that this boy named Bai Yu was completely different from all the others. At that moment, Bai Yu was gazing out the window, seemingly deep in thought. His phone vibrated slightly in his pocket, and he withdrew his gaze, taking out his phone to check the divine artifact ring he had listed on the trading channel had sold successfully, netting him 500,000 yuan. Almost simultaneously, Tang Hao and the others logged off from the inner world one by one. Seeing Bai Yu in the classroom, Tang Hao immediately rushed over with a big laugh. "Ha! Bai Yu, you really missed out by not coming with us today? We defeated the second floor's tower guardian boss and even got a rare equipment drop that sold for 20,000 yuan. Everyone got over 2,000 yuan each. Are you envious? Are you jealous?" "Really?" Bai Yu quietly turned off his phone screen to avoid dampening someone's confidence, then smiled genuinely. "So you've already made it to the third floor? Not bad. Of course. Do you know who I am?" Tang Hao puffed out his chest, his tone brimming with arrogance, completely forgetting how Chu Mo, the archer, had pulled the boss's aggro away from him during the recent battle, saving him from considerable trouble. Hearing the commotion, classmates around them looked up. Currently, not many in their class had successfully advanced to the third floor, so envious and jealous gazes fell upon Tang Hao. He was thrilled inside but forced himself to maintain a calm expression. After a while, he suppressed his rising smile, took a deep breath, sat down next to Bai Yu, and put on a serious face again. "Brother, don't shoulder your troubles alone. You're my brother, Tang Hao's brother. Just say the word if you need help." With that, he patted Bai Yu's shoulder, left behind a mysteriously profound silhouette, and strode out of the classroom. Bai Yu was stunned and confused. He turned to Chu Mo. "Today in the other world, besides fighting the second floor's tower boss, did anything else happen?" Chu Mo shrugged. "Nothing." Seeing Bai Yu still had questions, he simply added, "I don't know either." Bai Yu paused mid-sentence and had to change his question. "Then where did he go? Maybe to the bathroom?" Chu Mo pondered for a moment before offering his most reasonable guess. Bai Yu nodded, accepting the explanation. Outside the classroom, the moment Tang Hao stepped out the door, his act crumbled. His grin stretched almost to his ears as he desperately covered his mouth to muffle his laughter, afraid the people in the classroom might hear him. First time showing off, what a rush. Too bad that profound and deep style didn't quite suit him. He'd have to try a different approach next time. Just as he was reveling in his success, his bladder protested. "Fine, better take care of business first." He adjusted his pants and whistled his way to the restroom. Having made a decent profit that day, Tang Hao insisted on treating everyone. That evening, the three musketeers gathered for dinner at a Sichuan restaurant on the back street. "Haha, the assessment is coming up soon. I hope we can still get together like this after it's over." Tang Hao raised his glass and clinked it with Bai Yu and Chu Mo's. He had originally planned to relax, but overhearing some casual conversation about training and assessments from the neighboring table made him restless. After eating and drinking his fill, he wiped his mouth, got up, and headed straight back to school, determined to squeeze every last bit out of the remaining days. Before leaving, he looked at the still composed Bai Yu. "Are you really not going to train?" Bai Yu's expression remained unchanged, his answer already written on his face. Tang Hao seemed to understand something and waved with a smile, leaving alongside Chu Mo. "Forget it. You even dare to ignore what the homeroom teacher says, so I won't lecture you. See you tomorrow." To each their own path. Perhaps what Bai Yu had chosen was the most suitable road for himself. Not everyone had to walk the same path, even if it appeared to be the most correct and important one. After watching Tang Hao and his companion head back to school, Bai Yu left alone, ready to move on to his next destination. Having learned from the previous elevator attack, he remained vigilant throughout his journey, carefully observing his surroundings and staying on guard. His target was still that recently opened buffet restaurant. When he pushed through the door, the owner happened to be away. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by the spectacle that was about to unfold. Earlier, when dining with Tang Hao, he had restrained his appetite under the watchful eyes of his two close friends. Now, arriving solo at this familiar battlefield, Bai Yu decided to lift his seal and indulge to his heart's content. His movements appeared elegant and leisurely, yet his speed was remarkable. Meat slices, sushi, and desserts continuously disappeared into his mouth, with empty plates quickly stacking into a small mountain. This extraordinary sight drew frequent glances from nearby diners. Oh, how incredible! Young handsome man, how can you eat so much? You must have quite an appetite. A foreign young woman with flaxen hair at the neighboring table set down her fork, her red lips slightly parted in amazement as she looked toward Bai Yu. Bai Yu swallowed the beef in his mouth and looked up with a gentle smile. It's nothing surprising. My appetite is just a bit better than average. There are actually many people who can eat as much as I can. Really? Unbelievable, the woman exclaimed dramatically, her ample chest rising and falling slightly. Unfortunately, Bai Yu had no interest in prolonged conversation. Seeing him lower his head to continue his food assault, the woman shrugged in disappointment, her gaze lingering on his fair, handsome profile for a few seconds before returning to her own plate. About half an hour later, the plates on his table had stacked to shoulder height. Bai Yu contentedly set down his chopsticks and stood to pay. When he reached the counter, the owner, who had just appeared, met his eyes. He nodded politely in greeting before leisurely leaving the restaurant. In the alternate dimension space. Ugh, we were so close to defeating the boss. Captain, don't you know Bai Xiu? Why don't you ask him to join our team? With that expert, we could easily clear this level. Exactly. Captain, call Bai Xiu over, and we won't be stuck on this floor anymore. Ouyang Ingjia and his group, having just exited the inner world's teleportation array, gathered together. Faced with his teammates' requests, he merely smiled. Maybe next time. He couldn't possibly drag Bai Yu into this random group over a few complaints, but their words did remind him when facing truly challenging bosses, he might indeed need to ask Bai Yu for help. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. Everyone waved goodbye and logged off in flashes of light. In the real world, the room was dimly lit. Ouyang Ingjia removed his helmet and immediately saw a middle-aged man smoking on the opposite sofa. His father. Old man, smoking alone this late at night, are you waiting for me? What's up? The middle-aged man flicked off the ash, extinguished his cigarette, and silently pulled out a small bottle of blue liquid from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. Ouyang Ingjia's gaze sharpened as he guessed the situation, his expression darkening. Dad, you don't actually believe those guys' nonsense, do you? That drinking this stuff can reduce the dimensional barrier's effects? If it really worked, the government would have monopolized it long ago. The entire world would be fighting over it. Why would they be sneaking around trying to recruit people like they are now? Something's obviously wrong. The middle-aged man had clearly anticipated his reaction. Staring at the blue liquid, he opened his mouth but didn't know how to begin. The issue was no longer whether they were willing to join. Those people were preparing to force them into membership. Target contacted. Hotel room. The young, striking foreign woman gently pushed the door shut with her heel, the click echoing through the room as she walked calmly to the floor-to-ceiling window, phone pressed to her ear. She listened silently to the report from the other end until the trembling voice finished, then slowly hung up. Her slender fingers held a cigarette as she took a deep drag, her red lips curving into a subtle smile. Light blue smoke drifted with her breath as she gazed through the window into the night. Her expression flickering. The team's mission had failed, and all members were missing. She had confirmed this fact. Most likely, they were all dead. She had no intention of mounting a rescue, nor any desire to waste time on it. In contrast, the person on the other end of the call was clearly frantic, but unfortunately, she didn't care. Since her boyfriend was lost, that person could fly over and search for him herself. At this moment, only tonight's target occupied her thoughts. Recalling their meeting at the restaurant, she flicked away the ash, her lips revealing an almost pleased smile. The photos hadn't done him justice. He was remarkably handsome in person, with pale skin and an ethereal presence, exactly her type. Since the mission only required keeping him alive, she could do whatever she pleased with him. Night wind seeped through the gaps, stirring her flaxen hair. Under the lights, her hair tips contrasted with her pale face as a dangerous, almost sickly smile froze at the corner of her lips. Star Empire border. Howling winds, swirling snow. A squad of Imperial soldiers in heavy winter gear trudged through knee-deep snow, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, as if searching for something. Cross that mountain range ahead, and we'll reach the Grand Empire. How could that thing possibly be in a place like this? Someone muttered. Who knows? Right now, almost everyone in the entire country is searching. Look on the bright side. Think of it as a little excursion. Come on, who wants to be out in this hellish weather? I'd rather be home in bed with my wife. The 10,000-year spirit essence sounds precious just from the name. No way it's easy to find. They searched intermittently for most of the day, finally reaching the snowy peak. Gazing at the distant border of the Grand Empire, the soldiers exchanged glances, rested briefly, then continued down the mountain to resume their search mission. Nearly identical scenes were playing out simultaneously across the empire, mobilizing the entire nation to find the 10,000-year spirit essence was no mere slogan. Tower of Gods, 29th floor. One day closer to the final assessment. After following his class into the inner world, Bai Yu had been transported here. At this moment, he lay with eyes closed atop the jagged mountain range, appearing from a distance like an entire black mountain peak. Anyone approaching would surely gasp in shock at his enormous size, except for the girl Lin, who was an exception. Following her unique inner connection, she had found Bai Yu in the forest and told him everything that had happened in the tribe recently. During this time, she had essentially become the link between Bai Yu and the tribe. Due to their frequent contact, the tribe members had quietly begun treating her as Bai Yu's spokesperson. You're saying some people in the tribe have already awakened the power of faith? After listening, Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flickering in their depths. So he wasn't the only one who could obtain the power of faith. Could those followers who believe in him also awaken similar powers of faith? The young woman nodded gently, raising her hand to tuck the strands of hair draped behind her neck behind her ear. On the snow-white, delicate side of her neck, several blue scales that had just emerged gleamed faintly in the sunlight. They were in the form of serpent scales. So far, she was the only one in the entire tribe to show such changes. For the young woman, this was undoubtedly the best proof that the snake god was communicating with her. Not only that, but everyone in the tribe who had awakened the power of faith had gained unprecedented enhancement in strength, speed, and physique. To them, everything was because the snake god had manifested and bestowed his blessing. That's good, Bai Yu nodded, his voice calm. Now that you have the power to protect yourselves, you can survive longer in this world. But boss, why haven't I awakened? A timid voice suddenly piped up from nearby. The King of Darkness quietly poked his head out, hunching his shoulders. These past few days I've been kneeling and worshipping before the totem with them until my knees turned blue. Bai Yu glanced sideways, his gaze seeming to say, why are you popping up again? The King of Darkness shrank his neck in fright and sheepishly fell silent, yet stubbornly refused to leave. Bai Yu still hadn't figured out why this creature clung to him so persistently, but he had to admit the King of Darkness did possess some real ability. Letting it stay in the tribe could at least deter the surrounding monsters, giving him some peace of mind. Since these natives revered him as a deity and continuously offered their faith power, he couldn't completely stand by and do nothing, though he had no interest in micromanaging everything like an overbearing parent. Now that the tribe had grown stronger because of his presence, his psychological burden had lightened considerably. All right, I understand the situation. Let's head back. Bai Yu stood up, preparing to check on the 20th floor of the Tower of Gods. Seeing him turn to leave, the King of Darkness immediately rushed forward to pledge his loyalty. Boss, I want to come with you. I absolutely won't cause any trouble if you tell me to go east. I wouldn't dare go west. No, Bai Yu refused without hesitation. You're too ugly. Having you follow me around would be too conspicuous. As his words fell, the King of Darkness felt his mind explode with a thunderous crash, as if struck by lightning. The entire creature froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. The young woman bit her lower lip, watching Bai Yu depart with bright, determined eyes. She wanted to follow the snake god forever, but she was still too weak. She had to train even harder someday. She would become an indispensable right hand by the snake god's side. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared, and Bai Yu materialized on the 20th floor of the Tower of Gods. The moist forest breeze, mixed with the scent of flowers and grass, hit his face. He looked around, then relied on his spiritual perception to head toward the canyon deep in the forest. Including today, only 4 days remained until the assessment time was running short. He still wanted to advance his bloodline by one more level. Whether he could succeed would depend on whether any opportunities arose in the next few days. As he approached the canyon, a massive shadow rose from the distance. The Kroya red dragon spread its giant wings and came breaking through the wind, its dragon eyes full of joy, like a large dog welcoming its master. Bai Yu's expression remained indifferent. Clearly, compared to seeing this simple-minded red dragon, Bai Yu would much rather see Desire's figure. Although Bai Yu had finally met with Desire, they still couldn't find any information about the 10,000-year spirit essence. The disappointment in his heart wasn't unexpected. Even with the Star Empire's full efforts, no one could guarantee that the 10,000-year spirit essence would definitely be on this floor. The 10,000-year spirit essence is on the 20th floor. Just as he exited the dimensional space, Bai Yu saw this update pop up on his phone. The bounty question that had been posted online with rewards that had doubled several times finally received a response, and it was bombshell news right from the start. 1 second he was secretly worrying that the 10,000-year spirit essence wasn't on the 20th floor, and the next second, reality had completely proven him wrong. If that was the case, then he was happy to be wrong. Bai Yu suppressed his surging excitement and rapidly tapped the screen with his fingers, pressing the other party for more details. The respondent only knew a general area, claiming they had accidentally overheard rumors about the 10,000-year spirit essence. The clues were vague, but already precious enough. After confirming the information, Bai Yu immediately turned and rushed toward the teleportation array. A flash of white light engulfed him as he was drawn into the formation. Beside the teleportation array, a young man with an airplane-style haircut had just opened his mouth to greet him, only managing to shout half a syllable before discovering that the youth had already vanished in a streak of white light. He couldn't help but lower his hand and shake his head in bewilderment. Tower of God, 20th floor. After materializing, Bai Yu frowned slightly and muttered to himself. It seemed like someone was calling me just now. The teleportation speed was too fast, allowing him to only vaguely hear his own name. With the critical moment approaching, he didn't plan to stay in the inner world for the full-time limit like before over the next few days. Instead, he would enter and exit at will to keep track of the Dragon Kingdom assault team's movements in real time. If he stayed in the inner world until the limit but missed the assault team coming online, that would be a real tragedy. Star Empire, Deep Forest Canyon. When Desire saw Bai Yu return, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. After hearing about the new clues regarding the 10,000-year spirit essence, her expression immediately became serious, and she nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll have people focus on monitoring that area when I return. The netizen who provided the clues didn't know the exact coordinates and had only vaguely heard rumors, but this was already an unexpected joy for Bai Yu. After finishing the briefing, Desire immediately set off, and Bai Yu departed once again. The Croyer Red Dragon looked around and discovered that both of them had left. It could only lie on the ground like a deflated ball, curling up alone and pitifully. Dimensional space. Bai Yu stepped out of the teleportation array and landed in the bustling hall. A familiar voice called out, Bai Yu. He turned his head to see Ouyang Ingjie waving while walking quickly toward him. It really is you. When you flashed into the teleportation array just now, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Only then did Bai Yu realize that the earlier shout had come from Ouyang Ingjie. Perfect timing running into you. Want to sit and chat? The other party invited with a smile. Bai Yu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. You seem pretty busy lately. Has something happened? There are indeed some matters, but just for these few days. Bai Yu responded indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Ouyang Ingjie smiled bitterly. You're about the same as me. I'm also tied up with family matters that I can't get away from, my family's affairs. Let's not talk about it. Thinking about his father's furrowed brow made Ouyang Ingjie's head throb. He and Bai Yu sat quietly for a moment in a private booth within the dimensional space, trying to calm their nerves. Before long, Ouyang Ingjie suggested, Want to check out the fighting arena? Since Bai Yu had nothing pressing to do, he nodded and followed along. The fighting arena required no access cards or additional fees, so they entered without any obstacles. When they stepped into the fighting arena, the vast space was already packed with crowds. Apart from the training halls, this was practically the most densely populated area for daily users. Intense lighting illuminated dozens upon dozens of fighting rings, while the air buzzed with fierce shouts and the crowds pumping adrenaline. Users could challenge any opponent to step into the ring, and even place bets on the spot. Come on, come on. Place your bets now, hurry up. Standing on the viewing platform, they could hear the betting area's hawkers cutting through the air. Ouyang Ingjie gripped the railing and turned his head to ask, Want to give it a try? No thanks. Bai Yu shook his head gently, his gaze scanning through the crowd to observe other ring battles. The fighting arena was spacious enough for dozens of matches to occur simultaneously while betting was just opening on one side. Another match was already reaching its climax. Cheers rose and fell in waves, layering upon each other until even the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Amidst all the chaos, Bai Yu appeared remarkably calm, as if separated from the commotion by an invisible barrier. If they knew you were here, this place would explode. Ouyang Ingjie leaned his arm against the railing, glancing around before chuckling quietly. Me? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. That's right, Bai Xiao. Ouyang Ingjie lowered his voice. The record you set in the strength test looms over everyone like a mountain, making them all feel suffocated. If they realized the real deal was right here, who wouldn't want to see you step into the ring, or even challenge you personally? Bai Yu couldn't help but smile at this, though he shook his head again. Indeed, Ouyang Ingjie wasn't exaggerating, but he had no interest in the fighting rings. In his previous life, he'd visited the fighting arena only a handful of times, let alone participated in any battles. In this life, despite having the strength, he remained equally uninterested. Ouyang Ingjie wasn't surprised by this reaction. Though Bai Yu was young, he often seemed more mature than Ouyang himself, who was several years older. The phrase, wise beyond his years, couldn't be more fitting. After watching a few more matches and spotting some familiar faces from the rankings, they quietly left without drawing anyone's attention. Want to grab dinner together tonight? After leaving the fighting arena, Ouyang Ingjie felt much more relaxed and took the initiative to ask. Sure, I know a pretty good buffet restaurant. If you're calling it pretty good, it must really be something special. I'll call you later. Sounds good. After exiting the dimensional space, Bai Yu returned to his classroom. Soon after, Ouyang Ingjie's call came through. Learning that Bai Yu was still at school, Ouyang immediately declared he'd drive over to pick him up, giving no room for refusal. After hanging up, Bai Yu felt somewhat speechless. Half an hour later, that speechlessness escalated. At the end of the campus main road, a flashy dark green supercar roared into view, instantly drawing countless stares. Students assumed it was some rich kid coming to campus to pick up girls. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Yu casually walked over and got into the passenger seat. The expressions of all the onlookers froze in unison, especially those from class 14 of the first year. Haha, Bai Yu, your classmates are really something. On the elevated road heading to the buffet restaurant, Ouyang Ingjia had one hand casually resting on the steering wheel and the other draped over the window frame. His dark green supercar gleamed with metallic brilliance in the afternoon light. Recalling the spectacle they'd just caused on campus, his grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. Heh. Bai Yu in the passenger seat merely shot him a sideways glance before turning his attention to the cityscape rushing past the window. What Ouyang found amusing was nothing but a complete cringe fest to him. Who could have predicted that Ouyang would quietly roll up to the academic building today in this outrageously flashy top-tier supercar? The deep, explosive exhaust note blared like an alarm, making the entire building shake. Ouyang Ingjia was already tall with striking features, and his casually worn designer clothes only emphasized his aristocratic air, the quintessential wealthy young master. As he took that phone call, leaning lazily against the sports car door, that single image alone was enough to make plenty of guys grit their teeth in envy while a bunch of girls covered their mouths to stifle their squeals. So when Bai Yu emerged from the crowd and unhesitatingly opened the passenger door to get in, especially with that group from class 14, grade 10 happening to pass, Bai's very gaze froze instantly. Surprise, shock, and gossip were written all over their faces. In just a few seconds, Bai Yu transformed from a moderately well-known handsome guy in their grade to the center of school-wide attention at lightning speed. The sports car's taillights disappeared beyond the school gates, but the discussions about him didn't stop, they only snowballed. Why did the rich young master invite another handsome guy instead of the school beauty? Could Bai Yu actually be the one from a hidden wealthy family? The buzz reached fever pitch. Of course, not everyone was thinking along soap opera lines. Most students focused on the supercar's brand and specs, speculating about the relationship between the owner and Bai Yu. The wildest theories came from within class 14, grade 10. Has Bai Yu's family background been incredibly powerful this whole time, and he's just been keeping a low profile? Illegitimate son? Hidden heir to a business empire? Is he finally revealing his true identity and blinding us common folk? Even the perm delinquent who'd been looking for trouble with Bai Yu was now having second thoughts. Boss, maybe we should just forget about that whole thing. His two lackeys had already lost their nerve, but the moment those words left their lips, the permed leader glared them into sheepish silence. In the crowd, the only ones maintaining any semblance of clarity were Tang Hao and Chuamo. Bai Yu a hidden rich kid? Give me a break, bunch of gullible idiots believing every rumor they hear. Tang Hao initially scoffed. But rumors are like tides, even the hardest rocks get worn smooth when the waves crash long enough. If he really does have connections, that would explain his casual attitude during the school-wide evaluations. Tang Hao didn't realize his own thoughts were starting to drift off course. As the center of this whirlwind, Bai Yu and Ouyang had already arrived at an established buffet restaurant in the city center. The moment the car came to a stop, he could well imagine the various speculations swirling around campus, but he couldn't be bothered. Compared to eating, all that noise didn't even register. Pushing through the entrance, the owner looked up and froze for half a second, clearly not expecting $1 million supercar to pull up to his establishment before breaking into his trademark smile. Bai Yu made his way to their usual spot by the window with practiced ease, pulled out a chair and sat down, then gestured to Ouyang. Come on, let's get some food. With that, he was already heading toward the food station, beckoning Ouyang to join him. Why do I feel like the owner was giving me weird looks just now? Back at his seat, Ouyang Ingjia muttered under his breath, recalling the owner's subtle resentful gaze when they first walked in. Shaking off the thought, he turned his attention to the dishes on the table. Their appetizing colors and glistening surfaces immediately brightened his mood. Just as he was about to compliment the food, a figure flashed in his peripheral vision. Bai Yu returned carrying a tray larger than a wash basin, piled high with various dishes that were practically overflowing. Holy cow! You can really put it away. Ouyang nearly jumped up, then sneakily glanced toward the counter. The owner was leaning against the cash register, gazing wistfully at Bai Yu as if reminiscing about some complicated history. Ouyang chuckled inwardly, finding the whole situation even more amusing. The food was indeed exceptional. Ouyang praised it enthusiastically, and whether influenced by Bai Yu or not, his own appetite seemed to increase. He polished off twice his usual portion in no time. Hello, handsome. We meet again. A delighted female voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Following the sound, Ouyang saw a foreign woman in black heels and a tight-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her stunning curves. Her fair, slender legs clicked rhythmically against the floor as she approached, her beautiful face beaming with a radiant smile, though her eyes were fixed solely on Bai Yu. Even Ouyang raised an eyebrow. With his extensive experience with women, he had to admit this girl was several leagues above the female companions from their usual gatherings. However, Bai Yu merely glanced up at her, seeming somewhat surprised to encounter her at the same restaurant 2 nights in a row. After a polite nod, he continued eating. The girl's smile immediately crumpled, and she made an exaggerated expression of being deeply wounded, as if completely helpless against food more charming than herself. She could only turn and walk to a window seat. That chick seems interested in you. Not bad. My Manuri, even a hit with foreign girls. As soon as the girl sat down, Ouyang leaned over and whispered conspiratorially. From her tone just now, you two already know each other? We met once last night. Last night? Where? Here, or? Ha ha ha. Ouyang's face was written all over with mischief. By the way, you're still in high school, right? Bai Yu gave him an exasperated look. Stop grinning like a pervert and quit your dirty thoughts. Ouyang raised his hands in surrender, but didn't stop talking. Really not considering it? Sure, we're high schoolers, but love is free, teachers can't control that. I figured this out back in kindergarten. Trust my judgment, a passionate romance with that foreign girl would definitely be worth it. Plus, she's an older woman. Bai Yu shuddered and immediately made a timeout gesture. Just eat your food, or I'll throw you out of here. The meal lasted over an hour. When paying the bill, the owner's resentful little glances drifted over again, nearly making Ouyang burst out laughing. Even after leaving the restaurant and getting back in the driver's seat, he was still chuckling, his earlier frustrations completely swept away. It feels like it's been forever since I laughed this freely. He stretched comfortably in his seat and turned to say something to Bai Yu, only to suddenly notice figures on the street around the sports car approaching one by one, until finally they were completely surrounded. As he looked at the situation outside the sports car, Ouyang Yingji's expression suddenly changed, his gaze turning stern. Don't worry, I'll make a call, he briefly instructed Bai Yu before lowering his head to unlock his phone and quickly dial a number. Outside the windshield, the group of thugs seemed to catch on to his movement, immediately becoming restless. Their rough hands slapped against the car, making loud thuds, while one of them tried to pry open the car door with a screwdriver. The metal clanged ominously, and the car shuddered slightly, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Ouyang Yingjie stared at them intently, his knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. The car door had opened. He turned sharply to see Bai Yu had already gotten out of the car. Bai Yu! Ouyang Yingjie exclaimed, but Bai Yu merely turned to close the door, and the thugs quickly formed a semicircle around him. The nearest bald thug squinted as he eyed the sports car, greed glinting in his eyes. Kid, driving a sports car? You must be rich. My brothers are a bit short on cash lately. How about lending us some money? Before he could finish, he reached out to grab Bai Yu's shoulder. In the next moment, the bald thug felt a blur in his vision, as if he had been struck by a steel whip. Pain exploded in his cheek, and before his scream could fully escape, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The remaining thugs froze, the air seeming to thicken. They exchanged glances, and suddenly, curses erupted like ignited gunpowder. Let's get him. They swung their clubs and charged forward with furious shouts. Inside the car, Ouyang Yingjie's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone, staring at the screen still showing the dialing prompt, mentally urging, pick up, pick up. But out of the corner of his eye, the scene outside made him forget to breathe. 20 or 30 thugs formed a wall of black, yet Bai Yu seemed like a war god suddenly possessed, moving with lightning speed. His fists and elbows flew, each strike accompanied by a sharp thud. Ouyang Yingjie couldn't even catch the details of the movements. All he saw were shadows flashing by, followed by thugs clutching their arms, holding their stomachs, and collapsing in agony. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soon, they were scattered all over the ground. As the number of fallen thugs increased, Ouyang Yingjie's mouth dropped wider, his jaw nearly unhinged, his face filled with shock. Outside the sports car, the remaining thugs looked at their moaning companions on the ground, fear trembling in their throats. Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. They weakened in their legs, dropping to their knees and begging for mercy. Get lost. Bai Yu uttered a single word coldly. The thugs felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to help their fallen comrades and fleeing in panic, leaving the alley in silence. In the driver's seat, Ouyang Yingjie stared blankly at the scene, muttering to himself, is this a movie? At that moment, the call finally connected, and the voice on the other end sounded impatient. Hello, I'm busy, what's up? Ouyang Yingjie glanced outside, took a deep breath, and said, I don't need you anymore, I'm hanging up. With that, he abruptly ended the call. He pushed the door open and stepped out, scanning the surroundings as if genuinely searching for hidden cameras. Finally, he walked over to Bai Yu, his eyes shining with excitement, his expression a mix of astonishment and thrill, rich with emotion. Finally, Ouyang Yingjie couldn't help but pull Bai Yu into a tight embrace, patting his back heavily to calm his own excitement as he shouted, that was incredible, brother. Taking down 20 or 30 thugs single-handedly, that's legendary warrior-level performance. The more he thought about it, the more amazed he became. Bai Yu had achieved the first kill of the forest dragon in the inner world, and his name still topped the strength testing leaderboard. But numbers on paper were abstract, and tonight's lopsided battle finally made Ouyang truly connect the word powerhouse with the young man before him. This was his first time witnessing Bai Yu in action in reality, and the double impact sent his emotions through the roof. Besides, anyone would get their blood pumping watching Bai Yu's nearly invincible skills. Calm down, I'm not into guys, Bai Yu said with disgust, turning his head away and prying off Ouyang's hands. Friends or not, the touchy-feely hugging was unnecessary. Got it. That foreign girl does have more to offer than me. Ouyang Ingjie grinned and finally released Bai Yu as they both climbed back into the car. The sports car roared out of the parking lot. On the way to drop Bai Yu off at home, Ouyang was in high spirits, humming a tune, completely unaffected by the pathetic sight of those beaten thugs. Instead, he felt secretly grateful without them. How could he have enjoyed such a movie-quality action sequence? What a thrill. Just drop me here, Bai Yu said as the car stopped by the street outside his residential complex. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. Ouyang glanced at the complex's nameplate, memorizing it, then leaned out to call. Bai Yu, I heard your school's having a comprehensive exam soon. It'll be a piece of cake for you, but good luck. Bai Yu paused, then nodded. Thanks, see you around. Take care. The engine growled low as the sports car sped away, trailing 2 long streaks of taillights. Bai Yu watched the red lights disappear into the distance, then turned and walked toward the complex entrance. At the buffet restaurant, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a blonde woman sat with her legs crossed, her pale, slender calves gleaming under the lights as she swayed them gently. Her left hand supported her chin as her gaze locked onto the parking lot through the glass, her eyes flickering with interest. What a fierce little tiger, she murmured with an amused smile, tapping her fingertips against the tableware. She had watched the entire fight, clearly a clean-cut young man harboring the spirit of a wild beast. Though the low-life thugs outnumbered him, he had effortlessly taken them all down without even breaking his breathing rhythm. She immediately understood why her partner had failed in the inner world. Ring. Her phone vibrated. She pulled it out, checked the caller ID, and answered. Isn't the mission complete yet? According to intelligence, the Dragon Kingdom might make a move soon. You must accelerate the timeline. Understood, she replied curtly. After hanging up, the woman's face showed undisguised annoyance. It was supposed to be a dual operation, but with the inner world team's failure, all the pressure had fallen on them. And the very first target had turned out to be this troublesome kid, costing them a teammate. Looks like we need to adjust the target sequence, she mused, mentally reviewing the files on the other 2 targets as she closed the menu and stood up. The woman rose and walked slowly toward the exit, her high heels clicking against the floor. The next day, Friday, as soon as Bai Yu stepped through the school gates, he noticed clusters of gazes converging on him, surprise, envy, and curiosity all mixed together, like dense spotlights escorting him all the way to the academic building. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be amazed. Had yesterday's sports car incident really caused such a stir? It was just a car. After all, surely it wasn't that big a deal. When he pushed open the door to Class 14, nearly every pair of eyes immediately locked onto him. Curious ones, gossipy ones, those eager to dig for inside information. Various emotions churned in the air. Even his best friend Tang Hao was mixed in with the crowd, pretending nonchalance as he sidled closer, hoping to use his insider advantage to gather intel. Bai Yu remained expressionless, directly pushing him back to his original spot. Though he sighed inwardly, it seemed this storm stirred up by the sports car wouldn't die down anytime soon. Once everyone had arrived, their homeroom teacher led the group toward the alternate dimension space. Before entering the boarding pod's login chambers, he delivered his usual motivational speech. The assessment was approaching, everyone needed to make good use of their time, and so on. At the end, the teacher deliberately glanced at Bai Yu in the back row. The young man's face remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of nervousness. The teacher wasn't surprised, yet found it somewhat strange. Could he really be affected by the student gossip? Light flickered, and Bai Yu logged into the alternate dimension space, skillfully clearing through the pile of accumulated junk messages one by one. Suddenly, a familiar line of text popped up again. Bai Xiao, want to join the faith? This was the 10th plus identical message in the past 2 days. Initially, he had dismissed it as a prank and paid no attention, but the sender's frequency kept increasing, making him vaguely sense something was off. Now another one had arrived. He pondered for 2 seconds, then directly hit the delete key. Join. Impossible. He had always had zero interest in mysterious religious organizations. After clearing his messages, he walked toward the teleportation array and departed the main space as a beam of light. Tower of Gods, 29th floor. The black-scaled giant serpent's body materialized from the light, its massive frame casting shadows over the nearby woodland. Tree crowns shook as the magical creatures that had been dwelling there scattered in panic. Bai Yu closed his serpentine eyes, his mental power spreading silently like a tide, quickly sweeping over the Dragon Nation's base several thousand meters away. Only a dozen or so reserves remained there, Shouldering guard duties, the main force was nowhere to be seen. 3 days left. He counted silently in his mind. After confirming no anomalies, he withdrew his senses. With a flick of his tail fin, his massive form shot through the wind toward the 20th floor. Yesterday, he had already given the clues to Desayer, wondered how far things had progressed. Southern border of the Star Empire, somewhere in a forest canyon. Waterfalls roared and mist churned. The red dragon lay sprawled on a boulder, her claws lightly tapping the rock's surface as she stared with boredom at the several human officers behind Desayer. Aside from Desayer, this was the first time she had seen other Empire humans in this place. Under the dragon's gaze, those generals clad in silver armor instinctively retreated behind Desayer, even lightening their breathing. Suddenly, the red dragon's heart stirred, and she raised her head toward the sky. Among the rolling clouds, faint sounds of wind carried over. Desayer also keenly sensed the subtle movements, her narrow eyes gazing toward the distant horizon. They're here, both the woman and dragon thought simultaneously. Above the azure sky, a massive shadow rapidly expanded, its overwhelming darkness like a curtain that instantly dimmed the entire heavens. Fierce winds howled, carrying debris and dust that struck their faces. The red dragon excitedly raised its enormous head. Desayer's expression remained indifferent, her emotions carefully concealed. In contrast, the Imperial generals had long been stunned speechless by this oppressive presence. Bai Yu's colossal form circled above the canyon, his wings stirring the air and sending wind blades directly at the generals. They hunched their necks, squeezed their eyes shut, feeling as though massive stones pressed against their chests, making even breathing difficult. Bai Yu's profound serpentine eyes fixed upon them, everyone felt their spines turn ice cold. Their limbs trembling uncontrollably, regret instantly filled their hearts. Why on earth did we come to this godforsaken place? Desayer, they are. Bai Yu folded his wings and hovered in midair, his puzzled gaze falling on Desayer, unable to understand why these frail humans would appear in this location. Even if they were Desayer's companions, their performance was utterly pathetic. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at him. Desayer merely glanced indifferently at the few people behind her without explanation, cutting straight to the point. What you're looking for has been found. These are the squad leaders responsible for searching the 10,000-year Snow Mountain region. It's been found. Bai Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his serpentine eyes boring into the Imperial generals. The middle-aged man steeled himself to meet that gaze, his voice trembling. Yais. We've located the 10,000-year spirit core, but what? Bai Yu's tone was low and menacing. The middle-aged man shuddered, realizing his cowardice was becoming increasingly shameful. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fear, he spoke in one rush. But the 10,000-year spirit core is located within the Ice Clan's territory. No matter what methods we've tried, we cannot approach it. Multiple soldiers have been injured. Therefore, we could only retreat and request reinforcements. He had another phrase, the Ice Clan is simply too dangerous and powerful, stuck on his tongue, but after witnessing Bai Yu firsthand, he felt these words were redundant and swallowed them back. After hearing this, Bai Yu turned his gaze to Desayer. She nodded, confirming the situation was accurate. With confirmation that the final upgrade material was within reach, Bai Yu's heart clenched tightly. Excellent. Once he obtained the 10,000-year spirit core, he could enhance his bloodline level again, not only experiencing a dramatic increase in power, but also mastering the ability to transform. At this thought, he could barely contain his impatience, his cold serpentine eyes locking onto the humans. In that case, what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Huh? The middle-aged man was stunned. They were leaving right now? The other Imperial generals, who had kept their heads down, trembled like frostbitten quails, not daring to say another word. Desayer glanced sideways, watching this scene with slight helplessness, but said nothing more, directly following Bai Yu and the Red Dragon. Several minutes later, the three figures gradually disappeared into the distance, and the canyon returned to silence. The Imperial generals breathed collective sighs of relief, as if granted amnesty. Haha, so that's the monster boss. Absolutely terrifying. Just being stared at by him nearly suffocated me. That's really a python? I feel like he's even stronger than the Red Dragon. Thank goodness he's not the Empire's enemy. What do you think will happen to the Ice Clan next? They're probably going to suffer badly. The Empire's first female general, the Croyan Red Dragon, plus an even more terrifying monster boss. What could the Ice Clan possibly use to resist? The last person gazed toward the distant horizon, his face full of regret. Sigh. What a pity we didn't follow them. Otherwise, we could have witnessed firsthand the grand spectacle that's about to unfold. The eternal snow mountains stood at the border between the Star Empire and the Grand Empire. The 1,000-mile snow range remained locked in perpetual cold winds and frost throughout the year. Today, a group of 12 or 13 figures moved through the blizzard. Dense footprints carved a deep furrow in the thick snow, only to be quickly buried by the continuously falling snowflakes. Are we there yet? The blue-haired youth rubbed his arms and grumbled loudly. This godforsaken place is freezing. If that thing wasn't so important to the captain, I wouldn't have come here to suffer. Almost there. The white-haired woman wrapped in a thick mask spoke in a muffled voice through the fabric. You know Keeman is determined to see this through. As they spoke, both unconsciously glanced toward the front of the group. The man with the straight back and mountain-broad shoulders. Keeman. Anyone who followed the rankings of the Hidden World would recognize that name. Ranked second, class rating, world-class adventurer, with fans across every nation. The influence of the strong often exceeded imagination, and in his quest to surpass the number one who always loomed above him, Keeman searched for opportunities every moment. This expedition to the Snow Mountains was that opportunity. If he could find the legendary, eternal spirit core that formed only once every 100,000 years, he might trigger a hidden class, master new skills, and claim the title of world's strongest in one decisive move. Just thinking about it made many in the group's blood boil with excitement. I heard the spirit core has guardian spirits protecting it, though who knows if that's true. The blue-haired youth lowered his voice. Just rumors, the woman shrugged. Even if there are guardians, would we lose? Don't forget the captain's determination. Plus we have that sword saint from the Grand Empire with us. With this lineup, it'd be hard to lose even if we tried. I'm curious just how strong that sword saint really is. The blue-haired youth clicked his tongue. Some say he participated in the dragon-slaying war and was one of only 4 survivors. I'd love to hear the details if I get the chance. After their brief conversation, everyone adjusted their gear and pressed forward into the wind and snow once more, their figures soon swallowed by the white mist. 10,000 meters above, Bai Yu stretched his massive body spanning several thousand meters as he glided through the sea of clouds. His enormous size made his movements appear slow motion, though each sweep of his tail actually covered hundreds of meters. The Croyan red dragon flew alongside him, golden vertical pupils filled with excitement, occasionally banking closer to brush against Bai Yu's ice crystal-covered scales. Such direct intimacy made Desire, standing on the red dragon's back, curve her lips in a gentle smile. She hadn't seen the red dragon this happy in a long time. By the way, I still don't know your name. The red dragon turned its head, speaking to Bai Yu in the deep, metallic-tinged dragon tongue. Could you tell me? In the red dragon's view, they were already friends. It was perfectly normal for friends to know each other's names, and it would help strengthen their relationship and bond. Faced with those sparkling, fluttering big eyes, Bai Yu couldn't help but shift away slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, Jormungandr. Jormungandr. The red dragon repeated in a low voice, its rough, hoarse tone carrying a note of inquiry. Desire also quietly mulled over the name, her mind racing through her memories, but like the red dragon, she came up empty. Given the formidable strength Bai Yu had displayed, there should have been some record of him. Desire made a mental note to conduct a thorough search through the archives once she returned to the imperial capital. Learning Bai Yu's name made the red dragon even more excited. Throughout their flight, it would periodically bellow Bai Yu at the top of its lungs, then contentedly fall silent after receiving a response, purely wanting to hear that acknowledgement. After being disturbed several times with resulting headaches, Bai Yu began to wonder if bringing this red dragon along had been a mistake. But then again, it was the dragon that had attached itself to him, not the other way around. The days of travel passed in the blink of an eye. As they entered the northwest region of the Starry Empire, the air quickly became dry and frigid, with temperatures dropping inch by inch. Further ahead, scattered snowflakes swirled through the sky. Before them stretched an endless mountain range of snow-capped peaks spanning the entire horizon. We're here. Bai Yu's gaze sharpened as he suddenly accelerated, diving directly into the swirling snow and wind. The red dragon followed close behind. According to those imperial generals, the 10,000-year spirit essence was hidden somewhere in a snowy plain deep within the mountains, near the territory of the Ice Clan. To obtain the essence, they would first need to pass through their domain. After pinpointing the general location, Bai Yu spread out his spiritual awareness, seeming to merge with the snow-covered mountains as he carefully detected every fluctuation in the surrounding area. High above, the Croyan red dragon and Desire swept side by side over the mountain ridges, also scanning and searching from their aerial vantage point. Sensing Bai Yu's intense focus on the 10,000-year spirit essence, the red dragon searched with particular diligence. Whoosh! The two massive creatures swept over the peaks, stirring up fierce, tearing winds that sent snow swirling like waves. Before the snow particles could settle, their figures had already vanished into the next curtain of wind and snow. Crossing peak after peak and sweeping over plain after plain, Bai Yu maintained his calm demeanor while conducting each scan with meticulous care, not overlooking the slightest suspicious detail. Desire watched secretly, once again struck with awe. She had long known of Bai Yu's power, but now realized she had still underestimated him. Fortunately, the Empire hadn't completely burned bridges with him, and Bai Yu seemed reasonably approachable, making peace the optimal solution. Just as her thoughts were churning, Bai Yu's spiritual network suddenly detected dozens of life signatures engaged in fierce combat. Without hesitation, he accelerated toward them. The view opened up at the edge of the snowy plain. Bai Yu came to an abrupt stop, with the red dragon landing steadily beside him, its massive dragon eyes turning toward the distance. Far ahead, dozens of figures with pale skin and animal hide clothing were locked in battle. Desera's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "The Ice Clan. The Ice Clan." Hearing Desera's voice, Bai Yu nodded silently to himself. Just as expected, the indigenous people before them, clad in animal hides with skin emanating an icy chill, were indeed the Ice Clan they sought. At this moment, the Ice Clan was engaged in fierce combat with another expedition team, the clash of blades and axes accompanied by flying ice shards creating a brutal scene. The massive flying magical beasts that Bai Yu and his companions rode swept over the battlefield, their two enormous shadows blocking out the sky and making the very air feel heavier. The warring parties in the ice and snow quickly sensed something amiss. A bone-chilling sensation of being watched by invisible eyes crept up their spines to the crown of their heads. When they looked up and saw the two dark, colossal creatures looming behind the clouds, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Gasp! Sharp, suppressed exclamations erupted across the frozen wasteland. Both sides immediately ceased fighting, pulling back dozens of meters from each other, their gazes locked on the storm-shrouded sky above. Ice crystals swirled in the wind, blurring their vision, yet nothing could diminish that suffocating sense of oppression. Though they couldn't make out the newcomer's appearance, everyone could feel that overwhelming aura that seemed capable of crushing souls, causing hearts to involuntarily tighten. The landing party led by Keeman quickly tightened their formation. The blind sword master gripped his short sword tightly, though his eyes were sightless. His perception spread like a spider's web, precisely detecting the disturbance above the battlefield. Three extremely powerful auras were watching them intently, one of which felt particularly familiar. Is that Desir, the female general of the Star Empire? He frowned slightly, facing Bai Yu's direction and speaking in a low voice. Desir, since you're here, show yourself. Upon hearing this, Keeman and the others were stunned for a moment before reacting. Desir? That famous female general from the neighboring Star Empire. What is she doing here? The Empire's female general? Is she powerful? How does she compare to this sword master? Not sure, but she definitely won't be easy to deal with. Murmurs rippled through the ranks as Keeman gazed grimly toward the horizon. He wasn't sure why the other party had suddenly appeared. If their objectives differed, they could simply avoid interfering with each other, as their urgent priority was completing their mission. But if the other party was also after the 10,000-year spirit essence, then they would have no choice but to clash. The snow curtain was torn into whirlwinds by scorching air currents as a massive dragon, entirely crimson with gleaming scales, swept low overhead, with Desir standing prominently on its back. The powerful winds stirred by the dragon's wings sent ice shards flying like a horizontal rainstorm. Keeman's heart lurched, but he suppressed his shock, maintaining a composed facade while rapidly calculating the relative strength of both sides. However, the moment Bai Yu revealed himself, all his calculations shattered like glass with a resounding crash. What appeared was a colossal serpent whose end couldn't be seen, its scales like stars in the cold night, its coiled body spiraling through the clouds like a living mountain range. Keeman's expression instantly froze, his mouth maintaining a polite, yet desperate, fake smile boy expression. Everyone present turned to stone at the same moment, jaws nearly dropping to their boot tops. The naked eye could barely estimate the giant serpent's size. It seemed to monopolize the entire sky, except for the blind sword master, whose palms were also breaking out in cold sweat, yet still forced himself to remain calm, raising his sword and calling out loudly. Desir, what brings you here? This area already belongs within the Grand Empire's territory. As a general of the Star Empire, instead of staying properly in your own empire, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of drawing the Grand Empire's attention? The blind swordmaster's words carried a hint of warning. Tensions had always simmered between the two great empires, though no large-scale war had ever erupted. If the female general of the Star Empire truly dared to act recklessly within the borders of the Grand Empire, it could very well become the spark that ignited the flames of war. Upon hearing this, Desir remained silent, merely lowering her gaze to look down at the blind swordmaster below, a trace of pity flickering in her eyes. This legendary warrior, hailed as one of the four-sword saints of the Grand Empire, seemed to have yet grasped the true nature of the situation before him. Bai Yu swept his gaze across the scene, instantly expanding his psychic awareness throughout the entire ice field, carefully searching for the location of the 10,000-year spirit essence. The blind sword master possessed decent strength, and the landing party led by Common was also of considerable level, but in his eyes, they were nothing more than pebbles blocking his path. Mark my words. The 10,000-year spirit essence, Bai Yu will claim it, he declared resolutely in his heart. The three factions, the sword master with Common's group, the Ice Clan, and Bai Yu's demonic creatures, stood in tense confrontation, the air so thick it seemed capable of cutting skin. Bai Yu's camp consisted entirely of red dragons and towering serpents, save for Desir, appearing to have long transcended the realm of humanity, in the eyes of others. The three sides remained silent as snow-laden winds howled, the mounting tension rising degree by degree. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed within Bai Yu's psychic sea amidst the swirling snow. A crystalline ice tree stood in solitude, vast amounts of pure energy emanating from its core. Found it. His gaze immediately locked onto that direction. The two forces below instantly sensed it. The Ice Clan immediately recognized it as their sacred treasure, their fear consumed by battle fervor as they raised ice spears and shields. Kamen also suppressed the pressure in his heart, thinking of his yet unfulfilled ambitions, and forced himself forward. The blind sword master sighed softly, accepting that this battle had become inevitable. High above, the red dragon watched Bai Yu's movements intently. When it saw Bai Yu streak toward his target and the humans assume combat positions, a deep draconic roar rumbled from its throat. With a powerful beat of its wings, rolling winds swept the thick snow into the air. Boom. The snowfield exploded as battle erupted instantly. Whoosh. A blazing sword chi tore through the air from below, vaporizing every snowflake in its path. Desera raised her palm, condensing frigid air into an ice shield. Ice and fire collided, energy rippled outward, and boiling steam spread in all directions. The red dragon beat its wings to disperse the mist, diving down to breathe scorching dragon fire that forced back the Ice Clan members charging toward Bai Yu. Desera landed gracefully, one knee touching the snow. She drew the black greatsword from her back, its blade piercing the ice layer as her calm, narrow eyes fixed upon the blind sword master. Your opponent is me. Since the red dragon had taken the initiative to intercept the Ice Clan, then she would have to face this legendary figure, one of the four great sword saints of the Grand Empire. Desera, I never expected you to travel alongside demons. The blind sword saint found himself blocked, his voice heavy with gravity. Desera's expression remained unmoved, his deep green eyes like a frozen lake surface. He let out a cold laugh. Demons? Jormungandr is hardly some ordinary creature. If you judge by conventional standards alone, you'll only suffer greatly. Not to mention that even the king of the Star Empire, whom the blind sword saint served, was now running errands to gather materials for Bai Yu. Since the words were already spoken plainly, he reined in his emotions and uttered just two words: let's fight. A thunderous surge of energy exploded from within the blind sword saint's body, causing the surrounding energy to churn violently as the howling cold wind and swirling snowflakes were forced to retreat. Desera raised his gaze, tightened his knuckles, and drew his black greatsword. Ice patterns rapidly spread across the blade as cold mist swirled around it. In the next second, sword energy of fire and frost clashed in midair. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and amid flashing white light, the two forces stood in perfect opposition. At the same moment, a red dragon roared and circled high above. The Ice Clan members, forced into retreat, looked up at the crimson shadow in disheveled panic, their expressions constantly shifting. The red dragon had originally intended to completely cut off all enemy escape routes, but these humans were exceptionally cunning, slippery as eels, so he had to focus on targeting just one team. He wasn't worried about the remaining stragglers. With Bai Yu's current strength, he could clean them up in minutes. Even so, the frustration of not catching them all in one net still left him sulking. Would this lower his score in Bai Yu's eyes? The thought flashed by as he drew in a sharp breath of cold air, and with an earth-shaking dragon's roar, blazing fireballs erupted forth, forcing the Ice Clan to flee once again with their heads covered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Yu flew in a straight line toward the location of the 10,000-year spirit essence, but a team of invaders followed closely behind him. Though they had been cautious and hesitant just moments before, now each of them was red-faced with determination, swearing to fight him to the death as their skills continuously bombarded the invisible barrier around him. Bang! 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 Water-like ripples spread outward, but Bai Yu didn't even bother to turn his head. The ignored invaders burned with rage. Elite humans being looked down upon by a mere demon boss. Even if this boss was terrifyingly powerful beyond measure, they couldn't afford to lose face like this. Anger replaced fear as two warriors roared and charged forward first. Behind them, a female mage wrapped in heavy winter clothing raised her staff and began a long incantation. Powerful magic spread outward from her as the center, forming brilliant halos that covered the entire team. Strength, agility, resilience, buff spells layered upon each other, and within moments her teammates felt hot currents surging through their bodies. Their combat power instantly doubled. Under Keeman's command, the team pounced toward Bai Yu like well-coordinated hunting hounds, treating the scene before them as a genuine boss raid. Gale slash. Kamen gripped his warblade and shot forward like a streak of light, carving razor-sharp arcs through the air that seemed to slice through the very atmosphere itself. After a brief sprint, he launched himself skyward with explosive force, unleashing dozens of lightning-fast strikes that cascaded downward like a torrential storm of blade energy. At the storm's center, veins bulged along his arms as he gripped the hilt with both hands, bringing it down with mountain-splitting force. Boom. The piercing blade light hammered against the invisible barrier like relentless rainfall, the violent power instantly shredding the first layer of protection. Crack, crack, crack. The momentum continued unabated as the remaining defensive layers shattered one after another, like fragile glass pulverized by a massive hammer. This devastating attack owed its terrifying power to the comprehensive enhancement spells the mages had cast beforehand. Multiple elemental forces swirled around Common, allowing this world-ranked second adventurer to unleash a pressure that even surprised Bai Yu. Judging by this single moment's force alone, it nearly approached that of the unsealed Desert. To tear open cracks in Desert's defenses was itself worthy of pride. Bai Yu turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the curly-haired adventurer, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment's recollection, it suddenly struck him. Wasn't this Common, mockingly dubbed eternal runner-up on the rankings? In his previous life, Bai Yu had paid considerable attention to the leaderboards, so he naturally remembered this figure perpetually suppressed by the first-place holder, a constant target of online ridicule. He never expected to encounter him face-to-face in such circumstances in this lifetime. If memory served, Common's rating had plateaued its rank. Unfortunately for him, Bai Yu was SSS. Hiss. After shattering the barriers, the blade light's power diminished layer by layer, ultimately striking the black scales covering Bai Yu's body. Sparks flew, leaving only a shallow white mark. Torn flesh? Gushing blood? Non-existent. His passive skill, Iron Bones, automatically activated, reducing the damage to its minimum. Witnessing this scene, Common's expression changed drastically as he cursed under his breath. Damn, this monster boss has ridiculously thick skin. Fortunately, his teammates' magic arrows, energy blasts, and mithril crossbow bolts followed close behind, their thunderous impacts creating a continuous barrage that finally managed to inflict some pitiful damage numbers. But to Bai Yu, these attacks were neither painful nor bothersome. He ignored them entirely. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on that 10,000-year spirit essence. Once he obtained it, he could deal with other troubles later. WHOSH's massive tail fin swept out, the resulting gust like a giant fan sweeping across faces, forcing the surrounding adventurers to retreat. Anyone caught in its path would suffer broken bones at best, severe injuries at worst. With Bai Yu's current size, his flesh alone was hard enough to suppress these adventurers. This was no exaggeration. Bai Yu's complete disregard infuriated and frustrated Common's group. Usually, the bosses they faced would charge at them in rage with the slightest provocation, but this monster before them was like a moving steel plate, impossible to damage and even harder to draw aggro from. What made it even more maddening was that the damage they worked so hard to inflict was practically negligible. If they truly had the ability to threaten Bai Yu, the situation would certainly be different, but alas, there were no ifs. Noticing Bai Yu's direction of movement, Common and his companions exchanged glances. Gritting his teeth, Common made a split-second decision and also rushed toward that area, intending to reach the target before Bai Yu. However, when the crystal blue ice tree at the edge of the snowy plains came into view, Bai Yu suddenly stopped. Within his spiritual perception, beneath the snow layers beyond the ice tree, another faint life signature lurked, part monster, part something else. The aura was extremely weak, nearly buried by ice and snow. If not for his formidable spiritual power, he probably wouldn't have detected it at all. An opportunity. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly stop, Keeman's face lit up with joy as he surged forward with all his might, sprinting toward the ice tree ahead. In an instant, he overtook Bai Yu, leaving only a dozen steps between himself and the tree. The frigid wind howled as he could almost touch the jade-smooth trunk. So close. Just a little more. Suddenly, the snow began to churn. At the base of the ice tree, a plump snow rabbit brushed the ice fragments from its body and sat dazedly beneath the tree, its head swaying left and right. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes in midair, and Keeman's footsteps faltered. The next second, the rabbit whipped its head around, blood-red pupils locking onto Keeman. Its mouth suddenly tore open and expanded, revealing layers of razor-sharp teeth, then snapped shut with a thunderous crash. Splurt. The excruciating pain of having half his body bitten clean off sent Keeman crashing backward, his agonized screams piercing the night sky. Blood sprayed everywhere, instantly staining the white snow crimson. Keeman. His companion's cries buzzed in his ears. As consciousness was devoured by pain and blood loss, his vision rapidly darkened before finally falling into silence. The rest of the team rushed forward. The female mage chanted softly as she ran, sending a healing beam across the distance to land on Keeman's bloodied form. However, the flowing blood snaked across the snow's surface, seeping into the roots of the ice tree. Instantly, an eerie crimson glow crept up the bark from root to crown, finally erupting in blinding radiance. "You beast! I'll kill you!" The heavily armored warrior roared as he charged with his axe, using momentum to leap high into the air. His battle axe became a flash of cold light as it struck down viciously at the snow rabbit. Within the red glow, the rabbit's body swelled at a visible rate. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Bang! The battle axe struck the fur, only scattering a few snowflakes without leaving even a scratch. The giant rabbit's blood-red eyes gleamed as its maw opened again, sharp claws sweeping horizontally. Splurt! The warrior was torn to shreds along with his axe, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The scalding blood once again seeped into the ice tree, becoming fresh nourishment. Only then did the survivors snap out of their shock. Witnessing their companion's dismemberment, their faces turned deathly pale. Run! After a brief moment of stunned silence, they lifted Keeman's severely injured body and fled desperately. By now, the snow rabbit had swollen to nearly 100 meters tall, rampaging like a bulldozer across the snowy plains. Its massive claws churned up enormous waves of snow as it thundered in pursuit. Boom, 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 boom. The tremors echoed across the snowy wilderness like the beating of war drums. High above, Bai Yu circled on spread wings, coldly surveying the entire battlefield. The faint life signature that had been lurking underground moments ago was indeed this snow rabbit. As expected, when things seem too good to be true, there's always a catch. His psychic senses continued scanning the surroundings, and after detecting no anomalies, Bai Yu's massive form slowly descended from the sky. His scales reflected cold, harsh light in the frigid wind as his enormous serpentine head hovered above the ice tree, casting shadows that enveloped the entire tree. His snake eyes locked onto the center of the ice tree like Bladisa sapphire crystal emanating an eerie red glow, the legendary 10,000-year soul essence. Now, you belong to me, Bai Yu hissed in a low whisper, his crimson forked tongue flicking out as a putrid wind swept forth. He opened his maw, fangs curved like scimitars, nearly encompassing the entire ice tree. In the distance, a violent snow rabbit that had been pursuing the intruders suddenly halted, its blood-red eyes fixed deadly on the ice tree's direction before shooting forward. Its nearly 100-meter frame tore through the air, claws flailing wildly, radiating murderous intent. Crack! The ice tree shattered under Bai Yu's bite as the sapphire crystal, along with broken branches and ice fragments, slid down his massive throat. His serpentine eyes turned coldly toward the roaring, charging snow rabbit. Material obtained, 10,000-year soul essence. Bloodline upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Bloodline upgrade requires 500,000 energy points. Proceed with upgrade. The system's pleasant notification sounds rang out in succession. With the final bloodline upgrade material in hand, Bai Yu's heart raced wildly. 500,000 energy points would nearly drain his reserves, yet he didn't hesitate. It was all worth it. Whoosh! The snow rabbit closed in, its claws like frozen blades. Bai Yu suddenly leaped up, bones crackling and muscles coiling as an invisible barrier erupted around his body. He crashed into the snow rabbit with brute force, then immediately turned and opened his maw, unleashing a blazing red energy breath. Boom! A deep crimson beam several thousand meters long carved a terrifying fissure across the snowfield. Half of the snow rabbit's body instantly vaporized into powder, while the remaining torso crashed down with a thud, leaving a long trail of blood. It struggled to crawl toward Bai Yu with its single remaining claw, only to collapse repeatedly. Blood quickly soaked into the snow as the red glow in its eyes slowly faded, finally collapsing lifelessly. With the battle concluded, Bai Yu immediately took flight back toward the Red Dragon. The Ice Clan, already firmly suppressed by the Red Dragon, completely lost their nerve the moment Bai Yu appeared and fled desperately, having lost the 10,000-year soul essence. Risking their lives further would be utterly pointless. Thus, when Bai Yu and the Red Dragon appeared side by side on the final battlefield, the air seemed to freeze. The blind sword saint's grip on his sword suddenly felt heavy, his previously fluid swordplay faltering slightly. Though he prided himself on his tempered spirit, he still felt a tremor of doubt under the overwhelming presence of these two colossal beings. Moreover, Desair already held a steady advantage over him, and now with Bai Yu and the Red Dragon added to the mix, the outcome needed no elaboration. One of the four great sword saints of the Grand Empire died gloriously in battle. To flee would be a desecration of the title Sword Saint, and his opponents would show no mercy. For Bai Yu, this scene stirred only the slightest ripple in his heart before being cast aside. His entire attention was focused on the bloodline upgrade. Unable to wait for the return journey with the Red Dragon and the others, Bai Yu flew alone to a quiet abyss, clearing out all magical beasts in the vicinity to ensure no living creature would disturb him. He then settled his massive form into the depths of the abyss, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed his inner excitement. System, proceed with bloodline upgrade, he commanded mentally. Deep beneath the abyss. As Bai Yu activated his bloodline upgrade, the entire space felt as though it were being crushed by a giant hand, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made breathing difficult. Piercing roars echoed from the deeper depths, initially seeming restrained but quickly growing more intense, causing dust to cascade from the trembling stone walls. Wild winds stirred, black mist churned, and golden-red lightning bolts streaked through the abyss with crackling thunder, illuminating the darkness above. Vaguely, a massive phantom flickered in and out of view, its writhing silhouette flashing in the electric light, sending chills through one's heart. Time slowly passed. Bai Yu struggled to maintain consciousness, using his enormous serpentine body to repeatedly crash against the walls, trying to distract himself from the excruciating pain that felt like 10,000 snakes devouring his marrow and gnawing at his bones. He had mentally prepared himself for each bloodline advancement, knowing they involved transformation. But this time the agony far exceeded his imagination, as if countless venomous serpents had burrowed into his body, tearing apart even his sinews and bones. Blood, flesh, and shredded nerves wove together into a hellish torment that pushed him to the brink of madness. In the end, he felt as though only a cold skeleton remained. His consciousness torn apart by pain, Bai Yu still fought to grasp the last thread of awareness, but wave after wave of overwhelming agony crashed over him like a tide, ultimately drowning him completely. His vision went black as he fell into unconsciousness. His awareness plunged into nothingness, a pitch-black space where he couldn't see his own hand, silent except for his heartbeat. A sudden thought struck Bai Yu. Did he come to this place every time his bloodline upgraded? Suppressing his confusion, he closed his eyes and coiled in place, continuing to endure the lingering pain within his body. After an unknown period, the pain gradually receded like an ebbing tide. In his hazy consciousness, he witnessed his skeletal body slowly returning to life, flesh gradually climbing along the bones, meridians and blood vessels restoring one by one, a tingling sensation spreading throughout his form. After his body fully recovered, the transformation didn't stop. His massive serpentine form rapidly shrank, eventually condensing into an egg emanating soft light. The eggshell cracked. Within the radiance, a young man sat curled with his knees drawn up. He lifted his head, swirling black mist obscuring his features, revealing only a vague outline. As Bai Yu moved closer, trying to see the face clearly, the youth suddenly transformed into a towering python and swallowed him whole with a swift gulp. The vision shattered abruptly, and consciousness plunged back into darkness. Another long stretch of emptiness followed. When Bai Yu opened his eyes again, he remained at the bottom of the abyss, the surrounding dark space having vanished without a trace. Was it over? He closed his serpentine eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body, and only opened them again after a long while. His profound pupils seemed to flash with vast starfields before quickly returning to tranquility. System, open the panel. Bai Yu called out in his mind. Host, Bai Yu, level 51. Attributes, Strength 2270, Speed 2270, Stamina 2270, Spirit 2440. Skills, Illusory Serpent Eyes LV10, Steel Bones LV11 Passive, Energy Breath LV11, Infinite Barrier LV9, Flesh Regeneration LV6, Azure Dragon Descent LV6, Divine Domain LV1 Passive. Current Bloodline level, 4th tier, Bloodline World Serpent. Bloodline upgrade requirements, level 5170, Dimensional Fragments 03, Radiant Soul Crystals 010, Chaos Demon Eyes 010. Faith Power, 6.5. Bai Yu stared at the status panel, his serpentine pupils reflecting the dense text. The scene fell so silent that only his heartbeat could be heard. In the stillness, his cold serpentine face couldn't hide his excitement as a sinister grin emerged, had finally pushed his bloodline to the 4th tier. The immediate benefits of this leap were staggering. His strength, speed, and stamina simultaneously jumped from 1270 to 2270, while his spirit climbed to 2440, a massive 1,000-point surge across all attributes. When he first broke through the 1,000-point threshold, he had experienced a qualitative transformation. Now he stood once again at the gateway of rebirth, with all 4 attributes undergoing simultaneous metamorphosis, his body and soul reforged as if by blazing fire. At the bottom of the panel, the newly added Divine Domain LV1 passive was particularly striking. With a thought, Bai Yu felt the skill information flow seamlessly into his Mindit, could freely alter the attack patterns of all his active skills, transforming their once singular release methods into something versatile and flexible. Only one talent, but it's passive, he murmured, unable to suppress his wild joy. The next moment, his form shot through the clouds like an arrow, fierce winds howling at high altitude. Bai Yu spread his arms wide as crimson light gathered around him. 4 or 5 fist-sized energy orbs rapidly formed, their churning destructive waves causing the air to emit sharp, piercing shrieks. Energy breath. Boom, 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 boom. Several crimson beams screamed toward the ground, flames erupting skyward, dust clouds rolling like tornadoes, rocks splitting, the earth seeming to be repeatedly hammered by a giant's fist. Bai Yu's long tail swayed as he gazed down excitedly at the battlefield, then proceeded with continuous experiments. Infinite Barrier. What was once a 360-degree spherical shield now transformed into layered energy armor that clung to his scales, so concealed it was nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. Illusory serpent eyes. The gates to his mental space swung wide open, allowing him to step inside and manipulate all phenomena at will. With a gesture, he could overturn sun and moon, reverse rivers and seas. Azure Dragon Descent. The single dragon dive evolved into twin dragons converging, doubling its might, their roars seeming to tear through the very air. Flesh regeneration and steel bones. As passive abilities, they showed no visible changes, but this was within his expectations. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Yu had tested every skill variation. The surrounding 100-mile radius was now nothing but scorched earth and ravines, fallen trees, and shattered boulders, as if scoured by natural disaster. That's right. Snapping back from his exhilarating experiments, a flash of realization struck him. The true core transformation brought by the fourth-tier bloodline wasn't limited to attributes and divine domain. There was something else, more anticipated than anything. Shape-shifting. Above the azure sky, a colossal black-scaled python nearly 10,000 meters long coiled through the air. Its razor-sharp scales glinted menacingly in the sunlight as its massive serpentine body churned the air currents, stirring up waves of clouds. Suddenly, a blazing white beam of light descended from the heavens, completely enveloping the giant python. Within the radiance, that sky-blotting figure visibly contracted at an alarming rate from hundreds of meters to tens of meters, until only human's eyes remained. As the brilliant light faded, a young man landed gracefully, his heels touching the grass with barely audible rustling. That face, bearing traces of youth yet radiating sharpness, could belong to none other than Bai Yu. He looked down and turned around, carefully examining his arms and body contours, his expression revealing the wonder and excitement of truly standing on solid ground for the first time. Though his appearance remained virtually identical to his real-world form, he still behaved like a child learning to walk for the first time, repeatedly lifting his feet to feel the firmness of the earth and the flow of warmth through his body. However, a sharp, stabbing pain suddenly shot through his temple, like nerve fibers being violently yanked taut. Bai Yu understood the bloodline upgrade had exhausted his permitted time in the inner world. Forcing himself to stay longer would only damage his body. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and transformed into a brilliant silver beam of light that vanished into the void, disappearing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, at a border city of the Star Empire, Dessel and the Red Dragon had returned to that ravine deep in the forest. Without delay, she set off at full speed toward the border capital. This incident involved the sensitive relations between two great empires, and any oversight could trigger an even greater conflict. She decided to personally report the details to His Majesty the King. Within the teleportation array of the interdimensional space, Bai Yu stepped out steadily, his feet causing the stone slabs to scatter fine particles of dust. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His bloodline had successfully advanced to the 4th level, dramatically increasing his power and filling him with confidence for the upcoming battle. Everything was ready. He need only wait for the battle to come knocking. Hunger, however, followed close behind, his stomach feeling like it had become a black hole. Every bloodline evolution drained his energy reserves completely, and this time was no exception. Bai Yu rubbed his abdomen, thinking self-mockingly, I wonder how many times my appetite will multiply this time? He then flashed back to the real world, planning to head straight to that familiar Aleokaniat restaurant and pile his plates into a small mountain. In the grade 10, class 14 classroom, afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting rectangular patches of light, yet the air was thick with the distinctive tension that preceded exams. At the front, the homeroom teacher's gaze swept across each young face. Below, students either bowed their heads in silent recitation or gripped their pens while tapping their desks, even breathing deliberately softly. Bai Yu leaned back in his chair, quietly observing it all, feeling a touch of sentiment. In his previous life, he too would have shared their anxiety. This weekend offered 2 consecutive days off, and after today's classes, all students could return home to rest and prepare, then come back Monday for the school-wide assessment. For this final sprint, the homeroom teacher had gathered the entire class for one last pep talk. Those familiar words of encouragement and reminders were repeated once again, still commanding everyone's attention. Well, that's all I have to say. I wish you all the best results possible. Of course, if the outcome isn't what you hoped for, don't be discouraged. Your lives are just beginning, and anything is possible. Now go eat. As her words ended, the scraping of chair legs filled the air. Students shouldered their backpacks and left the classroom with varying degrees of urgency, but every pair of eyes remained shadowed by thoughts of the assessment, as if their minds had already rushed ahead to the examination hall 2 days hence. Only 2 days left, just 2 final days. Tang Hao kept muttering under his breath, his gaze darting back and forth between Bai Yu and Chu Mo, yet he couldn't catch even a trace of nervousness on either of their faces. Come to think of it, that was perfectly normal. One had an expressionless face, while the other simply didn't take the assessment seriously. Such reactions were completely understandable. But as fellow members of the Three Musketeers, why was he the only one feeling nervous? After hastily finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Tang Hao hurried back to the training room for some last-minute practice. In contrast, Chu Mo didn't even go to the training ground. He mumbled something hesitantly before falling silent, offering no explanation. Bai Yu seemed to instantly understand the reason and exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Mo. That meaningful smile made Chu Mo blush, and he could only flee in embarrassment. When leaving school, Bai Yu immediately headed to his usual buffet restaurant. Sitting on the bus, he quietly pondered whether he should buy some form of transportation to avoid rushing for public transit every time he had saved up some money, so he filed this thought away for later. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Bai Yu immediately broke the seal and devoured his meal like a whirlwind, making up for the portions he hadn't eaten enough of earlier, finally leaving satisfied. My appetite has grown again, he said softly, gently rubbing his stomach. In the past, he would feel 80% full, but now the same amount only filled him to 70%. Strangely, no matter how much he ate, there was no visible change, as if his stomach contained a bottomless pit. Location: traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Following the pattern every time his bloodline upgraded, the prescription would be updated accordingly. Bai Yu went straight to the clinic after leaving the restaurant. As he pushed open the door, the outside noise was instantly shut out. He glanced around the interior, but didn't see the elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor, only a young woman. She wore a deep blue long dress with black high heels, a simple combination that became particularly eye-catching due to the aura she exuded in her every movement. At the moment, her brow was furrowed with anxiety, frequently glancing toward the consultation room inside. Seeing Bai Yu enter, she suppressed her unease and smiled gracefully. The doctor is busy inside. Please wait a moment. Her voice was gentle, yet couldn't hide the subtle tremor. Bai Yu nodded in acknowledgement, noticing the worry hidden deep in her eyes. Without saying much, he sat down in the chair opposite. He quickly recognized her, the young, beautiful woman he had encountered here before. Last time she had brought a little girl with her, who was probably receiving treatment in the consultation room now. After about 10 minutes, the door opened, and the elderly doctor emerged pushing a wheelchair with the little girl in it. The young woman immediately approached, inquiring about the condition in a low voice. Bai Yu casually glanced over and noticed the little girl's face was deathly pale, appearing even weaker than last time. Suddenly, he detected subtle abnormalities in the girl's mental fluctuations and couldn't help but focus his attention, simultaneously sensing his more acute mental power after advancing to 4th level bloodline. Now, he could not only freely control this power, but had also elevated his perception of surrounding mental fluctuations to another level. Over there, the elderly doctor finished speaking with a sigh, and the young woman crouched down to comfort her daughter, though tears in the corners of her eyes couldn't be concealed. She forced a smile and pushed the wheelchair, preparing to leave. Please wait a moment. When the mother and daughter reached the door, a clear voice suddenly came from behind. The young woman stopped and turned around, seeing that the speaker was the white-clothed young man who had been sitting quietly in the chair. Not only the young, beautiful woman, but even the old, traditional Chinese medicine doctor looked at Bai Yu with some confusion. Bai Yu first nodded calmly to the elderly man, then walked toward the clinic entrance. The mental probe from moments before had allowed him to clearly see deep within the girl's consciousness strange red threads binding her, with what seemed like invisible hands manipulating them from the darkness at the thread's ends. At the same time, he had quietly scanned the mental worlds of the young woman and the old doctor, seeing only two normally pulsing halos of light healthy mental fluctuations with no abnormalities. In contrast, the girl's weakness seemed even more suspicious. A theory formed in Bai Yu's mind. If he could sever those red threads, perhaps the girl's condition might improve. Moreover, having just mastered this mental power, he was eager to experiment and explore its limits. The young woman watched him with a head full of questions. Bai Yu approached the wheelchair and said softly, "Perhaps I can help." With that, he crouched down, his gaze meeting the girl's with gentle warmth. His clean, harmless face made the young woman hesitate for a moment, but ultimately, she didn't voice any objection. From an angle she couldn't see, Bai Yu's eyes shifted from black to gray, his pupils becoming vertical slits like a serpent's, the illusory serpent eyes. The clinic scene instantly faded to silent emptiness. The young woman and old doctor vanished completely, leaving only Bai Yu and the girl standing in the vast void. The girl's dim eye showed obvious fluctuation as she timidly looked around, then gazed at the gentle young man, asking in a low voice, "Big brother, where is this? Did you do this?" Bai Yu nodded, his gaze turning to behind the girl where dozens of red threads extended into endless darkness. He murmured to himself, "In my world, there's nowhere left to hide." Before his words finished, hissing serpent calls echoed through the void as countless gray shadows burst forth, sweeping toward the depths of the red threads, followed immediately by piercing screams. The commotion behind startled the girl, who wanted to turn around, but Bai Yu placed his hand on her shoulder. Glancing at the carnage in the dark depths, he focused his will, and towering walls thunderously rose around them like a maze, isolating the two. Simultaneously, the dark shadow that had been manipulating the red threads frantically rushed out, only to be blocked by the maze walls and instantly engulfed by the serpent swarm. Ah! The miserable cry echoed through the illusory space. Before long, the red threads wrapped around the girl began breaking apart one by one, crumbling and dissipating. Seeing this, Bai Yu's eyes focused intently, and with a thought, the surrounding maze walls turned to dust as if they had never existed at all. The surrounding void transformed back into the original clinic. The churning gray-white color in the girl's pupils quickly faded away, and those eerie vertical pupils returned to normal. Bai Yu withdrew his fingertip, confirmed the girl's condition one last time, and said softly to the young beautiful woman beside him, "It's done." The young woman was slightly stunned, instinctively wanting to speak, but was struck speechless by a soft, sweet call that made her heart tremble. "Mom, Mommy." Her shoulders suddenly shuddered as she covered her mouth, staring at her daughter in the wheelchair in disbelief. Tears quickly filled her eyes. "Mommy, this big brother saved me." The girl's voice was still weak, but her little face, which had been lifeless and shrouded in dark energy, now showed a healthy flush. Duo. The young woman rushed over and held her daughter tightly in her arms, sobbing so hard her body trembled. After holding her enough, she quickly loosened her grip and cupped her daughter's small face with both hands, afraid this change was just an illusion. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctor's eyes behind his glasses grew wider and wider. From the moment the girl spoke, he found it incredible he had just completed a comprehensive examination and acupuncture treatment with minimal results, and knew Duoduo's condition all too well. In the blink of an eye, this child could speak and looked so much better, yet that young man had merely crouched in front of her without even taking her pulse. The old doctor's gaze remained fixed on Bai Yu, his mind in turmoil, trying to figure out what methods this young man had used. To be safe, he examined the girl once more. The results showed the new and old diagnoses were like comparing two different people. Stable pulse, internal depletion dissipated, all functions rapidly recovering. Even he found it absurd when comparing the results. When the young woman and the old doctor made eye contact, their expressions had completely changed, and when they looked at Bai Yu again, their emotions were filled with deep respect and gratitude. She excitedly grasped Bai Yu's hands, thanking him repeatedly, until Bai Yu gently withdrew his hands, and she realized her behavior, smiling apologetically while continuing to express her thanks. Wanting to show her gratitude, she offered to treat him to a lavish feast, but Bai Yu politely declined. She could only hand him a gold-embossed business card. "If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me." With that, she left with Duo. "Goodbye, big brother." Before leaving, Duo turned back and waved, wearing a gentle smile on her face. Bai Yu nodded warmly, "Goodbye." After watching the mother and daughter leave, he turned to the old doctor who had been staring at him and smiled. "Old sir, I'm here to get medicine again." The old doctor's expression remained serious, but his gaze seemed to say, "You have such miraculous abilities, yet you still come here for medicine?" Traffic flowed endlessly as the white car drove away from the clinic. Inside the car, the young woman's gaze remained fixed on Duo, afraid that if she looked away for even a moment, the miracle would shatter. Duo, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable?" "Much better, Mommy. It's just, my tummy is a little bit hungry." The girl touched her small belly and looked up pitifully. The young woman immediately broke into a bright smile, stroking her daughter's head. "Hungry? Mommy will take you to eat something delicious." She thought of her daughter's favorite little rabbit-shaped glutinous rice balls. "Let's eat your favorite little bunnies, okay?" "Yes." Duo nodded excitedly. In her mind, however, she couldn't help but replay those magical scenes. The white-clothed brother's gentle touch, those somewhat frightening vertical pupils. "That big brother is really amazing," she mused silently. And sitting beside her, the young woman couldn't help but recall the image of that white-clothed young man in her mind as well. Around the time Bai Yu was receiving his diagnosis, in a dimly lit arcade, spinning neon lights cast colorful reflections on the glass surfaces. A girl wearing a red beret with twin pigtails stood frozen in front of a claw machine. Crimson tears of blood streamed down from the corners of her eyes as her vacant gaze fixed on the plush bear beneath the claw, mumbling repeatedly, "Bear is dead. Bear is dead." The other players around her recoiled in terror, backing away from the disturbing sight. The girl remained oblivious to their reactions, her voice low and mechanical. Blood tears dripped from her chin as her delicate shoe tips trembled continuously. Her expression gradually contorted into a twisted mask of madness and despair. Suddenly, a gentle yet firm voice came from behind her. "Go ahead and cry if you need to, Lingling." The familiar voice acted like a lifeline, yanking her back from the brink of insanity. Lingling spun around and threw herself into the arms of a short-haired woman, sobbing uncontrollably. "Bear is dead, Sister Lawn. I'm in so much pain, wah." In her psychic perception, the red thread that had connected her to Bear had completely severed and dissolved into nothingness. It's okay, it's okay. The short-haired woman repeatedly stroked her back, her voice as light as a feather. I'm here now. Let's go find the bastard who killed Bear and make him pay. We'll get revenge for Bear, all right? Yes. The girl buried her face deeper, nodding vigorously, her muffled voice carrying an icy determination. Moments later, the two left the arcade. Lingling now clutched a pink rabbit plush in her arms, tear stains still fresh on her cheeks. Yet she wore a brilliant smile as if this new companion would replace Bear and serve as a new vow. Outside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Bai Yu emerged from the consultation room carrying a bag of freshly prepared herbal medicine, the faint aroma of medicinal herbs still wafting from it. His attention, however, was focused on the pristine business card in his right hand, the three characters, Tang Wanru, printed neatly across it. Tang Wanru. He repeated quietly, holding the card between his index and middle fingers. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to toss it into a nearby trash bin, but his fingertips paused midair. Eventually, he stuffed the card into his pocket, muttering self-mockingly, whatever, might come in handy someday. Even he felt the likelihood of that was virtually zero. The thought made him chuckle despite himself. What followed, however, was a dull ache of sympathy for his wallet. Ugh, another major expense, he sighed, tilting his head back as he recalled the old doctor's diagnosis. The examination results were even better than Bai Yu had anticipated, ridiculously so. The experienced old physician had been so stunned, he kept clicking his tongue, studying Bai Yu through his glasses as if examining an alien specimen. According to the medical advice, Bai Yu's physical strength had already far exceeded normal human limits and was continuing to grow, requiring massive supplementation of nutrition and energy. It sounded like his body was some kind of war machine still undergoing upgrades. What exactly was he becoming? King Kong? Godzilla? But the data was right there in front of him, impossible to deny. Bai Yu noticed a glint of excitement in the old doctor's eyes when prescribing the medicine, perhaps medical fervor, or perhaps something else. The thought made his heart tighten. This old guy isn't trying to harm me, is he? The notion flashed through his mind before he shook his head in self-mockery. If he didn't trust this clinic's medical expertise and integrity, he wouldn't have come here in both lifetimes. Pushing those doubts to the deepest recesses of his mind, Bai Yu steadily carried his herbal medicine away from the consultation room. As for why he mentioned another major expense, because this time the prescription includes not only the precious Xilongwang leaves, which are more valuable than gold, but also a rarer herb, the Qian Yin Sheni. At this thought, Bai Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, does this old Chinese doctor really think I'm a rich second generation? He didn't even ask before adding top-tier herbs to the prescription. But then again, if the old man had asked for his opinion, he would still have to nod in agreement. He knows his own body best. If those herbs could truly heal his hidden injuries and stabilize his blood vessels, he would have to spend whatever it takes to get them. With this in mind, Bai Yu began to suspect that the old Chinese doctor might have already seen through his thoughts. He thought the other person was on the first level, but in reality, the doctor was already a step ahead. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he decided to ask Ouyang for more information another day. Shaking his head, Bai Yu cast aside these distractions and quickly left the clinic with long strides. Just as he reached his front door, his phone vibrated. Su Feng sent a brief message. Bai Yu, we might be taking action in the next couple of days. His fingers tightened, and he took a deep breath. It's finally happening. In his memory, the boss battle of the assault team erupted on the day of the school assessment, and now the timeline matched up. However, when he actually received the news, his heart still raced with a mix of nervousness and excitement. After a few moments of silence, he exhaled deeply, forcing his emotions back into his chest. Images from his past life flashed in his mind, ultimately settling on a gentle smile this time. No matter what it takes, he must prevent the tragedy. That night, he tossed and turned, finally drifting into a hazy sleep just as dawn broke. As the first rays of light pierced through the curtains, he suddenly opened his eyes, feeling unusually refreshed. He went through his morning routine, washing up, heading downstairs, and having breakfast, everything in order. After the meal, he focused his thoughts, preparing to log into the alternate dimension. A golden light suddenly appeared on the back of his left hand, where a symbol made of 3 overlapping S characters shone brightly still at the SSS level. When he had upgraded his bloodline to level 3, his rating had jumped to SSS. He had originally speculated that further evolution might reach a higher level, but it seemed that SSS was the ceiling for now. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle red and black glimmers intermingling within the golden symbol, as if quietly constructing new patterns. After confirming everything, the golden light faded, and he officially connected to the alternate dimension. The teleportation hall was bustling with noise, and he stopped in front of the array, slowly closing his eyes to block out all the commotion. His mental energy spread like ripples, capturing the sounds of insects and the rustling of grass within a 10-kilometer radius in his mind. Others were surprised to see him standing still in front of the array, especially many female loggers who were drawn to his exceptionally handsome face, stealing glances at him. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze confident and bright. The girls gasped, "So handsome." Before they could approach him, Bai Yu stepped boldly into the teleportation array, disappearing in a flash of light. The sharpness in his demeanor made several girls' hearts race, and they even praised his entrance into the inner world as so cool it was breathtaking. In the Tower of God, on the 29th floor, with a flash of white light, Bai Yu appeared in a forest. Unlike yesterday, he maintained his human form and had not transformed into a giant black-scaled python. He had left in a hurry last night and hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate this human body, so now was the perfect time to familiarize himself in the last 2 days. He closed his eyes again, quietly expanding his mental energy. Within a 10-kilometer range, the patterns of grass blades, the cracks in tree trunks, and even the flow of air were all vividly outlined in his mind like a pair of eyes overlooking the earth, observing everything in reality. This was one of the changes brought about by Bai Yu's mental attributes breaking through the 2000 mark. Before this breakthrough, his psychic perception could only detect life signatures, but now he could fully visualize the surrounding environment as if he were physically present. Since he had been occupying this territory for so long, the area had become a forbidden zone in the eyes of magical creatures, with virtually nothing existing within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. As his psychic perception extended further outward, scattered magical beasts and isolated climbers began to appear in his awareness. When his perception reached its limit, a small outpost in the forest came into view, the base camp of the Dragon Nation assault team. Around the outpost, over 20 ordinary reserve personnel were busy with their respective tasks. Moments later, white combat coats began appearing one after another as official assault team members arrived on scene. Bai Yu's gaze locked firmly onto a graceful figure among the crowd, then withdrew his psychic waves like a receding tide. His earlier probing had confirmed that the assault team included a member with extremely sharp perception who could detect his psychic tendrils. Now was not the time to disturb Jiang Xinyan and the others. Looking down at his new human body, Bai Yu's lips curved into a smile. After successfully transforming, he was indistinguishable from ordinary climbers and could openly approach the floor guardian boss without having to hide in the depths of the forest as before, fearing discovery. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly paused and chuckled, having grown accustomed to slithering with his serpentine body in the inner world. Walking on 2 legs felt somewhat awkward. With a slight mental command, his entire body slowly rose into the air. If he couldn't crawl, he could at least fly. The lighter human form made flying feel completely different. After briefly adjusting to the sensation, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the forest's edge. Occasionally, some foolish magical creatures blocked his path, and he casually unleashed an energy breath attack. Boom! Thick smoke billowed as the ground was blasted into a massive crater. As he lowered his hand, Bai Yu muttered under his breath, "The power seems weaker." The energy breath could still instantly kill ordinary magical creatures without leaving a trace, but he distinctly felt that the output had diminished somewhat. Clearly, using innate skills in human form couldn't compare to the power of his world serpent form. Though his attribute panel remained unchanged, the actual effects were noticeably reduced. This reality left him somewhat dejected, but he had to accept if this human form's combat power was indeed inferior to his original form. However, it was still sufficient for clearing ordinary magical creatures with ease. If push came to shove, he could always transform back. The brief melancholy in his heart came and went quickly. By the time Bai Yu reached the forest's edge, his attention had refocused. Not far ahead, scattered figures emerged from the shadows between trees, and one more step forward would bring him to the encampment area of various nations' assault teams. With 2 soft thuds, he landed on the well-trodden forest floor. This place had already gathered a large number of climbers, heavily armored knights, lightly equipped rangers, magic scholars. Some had even set up stalls directly on the open ground, loudly hawking freshly dropped materials and equipment still warm from defeated monsters. The entire area had essentially become a temporary marketplace for climbers, while the magical beasts lurking on the outskirts cowered behind trees, not daring to approach anyone who could reach the 29th floor. Was, without exception, a top-tier powerhouse. "Hey buddy, flying solo?" A man wrapped in a colorful headscarf hurried over, waving a dark red blunt weapon in front of Bai Yu's face. "Rare goods here. It's not safe wandering the forest alone. Fair prices, hey? Don't walk away. What's your class? I've got other equipment." Bai Yu shook his head and kept walking, merely glancing around as he passed. Seeing this, the headscarf man immediately turned to his next target to continue his sales pitch, and the clamor quickly drowned out his voice again. Amidst the bustling crowd, Bai Yu felt a slight stir in his chest. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had mingled among humans like an ordinary person. In the past, he was either hunting monsters or on his way to hunt monsters. Even approaching such places had been a luxury. But now, he could walk among the crowd with peace of mind. Who would ever imagine that hidden within this sea of people was a boss more vicious than any monster? Near a campfire not far away, Several climbers were deep in conversation. How are the various national assault teams doing lately? Hard to say. That disaster with the Peacock Nation spooked all the countries, but we can't keep dragging this out forever. I heard some unofficial teams are already attempting to challenge the Tower Guardian boss. Who? Which country? Heeman, ranked second on the leaderboards. Are you kidding? Isn't that guy on some secret mission on the 20th floor? His fate's unknown. How would he have time to challenge the tower? I'm just saying what I heard. Why are you getting worked up? The chatter rose and fell around him. Just as Bai Yu's gaze moved away from them, a figure suddenly rushed toward him from ahead. Watch out. The girl stumbled, her body pitching forward. Bai Yu stepped aside and grabbed her collar from behind, steadying her firmly. Phew. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and turned to thank him, but froze when she saw Bai Yu's face clearly. So handsome. Only after Bai Yu released his grip did she snap back to reality, her cheeks flushing red as she bowed repeatedly. Thank you. I got separated from my companions and was rushing to find them, wasn't watching where I was going. Her orange short hair bounced in the sunlight as Bai Yu spoke in a calm voice. If your companions are a young man with a purple lightsaber wearing white light armor, with a small demon-breaking mage boy beside him, I know where they are. Eh. The girl's eyes widened. You've seen them? Bai Yu raised his hand, pointing toward the right front. Through his mental perception, he could sense the older and younger figures anxiously looking around. They're over there. You'll see them if you head that way. The girl looked in the direction he pointed. Though she couldn't make out any figures, she somehow trusted that he wasn't lying. She bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Then she ran off toward that direction. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Bai Yu once more, then turned and hurried away through the crowd to reunite with her companions. Aya Xiaoming, I'm here. The girl with orange short hair stood on her tiptoes, waving her arms and shouting as she hurried through the bushes, beaming with joy as she reunited with her companions. How did you get lost again? We've been looking everywhere for you. The young man wore white light armor, his purple lightsaber glowing with an eerie light as he looked at the girl with complete exasperation. The 13 or 14-year-old demon hunter boy beside him put his hands on his hips and sighed like an adult. We really don't know what to do with you. My bad, my bad. The girl scratched the back of her head apologetically, then suddenly seemed to remember something and looked back. Thanks to that kind young man just now, I was able to find you guys so quickly. Halfway through her sentence, her expression suddenly froze. Huh? He was standing right there just a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear? What kind young man? The two followed her pointing finger and saw only an empty forest path. The girl scratched her head again. Maybe he already left. Well, now that we're reunited, let's keep going. We haven't finished today's mission yet. We're still far from 1,000 demons. The lightsaber-wielding young man and the demon hunter boy exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. However, seeing the girl's enthusiasm, they felt their own fighting spirit ignited. Let's go, continue hunting demons. The young man took the lead. We won't stop until we reach 1,000. Actually, we could try for 2,000. The girl's voice drifted over quietly. Two death glares locked onto her, and she quickly dodged to the side and obediently shut her mouth. Deep in the forest, Biolam muffled sound echoed as the ground shook, and a bull's-eyed demon was slammed to the ground, its dying eyes filled with unwillingness. Experience 10122. The familiar system notification rang in his mind. Bai Yu slowly lowered his palm, first glancing at the fallen demon, then examining his own hand. That's right, had just struck it down with his bare hand. With his current four-dimensional attributes, even considering only physical strength, he could easily crush most demons of the same level, which led to the scene before him, a casual slap that made the demon question its existence. In fact, he didn't even need to use any skills. With his attribute advantage alone, he could bully these demons to death, though it might take a few extra minutes. But since he was maintaining human form, he still needed some decent equipment, otherwise something felt missing. As the corpse slowly dissolved into black mist, an iron hammer clanged onto the grass, reflecting cold, hard light. Bai Yu's eyes flashed as he walked over to pick it up. I was a mage in my previous life, so using an iron hammer doesn't quite fit. He muttered to himself, but still gave it a few swings. The hammer whistled through the air, and the feel was surprisingly good. Within minutes, he had used the hammer to flatten all the nearby demons. Only when a staff rolled out from the explosion of light did he satisfactorily put away the hammer and pick up the staff. The staff wasn't of particularly high quality, barely better than white equipment, roughly equivalent to high-grade blue equipment. But as a transitional weapon for his human form, the requirements didn't need to be too strict. After all, Bai Yu didn't carry weapons for their attributes, but because they felt right in his hands. From that point on, Bai Yu practically carved a path of destruction through the area. His deceptively human appearance proved irresistible to the magical creatures, drawing them like moths to a flame. Along the winding mountain path, he wielded his staff with deadly precision, leaving a corpse with every step. Beast blood seeped into the tree roots, creating crimson patterns across the forest floor. He literally slaughtered his way through the entire woodland, cutting a straight passage until the towering wooden palisades of the Dragon Kingdom outpost came into view on the horizon. After circling the perimeter completely, he observed the assault team's movements through gaps in the trees, but saw no signs of the tower boss raid he was expecting, so he continued patrolling the outer area. Su Feng's little informant had only mentioned in the message that the operation will happen in the next couple of days, without providing a specific date. Comparing this intelligence with his memories from his previous life, Bai Yu deduced that the actual operation would take place 2 days later on the day of the academy-wide assessment. Even with clear memories, he couldn't guarantee that events wouldn't change, so he decided to arrive early to avoid missing any developments. Fireball. The quiet incantation left his lips as his staff traced a clean arc through the air, flames instantly coalescing. The fireball was larger than he remembered, with tongues of fire dancing wildly like compressed magma. Bang! The fireball struck the cat demon ahead, sending it flying several meters before it crashed to the ground as a charred heap of flesh. I actually pulled it off on the first try? Bai Yu chuckled softly, experiencing the thrill of saving on tuition for the first time. If that technique was called a fireball in his previous life, now it deserved at least a greater fireball. Riding his momentum, he cast Water Sphere, Windblade, and Wind Speed Enhancement in succession. Each spell flowed like water, with power several times greater than in his previous life. Reclaiming his identity as a human mage, he felt a strange sense of temporal displacement, though this exhilaration was fleeting. Through the gaps in the forest canopy, several figures in cross-emblazoned robes silently darted past. Those bastards who attacked Jiang Xinyan. Frost crystallized in Bai Yu's eyes. Roar! A magical creature suddenly lunged from the side, but he couldn't even be bothered to dodge. His strength of over 2,000 points erupted instantly as his staff swept horizontally splat. The monster was instantly pulverized into a bloody mist, its scattered remains blocked by an invisible barrier. Bai Yu locked onto those cross-robed players, pushed off with his toes, and shot into the forest like an arrow released from its string. You've finally shown yourselves. In the forest, a clearing where grass had been trampled flat, for players wearing smiling masks and cross-emblazoned robes stood casually in a circle, looking down at the 3 people in the center. Be smart about this, hand over what you just looted, or else. Why waste words? Another sneered. Let's just kill them. Once they're dead, their stuff becomes ours anyway. Tisk, you're really ruthless. We're talking about 3 lives here. Lives? Are you kidding me? What are those worth? Their callous bargaining echoed through the forest. In the center of the clearing, an orange-haired girl clenched her fists, sweat still glistening on her body. Aya, when the fighting starts, take Xiao Ming and run. I'll hold them off. Like hell. The young man called Aya immediately refused. If we leave together. The young demon slayer boy was equally resolute. That's right, we won't abandon you. Though they knew they were outmatched, the 3 remained stubbornly protective of each other. How touching. In that case, you can all stay here permanently. A cold laugh emerged from beneath one of the smiling masks as the 4 cross-robed players tensed, transforming into black shadows that rushed toward the trio in unison. The battle resumed. The orange-haired girl's team was no pushover. The girl herself was a level 56 Qigong master. Her sword-wielding companion was even higher at level 57, and even the youngest member of their group, an exorcist boy, had reached level 55. The 3 had fought together seamlessly for years, managing to either escape unscathed or fight desperately for survival against even the most formidable demon bosses. However, standing before them now were 4 invaders clad in cross-emblazoned battle garments. Whether in terms of strength, speed, or their undisguised killing intent, the 4 completely overwhelmed the orange-haired girl's squad. In contrast, the girl and her companions still struggled to deliver fatal blows, their psychological hesitation causing the situation to tilt further against them. Worse still, they had just finished hunting demons before this confrontation began, leaving their stamina nearly depleted. With all these disadvantages stacking up, the 3 were gradually being cornered. This won't work. If this continues, we'll all die. The girl watched her retreating companions, gritting her teeth as her furious gaze locked onto the 4 cross-garbed invaders. Why must fellow invaders slaughter each other? She understood that without the resolve to kill the enemy, only death awaited them. Yet the headmaster's teachings about cherishing life echoed in her mind, making it difficult to steel her determination. Just as the girl hesitated, splurt, splurt, 2 sprays of blood bloomed as the swordsman and the exorcist boy were struck down in succession. Seeing her companions wounded, tears welled in the girl's eyes as her rage exploded beyond all limits. Her dantian trembled as she roared, "Don't hurt my friends." Boom. Sound waves erupted, creating visible shockwaves that swept outward. The 4 enemies were forced to retreat hastily. One couldn't dodge in time. His eardrums rang and his consciousness briefly blanked. When he realized the danger, a wind-carried force was already striking toward his face. Bang! At the last moment, the girl's palm shifted a few inches, sparing the enemy's life, but delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen instead. The cross-garbed invader spat blood, enduring the intense pain as his hands suddenly transformed into razor-sharp claws, slicing through the air toward the girl's temple. Beneath his mask, his lips curved into a cruel smile. Die! The lethal claws descended upon her head as the girl froze momentarily. Stop! No! Her fallen companions screamed in anguish, powerless to intervene. Bang! At the critical moment, a white figure flashed behind the girl, fingers catching her collar and giving it a gentle tug. The familiar motion was as casual as when they had first met in the corridor. The killing strike missed its mark, the two claws grazing past the girl's hair with a sharp whistling sound. Huh? The orange-haired girl snapped back to reality, turning to stare blankly at the white-robed youth who had appeared behind her, her eyes instantly becoming dazed. It was him. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly emerge from nowhere, a flash of murderous intent crossed the cross-robed invader's eyes as he swiftly redirected his hands, striking toward Bai Yu like lightning. Watch out! The orange-haired girl screamed in alarm, lunging forward desperately, only to be grabbed by Bai Yu with one hand and tossed backward like a crumpled piece of paper. The girl lost her balance midair and crashed down hard. The moment she looked up, she witnessed those vicious twin palms slamming toward Bai Yu's head. Ha ha ha, you little brat, this is what you get for meddling. The cross-robed invader laughed maniacally, as if already envisioning blood splattering everywhere. However, the expected carnage never materialized. There wasn't even the sensation of impact. The invader's brow furrowed as he looked down to see Bai Yu standing completely motionless, surrounded by an almost transparent, invisible barrier that held the attack firmly at bay, just centimeters away. In that brief moment, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly transformed into gray-white serpentine pupils. The instant the invader met that gaze, he was dragged into an illusory space, his consciousness freezing completely. To the onlookers, he simply stood there rigid. In the next second, Bai Yu raised his staff, cold light flashing through the air as it came crashing down with a resounding bang. A dull thud accompanied by a crisp splat echoed as flesh and blood exploded like a watermelon bursting open. The invader's body folded backward and crashed to the ground with a thump, blood rapidly spreading beneath him, staining the earth a dark crimson. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped, their expressions shifting between shock and terror. The orange-haired girl and her two companions covered their mouths, retching as their faces turned deathly pale. The remaining three cross-robed invaders stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That kid had actually crushed someone's head with a single staff blow? That kind of power was completely beyond their comprehension. Even more terrifying was how Bai Yu remained utterly calm after killing someone, showing no trace of panic, nothing like what you'd expect from a teenager. A chill ran down their spines as they instinctively backed away. Buzz. The air trembled as crimson energy rapidly condensed into floating orbs before Bai Yu, hovering ominously while radiating suffocating heat and pressure. You all must die. Energy breath, Bai Yu spoke in low tones, sweeping his palm forward. In the next instant, scarlet beams poured down like a meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions erupted in blinding flashes of fire, the ground caving in as dust clouds billowed upward. Those invaders didn't even have time to scream before being torn to ash by the light beams. The explosive energy storm surged in all directions, shaking debris skyward throughout the ruins. At the center of the tempest stood Bai Yu, his white robes whipping in the wind, black hair dancing wildly, those cold serpentine eyes growing even more chilling under the red glow. Behind him, the orange-haired girl and her two companions stared at this scene in stunned silence, their hearts overwhelmed with indescribable shock. The eerie, grayish-white gleam in his eyes gradually faded as his vertical pupils returned to normal human irises. Bai Yu stood quietly in the center of the clearing, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the mottled stone slabs at his feet, while an icy aura spread like winter night's bitter wind. From the moment those Crusader landers had set their sights on Jiang Xinyan, they were already inscribed on his death list for a dragon's reverse scale. When touched, brings death. 4. He silently tallied the body count in his mind. After a long moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze. He didn't even bother to look at the Crusader lander beneath his feet who had been smashed into bloody pulp, as if it were merely a bag of rotting garbage unworthy of his attention. This bone-deep indifference toward life made the three rescued landers behind him involuntarily shiver, chills running down their spines. The young man before them had just saved their lives, yet he seemed like a god of death who might raise his blade to harvest them next. Only the orange-haired girl was different. She stared at Bai Yu in a daze, and amid her shock, seemed to glimpse some hidden conviction beneath his cold mask. She understood that battles between landers were always brutal, but she knew even more clearly that without Bai Yu, she and her companions would already be lying in pools of blood. Therefore, she couldn't look at him with the eyes one would use for a demon. Instead, she found herself defending him in her heart again and again. He must have had compelling reasons. Besides, those who fell weren't innocent, but villains who had intended to kill them. Her two companions gradually came to their senses, exchanging complex looks toward Bai Yu. Gratitude, fear, and unease mingled together like an indigestible stone lodged in their throats. Bai Yu glanced at them, taking in their expressions completely, yet remained unmoved. Having transformed into the world serpent, he had long grown accustomed to other landers' fear of him and couldn't be bothered to care now. He lifted his foot to leave when an urgent, clear voice called from behind, "Please wait." The orange-haired girl snapped back to reality and, ignoring her companion's astonished gazes, hurried to Bai Yu's side. She looked up, earnestly meeting his eyes. As their gazes locked, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her fingertips gripping her hem tightly. Taking a deep breath to suppress her racing heartbeat, she spoke solemnly. "Thank you for saving us. May I ask your name?" As her words fell, she bowed deeply, maintaining the respectful posture for a long time without rising. Her two companions behind her watched in bewilderment, exchanging glances that revealed bitter smiles in each other's eyes. Both men grimaced, enduring the pain from their wounds as they approached Bai Yu. Like the orange-haired girl, they bowed deeply and said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you." A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yu's eyes. The three maintained their bowing posture, and it seemed they wouldn't straighten up until he responded. "No need," he said flatly, uttering just two words. Having received his response, the three secretly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood upright. Looking more closely, the cold, murderous aura that had surrounded Bai Yu seemed to have largely dissipated, making him appear completely different from the youth who had just defeated his enemy with a single devastating strike. If not for the scorched ground covered in cracks and the grotesquely disfigured corpse lying nearby, they might have doubted whether he had truly been responsible for the recent battle. Seeing this, the orange-haired girl became even more convinced of her judgment. The person who had saved her twice could never be the life-despising demon from the rumors. She stared at Bai Yu with wide, bright eyes, her gaze burning with intensity. Bai Yu noticed and raised an eyebrow slightly. The Sword Soul youth and the young demon hunter boy exchanged knowing smiles, tinged with helplessness. They both knew well that once this incredibly stubborn girl set her mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. The girl took a deep breath, her small face filled with seriousness. "Please tell me your name. We will definitely repay your life-saving grace." "That's not necessary." Bai Yu waved his hand and started to leave. Whoosh! The girl flashed in front of him, blocking his path completely. Bai Yu paused, then tried to step around her. The girl seemed to have a built-in tracking system, moving bit by bit to follow his movements. Bai Yu was speechless and could only look toward the other two. The Sword Soul youth shrugged. The little boy spread his hands, both wearing expressions that said, "We can't control her either." He instantly understood. This girl wasn't just naive and innocent. She was incredibly stubborn. If he didn't give his name today, she could easily take her obstinacy to astronomical levels, stubborn enough to break through the heavens. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. "Bai Xiao." The orange-haired girl was stunned at first, then her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled brilliantly. The Sword Soul youth and the little boy quickly searched their memories, silently repeating the name several times before suddenly remembering something. Their eyes widened in unison. Bai Xiao. You're that Bai Xiao." Only then did the orange-haired girl react, her smile freezing on her face as she stared at Bai Yu in shock, mouth slightly agape. The white-robed youth standing before them, who appeared to be around their age, was actually the legend that countless players had been discussing online recently. The first to kill the hidden boss, the forest dragon, who had obtained a divine artifact worth millions, and who still held the strength testing record. All these achievements belonged to him alone. The three were so shocked they were momentarily speechless, their eyes practically glowing with excitement. A living celebrity was standing right in front of them. Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Bai Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's with those expressions? Am I really that famous? In his view, he was just an ordinary player. Killing the forest dragon first was just good luck, and he happened to get a divine artifact that sold for about 1 million. As for the strength testing record, that was just a result he casually achieved when he wanted to test his punch strength, nothing worth making a big fuss about. Oh right, he did still hold the strength record title. But now that his bloodline had upgraded again, if he took the test again, he could easily raise that record by a significant margin. But had he gone to do it? No, he hadn't. So, just keep a normal mindset about it. Enter friend name, Bai Xiao. Request sent. Location, the same clearing as before. After telling the trio his name, Bai Yu raised his hand to put away his staff and quietly departed. The orange-haired girl quickly typed Bai Xiao in the friend interface and clicked send. Soon, the system notification appeared, friend request accepted. She stared wide-eyed at the new name that appeared in her list, her entire face instantly lighting up with a smile as she bounced excitedly in place twice. Yes, it went through. Now Bai Xiao is my friend. The sword-wielding youth and his companion beside him watched with envy, swallowing hard in frustration. They also wanted to add Bai Xiao as a friend, but thinking back to the awkward scene earlier, they deflated. Forget it, forget it. Among the three of us, it doesn't matter who adds him. In fact, this friend request was something the orange-haired girl had fought hard to secure. Under normal circumstances, the two would have definitely pushed forward despite their embarrassment, but now they could only give up. Watching the girl's delighted expression, they secretly wondered, does she really want to repay his kindness, or is she simply trying to curry favor? How about when we get back, we invite Bai Yu to visit the orphanage? We could treat him to a nice meal. The sword-wielding youth and his companion nearly fell over. This is what you call repaying kindness? Inviting him to an orphanage? Is your brain made of muscle? After some discussion, the three reached an agreement. They should invite Bai Yu to a fancy hotel outside for a proper meal. Should we invite the director and the others too? Better not. From how Bai Yu acted earlier, he doesn't seem to like meeting strangers. Just the three of us inviting him should be fine. Having the director there might make things awkward. True, but do you think he'll agree? Orange, why don't you ask again? The orange-haired girl, Orange, swiped her fingers across the light screen a few times and frowned. I asked, but he hasn't replied yet. Then let's wait for his response. What should we do now? Log off or keep grinding? Keep grinding, of course. We haven't finished today's quests yet. At this point, the sword-wielding youth couldn't help but reminisce about that earlier scene. Bai Yu was incredible. Even though he's a mage, when he swung that staff to bash enemies, my heart nearly stopped. That force was more brutal than any warrior. The other added, and that magic spell definitely high tier. 4th rank, 5th rank. The power was insane. When will I ever be as strong as him? The trio's voices gradually faded as they walked deeper into the forest, eventually swallowed by the shadows of the trees. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after leaving the clearing, Bai Yu used his mental perception to conduct a carpet search of the surrounding area, hoping to find other Logaden users wearing cross robes. He made his way to the outskirts of various national assault team bases, but still found nothing, so he had to give up. Afterward, he cloaked himself and lurked near the Dragon Nation base for a long time, confirming there were no anomalies before teleporting away. At almost the same time, in the real world at the training base, Base Commander Long Shanha received a report from his subordinates, his face instantly darkening as his clenched fists cracked audibly. At this moment, Base Commander Long Shanha, upon hearing the news from his subordinates, was so furious that his entire body trembled with rage. The assault team members' families have been attacked. At this critical moment, have the perpetrators been identified? Who are they? Where are they now? Long Shanha lowered his voice, each word falling like iron nails hammered into a powder keg. The young man delivering the report clenched his fingers until they turned white, his voice trembling. We haven't identified the attackers yet. What? Bang. The desk shook violently, sending documents flying. Long Shanha shot to his feet, startling the young man so badly he nearly collapsed. After a brief moment of losing composure, Long Shanha took a deep breath, his knuckles white as he gripped the desk edge, forcibly suppressing the rage churning in his chest. His mind raced through possible masterminds behind the attack. The first to surface was that international organization codenamed God's Smile. His instincts told him the assault was likely connected to that group. But regardless of who was behind it, the most urgent priority now was capturing the perpetrators and rescuing the family members. If the assault team learned of this incident, the blow to morale would be immeasurable. Right now, immediately, dispatch additional personnel. Capture the attackers at the first opportunity and ensure the family's safety. His voice was low but resolute. The young man straightened his spine and responded, Understood. Long Shanha added, Keep this information classified for now. Especially don't let it affect the assault mission. Yes. The young man turned and rushed out of the office. As the door closed, the office fell into brief silence. Long Shanha slowly sat down, his gaze sweeping over the tactical map on his desk, his eyes carrying suppressed killing intent. Once the assault mission was complete, settling scores could wait. Within the interdimensional teleportation array, glowing patterns flowed as players transformed into light beams, shuttling back and forth. A flash of white light appeared as Bai Yu exited the inner world, landing on the hall platform. A message notification popped up in his friend's list that only had 2 friends. 1. Hell Knight Oyangingjia. 2. The orange-haired girl he'd just added, ID, Orange. Profession, Female Chi Master. Treat me to dinner? Bai Yu rubbed his temples, which ached slightly from prolonged tension, and suddenly felt a bit hungry. The girl's suggestion was quite appealing. The most direct way to repay a favor was through a proper meal. He had originally planned to take her to that decent buffet restaurant, but she had already chosen the location, a luxury hotel in the city center. A change of taste would be nice too. After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, No problem. When? Though he really wanted to say right now would be fine. Great. How about we go tonight? Came the instant reply. Sure. It's settled then. By the way, Bai Yu, what's your phone number? So we can contact each other. 1842. After exchanging contact information, Bai Yu exited the teleportation hall interface and returned to his bedroom in reality. Meanwhile, the orange-haired girl stared at the sent notification on her screen, so excited she stomped her feet, turning to her 2 companions and exclaiming, Wonderful. Bai Yu agreed. We're having a feast tonight. Her clear voice echoed through the hall, drawing glances from several passing players. Bai Yu. They seemed to recognize that name. Her companions, helpless but indulgent, lifted her up on either side and hurried away. When the other players looked again, they found the orange-haired girl had already been carried off by her two companions, and finally all three transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the dimensional hall. The Otherworld's Tower of Gods, 29th floor. Around the time Bai Yu and the orange-haired girl had agreed to meet for dinner, several climbers wearing black uniforms with white crosses stepped into the clearing where the earlier battle had taken place. The ground was torn and cracked, debris scattered everywhere, with only a mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood. The faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. Everyone's expressions instantly darkened. Who did this? How dare they touch our people? If I find out who it was, I won't leave them with a whole corpse. Angry roars erupted one after another. At the front of the group, a man wearing a black feather mask crouched down, removed one glove, and examined the corpse's wounds and the bullet marks around it, remaining silent throughout. Cold, killing intent spread with each breath of mist he exhaled, as if freezing the surrounding temperature to the bone. After a long while, he looked up. The eyes behind the mask were calm without the slightest ripple, but those familiar with him understood that beneath that peaceful exterior surged overwhelming murderous intent. Let's go. With those two simple words, he stood up first. The other members exchanged glances and silently followed, leaving only the sound of wind sweeping across the empty ground. The real world. Seeing that the agreed dinner time was approaching, Bai Yu quickly tidied up and headed out. After about 10 minutes, he stood on the empty street at his residential complex entrance, stuffed his phone into his pocket, glanced at the bus stop, and sighed. Forget it. I'll just walk. The thought of buying a vehicle crossed his mind more strongly than ever. About half an hour later, he stopped in front of a restaurant called White Swan Sichuan Cuisine. Bai Yu over here. In the distance, the orange-haired girl and her two companions had just arrived, her smile radiant as she waved. Having exchanged contact information earlier, she already knew Bai Yu's real name and called out naturally and familiarly. After the group met up, they entered the main hall. Crystal chandeliers reflected golden light, and rosewood screens displayed intricate carvings, exuding luxury everywhere. Wow, this place is like a palace. Is this the kind of place where ancient emperors dined? Amid their exclamations, the three girls exchanged glances, their hearts simultaneously sinking. This place must be expensive. Having grown up in an orphanage, they had always been careful with money. If not for repaying Bai Yu's life-saving grace, they would never have made such an extravagant decision. But having spoken the words, there was no room for regret, and besides, compared to a life-saving debt, one meal was nothing. Don't worry, there are only 4 of us. We can't eat that much. Didn't we get some good drops today? We won't touch the orphanage's share, but if we pool our 3 portions together, it should definitely be enough. Worst case, we'll farm more monsters tomorrow, or go to lower floors to lead boss raids and earn it back. They deliberately lowered their voices, but Bai Yu, walking beside them, heard every word clearly. He smiled silently to himself. So, if money was tight, why choose to eat at a place like this? Actually, he knew of a decent buffet restaurant, but Bai Yu didn't bring it up. He could tell that the orange-haired girl and her 2 companions had chosen this 5-star hotel specifically to express their heartfelt gratitude to him, so suggesting a different venue would only dampen their spirits. In the private dining room, after ordering was complete, the orange-haired girl enthusiastically sidled up to Bai Yu, chattering away about this and that, while her 2 companions at the neighboring seats seemed rather reserved. When the exquisite dishes were served one by one, the aroma of the food instantly dissolved the awkwardness, and as everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Bai Yu had always been a hearty eater, earning him the title of Best Dining Companion, and under his influence, the trio's appetite exploded. Being their first time in an upscale hotel, none of them wanted to hold back, so they all went all out. Finally, everyone reached their limit and reluctantly put down their utensils, though they had also pushed the bill to its extreme. Huh. A pitiful cry pierced through the luxurious hotel lobby. After settling the bill, the orange-haired girl and her companions staggered out through the revolving door, their faces written with utter despair. That long string of numbers had completely drained their carefully saved piggy bank. Not a penny left. Woo woo woo. The 3 wailed inwardly, and Bai Yu felt somewhat sorry for them. Even at parting, the trio still seemed shrouded in gloom. Goodbye, Bai Yu. Are you guys really okay? We're fine. We're doing great. They forced themselves to wave, but their steps were weighed down by invisible burdens. Bai Yu quietly patted his stomach and muttered to himself. I was actually holding back earlier. After a moment's consideration, he abandoned the idea of getting an extra meal at that buffet restaurant and headed home instead. What he didn't know was that on the rooftop of a building across from that very buffet restaurant, a foreign woman with flaxen hair and graceful curves had been lying behind a sniper rifle, sitting motionless through the entire windy night. A night's wind was rather restless. Back in his apartment living room, Bai Yu launched an assault on a large bucket of Kenji chicken family meal. Though he hadn't gone to the buffet, he couldn't let his stomach stay empty, so ordering takeout was the first thing he did upon entering. More than 10 minutes later, he set down his half-finished iced cola, contentedly cleaned up the table, then with a thought, logged into the inner world. The Dragon Nation strike team remained completely inactive, further confirming his time calculations. One last day remained if nothing unexpected happened. Tomorrow would be the crucial moment from his memories, the day the Dragon Nation strike team would challenge the boss. He repeatedly entered and exited the inner world until the system time reset to 0, then returned to the real world as the clock hands approached midnight. In the deep night, in his bedroom, hazy moonlight streamed through the window onto the ceiling as Bai Yu lay on his side, gazing upward, his thoughts drifting far away. The night passed without incident. The next day was the weekend, with overcast skies that soon began drizzling. Bai Yu woke early, washed up, and headed out with an umbrella, hastily finished breakfast outside his residential complex, then returned home once more. Login. As his consciousness activated, his entire being transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the bedroom and reappearing in the dimensional space lobby. Tower of God, 29th floor. Deep in the mountain forest, the rustling of branches and leaves echoed continuously as a slender figure weaved through the trees. The girl pushed aside branches with one hand, her gaze fixed on the faint glimmer of light at the fork ahead. Unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips, she was almost there. The sensation in her heart was crystal clear. The snake god was just ahead. At her feet, a black furry ball the size of a fist struggled to keep up, its short limbs creating soft rustling sounds on the fallen leaves. The moment she burst from the woods, sunlight bathed the girl's profile, and her smile bloomed like a flower as she called out almost reflexively, "Lord Snake God." But the next second, the unfamiliar figure of a young man in the center of the clearing froze her joy in place. Her half-open mouth hung in midair, her steps rooted to the spot as she stared blankly at the youth. "Where's boss? Where's boss?" The fluffy black little fur ball circled around the girl, looking everywhere. It completely ignored the human in the clearing, searching all around but finding no trace of Bai Yu. Finally, it looked up at the girl, its adorably ugly face full of confusion. "Where's my boss?" Following the girl's gaze, it finally noticed the young man, its little head immediately filled with question marks. "You came." The youth spoke. It was indeed Bai Yu. He paused for a moment, then remembered the girl's special sensitivity to his aura. The girl only dared to observe from afar, not approaching. Bai Yu was currently maintaining his human appearance without revealing his world serpent form, so her hesitation was perfectly natural. "Came? What came?" The King of Darkness squinted as it scrutinized Bai Yu, its aura of looking down upon heaven and earth unconcealed, clearly adopting a heaven's first, I'm second attitude. "Human brat, do I know you well?" It didn't notice that after hearing those two words, "you came," the girl's eyes showed undisguised shock, her heart already vaguely guessing the truth. Bai Yu examined the black fur ball with interest. "This thing is the King of Darkness? How did it get smaller?" "What?" The King of Darkness felt insulted, dark mist rolling across its surface as its form visibly expanded, cold eyes locking onto Bai Yu. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. "So it can transform?" "That's more like its smaller version was really uncomfortable to look at." "Uncomfortable? Huh. Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" The King of Darkness cracked its knuckles, bone joints popping, about to teach this death-seeking human a lesson when it heard the girl's urgent shout. "King of Darkness, don't." It was too late. The King of Darkness transformed into a black shadow in a flash, moving so fast it left an afterimage, its 5 claws gleaming coldly as they tore through the air, striking directly at Bai Yu's chest. Bang! A dull impact exploded, sending a ring of white energy waves spreading from between the two figures, making the forest leaves flutter wildly. When the dust settled, Bai Yu remained completely motionless, his gaze calmly fixed on the King of Darkness. "This brat." The King of Darkness felt a chill in its heart as the feedback from its claws told it that its attack had been blocked by some kind of force. Looking closely, it saw that Bai Yu was surrounded by a faint, nearly invisible barrier that would be impossible to detect without careful observation. Just then, the girl's voice came from behind once again. "He is the snake god." The Dark King's body trembled violently as he stiffly turned around, his face screaming, "You've got to be kidding me." But the girl maintained her shocked yet serious expression, which said everything. Crack! The Dark King seemed to hear something shatter deep within his heart. He looked back at Bai Yu, who was squinting with interest, as if examining a new toy. Bai Yu casually raised his 5 fingers, his palm descending like a mountain to suppress everything below. The Dark King's face changed dramatically on the spot, and with a bang, his form rapidly shrank. Smack! Bai Yu caught the now tiny head perfectly. The Dark King didn't dare breathe, staring with round eyes and looking utterly obedient. If he could grow a tail, it would definitely be wagging non-stop. "Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me." His voice was trembling. Bai Yu stared for a few seconds, ultimately suppressing the urge to crush its head, and casually tossed it away. I don't have such stupid subordinates. With that, he turned and walked toward the girl. The Dark King flipped in midair, landed, and immediately scurried back to Bai Yu's feet, refusing to leave no matter how much he was shooed away. Bai Yu couldn't be bothered and listened to the girl explain her purpose. Recently, the monsters attacking the tribe had become increasingly violent. Bai Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The girl nodded earnestly, her clear eyes hiding deep curiosity. The snake god was actually a boy, and only a few years older than her. After a moment of thought, Bai Yu decided to visit the tribe. If he couldn't find the cause, he could simply clear out all the monsters within several kilometers. Not much trouble. Of course, he was more concerned about the Dragon Nation outpost and needed to check on it first before departing. The girl and the Dark King traveled together. Since the latter had shrunk in size, it didn't arouse suspicion from other players along the way, so Bai Yu allowed it to follow. Real-world bedroom. Tang Hao gripped his homemade heavy hammer in his right hand, swinging it repeatedly. Sweat had long soaked through his t-shirt, but he refused to stop. Outside the window, the rain was getting heavier, and his mother's voice called out. He responded and finally stopped, breathing heavily. Just one more day. He gazed at the gray, misty rain, his emotions gradually settling. Thinking about tomorrow's assessment, his fists unconsciously clenched, nervous, yet even more excited. After dinner, he still needed to train more. Real world, a room filled with girlish charm. Colorful paper cranes hung by the window. Xia Yingying sat on the windowsill in a white silk nightgown, her left hand supporting her chin as she listened to the soft patter of raindrops against the glass. Her slender white fingers played with the paper cranes, her gaze drifting through the rain and mist outside. After a moment, a gentle smile curved her lips. I hope tomorrow will be nice weather. Against the backdrop of the gray rain, her eyes sparkled brightly, full of anticipation. Inner World Tower of Gods, 29th floor, Dragon Nation outpost, in the forest. All reserve members had gathered, looking solemnly toward the front of the group. The assault team, led by Jiang Xinyan, was fully equipped and ready. She swept her gaze across everyone, her expression grave. Let's move out. This battle has finally come. As her words fell, everyone followed her forward, heading straight for the floor's guardian boss. The 29th floor boss assault battle begins. Under the grim sky, cold winds swept through the air, carrying an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to weigh down on everything below. The Dragon Nation assault team emerged from the dense forest, their vision suddenly expanding. A vast, unobstructed clearing stretched out before them, surrounded by pitch-black mountain ranges that loomed like colossal beasts. At the center stood a towering black spire piercing the clouds, like a steel nail driven between heaven and earth, silent yet imposing. Everyone's gaze instinctively fixed on the tower's entrancia, massive creature blocking the way. Infernal four-symbol beast, level 60. It lay crouched like a mountain, its rock-like hide gleaming with a cold, hard texture in the gray light. Even in slumber, a suffocating aura of power emanated from its body. Jiang Xinyan's golden hair whipped in the fierce wind as she stared at the tower guardian boss. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, her heartbeat gradually steadied. A familiar figure flashed through her mind, and her eyes instantly hardened with determination. Xinyan, we're counting on you all now. Long Shana's voice was low and solemn. They had prepared for this assault for far too long. Now, with everything on the line, the significance of victory or defeat needed no explanation. The 8-member assault team nodded in silent understanding. After exchanging glances with the 20-plus reserve members, they strode boldly toward the center of the clearing. The reserves followed only halfway before spreading into a protective formation under Longshana's command, ready to provide support for the main force. After all this preparation, the moment has finally come. Haha, my greatsword is thirsting for battle. Just don't wet yourself when things get intense. I'll admit it, I am actually a bit nervous. Once this fight's over, drinks are on everyone. Their laughter carried across the wind, yet couldn't mask the gravity weighing on each person's heart. The assault team maintained steady steps, quickly forming an arrow formation. At the point, Jiang Xinyan raised her right hand, emerald light coalescing into a knight's longsword. On her left arm, thorny vines instantly wove together into a guardian shield, the perfect embodiment of an offensive-defensive guardian knight. Flanking her in the second row, 2 men clad in steel armor gripped a war hammer and heavy sword respectively, their footsteps ringing with metallic precision. Behind them, the Sudaloli Su-in raised her elemental staff, while the white-haired male mage beside her chanted incantations in low tones, enhancement magic flickering at his fingertips. In the formation's center, a burly paladin held aloft a crucifix, his mere presence radiating reassurance. Beside him stood a handsome young man wielding a katana, his eyes calm and sharp as a blade in its sheath. At the rear, a pale man with waist-length black hair appeared, frail and unsteady, dark energy swirling around him. Yet those who knew him understood the madness and ruthlessness hidden beneath that sickly facade. Blessing of strength, blessing of speed, blessing of spirit, Blessing of defense. The paladin's deep voice rang clear even above the howling wind. The paladin held his crucifix against his chest, radiating holy light, as blessing after blessing transformed into visible white halos that spread outward, enveloping each team member. At the moment they were about to enter the Tower Guardian boss's range, the assault team that had been advancing steadily suddenly broke into a sprint. At the front, Jiang Xinyan and two other warriors charged ahead, their weapons blazing with brilliant light as they ran, sharp as daylight. Almost instantly, the slumbering infernal four symbols beast awakened abruptly. Four ancient stone-like heads lifted in unison, their stone eyes burst open, and beams of light pierced through the darkness. Roar! The earth-shaking beast's roar transformed into visible sound waves, rippling outward in circles, making the air tremble and the ground crack beneath. The paladin veteran at the rear had been preparing for this moment, instantly layering defensive shields over all team members the instant the boss let out its cry. Bang! 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 The ground collapsed as if struck by massive hammers, thick cracks spreading in all directions. The shields absorbed the impact for everyone, and the assault team seized the opportunity to launch their counterattack. Jiang Xinyan transformed into a silver streak of light, her knight's sword charged to its limit before splitting into several razor-sharp blades. Slash! 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 The sword energy tore through the air with consecutive sonic booms, striking hard against the infernal four symbols beast's tough rocky hide. The two warriors following close behind unleashed their skills, their attacks merging with Jiang Xinyan's assault. Under the protection of the shields, the three fighters unleashed their maximum potential, firmly restraining the Tower Guardian boss and creating perfect positioning for the rear damage dealers. The paladin veteran moved through the center of the formation, his eyes constantly monitoring both the boss and his teammates' conditions, not missing even the slightest change. This was the combat strategy the assault team had practiced extensively, combined with their recent research on the boss. If everything went smoothly, they could definitely succeed. All assault team members' eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. Shortly after the Dragon Nation assault team engaged the boss, the massive commotion alerted nearby assault teams from other countries, who rushed to the battlefield's perimeter to observe the situation. Soon after, ordinary climbers on this floor also arrived upon hearing the news. The battle has already started? Has the Dragon Nation assault team finally made their move? I wonder if they can successfully defeat the Tower Guardian boss this time. The Peacock Nation just suffered a crushing defeat recently, yet Dragon Nation dares to act so quickly? Do they have some secret strategy? When the crowd reached the perimeter, their eyes were completely captivated by the intense battle in the clearing, unable to look away. Incredible. They're absolutely incredible. Witnessing a national team in combat up close for the first time, everyone marveled at their grace and life-or-death decision-making. Is this the true strength of a national team? I think they're easily on par with those people on the rankings. Of course, if they were weaker than those people, how could they have been selected for the Dragon Nation assault team? I think they have a real chance this time. Go national team. Damn, watching this gets my blood pumping. I want to jump in and help. Unlike the reactions of other Dragon Nation climbers, members of various national assault teams had also appeared here, their gazes all focused intently on the boss, observing its every attack, the changes before and after each assault, the power of those attacks, and so on. For the assault team members from various nations, this battle presented a rare opportunity to observe and learn. After the devastating defeat of the Peacock Nation in the previous battle, no other team dared to initiate combat lightly. Now, with the Dragon Nation's assault team taking the lead against the enemy, everyone wanted to seize this chance to uncover the Tower Guardian boss's trump cards and prepare for future direct confrontations. Several core members of the Lighthouse Nation's faction exchanged subtle glances, their eyes shifting between the battlefield and the tactical display. Beyond studying the Tower Guardian boss, they were more focused on the graceful figure charging at the forefront, Queen Jiang Xinyan. Her every precise strike and agile maneuver kept the massive boss locked into her rhythm, creating ideal damage windows for her teammates. Even as potential adversaries, they had to admit that Jiang Xinyan was indeed ridiculously powerful. How much preparation did they do to fight this smoothly? Can they really take down this monster? Don't get ahead of yourself, it just awakened. The real challenge is yet to come. The Peacock Nation almost reached the fourth phase, but still got wiped out. Who knows how many transformation stages this thing actually has? Discussions rippled through the crowd, yet all eyes remained fixed on the center of the battle. On the battlefield, as the Dragon Nation team executed their seamless coordination, the infernal four symbols beast let out a piercing howl. Cracks spread across its massive body, and the four stone heads displayed agonized, menacing expressions. Accompanied by deep rumbling, overwhelming energy churned through the air, creating visible ripples that shook the ground and sent fine sand flying. Here it comes, the Tower Guardian boss's second phase. Jiang Xinyan's mind sharpened as her sword lowered slightly against her waist. The entire team instantly tightened their formation, Everyone's nerves stretched to the breaking point. The spectators in the rear held their breath, not daring to blink. Buzz, 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 buzz. Blazing flames, raging winds, crackling lightning, and surging waves, four elemental energies compressed rapidly within the infernal four symbols beast's massive maws before erupting like a bursting dam. Boom, 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 boom. Lightning streaked across the sky, instantly weaving heaven and earth into a deadly blue net. Flames rolled and surged, their scorching heat hitting like molten iron. Wind blades sliced through the air with piercing shrieks, dancing chaotically. High-pressure water columns struck like massive pillars, raising thick clouds of dust. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a hellscape of multiple natural disasters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xinyan and her team moved like arrows released from fully drawn bows, weaving through the barrage of elemental torrents. Each roll and landing pushed the limits of timing, being even half a beat too slow would mean certain death. The spectators felt cold sweat breaking out layer by layer on their backs, as if they themselves were walking a tightrope over a cliff, where one wrong step would send them plummeting into the abyss. The hearts of the Dragon Nation's participants rose and fell with their team members' movements, their knuckles white from clenched fists, yet none could bear to look away. The infernal four symbols beast's assault continued for several minutes, and throughout those grueling minutes, the Dragon Nation's assault team managed to avoid taking even the slightest damage, executing evasion with exquisite perfection. In the brief window between the boss's attack ending and its next assault beginning, the assault team launched another offensive. Sword energy swept like hurricanes, magic crackled like thunder, and colorful formation patterns crisscrossed through the air, striking the rocky shell of the infernal four symbols beast in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosions were deafening as the 8 massive stone legs scrambled frantically, trying to escape the barrage of firepower. Meanwhile, the 4 stone heads fought independently, each opening its mouth to unleash energy shock waves as thick as water barrels. Boom, 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 boom. The earth was pierced like tofu, instantly exploding into enormous craters. Whoosh! Jiang Xinyan raised her guardian shield high with her left hand, conjuring a shimmering green barrier as she charged forward, deflecting all the scattered aftershocks. She pressed close to the ground, approaching the giant beast. At the precise moment when 2 shock waves intersected, her knight's sword in her right hand erupted with brilliant light, transforming into a fluorescent meteor that shot through the gap. Swish boom! The sword light struck heavily against the infernal four symbols beast's flank, instantly covering the rocky shell with spiderweb cracks. One of the stone faces contorted in agony, letting out a long howl toward the sky. The remaining 3 heads immediately turned, their cold gazes locking onto Jiang Xinyan. The other team members quickly raised their hands to cast skills, trying to regain aggro, but the giant beast ignored all other attacks, seeing only her. Oh no, Xinyan's been targeted. Everyone attack now. The shout had barely ended when intense sonic booms accompanied multiple torrents of terrifying energy cascading down, instantly engulfing the entire area. Boom, boom, boom. Through the rolling flames, a fluorescent silhouette burst through the smoke. Her barrier shattered and rapidly regenerated as Jiang Xinyan's figure emerged. Without pause, she dodged again as the boss's chain attacks pursued relentlessly. During her high-speed evasion, she deliberately guided the impact points of the shock waves, drawing all the firepower away from her teammates. Her teammates understood immediately, steadying their formation and unleashing furious attacks on the boss. At the same time, the paladin's wholly defensive shield fell upon her instantly, adding another layer of protection to this life-or-death chase. Under the seamless coordination of the Dragon Nation assault team, the infernal four symbols beast entering its second phase was completely suppressed. With aggro firmly held by Jiang Xinyan, the massive body was already covered in wounds, and one of the stone heads showed visible cracks, broken and incomplete. That's it. Excellent. At this rate, we'll definitely win. In the rear half of the clearing, the reserves on guard duty were restless with excitement, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. Even Long Shanha clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield. Finally, accompanied by the boss's piercing shriek of agony, the giant beast crashed to the ground. The reserves, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, instantly switched to combat mode. Now, at Long Shanha's command, everyone roared and charged with full force. Outside the battlefield, the crowd was stunned by this senior group of Dragon Nation reserves rushing forward regardless of life and death, sprinting toward the still smoking dust. Watching their retreating figures, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, speechless for a long time. It was common knowledge that the infernal four symbols beast would enter a vulnerability period lasting less than a minute after its second phase ended, before entering the third phase. But what exactly were these people trying to do? Did they think they could take advantage of these brief dozens of seconds to unleash full damage and defeat the boss in one go? Naive. The boss's vulnerability period lasted less than a minute. What could they possibly accomplish in such a short time? Was this the strategy Dragon Nation had developed? Absolutely ridiculous. After the initial shock, the assault teams from various countries quickly regained their composure, inwardly scoffing at what they witnessed. If the Tower Guardian boss could really be taken down so easily by the Dragon Nation team, they might as well pack up and go home. Nearly all foreign team members shared this sentiment. However, this didn't diminish their awe at the scene before them. Watching those reserve members charge fearlessly toward the boss, many observers felt the urge to fight alongside them. At the center of the battlefield, the addition of the reserve members caused damage output to skyrocket instantly. The paladin raised his staff high, continuously casting blessing auras that enveloped nearly every teammate. Mages followed closely behind, their staffs glowing with layered runes as they continuously stacked beneficial buffs on their allies. Arrow volleys, lightning bolts, sword energy, and fireballs intertwined in what appeared chaotic but precisely switched rhythms, as if everyone had rehearsed this 1,000 times. In just 1 minute, the Dragon Nation combat personnel unleashed damage far beyond anyone's imagination. Charge! Blast it! Roars erupted one after another as everyone cast life and death aside, seeking just once to carve their strength into the boss's health bar. Roar! The infernal four-symbol beast suddenly broke free from its weakened state, dark energy surging wildly from its pores. Its 4 pairs of eyes gradually turned pitch black, flickering with sinister light. The iron chains binding its 8 legs exploded with thunderous cracks, shattering instantly. Its uncontrolled fury caused its 8 legs to sweep horizontally, while its piercing shrieks transformed into ear-splitting sound waves that swept in all directions. All reserve members, retreat immediately. Long Shanha commanded in a deep voice. The reserves had come for this 1 minute alone, and now that the boss was fully awakened, their mission was complete. Looking at the leg that had cracked to its limit but ultimately hadn't broken, Long Shanha felt secretly regretful he had been so close to crippling one of the boss's supports. Regardless, this 1 minute's achievement was brilliant enough. The upcoming third phase battle was beyond the reserve's capability. More people meant more variables, which would only disrupt the assault team's coordination. Upon receiving orders, the reserves quickly retreated. However, the frenzied infernal four-symbol beast had already transformed into a war machine, its 8 legs charging wildly, while continuously spitting energy projectiles from its mouth. Lightning, flames, and explosions nearly covered the entire battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The retreating crowd was constantly sent flying by explosions, blood and debris falling together. A lightning energy projectile whistled toward them, about to engulf several reserve members. Bang! A warrior descended from above, raising his warhammer with both hands and slamming it into the ground. Earth and air waves rolled up into a wall, forcibly blocking the lightning. Go! He roared back, lifting his hammer to charge toward another direction, buying time for more people. Other assault team members did likewise, swimming against the current. Facing the Hell Four Symbols beast in its berserk state, they didn't retreat but charged forward instead. No good, the boss is too frenzied right now. We can't get close easily. All its attributes have more than doubled. Our skills are like tickling it. Everyone use crowd control abilities, lock down the boss. Battlefield perimeter. Long Shanha and other reserve members were forced to retreat to the safety zone. Looking back, they could only see the massive beast wreathed in black flames rampaging through the center. Cold sweat still beaded on their foreheads as they remained shaken, while every movement and every hit taken by the assault team members still inside tugged at their nerves. Even more onlookers gathered at the outer perimeter, many witnessing a Tower Guardian boss's berserk form for the first time. The colossal creature's surface roiled with demonic flames, and the tremors from its 8 legs crushing stone could be clearly heard even from 100 meters away. Imagining themselves facing that monster, the crowd collectively shudder at it would be certain death. Here comes the main event. Just standing here, you can feel the pressure. How long do you think those Dragon Nation folks can last? I'm actually surprised so many reserves managed to pull back, but they're probably at their limit now. Hope they can hold on a bit longer. International assault teams. Every team's best record was merely forcing the Hell Four Symbols beast into its third phase, which was exactly what the Dragon Nation assault team was experiencing now. The captains from various countries could see clearly. In its berserk state, every strike from the boss could shatter the main tank's shield, and any formation would be torn apart by brute force. The Dragon Nation team's positioning was already beginning to deform, clearly forced into emergency adjustments. At this rate, they won't last much longer. Some members sighed with regret, while others secretly gloated. It would be perfect if the Dragon Nation team was completely wiped out. The more casualties, the better. However, these dark thoughts were soon shattered by a sudden dramatic turn. Center of the battlefield. Boom. The ground exploded as thorny vines thick as tree trunks erupted from the earth. instantly weaving into an impenetrable forest that locked down all 8 massive legs of the Hell Four Symbols beast. The Berserk boss tried to charge, but was held firmly in place. At the source of the thorns stood a pristine white figure bathed in radiant light. Jiang Xinyan, shield in her left hand, knight's sword in her right, her white battle robe billowing, her expression solemn. Roar! The Four Symbols beast bellowed in fury, trying to break free as the thick vines continuously shattered. Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth, and amidst the sounds of destruction, she dismissed her shield and sword, pressing her arms together as energy poured from her body like a torrent. The ground beneath her feet cracked open again as more thorns grew wildly, covering dozens of meters in all directions within moments. Sea of Thorns. Is that? It's the Queen. Our nation's assault team ace. The Queen. The Thorn Queen. I've heard of her. Incredible. Go Dragon Nation assault team. Go Queen. You can do it. The Dragon Nation onlookers erupted completely, their cheers rising one after another as if trying to suppress all tension and fear. Other nations. Members of international assault teams also stared wide-eyed. One person actually restraining the boss during its berserk phase. They instinctively gripped their weapons tighter, their gazes locked onto that slender yet incredibly resolute figure, their eyes flickering constantly. The Empress truly lives up to her name. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan completely captured the attention of assault teams from every nation. Even the most arrogant warriors couldn't help but silently acknowledge that if they were in her position, they would hardly be able to achieve such perfection. Now's the time. In the center of the battlefield, the infernal four-symbol beast was tightly bound by thorny vines, and the Dragon Nation assault team immediately launched their full offensive. The paladin uncle flexed his arms, his armor clanging as blazing golden light erupted from his chest, spreading outward like tidal waves. Divine blessing. Golden radiance showered down, and his teammates felt their blood boiling with endless strength, their condition reaching unprecedented perfection. Roar! The infernal four-symbol beast struggled violently, its 8 legs pounding the ground as dark purple energy blasts bombarded the surroundings frantically, the vines on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, dark red liquid seeped from beneath the boss's feet, blood mist churning as countless bloody hands crawled up its body, restraining it once again. The one who acted was the pale-faced man at the rear of the team. Try this on for size. Dark energy gathered in his palm as a massive hand suddenly formed, crashing down from above with tremendous force. Get down. Boom. The giant dark palm pressed the boss firmly into the ground, the thunderous impact sending shockwaves and dust swirling. Other team members seized the opportunity to swarm forward, unleashing a barrage of blades, axes, fists, and feet. The infernal four-symbol beast's roar shook the heavens as its 8 legs strained upward, struggling to lift the giant palm. Just as it managed to free half its body, a nimble figure shot forward like lightning. The katana pierced the ground, its hilt rotating slightly with the blade as the center, ice blue magical patterns instantly spread outward. A cold wave swept through, the air turning frosty white as the ice formation extended all the way to the boss's feet, completely freezing its lower half and interrupting its movements once again. The onlooking adventurers watched in stunned amazement. The Dragon Nation assault team's 3 consecutive crowd controls, each perfectly timed, displayed a level of coordination and individual skill that left spectators feeling inferior. Ha! Well done. Now it's this master's turn. The Warhammer warrior roared skyward, crimson flames and golden light interweaving across his armor as he shot toward the boss like a cannonball. Explosive heavy hammer. Gripping his hammer with both hands, spinning at high speed, he transformed into a crimson tornado, crashing into the already cracked giant leg. Crack, crack, crack. Fissures spread rapidly, on the verge of complete collapse. At that moment, another heavy sword warrior from the rear charged forward. His heavy sword blazed with dazzling blue light as he raised it high, unleashing 2 magnificent sword strikes nearly 100 meters long. Moonlight Divine Slash. Whoosh, whoosh. The massive sword energy swept across the battlefield. The blade struck heavily against the boss's cracked leg, and with a final thunderous crash, the creature's limb finally snapped. The massive body lost its support and tilted to one side, crashing down heavily as debris scattered everywhere. Roar! The agonizing howl of the infernal four symbols beast shook heaven and earth, its deep sound waves stirring up rolling clouds of dust. On the battlefield behind them, assault teams from various nations stared wide-eyed. In unison, one of the boss's 8 legs had actually been severed. This had never happened before. No matter how dangerous a situation other countries had pushed the boss into, none had managed to achieve this feat, not even the Peacock Nation's assault team. Now, the Dragon Nation's assault team had accomplished the impossible, leaving them struggling to accept this reality. It was the damage from those reserves earlier. Someone snapped back to their senses, immediately grasping the key factor. During that 1-minute vulnerability window, the reserve members had unleashed devastating attacks, their accumulated damage creating the perfect opportunity for this decisive strike. Realizing this, many team captains' expressions shifted. They had once mocked the Dragon Nation's tactics as naive, but now felt as if invisible hands had slapped them hard across the face. Those reserve attacks had actually worked. As the Dragon Nation's assault team regained control of the battle's rhythm, complex thoughts arose among the other national teams. Could it be that the Dragon Nation might actually impossible? Someone in the crowd immediately objected. With only one leg severed out of 8, the battle was far from over. Even if the Dragon Nation held out a bit longer, they would still likely face defeat. After all, no team had ever defeated this boss before. No one knew what terrifying trump cards the infernal four symbols beast still had hidden. With this thought, some even secretly hoped the Dragon Nation would persist a little longer, allowing them to observe more crucial intelligence. As everyone's thoughts churned, the battlefield situation changed dramatically once again. The pain from its severed leg drove the boss into a frenzy, black energy erupting from its body like smoke columns as beams of black light shot from deep within its pupils. Jiang Xinyan and her teammates' feet burst with energy as they moved like arrows, dodging in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the dense thundering, the infernal four symbols beast broke free from its restraints, its body swelling madly under the black energy's embrace, seeming ready to explode at any moment. The endless dark breath within was compressed and transformed into blazing black lasers that shot from its eyes like a string of pearls, making it impossible for anyone to approach. It opened its mouth to gather energy orbs, weaving together 4 elements: fire, lightning, wind, and waves with black shells crackling with electricity, launching them one after another in all directions. The boss had become like an out-of-control energy cannon, with every wound and opening on its body serving as an outlet for black energy. Even Jiang Xinyan and her team could only temporarily retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a landscape of trenches and craters, with debris and soil raining down like dust. Jiang Xinyan ordered her teammates to regroup as the paladin immediately raised a holy shield to envelop everyone. She herself held high her guardian shield, layering multiple defenses. Black lasers and energy orbs continuously hammered the barrier, each impact causing violent tremors and rapidly dimming the light. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The boss's firepower remained overwhelming. The shield was completely shattered, forcing Jiang Xinyan and her team to rely on terrain and continuous evasion, their figures weaving through black flames and lightning like phantoms, constantly dodging under the blanket of fire. Boom, 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 boom. Flames erupted across the front lines as shock waves rolled forward in relentless waves, causing the ground to tremble violently even hundreds of meters away. All the raiders standing in the rear had gone pale, their eardrums buzzing from the deafening explosions, their feet feeling as if they were standing on an endless drumbeat. If those far from the core battle zone were in such a sorry state, one could only imagine how brutal the main battlefield must bet. His was the boss's ultimate form in this phase. A complete rampage without warning, with firepower, speed, and defense all maxed out beyond reason. Is this the final state? Wasn't this the phase where the Peacock Nation collapsed last time? Can the assault team hold on? They have to hang in there. Voices of discussion rose and fell from the rear, but no one dared take a single step closer. Unlike the panicked, ordinary raiders, members of each nation's assault teams had already suppressed all emotions, their eyes locked onto the infernal four-symbol beast at the center of the battle circle. Everyone was searching for an opening. Even the slightest change in breathing pattern could become the key to victory. However, as observation time passed, their expressions grew increasingly grim. This phase of the boss had no obvious weaknesses. Breaking through its attacks? Impossible. The only way to survive was to endure the hail of projectiles and forcibly push its health into the next phase. The difficulty was self-evident. The Peacock Nation's assault team understood this best. In their previous attempt, they had suffered near total annihilation. Now, watching the Dragon Nation's assault team charge forward, they seemed to see their former selves. Among their ranks, a tall, slender woman from foreign lands adorned with golden serpent ornaments murmured to herself, "I wonder how far you'll be able to hold on." Though they and the Dragon Nation had ultimately failed to reach formal cooperation, after that attack, relations between the two sides had noticeably warmed compared to other nations. They shared the same hatred for the shadowy puppet masters, and had thus provided all intelligence about this phase to the Dragon Nation without reservation. At the center of the battlefield, as the boss continued its rampage, even the Dragon Nation assault team's most precise formations were torn to shreds by the torrent of steel. To end the rampage, they had to dodge while maintaining damage output, but any hesitation could result in severe injury or even instant death. The inner world was no game. Death offered no second chances. Ordinary raiders would have suffered mental breakdowns in such desperate circumstances. Yet the Dragon Nation assault team gritted their teeth and continued adjusting their positions with difficulty, using brief commands to cover each other. Hold on. Don't let the firepower drop. Next wave, focus fire on the left front leg. Hoarse shouts mixed with the explosions, yet they were like steel cables binding the team's will together. Having come this far, no one was willing to give up easily. They poured all their skills and flesh into every assault, just to squeeze out a little more damage at the edge of life and death. The Dragon Nation assault team fought valiantly, but the boss in its uncontrolled rampage could no longer be held by a Groit, had become like a rampaging bomb, with the entire field within its bombardment range. Jiang Xinyan and others with quick reflexes managed well enough, but the two mages were suffering terribly. Their spellcasting was constantly interrupted, and their stamina drained rapidly as they dodged attacks. They could only grit their teeth and endure, struggling to maintain high damage output, yet they remained on the verge of collapse at any moment. Their teammates had no choice but to split their attention, constantly stepping in to shield the mages from attacks, which further depleted everyone else's stamina and focus, dramatically increasing the risk of injury. Clearly, this situation was unsustainable. Sensing the danger, Jiang Xinyan and her team could only seize fleeting windows of opportunity between the barrage of attacks, trying their best to survive this phase of the boss fight. Time crawled by agonizingly, each minute feeling stretched to several times its length. Gradually, every member of the Dragon Nation assault team showed varying degrees of exhaustion. Fortunately, at the critical moment, their paladin uncle cast a holy light that restored everyone's health, barely stemming the tide of defeat. The battle had completely devolved into a war of attrition against the boss. Would the Dragon Nation assault team collapse first, forced to retreat or face defeat? Or would the boss exhaust its firepower and enter the next phase? Every spectator held their breath, afraid to miss any sudden changes. It must be acknowledged that the Dragon Nation team's persistence had exceeded all other nations' expectations. The Peacock Nation had fallen at this very stage with heavy casualties. Yet not a single member of the Dragon Nation team had fallen, and despite their formation being in complete disarray, this alone was enough to amaze the observers. Unfortunately, their damage output remained limited. If they could push just a bit faster and force the boss into the next phase, there might still be hope for a turnaround. At this moment, teams from all nations understood in their hearts. The Dragon Nation assault team alone would likely struggle to defeat this monster. Not to mention the Dragon Nation reserve members, who were completely unable to intervene against the boss in its berserk state. The difference between the vulnerable phase and berserk phase was like night and day, and rushing in recklessly would only lead to certain death. Just as this stalemate persisted, the Peacock Nation assault team suddenly made their move. Teams from other nations all changed expression, their eyes filled with disbelief, followed by a dawning realization. Were they planning to join the battle now? Had they lost their minds? The Dragon Nation team was barely holding on, as it was what could joining now possibly accomplish. Did they have a death wish? Even if the two nations managed to survive this phase together, they would still face even more dangerous and unknown battles ahead. Wouldn't the rational approach be to observe and learn from the experience and lessons the Dragon Nation was providing? Yet the Peacock Nation assault team charged in without hesitation. The spectators in the distance were instantly petrified, too shocked to speak for a long moment. At the rear of the battlefield, Long Shanha stared in equal amazement at those familiar figures, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Watched as the Peacock Nation members decisively switched to combat stance, braving the overwhelming firepower and plunging headfirst into the crossfire. Dragon Nation comrades, hold on. We're here. Let's defeat this boss together, the Peacock Nation commander shouted. On the other side, the Dragon Nation team members felt their hearts surge as if injected with adrenaline. The additional damage quickly boosted the team's overall output, allowing everyone to glimpse the possibility of victory. Haha, well done. After the battle ends, let's all drink and feast together. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Haha. I've had it with this boss for ages. Let's take it down together. This boss and I are sworn enemies. The Peacock Nation's assault team's intervention caught everyone completely off guard. The battlefield's rhythm shifted dramatically as both nations' assault teams relentlessly chipped away at the boss's rampage state, bit by bit, amidst the blazing inferno of its frenzied bombardment. Finally, Jiang Xinyan stood shoulder to shoulder with the foreign woman adorned with golden serpent ornaments, both unleashing their ultimate killing moves simultaneously. 1. Thorny vines erupted wildly from the earth, thick as arms and bristling with menacing spikes, weaving into an overwhelming sea of thorns that closed in like an inescapable net. 2. Golden serpent chains exploded through the air by the hundreds, gleaming with cold metallic light, crisscrossing to seal every inch of escape. The dual restraints combined, instantly binding the Hell Force symbol's beast tight and beginning to strangle it. Crack, crack, crack. Shattering sounds rang out in succession as countless fissures spread rapidly across its stone body. Then, with a thunderous bang, one of the stone heads completely crumbled and crashed to the ground. Roar! A agonized howl shattered the air as the Hell Force symbol's beast's internal energy seemed to drain away, its massive form suddenly sluggish. Jiang Xinyan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with barely contained joy and hope, immediately pressing their advantage. Boom, 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 boom. Both nations' assault teams unleashed their output skills like there was no tomorrow. Fireballs, lightning, and blade flashes continuously exploded against the boss in a relentless beatdown. The Hell Force symbol's beast retreated while howling, stone fragments and energy debris flying in its wake. All the climbers watching from behind were ignited by this scene, their fists clenched white as they stared unblinkingly at the battlefield. Looking at this, perhaps it's really possible to take down that Tower Guardian boss. Tonight. Right here, right now. Meanwhile, the assault teams from other nations harbored thoughts of disbelief. Could the Dragon Nation and Peacock Nation alliance actually defeat the Hell Force symbol's beast? Impossible. Even if they survive this phase, there's still the fourth phase, maybe even a fifth. The boss will only become stronger and more terrifying. As everyone's thoughts churned, the battlefield turned once again. The besieged Hell Force symbol's beast suddenly erupted with intense energy currents, shattering all attacks with a thunderous boom. Its remaining 3 stone heads simultaneously roared skyward, their deafening sound waves breaking through the clouds as the entire clearing echoed with the noise. The ground shook violently, splitting into dozens of meter-long, bowl-thick cracks. From the depths, black chains burst forth, writhing wildly like tentacles before finally latching onto the boss's body. This was the fourth phase boss. Jiang Xinyan and the others' expressions instantly grew grave. The Hell Force symbol's beast before them had entered a new form they'd never encountered. The unknown meant variables, and variables meant danger. What they faced next would likely be more perilous than anything before. Everyone stay calm, observe carefully, and focus on evasion. Exactly. We've come this far, there's nothing to fear from this boss. It might already be at its last gasp. If we can just endure this phase, victory is ours. After a brief commotion, both nations' assault teams quickly regained their composure. In the upcoming battle, they would prioritize probing and observation, constantly dodging the boss's attacks, while treating damage output as secondary. The Infernal Force symbol's beast in its fourth stage focused its attacks primarily on those black chains. Each time the chains lashed down, they were accompanied by howling sounds that tore through the air, moving so fast they left only afterimages. With such tremendous force, they seemed capable of cracking the very air itself. Anyone who showed even the slightest negligence would have their armor torn apart by the chain blades. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Escaping without serious injury was nearly impossible. Even more deadly was the fact that the chains contained the power of the 4 elemental forces. Black flames, frost, lightning, and raging winds alternately erupted, causing widespread splash damage with extremely high frequency, making complete evasion virtually impossible. Fortunately, the paladins from both nations' assault teams took turns maintaining golden defensive barriers, barely managing to block critical damage and allowing everyone to narrowly escape fatal blows at crucial moments. Even so, several members were still struck by the chains, their armor shattered and blood spattering. Without immediate treatment, they would have been finished on the spot. After the initial chaos, the team members began observing while dodging, constantly testing the rhythm of the boss's attacks. As time passed, they finally figured out the attack patterns of the Infernal Force symbol's beast in this stage and quickly adjusted their positioning and skill coordination. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Jiang Xinyan and the others became increasingly proficient, their previously hasty, evasive movements becoming fluid and graceful, with their overall coordination approaching perfection. However, a new problem emerged. The boss's defense and health remained frighteningly thick, with no end in sight. The battle had already lasted over 2 hours, yet the Force symbol's beast showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, it was the players whose stamina and energy were being rapidly drained. The paladins continuously cast blessings, but their holy energy was also depleting rapidly, with their frequency visibly decreasing. Eventually, they could only rely on frantically consuming magic potions to barely replenish their stamina and mana, as the battle line gradually fell into a stalemate. At the rear of the battlefield, all the participants wore grave expressions. The Dragon Nation and Peacock Nation had indeed mastered the strategy, but they clearly couldn't keep up with the boss's rate of attrition. If the situation continued to deteriorate, both nations' assault teams would very likely be defeated due to exhaustion, which would be too regrettable for everyone. Damn it, why is this happening? That boss is way too tough, it's clearly trying to wear them down to death. Someone said through gritted teeth, wanting to charge forward but unable to take that step in the face of fear. The assault teams from various nations also fell into silence. No one had anticipated that the battle would reach such a stalemate. They had originally thought that the fourth stage was merely a matter of delaying time, and that the Dragon Nation and Peacock Nation would inevitably fail. But now, if they added just a bit more force, they might actually be able to bring down the Infernal Force symbol's beast. In the tense atmosphere, the situation on the front lines continued to deteriorate. with both nations' assault teams clearly approaching their limits. Sigh. The captain of the Grey Bear Nation's assault team let out a low sigh, but within that sigh was a rare determination. The next second, he led his entire team in a swift charge toward the battlefield, their figures breaking through the magical perimeter without hesitation and throwing themselves into combat, much to everyone's astonishment. Let's go to. Perhaps this really is the closest we've ever come to defeating the infernal Four Symbols beast. The Lion Nation's assault team hesitated briefly before quickly following suit. Unlike the other participants, as assault teams, they were born to stand on the front lines. There was no retreat. If they missed today's opportunity, all that awaited them would be endless preparation and waiting. Better to act now, when they might actually succeed. Taking it a step further, if even the Dragon Nation and Peacock Nation fighting together had yet to take down the boss after all this effort, could they really win if they challenged it alone? Given that, what was there left to hesitate about? Let the battle begin. Whoa, what's happening? Are all the nations joining forces now? The assault teams from the Bear Nation and Lion Nation charged into the battle circle one after another, their impact so powerful it made the air itself hum. The remaining national squads exchanged glances, everyone understanding the logic, yet none had ever witnessed a true multinational joint operation. The Lighthouse Nation team members showed the most subtle reactions, their eyes flickering as they instinctively glanced toward their captain. The captain's face was iron cold, saying nothing, standing like a frozen statue. The current situation was completely opposite to their expectations. Originally, the Lighthouse Nation had predicted that the Dragon Nation would suffer a crushing defeat and pay a terrible price in this assault. But now other countries kept intervening in the battlefield, dragging out the boss fight to this point, even showing faint signs of victory. If they won this battle, the Dragon Nation assault team's prestige would skyrocket, exactly what the Lighthouse Nation least wanted to see. No losses, but gaining fame instead. The mere thought was infuriating. Idiots, do they really think numbers guarantee victory? The Lighthouse Nation captain sneered through the communication channel, crossing his arms with a superior attitude. They dare to fight Hedon without even knowing the boss's trump cards. Ridiculous. Amid his cold laughter, he chose to remain on the sidelines. The other team members shrugged and continued watching the battlefield. With the Lighthouse Nation staying put, other nations that had been eager to act also suppressed their impulses, their restlessness gradually calming as they temporarily shelved their participation plans. At the center of the battlefield, the reinforcements from the Bear Nation and Lion Nation allowed Jiang Xinyan's squad to quietly breathe a sigh of relief. With the output burden taken over by the two nations, the Dragon Nation members retreated, quickly consuming potions and recovering their strength. These were elite climbers from various nations. After the initial awkward coordination, the Bear Nation and Lion Nation quickly caught the battle rhythm, applying all the patterns they had observed from the rear, their tactics becoming increasingly sophisticated. With four nations united, their firepower suddenly doubled. Even the resilient Hell Four Symbols beast could hardly withstand such high-frequency bombardment. Bang, bang, bang. The thick black chains, as wide as tree trunks, were severed layer by layer, dissolving into black mist the moment they hit the ground. Everyone realized the weakness and immediately unified their target, the black chains. After several rounds of ruthless attacks, the chains were completely shaved clean. Bang, 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 bang. Chains rained down, black mist exploded across the sky, and the Hell Four Symbols beast roared in agony. Strike while it's down. Jiang Xinyan shouted hoarsely as all assault members from the four nations simultaneously erupted, their strongest skills crashing toward the boss like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds merged into one continuous line. The Hell Four Symbols beast was beaten back repeatedly, its shell cracking, wounds spreading, and chunks of its massive body crumbling away. This is our chance. Everyone push harder. Victory is within reach. The boss is almost finished. This is the decisive moment. Throughout the battle circle, roars rose one after another, fury and fighting spirit weaving together into a blazing wave. Watching the boss gradually breaking apart, everyone's eyes flashed with brilliant light, their entire bodies suddenly filled with strength. Even Jiang Xinyan and the others, who were already pushed to their absolute limits, seemed to forget everything else in that moment, unleashing the deepest reserves of their potential and bursting forth with energy that transcended all boundaries. Thornsea, Golden Serpent Frenzy, Hammer of Judgment, Void-Piercing Sword Dance, Explosive Heavy Strike. 5 high-tier skills crashed down in succession like massive hammers pounding the Hell Four Symbol beast's broken body, each deafening explosion following the last. The already crumbling skeletal frame of the giant beast was torn open with even more cracks by the violent energy, sending chunks of dark red flesh scattering in all directions. Roar! Through the swirling dust and smoke, the Four Symbol beast let out a bone-chilling shriek. Just as everyone thought victory was within reach, a blinding beam of black light shot out from deep within the monster's chest cavity, causing the very air to tremble. Oh no, the boss still has a trump card. The four-nation assault teams all changed color simultaneously, instinctively leaping backward. In the next second, the black energy projectile took shape, several meters in diameter, with dark flames churning as it hurtled forward carrying an aura of destruction. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and shattered before even making contact, as if the sheer pressure alone could pulverize everything to dust. The howling airflow pierced their eardrums while space itself was torn into visible white fissures. At the same time, scattered black radiance from all around was drawn together and absorbed into the energy projectile's core. Boom! Everyone's vision went white, their ears filled only with ringing. The black light swallowed the entire battlefield like a tide. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted at the edge of consciousness and hearing. The earthquake-like impact sending everyone tumbling. Debris-laden winds swept them backward as their vision remained completely blank. After what felt like an eternity, the tremors subsided. As their sight gradually returned, everyone looked toward the center of the battlefield and gasped in unison. The original valley battleground had completely vanished, leaving only a bottomless black crater. High above, a dark mushroom cloud continued to churn and rise, while gray-black energy particles fell like rain, disrupting the spiritual energy flow in the surrounding area. Dead silence. No one spoke. None dared to confirm whether the battle had truly ended. Is it over? Where did the boss go? Was it defeated? What about the assault team members? They didn't get caught up with the boss and... Whispered conversations began to emerge as all the participants cautiously approached the crater's edge to peer into its depths. Soon, several pieces of the giant beast's remains were confirmed, but the four-nation assault teams were still nowhere to be seen. Scattered cheers were quickly drowned in oppressive silence as more people began frantically searching for those familiar figures. Please let them be okay. The Dragon Nation reserves, disregarding the lingering danger from the aftermath, were the first to leap into the crater bottom, shouting through the still settling dust. Long Shanha, covered in dirt and grime, charged to the front, prying apart rubble and overturning rocks. Seeing this, the other participants gradually joined the rescue effort. The Lighthouse Nation assault team stood far away at the crater's edge, watching the scene with complex expressions. While they welcomed the four-symbol beast's defeat, the apparent annihilation of the four-nation assault teams stirred an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Heroes dying as martyrs would actually benefit the overall situation. The Lighthouse Nation captain's face remained expressionless, though a hint of secret amusement flickered at the corner of his mouth before quickly disappearing. The next moment, a loud shout pierced the silence. Found them. There are people here. It's members of the Grey Bear Nation assault team. They're still alive. Over here too. I found some as well. Where's a mage or paladin? We need healing over here. As those voices echoed through the air, the Lighthouse Nation captain's expression gradually darkened. Standing at the edge of the collapsed battlefield, he looked down at the deep crater blasted out by the Hell Four Symbols beast, where figures were being carried up one after another, the missing assault team members from before. Medical rune arrays flickered nearby as Dragon Nation reserves busily applied medicine and bandages to the wounded, and the unconscious soon groaned back to consciousness. Watching his subordinates open their eyes one by one, the Lighthouse Nation captain felt no relief, only growing irritation. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation people hadn't discovered the real key yet. No, as long as that queen died in battle, it would be fine. He could only comfort himself with these repeated thoughts. However, his fantasy was quickly shattered. Dozens upon hundreds of raiders plus Dragon Nation reserves conducted a grid search, finding every single assault team member, not one missing. Though everyone bore injuries, some with broken arms, others with chests wrapped in bandages, at least their lives were safe. The Lighthouse Nation captain couldn't bear to watch the rescue scene any longer, shifting his gaze to the massive wreckage nearby. Four beast heads twisted, bone armor shattered, black blood long since hardened into chunks. The Hell Four Symbols beast was indeed dead beyond any doubt. A complex emotion flickered through his heart. This monster that had plagued assault teams from various nations for months had met such a complete end. Looking up, he fixed his stare on the Tower of Gods piercing straight into the clouds. With the boss dead, the 30th floor's gates would surely open. Taking advantage might draw attention, but with benefits at stake, who cared? Let's go, he said curtly, leading the way toward the tower entrance. The other national team members instantly snapped back to attention, shouldering their equipment to follow. That was the 30th floor they'd dreamed of reaching. Cough, cough. Thought I was going to die here. A black-haired young man sat at the bottom of the deep pit, supporting himself against the rock wall and coughing up dust before joking with a smile. His name was Jiang Chengnan, a formal assault team member. After confirming his limbs still worked, he patted the reserve who was helping him on the back. Don't worry, I'm fine. Go take care of the others. He looked around and quickly spotted a slender, graceful figure not far away. A carefree smile spread across his face as he called out loudly, Xinyan, the battle's over, how about we grab dinner together later? Dust covered his face, but couldn't hide his sunny disposition. With the mission temporarily concluded, he finally didn't need to keep his feelings bottled up. Several nearby reserves heard him and couldn't help exchanging glances. But Jiang Xinyan seemed oblivious, only gazing up at the gray sky. Though her strength was nearly depleted, a certain young man's image floated through her mind. Bai Yu, sister will be home soon. The whisper, barely audible, scattered on the wind. Seeing her lost in thought, Jiang Qingnan's smile faded as he shrugged helplessly. Don't ignore me. He still can't forget about Xinyan. A dirt-covered pretty face suddenly popped up beside him as Suyin, the Sudaloli, bounced in front of him with bright, sparkling eyes. I'd give up on that dream if I were you. Let me tell you a little secret aside from her little brother. No man can squeeze into Xinyan's heart. Little brother? Xinyan has a little brother. Jiang Chengnan was stunned. Suyin spread her hands with an exaggerated tone. See? You don't even know that, and you want to pursue Xinyan? Faced with Su Yin's contemptuous gaze, Jiang Chengnan remained completely unfazed, shamelessly pestering her for information about Jiang Xinyan and her brother, wondering if he could work the brother-in-law angle. Meanwhile, the assault team led by the Lighthouse Nation had already descended along the crater walls to the bottom and was advancing toward the Tower of God's entrance. As the team passed by Jiang Xinyan and her group, they suddenly stopped in unison. All eyes swept across the entire Chinese assault team before finally settling on Jiang Xinyan. The air seemed to compress suddenly, tension building to a breaking point. But the next second, the Lighthouse Nation members flashed enigmatic smiles, said nothing, and walked straight past, their figures disappearing into the dim depths of the passage. Watching those people leave, many reserve members cursed under their breath. When we were fighting the boss, they hid farther away than anyone else, and now they're acting all high and mighty. If they're so capable, let them fight it again. Freeloading is freeloading, but being so righteous about it? Acting all superior? Disgusting. Let's go. We need to enter the next floor too. Long Shanha called to everyone. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan and the others snapped back to attention and led the charge toward the Tower of God's entrance. The other climbers, afraid of being left behind, all accelerated, their hearts racing with excitement. The 30th floor. After waiting so long, they were finally going in. Once they took this step, a vast new world would await them. Some players who had missed the direct kill simply logged out of the inner world, racing against time to gather their companions, preparing to rush the floors before the boss respawned. However, when everyone reached the entrance, they discovered that the portal remained pitch black, completely different from the usual immediate activation after a kill. What's going on? Isn't the boss dead? Do we have to wait longer? It's not still alive, is it? That wouldn't be funny at all. Discussions erupted everywhere. The Lighthouse Nation members at the front also frowned, clearly just as puzzled. Just then, something strange happened. Thin black wisps began silently seeping from the portal, spreading through the air like smoke. Almost instinctively, everyone stepped back simultaneously, their expressions changing drastically. The black wisps grew thicker, and everyone retreated even further in alarm. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed in everyone's hearts, the sound coming from deep within the portal. Thud. A second sound followed immediately, as if some massive creature was frantically ramming against the door from the other side. No one knew what lurked within, and the eerie sight made everyone's skin crawl. With each impact, more black wisps gushed out. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the entire portal shattered. From the narrow fissure, thick, dark tentacles squeezed out frantically, whipping up clouds of black mist as they thrashed. The nearest climber didn't even have time to scream before being caught by a tentacle. His agonized cries cut short as he was instantly crushed, exploding in a spray of blood. Run! Someone's shriek instantly triggered everyone's survival instincts. Retreat! Long Shanha waved his arms and shouted with all his might. The reserve members still had some strength left and scattered in all directions. But Jiang Xinyan and the other assault team members had exhausted their energy in the previous battle and could only stumble toward the other side of the crater. Looking back, their faces turned deathly pale. Tentacles swept across, tearing climbers to shreds. Black wisps surged like a tide toward the remains of the infernal four-symbol beast. The dark energy gathered around the corpse, forming a vortex so dense it seemed almost solid. Roar! An earth-shaking roar exploded from deep within the black mist, seeming to penetrate directly into everyone's brain. All pupils contracted, minds buzzing, leaving them frozen in place, their gazes locked on the resurrected, infernal four-symbol beast. In the next second, an aura called despair instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Boom! A crimson energy beam flashed past, reducing all demons in its path to ash. Bai Yu lowered his raised staff, gently pressing his palm downward as he sighed inwardly. As expected, innate skills were still more satisfying and natural to use. Though the magic from his previous life had been enhanced and possessed considerable power, it always felt awkward and uncomfortable. Given the opportunity, he planned to study high-level spells he had never explored in his past life. Now that he had mastered transformation techniques, he could infiltrate human empires without worrying about his identity being exposed. Boss is truly the boss, amazing. The Dark King beside him exclaimed with gleaming eyes, generously offering flattery. Just do your job, Bai Yu replied indifferently. The Dark King immediately stood at attention, saluting seriously with a comical expression. Roger that. Bai Yu looked away, grumbling internally. This was exactly why he didn't want this guy following him around. Too embarrassing. Back to business. When the three arrived at the barbarian tribe, they encountered demons lurking nearby. Initially wanting to investigate why the creatures had suddenly become agitated, but finding no clues, he simply decided to conduct a thorough cleansing. The demons within a 10-kilometer radius around the tribe were almost completely swept away by them, unlikely to reappear anytime soon. Just as they were about to wrap up, Bai Yu's heart suddenly tightened an instinctive tremor from deep within his bloodline. He pressed his hand to his chest, sensing carefully. The next second, a massive black beam erupted from the distant sky, piercing straight into the heavens. The dark beam carried an indescribable malevolence, as if contaminating the entire firmament. Bai Yu turned to look, his pupils contracting sharply. That direction, the tower guardian boss. Could it be? The thought flashed through his mind as he transformed into a dark shadow, racing away. Boss, wait for me. The Dark King scrambled on all fours, with the girl Rin following closely behind. But Bai Yu's speed kept increasing the distance between them. Left with no choice, the Dark King abandoned his fluffy ball form, returned to his original shape, scooped up the girl, and gave chase, crushing branches and leaves underfoot. Moments later, Bai Yu stopped on the thick trunk of a giant tree, overlooking the battlefield ahead as his psychic senses spread like a tide. At the center of the battlefield, a massive boss wreathed in dark miasma roared skyward, countless tentacles writhing chaotically. Just a glance made one's mind feel invaded by toxic vapors, confused and nauseated. Bai Yu searched for Jiang Xinyan's presence within the invisible fluctuations. Silhouettes rapidly swept past the edges of his perception until finally, he locked his gaze on a familiar, graceful figure at the bottom of a crater. Sister. Confirming that Jiang Xinyan was temporarily safe, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. There was still time. He gathered his focus, staring intently at the tower guardian boss radiating terrifying pressure. With a slight mental shift, golden lightning-like beams suddenly spread across the back of his left hand. On the battlefield, all the players looked up at the resurrected boss, their faces filled with shock and terror. Those massive black tentacles seemed to carry intense psychic interference, polluting and disrupting their consciousness. Just one glance was enough to leave their minds in chaos. The tentacles writhed frantically near the entrance to the Tower of Gods, bringing with them a suffocating stench of decay that seemed to blacken the very air. At the core of the tentacles, the Hell 4-symbol beast that had already been slain opened its crimson eyes once more, emanating an aura far more terrifying than before. The boss has revived? What the hell is happening? Everyone run. Staying here is a death sentence. Panicked shouts exploded through the crowd like a tidal wave. All the climbers instantly snapped back to reality and fled desperately, none daring to linger on this battlefield for even half a second. The assault teams from various nations also turned pale at the sight. Someone swallowed hard and said, "How is this possible? The boss was clearly killed, so why can it revive? And what about those massive tentacles emerging from the Tower of God's entrance? What does this unprecedented change mean? We should retreat. The boss has completely mutated now." Exactly. This whole situation reeks of something sinister. Let's withdraw first and plan our next move later. Continuous retreat orders came through the command channels as assault teams from various nations began pulling back. However, in the center of the battlefield, one team remained unmoved by the crowd, the Lighthouse Nation's assault team. Contrary to their usual behavior, they stood firmly in place. Their captain looked up directly at the Hell 4-symbol beast, his gaze flickering between his weapon's scope and the monster. Everyone, prepare for action. Roger. The team members responded in unison, quickly spreading into a firing formation. Though their expressions were serious, there was no sign of panic. If anything, there was an excited gleam in their eyes. The retreating members from other nations gasped in shock at this move. What are they trying to do? Have they lost their minds? Why aren't they running? They were cowering earlier when they should have fought, and now they're showing off at a time like this. But the Lighthouse Nation team didn't look back, executing their tactical maneuvers flawlessly. Time to get to work, boys. Let those guys see what real-world dominating power looks like. As the captain's roar ended, heavy weapons opened fire simultaneously, muzzles blooming with orange-red flames in the darkness. In an instant, deafening explosions formed a continuous line, firelight illuminating half the sky as the Hell 4-symbol beast roared under the bombardment. All the climbers behind them stared in amazement. The Lighthouse Nation's assault team was actually this strong. They dared to launch a frontal assault on the boss in this mutated state, and the results seemed remarkably effective. Focus fire on those disgusting tentacles. Once we clear the entrance, don't get caught up in prolonged combat, head straight to the next level. The captain calmly issued follow-up orders. The team members immediately redirected their weapons, unleashing a barrage at the writhing black tentacles. But just then, another mutation occurred. The black tentacles seemed endless, with severed segments instantly dissolving into black mist before reconstituting. The surging black fog eventually wrapped entirely around the Hell Force symbol beast, layer upon layer, forming a massive black flesh orb that resembled a twisted heart, its surface pulsing and throbbing. Buzz. With each contraction of the black heart, blinding dark light burst forth, and terrifying aura swept in all directions like a rolling cold tide. Something's wrong. Retreat now. The Lighthouse Nation captain's expression changed drastically as he made the decisive call. The team members turned and ran, but several were still caught by newly formed tentacles, crushed into clouds of blood mist before they could even scream. The remaining team members roared in fury, cursing while using covering fire to block the pursuit as they desperately retreated. Seeing this scene, climbers from other nations dared not linger any longer, running for their lives toward the distance. Xinyan, we need to run too. Suyin rushed to Jiang Xinyan's side, pulling her along as they turned to flee. At that moment, the black heart behind them suddenly convulsed violently, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. All the fleeing climbers were blown off their feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Almost simultaneously, another terrifying aura erupted from deep within the forest. This aura was no weaker than the Boas, perhaps even stronger, as a pillar of black light shot straight into the clouds, tearing through the sky and enveloping the entire area. Everyone staggered to their feet, looking up in stunned silence at the black light column, feeling as if massive stones were crushing their chests, making breathing difficult and their hearts sink to the depths. Rumble. The dim sky was torn apart as red and golden lightning danced chaotically with thunderous crashes. Beneath the black light, a massive shadow that blotted out the sun gradually emerged, bringing overwhelming pressure. Faintly, a colossal shadow that blocked out the sky appeared in everyone's field of vision. Deep in the forest behind them, Bai Yu's psychic senses locked firmly onto the infernal force symbol beast as the rapidly expanding life force pounded against his mind like drumbeats. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes transforming into cold serpentine pupils. Blazing golden light erupted from the back of his left hand, with red and gold lightning arcs dancing between his skin and the air. The golden radiance lasted only an instant before being devoured by surging dark energy, transforming into a towering black beam that pierced through the clouds. Boom! Violent winds exploded outward with Bai Yu at the center, carrying heart-stopping pressure that ravaged everything around. The Dark King and the girl were immediately blown away. In the howling gale, the Dark King wrapped his arms around the girl, raising his hand to shield his face while squinting to keep his eyes fixed on the figure surrounded by thunder. Boss! His shout was instantly torn apart by the roaring winds. Deep within the black light, a massive phantom appeared behind Bai Yu, flickering in and out of view, its ancient and primal aura striking directly at the heart. The Dark King and the girl exchanged glances, their hearts trembling inexplicably as they could only stare at that silhouette. The raging winds and thunder suddenly converged, completely engulfing Bai Yu. Roar! An earth-shaking roar erupted, and the colors of heaven and earth dimmed simultaneously. All the invaders reflexively looked up to see an endless colossal shadow appear in the sky, blotting out the sun as it circled and rumbled. Those cold serpentine eyes gazed down upon the earth, radiating pressure that made souls tremble. You are. People opened their mouths to speak, but as if gripped by invisible hands around their throats, they could make no sound. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, the black radiance sweeping in all directions ceased its convergence. In the deepest part of the crater, the black tumor-like heart suddenly went still, as if the air itself had been paused. Sensing the dramatically increased danger within the heart, Bai Yu, now transformed into the world serpent, focused his gaze as dark energy roiled around his body, and he dove downward. The black mist swept up Jiang Xinyan and the others, having just lifted everyone from the ground when, boom, the motionless black heart exploded. In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent. Blinding shockwaves transformed into gray-black air currents that swept across everything, pulverizing all in their path to dust. Rumble! A massive black mushroom cloud shot skyward. The invaders' faces changed drastically as they turned and fled desperately, yet they were still caught up in the blast wave, instantly engulfed with their fates unknown. The aftershocks gradually subsided. Survivors crawled with difficulty from the overturned earth and stone, looking around with vacant expressions. The ground beneath their feet had become a deep crater spanning dozens of kilometers in radius, the original surface seemingly erased by divine hand, leaving only a pitch-black abyss. Roar! The infernal four-symbol beast's bellow echoed through the void, making all the invaders' hearts tremble in unison. At this moment, It was completely wrapped in dark breath and tentacles, its broken body continuously absorbing those black substances, transforming into another unknown and terrifying creature. The next moment, the infernal four-symbol beast suddenly raised its head, gazing at the colossal shadow in the sky above. Dark tendrils wreathed in black miasma burst forth from around its body, writhing like demons in chaotic dance. Buzz, 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 buzz. Bai Yu's serpentine pupils contracted sharply as his wings beat once, instantly condensing 5 crimson energy orbs before him. The scarlet radiance swelled until it seemed almost tangible, causing the very air to tremble. Energy breath. Boom, 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 boom. 5 massive red beams descended from the heavens, striking precisely against the churning black tendrils and the infernal four-symbol beast's body. The explosive flames merged into a continuous blaze. Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous chain of explosions swept across the entire sky. The black tendrils were brutally severed, and the four-symbol beast howled in agony as it spat forth streams of pitch-black light that shot upward into the sky. Infinite barrier. An invisible light screen rose around Bai Yu's form. The dark beams merely created ripples upon impact. The 2 demonic boss monsters clashed heat-in brutal combat, as if the very air itself was being torn apart. In the next moment, the infernal four-symbol beast's body erupted with mental waves carrying intense corruption, sweeping outward like a black tide. Illusory serpent eyes. With a thought, Bai Yu's serpentine pupils transformed into an eerie gray-white as he simultaneously released tremendous mental power, forming colorless energy waves that crashed heat-in against the corruption. Boom! The 2 mental forces collided with earth-shaking impact, sending invisible shockwaves rippling outward in layers. Sensing the corruption source's frenzied invasion, Bai Yu's expression grew stern as he pushed his mental power to its absolute limit. In an instant, heaven and earth inverted as he directly dragged the four-symbol beast into his own mental spacea realm of illusion and deathly silence. Driven by his will, hundreds upon thousands of ferocious giant pythons emerged from the void, fearlessly coiling and tearing at their prey. Roar! The four-symbol beast shrieked and struggled, its black tendrils thrashing wildly, yet it was gradually buried beneath an ever-growing sea of serpents. Bai Yu circled high above, his cold gaze looking down as he pondered grimly. What exactly were these black tendrils that had emerged from the Tower of Gods? They had actually caused the Tower Guardian boss to mutate to such a degree that even he, with his 4th-tier bloodline, felt a chill of dread. Lost in thought, he unleashed another barrage of attacks. His maximum charged energy breath fell like a meteor shower. The black tendrils were repeatedly shattered, only to rapidly regenerate within the cold black miasma before being torn apart once more. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shaking explosions echoed one after another in the sky above, each impact like a heavy hammer striking the heart, leaving the distant crowd of onlookers pale-faced and gasping for breath. Is this 2 bosses fighting each other? Are we saved? Don't worry about Itrin for your lives. The people who had fallen into despair suddenly snapped awake, scrambling and crawling out of the crater as they fled frantically. Unable to resist looking back, they had witnessed firsthand an epic boss battle of the ages, experiencing the sensation of escaping death by a hair's breadth. In just a few short minutes, the overwhelming pressure from the towering serpent in the sky had penetrated to their very bones. The infernal four-symbol beast was being suppressed, and it was complete, total suppression in every aspect. The Tower Guardian boss that had once driven everyone to despair could now only barely resist under Bai Yu's storm-like assault, roaring in impotent fury. This undoubtedly demonstrated that the colossal shadow blotting out the sky above was an even more powerful and terrifying existence. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous explosions echoed across the battlefield one after another, never ceasing for a moment. Bai Yu's colossal body, nearly 10,000 meters long, coiled like a dragon in the sky. His gray-white serpentine eyes gazed down at the earth, locked onto the Tower Guardian boss below the mutated infernal four-symbols beast. Before his serpent head, crimson energy orbs condensed in an instant, then streaked downward like a meteor shower, trailing blazing tails of fire. Boom, 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 boom. The energy explosions merged into a continuous chain across the ground. Waves of fire mixed with black miasma rolled forth, and the deafening roars shattered eardrums. Through the smoke and dust, the agonized screams of the infernal four-symbols beast rose and fell. From their battle so far, Bai Yu had gauged the Tower Guardian's true strength. Though it indeed harbored an eerie aura within that even made his heart skip a beat, that power clearly wasn't its own and was far from reaching truly terrifying levels. Because of this, Bai Yu effortlessly maintained the upper hand, continuously suppressing his opponent. However, he showed no signs of relaxation. Even under his relentless bombardment, The infernal four symbols beast continued to mend its body with abnormal regenerative abilities. Though its healing speed couldn't match Bai Yu's damage output, it was enough to prove the threat remained. Any danger must be crushed in its cradle. Let this end, he thought. In the next moment, dark clouds churned across the dim sky, winds arose from nowhere, and lightning danced ghost-like through the sea of clouds. The gale swept the clouds into high-speed rotation, quickly tearing open a massive black vortex in the heavens, as if a deep hole had been carved through the entire sky. From the center of the vortex, a colossal figure emerged that blotted out the sun, like the sovereign of heaven itself, gazing down upon all living beings. Below, every Logaden player held their breath simultaneously, feeling a profound sense of insignificance wash over them. The assault teams from various nations looked up at the towering serpent that pierced the sky, their minds shaken to the core. This was clearly an existence even more terrifying than the infernal four symbols beast, a true ruler of the skies. Roar roar. Two resounding dragon cries exploded from the void. The gale carried golden-red lightning that swirled and condensed into two ferocious azure dragons in the blink of an eye. Electric arcs coursed around their bodies, leaving brilliant traces wherever they passed, each bolt of lightning containing devastating destructive power. Crack! The two thunder dragons converged in the sky, their layered destructive aura instantly reaching its peak before plummeting toward the infernal four symbols beast. The howling wind tore through the black miasma, revealing the beast's massive, battered form. It struggled to lift its head and roar in defiance, but all resistance was instantly devoured by the lightning dragons. In that instant, heaven and earth fell silent, sun and moon lost their color. Blinding white light swept over everyone like a flood. All felt their minds ringing, their vision completely white, their hearing utterly severed. Several minutes passed before everyone slowly recovered from the blindness and ringing in their ears. When their vision refocused, they were all plunged into profound shock. The already enormous crater had been shattered once more, its edges cracking and spreading like an abyss stretching before them, pitch black and fathomless. Inside the crater, smoke billowed forth. Lightning arcs still danced across the fractured earth, and residual energy fluctuations lingered in the air. The figures of the four infernal beasts had vanished without a trace. At the edge of the collapsed crater, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted as the same terrifying thoughts simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Could it be? They refused to believe it, clinging to their last shred of hope as they bent down, leaned forward, and bent down again, scanning every inch of rubble and dust in the pit over and over. Yet they found nothing. The colossal beast seemed to have evaporated, leaving not even a single scale behind. A chill of terror crept up their spines as they were finally forced to accept that dreadful possibility. In unison, they raised their heads to look at the massive shadow blocking out the sun above, a pitch-black serpent large enough to rival mountains. The scene fell into deathly silence, with even heavy breathing forcibly suppressed in their chests, fearing to disturb that monster. If even the four infernal beasts had been obliterated in a single strike, what did their mortal flesh and blood amount to? If targeted, they probably wouldn't even have time to scream. High in the heavens, Bai Yu hovered in midair, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the dissipating black miasma. His spiritual perception spread out, carefully searching the surroundings. Only when the last wisp of black breath completely vanished did his furrowed brow gradually relax. The life force of the Tower Guardian boss had been utterly extinguished. Ding. Experience 1,307,560. Energy 251,210. Level up. LV 52. Attribute points gained. 50. The system notification exploded in his mind. Bai Yu turned his serpentine head, casting a bone-chilling gaze toward the distant spectating climbers. Their faces instantly turned ashen, like prey spotted by a predator, and they scattered in all directions, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest in moments. At the center of the battlefield, where the Tower Guardian boss had fallen, a faint light flickered intermittently. Bai Yu manipulated his dark energy to sweep up the dropped item, gave it only a cursory glance, then tossed it into his inventory. Afterward, his perception locked onto Jiang Xinyan once more. Earlier, before the boss's self-destruction, he had wrapped Jiang Xinyan and the others tightly in dark energy, forcibly shielding them from the explosive impact. Upon careful examination now, Jiang Xinyan appeared only somewhat weakened from her earlier exhausting battle, with no obvious wounds on her body. After confirming she was unharmed, Bai Yu felt relieved and used his dark energy to carry them toward the Tower of God's entrance. Whoosh! The pitch-black mist gradually dispersed, revealing the figures of Jiang Xinyan, Su Yin, and the others. Su Yin instinctively gripped her staff tightly, her body tense as she warily surveyed their surroundings. Having been enveloped in the dark energy, they could only hear the earth-shaking commotion outside, but couldn't see the battle at all. Now, seeing daylight again, she first whispered, "Is the battle over?" Before she finished speaking, she looked up to meet a sky-covering shadow and instinctively shuddered. her feet slipping as she nearly fell on the spot. She quickly grabbed Jiang Xinyan and turned to flee madly toward the tower entrance. Bai Yu silently watched the two disappear into the entrance, then after a moment, transformed into a streak of ink-black light and vanished as well. Tower of Gods, 30th floor. Swoosh swoosh, two beams of light settled as Su Yin still tightly held Jiang Xinyan's hand, looking back toward the teleportation gate. Only after confirming no pursuers had followed did she heavily pat her chest and let out a long breath of stale air. Thank goodness that terrifying creature didn't follow us. The next second, Su Yin froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Her gaze swept around in bewilderment, and gradually, a deep joy spread across her dust-covered cheeks as she said in disbelief, "This is the 30th floor? Xinyan, we've reached the 30th floor of the Tower of God. This is wonderful, we finally made it. Woohoo!" The petite girl jumped up and down excitedly, tears instantly filling her eyes. Her dusty clothes fluttered with each movement, as if proclaiming their victory. Jiang Xinyan looked around. Pure white clouds drifted slowly overhead. Sunlight bathed the vegetation and lake's surface, reflecting gentle light. A breeze stirred, lifting her golden hair like silk, and a faint smile bloomed on her exquisite face. She couldn't help but close her eyes and take a deep breath of the warm air, finally allowing the long-accumulated tension in her heart to completely relax. However, the image of that towering serpent still lingered in her mind. When they had first stepped through the entrance, that demon boss had been watching them the entire time, clearly having ample opportunity to deliver a fatal strike, yet it never made a move. Thinking back more carefully, the dark mist that had enveloped them was equally strange. Not only did it cause no harm, but it seemed like a barrier, isolating them from the fierce battle raging outside, only quietly dissipating after the fighting ended to release them. Could all of this really just be coincidence? Jiang Xinyan opened her eyes and murmured softly. At almost the same moment, tens of thousands of meters above the 30th floor of the Tower of God, the heavenly imperial city, in the spacious throne hall, a woman dressed in magnificent crimson robes sat upon the high seat. Her waterfall-like black hair cascaded down to the jade steps. Her phoenix eyes were lustrous, yet gazed steadily beyond the palace walls, worry evident between her brows. "Your Majesty, have you sensed something again?" Below the steps, a female commander clad in battle armor knelt on one knee, inquiring in a low voice. The Empress remained silent for a long while, slowly withdrawing her gaze, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest as the worry churning in her heart refused to settle. "That feeling just now, I couldn't be mistaken. The apostle has awakened." She raised her eyes, but deeper confusion flashed in their depths beyond the apostle's aura. There was another presence that equally disturbed her heart. What could it possibly be? In the real world, in a bedroom, Bai Yu lay flat on the soft mattress, his chest rising and falling much faster than usual, with uncontainable flames dancing in his dark pupils. He even wanted to bolt upright and shout at the ceiling. He had succeeded, truly succeeded. The tragedy from his previous life that had caused him unbearable pain was completely reversed at this moment. His knuckles turned slightly white from clenching as he gripped his fists, closed his eyes, and struggled to steady his surging emotions. In his mind, Jiang Xinyan's smile flashed frame by frame from their moments fighting side by side to her gentle smile. When she looked back, every detail, so vivid it seemed within reach. Hot tears slid down the corners of his eyes onto the pillowcase. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, staring steadily at the ceiling, his lips curving into a heartfelt smile. Outside the window, the sky still carried the unique grayness after rain, with lingering water vapor swaying in the air. Rays of sunlight broke through the thick clouds, slanting across the floor and into his heart. The heavy boulder that had been pressing on his chest crashed to the ground at this moment. Shortly after Bai Yu exited the inner world, news that the Tower Guardian boss of the 29th floor of the Tower of God has been conquered spread like wildfire, rapidly flooding major forums and news channels. The Dragon Nation Assault Team naturally became the most prominent focus, followed closely by the Peacock Nation Assault Team, while the Bear Nation and Lion Nation teams that joined later were also repeatedly mentioned. What sparked even more heated discussion among countless climbers was that sky-covering, ancient beast-like, colossal serpent, the world serpent. Footage of it suppressing the Tower Guardian boss was edited into countless clips that filled homepage feeds across the internet. Everyone was asking about its origins, abilities, and ultimate strength. Undoubtedly, intelligence agencies from various nations had already placed this giant serpent, that is, Bai Yu himself, on their priority watch lists. Fortunately, the world serpent currently only operated on the 29th floor, while teams from various nations were about to advance comprehensively to the 30th floor, making the theoretical probability of direct encounters nearly zero. Debates about whether to target it preemptively or how to avoid it continued, but for Bai Yu now, it all became background noise. Finally, he took a deep breath, decided not to hesitate any longer, quickly typed caring words, and hit send. The delivered notification lit up in the upper right corner of the screen, but no reply came. He casually tossed his phone beside his pillow, turned his head toward the sky that had just been washed clean by rain, his thoughts quietly drifting away through the gaps in the clouds. In the Tower of God, on the 30th floor, after Jiang Xinyan and Su Yin landed steadily first, other members of the Dragon Nation assault team were also successively teleported into position. Immediately after, they brought back crucial information about the grace period to reality, and the entire Dragon Nation machinery began operating swiftly. Reserves from training bases and climbers from various special departments who were still on the 29th floor all mobilized at this moment. During this precious time before the Tower Guardian boss respawned, nations launched their sprints. Taking advantage of the open threshold, Peacock Nation, Bear Nation, Lion Nation, and other countries similarly organized large batches of teams to push forward aggressively. In just a few hours, a spectacular, free admission operation swept across the globe, creating a massive wave of freeloading entrance tickets. They also took in the terrifying aftermath left behind by the battle between those two monster bosses. The abyss stretched like an insurmountable chasm before the entrance to the Tower of Gods, forming a black barrier that would cause considerable trouble for future climbers. Night fell. The training base appeared especially quiet under the lights. Jiang Xinyan finished her day's work, rubbed her shoulders, and returned to the restroom. A text message lay quietly on her phone screen. "Sis, come back soon once your mission is complete." Seeing this line, her lips unconsciously curved upward, and even her physical fatigue seemed to fade away. Her fingers quickly tapped out a reply. "Do you miss your sister? If you do, sister will come back very soon." The response came almost instantly. "Yes." That single word made her burst into laughter, as if she could see Bai Yu's soft, adorable face. She sprawled across the bed, her mood so light she felt like floating, and sent another message. "How much do you miss me?" This time she waited several minutes. The text finally appeared. "So much, so much, so much. I can barely eat or think straight. So, please come back soon." "Okay," Jiang Xinyan casually added a cute emoji, staring at the chat window and whispering softly, "Sister misses you too." Only the words "going home" remained in her mind. Thinking of the figure waiting for her at home, longing surged through her like a tide. She rolled out of bed, grabbed her jacket, and rushed toward the door. "Xinyan, did you get the message too?" Su Yin's voice suddenly came from beside her. Jiang Xinyan stopped in her tracks. "What message?" Su Yin pouted with a reluctant expression. "What else could it be? The boss wants all of us to gather in the conference room. Come on, we just finished that assault mission, haven't even caught up on sleep, and now there's another task?" The thought of going home was forcibly suppressed. Jiang Xinyan reached out and gently pinched Su Yin's soft cheek. "Don't look so glum. It might just be follow-up arrangements. Come on, let's go see what it's about." Su Yin nodded pitifully and hugged her arm, shaking it. Xinyan, you're the best. By the way, seeing how fast you were running just now, you wanted to go home and see your precious little brother, right? You're such a total brother complex." Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes at her. "Why do you look so excited? Are you plotting something about me in your head again?" "Of course not. Don't change the subject." The two chatted and laughed as they headed to the conference room. Pushing the door open, they saw Long Shanha sitting solemnly in the center, his expression grave. Both women immediately fell silent and took their seats. Once all assault team members had arrived, Long Shanha took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone, lingering for a moment on two particular members before finally speaking in a heavy voice. "Here's the situation." Within just a few minutes, the conference room erupted. The two members who learned their family members had been attacked and were missing suddenly stood up, their faces twisted with rage, like two lions ready to go berserk at any moment. The others also looked grim. If assault team members' families were being targeted and the perpetrators were still at large, who could say they wouldn't be next? Especially Jiang Xinyan when she heard that the culprit was very likely the God Smile organization, that same group of lunatics who had attacked her in the other world. The last trace of composure in her heart instantly crumbled. She suddenly stood up and rushed out of the conference room, running while dialing Bai Yu's number on her phone. "Xinyan, where are you going?" Su Yin called out urgently as she chased after her, but Jiang Xinyan had already disappeared like a gust of wind at the end of the corridor. "Let her go." Long Shanha showed no displeasure whatsoever, saying calmly, "We've already dispatched additional personnel to investigate. The perpetrator's location has been roughly pinpointed, and I believe we'll catch them soon. If you want to go as well, you're all free to do so. Pick up the phone." Jiang Xinyan clutched her phone, her mind racing with urgency. Just minutes ago, she and Bai Yu had exchanged text messages, but until she heard that kid's voice with her own ears, she couldn't find peace. He was a target that God Smile had set their sights on, and Bai Yu was closely connected to her. If those people wanted to make an example of someone, it was almost a given. Her only thought was to rush back immediately and keep her little brother within her sight. The call finally connected. "Hello? Sis." That familiar voice, one she knew down to her bones, made Jiang Xinyan's nerves relax just a fraction. She immediately put on a stern tone. Xiao Yu, remember every single word I'm about to say. Huh? Go ahead, sis. I'm listening. Before I get back, you're not going anywhere. Lock the door tight and don't open it for anyone who knocks. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Keep the phone line open, got it? Got it. Before the words had even finished leaving her lips, she had already rushed to the entrance of the training base and mounted a black motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, the roar mixed with the night wind as the bike shot out like black lightning. She was fighting for every second. Bai Yu pressed the phone to his ear, the sound of wind and the engine's roar drilling through the receiver into his eardrums. Both confused and worried, he quickly shouted, Sis, slow down. There's really no need to rush. I'm at home and not going anywhere. But his mind was still rapidly reviewing the recent strange incidents. The only thing that could make Jiang Xinyan race through the night like this was that matter, the God Smile organization. They had attacked her in the inner world, and now they were targeting him in the real world. This thread bound the two of them tightly together. But how did his sister know? The assault operation had just ended, and the police hadn't released any details publicly, unless someone had specifically. Before he could finish the thought, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was crisp and controlled, just loud enough to pierce the quiet night. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Someone comes knocking just minutes after the call. This door rarely had visitors. The last time was because his exercise routine had disturbed the female neighbor downstairs. His psychic power spread out silently, and the scene outside the door immediately appeared in his mind. Two figures, a man and a woman, wrapped in black coats with masks covering their faces, looking around nervously with suspicious behavior. Bai Yu observed quietly without making a move. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking, the rhythm unchanged. Xiao Yu, is someone knocking at your door? Jiang Xinyan's voice suddenly cut through from the other end of the phone. Bai Yu, did her ears have to be that sharp? To avoid distracting Jiang Xinyan, Bai Yu had deliberately stayed away from the door area, but she still heard something. A miscalculation. The sound of an engine roared through the phone into his eardrums, so he simply pulled the blanket up to his chest and lowered his voice. No, nothing's wrong. You must have misheard, sis. By the way, aren't you driving a bit too fast? The wind is howling so loud it's about to blow my ears off. Slow down a little, there's no rush. It's fine, just hang in there a bit longer. I'll be there soon. Jiang Xinyan's voice was mixed with even more urgent wind noise. Meanwhile, the knocking outside suddenly intensified, fists pounding against the wooden door, making no attempt to hide their certainty that someone was inside. The next second, a stern voice came through the door. Bai Yu, we know you're in there. Open the door immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Before Bai Yu could respond, a loud roar came through the phone as the wind noise spiked. Clearly, Jiang Xinyan had also heard the commotion outside. Xiao Yu, no matter who it is, don't open that door. Your sister will be there right away. Her anxiety exploded in his eardrums, but Bai Yu felt reassured and chuckled softly. Don't worry, sis. I'm fine. He tucked the phone under the covers and pulled the blanket back up, then silently stepped away from the bedside. The bedroom door closed gently, and his psychic senses locked firmly onto the two people outside. Only when he reached the front door did he extend his hand to grasp the handle. Click, the lock turned. Snap. The door swung open. Under the dim hallway light, sharp glints flashed simultaneously in the eyes of two figures as their gazes fell upon the young man at the doorway, only to meet Bai Yu's ice-cold, emotionless stare. Both felt a chill run through them. You're disturbing me. Bai Yu's tone was flat, yet it fell like shards of ice. The brown-haired man was momentarily stunned, then his brow furrowed with impatience. Do you know who you're talking to, kid? The short-haired woman extended her arm to stop him, shaking her head in warning. Then she turned to Bai Yu, her voice equally cold and hard. We're investigating an international assassin attack case. One of the suspects is connected to you, and we hope you'll assist with our investigation. Seeming to anticipate that Bai Yu might refuse, she added, I know you're confident in your abilities, but don't force us to take action. We're just here to do our job. If you cooperate, it'll be better for everyone. The implication was clear. Resist further, and they had their methods. Before setting out, they had done their homework at the police station. Tracing connections to gather information about Bai Yu did have some skills, but that wasn't sufficient reason to refuse law enforcement. International assassin? Attack case. Bai Yu's brow furrowed slightly as the image of the foreign man who had suddenly attacked in the elevator flashed through his mind. Remembering Jiang Xinyan's warning, he shifted his gaze back to the two people before him, studying them carefully. And your identities are? You don't need to know that. The brown-haired man's tone grew sharper, his gaze piercing like an awl. You just need to cooperate with the investigation. His usual intimidating presence pressed forward. Bai Yu's expression remained unchanged as he let out a cold laugh. Forget it. Whatever you're here for, I'm not interested. Please leave. With that, he raised his hand to close the door. Bang. The brown-haired man slammed his palm against the door panel, the dull sound echoing through the hallway as he fixed his fierce gaze on Bai Yu. refusing to yield an inch. The short-haired woman beside him shook her head inwardly, but remained standing to the side, quietly watching the scene unfold without saying another word. The atmosphere in the hallway suddenly grew tense. The brown-haired man stepped forward aggressively to the door, pressing his palm against the wooden panel with veins bulging. Looks like you're not planning to cooperate. Then we'll have to do this our way. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force, trying to push the door open. The heavy wooden door remained completely motionless, only emitting a dull hum between his fingers. The brown-haired man's eyes narrowed, and he applied even more pressure, unleashing brute force. In an instant the door panel visibly dented inward, yet still didn't budge an inch. This kid. His heart sank as he quickly glanced at Bai Yu's indifferent face, seemingly without lifting a finger, yet as if there were tons of weight pressing against the door from behind. The short-haired woman also noticed the palm print pressed into the door panel. Surprise flashed in her eyes as she stared at Bai Yu with a slightly brightened gaze. They had indeed underestimated this young man. Bai Yu, we mean no harm. She immediately steadied her tone and said aloud. We hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. Bai Yu acted as if he hadn't heard, only looking down at the dent, his expression gradually darkening. This door is very expensive. What? The short-haired woman suspected she had misheard and turned to look at her partner. Bai Yu looked up, repeating word by word. This door is very expensive. Tsh. The brown-haired man was thoroughly enraged, feeling completely disrespected. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shot out his other hand, grabbing directly for Bai Yu's shoulder. Slap. As the palm landed, Bai Yu glanced down at his shoulder, then looked up expressionlessly. You made the first move. Before he finished speaking, his left hand shot out like lightning, gripping the man's palm and tightening his knuckles. The brown-haired man's face changed drastically as cold sweat poured down from the pain. Bai Yu, what are you trying to? The short-haired woman cried out, but before she could finish, her vision was torn apart by two swift shadows. Bang, 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 bang. Fists and feet clashed with a series of dull impacts, so fast it was dizzying. With his right hand captured and his movement restricted, the brown-haired man fell completely into disadvantage within just a few moves. Bai Yu twisted both his wrists behind his back, drove his knee into the man's chest, then lifted his leg. Bang! A kick landed squarely in the chest. The brown-haired man was sent flying from the ground, crashing heavily into the hallway wall, his breath scattered from the impact as he fell. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The man who had been so aggressive moments before now lay on the ground convulsing, with only heavy gasping remaining. The short-haired woman stared wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to react. She turned back to look at her partner's miserable state, her gaze instantly turning several degrees colder. Do you know what you're doing? This is illegal. We can arrest you at any time. Bai Yu remained calm, shrugging as he replied. Illegal? I was just defending myself. You saw it till he made the first move. As he spoke, he nodded toward the man on the ground, his attitude casual and dismissive. The brown-haired man felt his chest tighten, nearly spitting blood on the spot. The short-haired woman stared coldly at Bai Yu, completely unconvinced by his sophistry. But Bai Yu still seriously added, Oh, and about this door, how do you plan to compensate for it? The brown-haired man's forehead veins throbbed. The short-haired woman's cheek twitched as she struggled to control her emotions. After taking a deep breath, she spoke in a tone that was as calm as she could manage. We'll pay for the door. Now, can you cooperate with our investigation? Bai Yu's gaze flickered slightly. He didn't refuse immediately, but after pondering for a few seconds, he pressed again. You still haven't told me who you are. Everything had circled back to the original question, but this time, the short-haired woman gave a clear answer. We're members of a special task force investigating an assault case. This is my ID, and he's my partner. She opened her credentials and held them in front of Bai Yu, then withdrew them after a few seconds. Is that sufficient now? The brown-haired man beside her also stood up, pressing his chest. Beneath his mask, his lips curved into an unfriendly smile as his gaze swept over Bai Yu. Bai Yu merely glanced at him indifferently, paying him no mind. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a slender figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. A clear voice called out, Xiao Yu. Bai Yu spun around sharply. Seeing that familiar figure, his eyes filled with unstoppable joy. Sister. The short-haired woman and brown-haired man looked in that direction, feeling their vision blur for a moment. In the next second, Jiang Xinyan had already flashed to Bai Yu's side, positioning herself protectively in front of her brother with a stern expression. Who are you people? What's your purpose for being here? The two investigators were startled by her sudden display of speed, then quickly regained their composure. They understood her identity. Having such abilities wasn't surprising. Bai Yu gazed at his sister's solid, protective back, and his previously tense nerves instantly calmed. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, standing quietly behind her with a gentle expression. Sister, you're back. How wonderful. The short-haired woman could only patiently explain. Jiang Xinyan, we're not bad people. We're here to investigate the perpetrator of an assault case. As she spoke, she showed their credentials again. As a member of the National Strike Team, Jiang Xinyan could immediately tell whether such credentials were authentic. After confirming they were genuine, she relaxed slightly but still asked in confusion, "If you're investigating a case, why did you come here?" Clearly, she didn't yet know about Bai Yu's previous encounter. The short-haired woman looked slightly surprised. "You don't know yet?" "No what? Your brother Bai Yu was attacked recently. However, he wasn't harmed at all. Instead, he subdued the attacker and sent him to the police station." Upon hearing the first part, a sudden chill emanated from Jiang Xinyan's body. Upon hearing the second part, she gasped in astonishment. The attacker was subdued by her brother? Could there be some mistake? Only then did she begin to examine Bai Yu carefully, noticing the tremendous changes in her brother. Her eyes brightened, but she ultimately suppressed her curiosity, saving her questions for later. Jiang Xinyan turned back, her gaze falling inquiringly on Bai Yu. No one knew her better than her brother. With just one look, Bai Yu understood her meaning and couldn't help but nod. The living room. That dented door could barely close properly. The broken door panel creaked and groaned, while the air carried a mixture of wood shavings and faint disinfectant. In the center of the living room, an old sofa divided the occupants into two rows. Bai Yu and Jiang Xinyan sat side by side on the left, while a short-haired woman and brown-haired man took seats on the right, both simultaneously pulling out small notebooks. The short-haired woman opened her cover and asked meticulously, "What was the exact time the attack began that night?" 10:07 p.m. Bai Yu's voice remained calm, though his gaze constantly monitored the gestures of their two visitors. "Number of attackers?" the brown-haired man added. "One." The questions came one after another without pause. Bai Yu answered without omission, while Jiang Xinyan listened quietly, her eyes lingering on her brother, as if confirming whether each statement matched her own memories. After about 20 minutes, the investigation finally concluded. The short-haired woman snapped her notebook shut and stood up, brushing off her clothes. "Don't forget about the door dented like that. It's an easy target for thieves." As the two reached the doorway, Bai Yu couldn't help calling out, "Hey, short-haired miss, brown-haired sir, this matter? Can it finally be put to rest?" The short-haired woman suppressed her irritation and turned back seriously. "Don't worry, we'll handle it right away." With that, she and her companion left briskly, not even glancing back at the interior. The moment the door closed, Bai Yu muttered under his breath, "Seriously, breaking into someone's home and acting like they're in the right?" Before his complaint finished, he felt those autumn water eyes beside him staring even more intently. It was Jiang Xinyan, resting her chin on her hand, her slender legs elegantly crossed, watching her brother with an enigmatic smile. With the outsiders gone, she instantly relaxed, revealing the natural demeanor she only showed at home, only in front of Bai Yu. "I'm looking at my little brother," Jiang Xinyan said softly. "You seem to have undergone some remarkable changes lately." Understanding him better than anyone, she immediately detected that hint of guilt, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. Indeed, if not for that familiar face, she might have wondered whether this young man was really her brother. She leaned forward, one hand braced on the sofa, her fair and beautiful face drawing closer. "Don't move." Sensing her brother's attempt to dodge, her cherry lips parted slightly. "Sister will be very gentle." Warm breath brushed against his cheek, and Bai Yu's entire body went rigid. Heaven knows, he hadn't been this nervous even when fighting bosses in the other world. "Your skin has become so much whiter and smoother." Jiang Xinyan marveled, her fingertips lightly touching his face. "So silky, and a bit cool too." Bai Yu feigned composure. It's probably the weather. And there's a faint fragrance. That's from the medicinal baths I've been taking recently." "Medicinal baths? Is that also why your body has become so much stronger?" Bai Yu nodded. "That's wonderful. You should keep it up." He responded quietly. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xinyan suddenly called out, "Bai Yu, what is it? Sister missed you so much." This sentence instantly drained away his tension. Bai Yu froze, lowering his eyes as indescribable emotions flickered in their depths. "Me too." As his words fell, Bai Yu felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace, then found himself tumbling onto the sofa. Before he could fully savor the warmth of the embrace, he felt his entire face pressed firmly against something soft, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Sis, I can't breathe." On the living room sofa, Bai Yu was tightly held in his sister's arms, his voice muffled and barely audible, yet his tone carried a hint of painful but happy secret delight. Downstairs in the residential complex, two special task force members emerged from the building entrance, but stopped just as they stepped onto the stairs, both turning back to look at the floor they had just left. "Still hurting?" The short-haired woman noticed her partner continuously rubbing his chest and raised an eyebrow. You have no idea how hard that kid hit." With no one around, the brown-haired man stopped pretending to be tough, wincing and grimacing as he sucked in cold air. "That kick nearly knocked the wind out of me. That's what you get for breaking their door." The short-haired woman chuckled lightly, but her expression quickly turned serious. "It seems we underestimated that young man before coming here." I was just careless." It wouldn't happen again if we faced off once more. The brown-haired man protested sullenly. The short-haired woman didn't continue arguing and said to herself, "What a pity. Our department is short-staffed right now. If only." "Don't." The brown-haired man cut her off directly. "I admit that kid has both skill and talent, but he's with the assault team after all. There's no way he'd join us." He kept another thought to himself. Just seeing that face was enough to irritate him. "You're right." The short-haired woman sighed. Bai Yu was Jiang Xinyan's brother, so even if he did join the organization, his first choice would only be the Dragon Nation assault team. "Let's go. The investigation must continue." "Oh, and you handle the door situation yourself." The brown-haired man's eye twitched at the thought of that dented door. As night deepened, in the long-abandoned floor, peeling paint glowed gray-white under the lights. The entire investigation team stood in silent formation, their gazes locked on the center two brutalized children tied to chairs, barely clinging to life. Two female team members covered their mouths upon seeing the blood marks covering the children, their eyes instantly turning red. "Sister, has someone come to save us? I can't see anymore. My body hurts so much, so much." The boy's voice was barely a whisper, while the girl beside him was crying silently from pain. The perpetrator hadn't immediately ended their lives, but had let torture consume every inch of their skin. Rage exploded in everyone's chest. One team member suddenly rushed to the corridor and kicked the railing hard, the metallic clang echoing throughout the empty building. The remaining members quickly moved forward, cutting the ropes and repeatedly offering gentle comfort while contacting medical support. After the children's emotions finally stabilized, the team split up to search the entire floor, but couldn't catch even a trace of the perpetrator. Clearly, they had received advance warning and fled long ago. "Seal the scene and immediately relay this information back." The team leader's hoarse voice carried barely contained fury. They understood that the assault team would likely lose emotional control upon learning of this, but there was absolutely no possibility of concealing this information. What they needed to do was stop the perpetrator before their next move and bring them to justice. The next morning, the rain that had been pattering steadily since early yesterday finally stopped, leaving the sky outside washed clean and crystal clear. In the bedroom, Bai Yu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the white ceiling, memories of the previous night flashing through his mind as a slow smile spread across his lips. "It's all over," he murmured softly, then threw off the covers and sat up, his disheveled black hair trembling slightly across his forehead. Stepping onto the cold floor, he pushed open the door and headed toward the living room. In the living room, Jiang Xinyan was busy serving dishes, the warm yellow light stretching her silhouette tall and graceful. Seeing Bai Yu emerge, she glanced at her wrist and then at the clock on the wall. "It's almost 7 o'clock, you sleepyhead. Come sit down and eat quickly. Isn't your school holding assessments today?" The clay pot in her hands clinked gently against the table as steam rose from the rice porridge, and she turned to flash her brother a gentle smile. "Assessments?" Bai Yu's steps faltered. These past few days, he had thrown himself completely into the crucial battle. Last night, when everything finally ended and the tension suddenly released, the assessments had been completely forgotten. Yet unexpectedly, his sister still remembered. So in my previous life, she remembered this too, but in the end, she never made it back. The light and shadows in the living room flickered in his eyes, and he seemed to travel back to that smoke-filled battlefield, seeing the figure from his past life who had fought to the very last moment to protect everyone. The scene of Jiang Xinyan's death in battle was vivid in his memory. He had once been consumed with grief over losing her, but had never imagined that in that moment, his sister's heart was bleeding too. "What are you standing there for? Come over here." His sister's voice pulled him back to reality. The overlapping phantoms dissolved, leaving only the smiling face before him. Bai Yu lowered his head and sniffled quietly, hiding his surging emotions. When he looked up again, he had regained his composure. "Sis, this little bit of porridge isn't enough." "Really? I remember always making this much before. I'm still growing, you know." "Then take mine too. I'll make some more." "No, no, let's eat together. If it's not enough, I can just buy something downstairs later." Simple conversation accompanied by the fragrant aroma of rice porridge. The siblings sat across from each other at the dining table. The white rice grains swayed gently in the porcelain spoon, utterly ordinary, yet tasting exceptionally sweet to Bai Yu. During the meal, Jiang Xinyan occasionally asked about what had happened these past few days. Bai Yu answered everything openly, only keeping the secret of his bloodline mutation to himself, for no, it wasn't the right time yet. He silently reminded himself, once he had enough power to protect himself and his sister, it wouldn't be too late to tell her the truth. After finishing their meal, the two stood side by side at the kitchen sink. The porcelain bowls clinked against each other in the clear water, making crisp sounds. "By the way, sis, there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Jiang Xinyan tilted her head slightly. Though she was over 5'7", she still had to look up to see her brother's expression clearly, her lips curved in a smile. "Xiao Yu, have you grown taller again?" "Seems like it," Bai Yu replied casually, rinsing the bowl in his hands clean and placing it in the drying rack. After taking a deep breath, he turned to face his sister. After several seconds of contemplation, he finally voiced the decision buried in his heart. Sis, actually, I'm not planning to participate in the school assessments. Why don't you want to participate? Jiang Xinyan looked at him in surprise. Since returning last night, after hearing about everything that had happened to Bai Yu, Jiang Xinyan had already guessed that her younger brother must be quite talented. For something like the school-wide assessment, even if he couldn't achieve the best results, he certainly wouldn't perform poorly. So why didn't Bai Yu want to participate in the assessment? Could there be some hidden circumstances she wasn't aware of? Bai Yu fell into silence, unsure how to explain. Finally, under Jiang Xinyan's watchful gaze, he slowly extended his left hand. With a thought, the back of his hand immediately blazed with dazzling golden light. Above the inverted triangle mark representing awakening qualification, 3 golden S symbols flowed with light, extremely conspicuous. SSS. When she saw Bai Yu's rating, Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, her face immediately showing shock as she couldn't help but exclaim, SSS level? Xiao Yu, your rating. Seeing his sister's surprised reaction, Bai Yu wore an expression that said, I knew it. The fact that even Jiang Xinyan was so shocked showed just what SSS level truly meant. This was also why, after much deliberation, Bai Yu had ultimately decided not to participate in the assessment. Because once his rating was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge sensation at school and might even alert people from various departments. That wasn't a situation Bai Yu wanted to see. The most suitable development path for him now was to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. The golden light gradually faded, and the awakening mark on Bai Yu's hand disappeared with it. Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and as her thoughts turned, she quickly guessed the intention behind Bai Yu's decision. Xiao Yu, are you worried about? Bai Yu nodded. Seeing this, Jiang Xinyan looked carefully at Bai Yu for a moment, then chuckled softly, saying, It seems my brother is not only a great genius, but also has his own ideas. Having an SSS rating yet refusing the opportunity to shine brilliantly in the school-wide assessment because he didn't want to attract attention from various parties, this alone was something many people would find difficult to do, not to mention the temptations and countless benefits that would follow. Yet Bai Yu remained unmoved by all of this, and his attitude was quite firm. While surprised, Jiang Xinyan suddenly felt somewhat emotional. It seemed that during her absence, Bai Yu had really grown and changed a lot. Your sister supports your decision. That's great. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's face immediately lit up with a happy smile. So what are you planning to do today? Are you still going to school? I should probably go once, but I'll wait until after their assessment is over. Bai Yu thought for a moment and said. Then his eyes brightened. Sis, how about we go look at cars today? We have time now anyway. Buy a car. Yeah, I've been wanting to for a while. It would make getting around more convenient. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, agreeing with Bai Yu's reasoning. Should we leave now? Let's go. A few minutes later, downstairs, Bai Yu looked at the sleek, black motorcycle with brightening eyes. Jiang Xinyan swung her long legs over and sat on it, sunlight cascading over her smooth golden hair, making it shimmer brilliantly. Her entire being radiated an aura of freedom and coolness. Get on. Jiang Xinyan waved her hand. Bai Yu immediately walked over and obediently sat on the back seat. Hold on tight. Okay. Bai Yu reached out to loosely encircle Jiang Xinyan's slender waist, but when the black motorcycle roared to life beneath them, his hands instinctively tightened their grip. Only then did Jiang Xinyan slow down the speed, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly as her voice drifted back softly. Hold your sister tight, okay? At roughly the same time, at school in class 14 of the first year, almost everyone had arrived in the classroom, nervously and expectantly waiting for the assessment to begin. Why isn't that guy Bai Yu here yet? Tang Hao noticed the empty seat at the back of the classroom and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Did he oversleep? In the front row of the classroom, class beauty Xia Yingying kept turning back to look behind her, her gaze occasionally checking the clock above the podium. Time passed bit by bit, but that figure never appeared, and she couldn't help feeling somewhat worried. When the time finally reached 8 o'clock, their homeroom teacher appeared right on schedule, waving his hand broadly and saying, Everyone, immediately assemble on the playground below. The assessment is about to begin. Teacher, Bai Yu hasn't arrived yet. Tang Hao immediately raised his hand and said loudly. Several other classmates who cared about Bai Yu looked intently at their teacher upon hearing this. But their homeroom teacher just waved his hand dismissively, looking as if he already knew, saying, Bai Yu won't be coming today. His sister just called in sick for him. Tang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Sister Xinyan actually called Bai Yu in sick? On assessment day? What's going on? Yun Fan and Chu Mo exchanged glances, both showing surprise in their eyes. Xia Yingying lowered her head slightly, slowly clenching her skirt in her hands, lost in thought. The school assessment proceeded as scheduled. It wouldn't be suspended just because someone was absent, just like how the earth wouldn't stop rotating for anyone. Sigh. The morning breeze hit their faces as the black motorcycle's engine roared through the quiet streets. Jiang Xinyan wore sunglasses, her long hair flowing slightly beneath her helmet as she controlled the throttle. Bai Yu was flustered by his phone buzzing on vibrate mode, but could only wrap his arms tightly around his sister's soft, slender waist, unable to deal with the persistently flashing incoming call notification. Sunlight bathed the highway as their silhouettes sped past. After about half an hour, the siblings came to a steady stop in front of the city's largest auto mall. The moment the engine shut off, Bai Yu reluctantly loosened his grip and pulled out his phone to check its sender was Tang Hao, with a simple message. "Why did you skip the assessment?" Bai Yu smirked and quickly typed back. "Good luck with the assessment. Currently buying a car. Don't worry about me." After sending it, he pocketed his phone and walked into the mall alongside Jiang Xinyan. As the automatic glass doors opened, a sharply dressed car salesman immediately approached them with a beaming smile, his words flowing as smoothly as a recording. "You two are here to look at cars, right? I wonder which model catches your fancy." "We have." His sales pitch rattled off rapidly, but his eyes had already swept over the pair, his smile growing even brighter. Years of experience told him that with their demeanor and bearing, they were clearly wealthy'd definitely be quick to buy. "Oh my, you two are such a perfect match, truly made for each other. Of course you'd want a car that matches your status." As he spoke, he was nearly breathless at the sight of Jiang Xinyan's slightly upturned lips, but his professional instincts quickly helped him recover his rhythm, making him even more enthusiastic. "Do we really look that well matched?" Jiang Xinyan suddenly stopped and asked with a smile. The salesman was stunned for a second, then immediately nodded vigorously. "A golden couple, absolutely perfect together. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more compatible pair anywhere in the world." Jiang Xinyan's shoulders trembled slightly as she seemed to suppress her laughter. Bai Yu looked up toward the sky now, the ceiling, thinking about what expression this guy would have if he knew they were siblings. Seeing their strange expressions, the salesman thought he'd said something wrong, confusion written all over his face. "Thank you, we'll just look around ourselves." Jiang Xinyan finally managed to contain her laughter and responded softly, then turned to leave with Bai Yu. As their figures receded, the salesman's smile froze like a broken machine. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. But he really wasn't lying, these two really did look perfect together. Was telling the truth not allowed either? Leaving the main showroom, Bai Yu noticed his sister still had that faint smile playing on her lips and couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really that funny? He just said we looked really compatible. Jiang Xinyan turned back, her eyes curving into crescents. Bai Yu paused, quickly adjusting his expression and feigning nonchalance. "So what? What's the big deal about that?" "It means I still look very young." Jiang Xinyan came to this conclusion with complete seriousness. "Come on, sis, you're not old to begin with." Bai Yu's forehead showed black lines of exasperation. Jiang Xinyan shook her head earnestly. "You don't understand. Girls care a lot about age." With that said, he dropped the topic and changed the subject. "By the way, Xiao Yu, what kind of vehicle are you thinking of getting?" Bai Yu rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a few seconds. "Something ordinary would be fine, just for daily transportation. I think a motorcycle would be nice." Of course, he wouldn't admit out loud that he wanted the same model as his sister. That black motorcycle had been stuck in his mind, which made him change his decision at the last minute. The siblings headed straight to the motorcycle section at the far end of the showroom. In the spacious exhibition hall, rows of headlights reflected dazzling light, and the air carried a faint smell of motor oil. They spent a full hour browsing back and forth, sitting on bikes, starting engines, and listening to the sounds. Finally, Bai Yu settled on a sleek black sport motorcycle with sharp lines. The entire purchasing process was surprisingly smooth. No arrogant rich kids jumped out to show off and get slapped down. No sales consultants gave them attitude or made things difficult. The signing, payment, and inspection went smoothly, which even made Bai Yu wonder if he had lost his protagonist aura. The bike cost less than 100,000 yuan. But when Bai Yu pulled out his card and swiped it before his sister could, Jiang Xinyan was still stunned. When did this little guy start hiding pocket money? Hee, I had some good luck recently and made a bit of money. Bai Yu proudly waved his card. He had made quite a profit selling equipment in the other world. After deducting previous expenses and the 100,000 for this bike, his account still had nearly 1,000,000 yuan sitting comfortably. Given their upbringing, this could be considered a fortune. During their childhood, the siblings lived so frugally that they would split one bowl of porridge between two people, with Jiang Xinyan bearing all the burden. Life had improved considerably since then, but they were still far from being able to casually throw around hundreds of thousands without blinking. What truly made Bai Yu happy was finally being able to help shoulder the family's burdens. After completing the paperwork, Jiang Xinyan became an on-the-spot instructor, teaching Bai Yu how to ride Hansen, starting the engine, shifting gears, accelerating, leaning into turns. In less than half an hour, the young man's awkwardness was quickly replaced by rapidly improving proficiency. By the time they finished, he could already ride the black motorcycle steadily around the parking lot. On the way home, Jiang Xinyan received a phone call, and her expression immediately darkened after hanging up. Bai Yu sensed something was wrong and quietly inquired. After hesitating for a moment, she told him exactly what the call was about. In that attacker incident, the kidnapped family members had been successfully rescued. But the perpetrator had vanished without a trace, and the two victims had suffered extremely brutal treatment. Hearing the details, Bai Yu's face darkened. If he hadn't had sufficient strength during that elevator attack, he and his sister might have suffered the same fate. They really are scum who deserve to die, he said in a low voice, radiating coldness. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him sideways, but didn't respond. Affected by this phone call, both of them felt somewhat heavy-hearted and didn't linger outside, heading straight home. They had actually already eaten lunch at a buffet restaurant. That meal gave Jiang Xinyan her first direct experience of her brother's combat power. 3 full plates of meat plus various desserts disappeared completely. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Bai Yu waved his hand to indicate she shouldn't be so surprised, but secretly laughed to himself. This was me deliberately holding back. Gradual progress, eat a bit more next time. Then even more the time after that. Let sister get used to it slowly. Plan successful. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the school assessment was still in full swing. Running from morning until noon, the process wasn't completely finished yet. However, Class 14 of the first year had completed all their tests. Although results hadn't been officially announced, most students had a good idea. Comprehensive ratings, on-site performance, and private interactions with examiners all hinted at the ranking trends. The class's 2 geniuses Yun Fan and Lin Xia had been approached for talks by relevant departments right after stepping down from the testing platform with their B ratings, and were now leaning casually against the corridor railings, looking relaxed and confident. Chu Mo was the same, his usually expressionless face unable to hide his joy after success. But aside from these naturally gifted few, most people's results could only be considered mediocre. One could imagine how low the class atmosphere was at this moment. Sigh. Tang Hao slumped over his desk dejectedly, looking completely drained and sighing continuously. Every moment of hesitation and every small mistake from the exam replayed in his mind like a slideshow. He shook his head and asked himself, why did he still fall short despite all his efforts? Was life destined to be full of regrets? Suddenly, he turned his head toward the empty seat in the back row. A thought struck him, and he pulled out his phone to find an unread message. He had been so focused on the exam that he hadn't noticed it at all. The sender was Bai Yu. The message was brief, ending with currently buying a vehicle, don't worry about me. Those 4 words were like a knife to the heart. Tang Hao felt as if a dull blade had pierced straight through his chest. He groaned, clutched his head, and let out a wild cry that startled all the nearby students, though he couldn't care less. He was exhausted and nothing mattered anymore. Chu Mo's eyes quietly glanced over, watching the frantic Tang Hao with some sympathy. He hesitated about whether to go pat his shoulder, but worried that his joy from passing the exam might show through, and a smile might only make things worse for Tang Hao. After a moment's thought, he shook his head mentally. Forget it. Men need to learn to heal their own wounds. Tang Hao, you can do this. The exam continued until the afternoon before finally ending. At the school gate, a low rumbling sound cut through the air as a sleek black motorcycle came to a smooth stop, drawing stares from passers-by. The rider was none other than Bai Yu. His handsome appearance paired with the high-quality bike was even more eye-catching than luxury car with beautiful woman. One could imagine how much attention he would draw if he rode directly into campus. However, Bai Yu wasn't that showy. He securely locked his bike and strode quickly through the gate. Students were still scattered across the playground, along with exam officials and teachers who hadn't left yet. Bai Yu checked the time and thought to himself, perfect timing. I wonder how Tang Hao and the others did. When he pushed open the classroom door, a heavy atmosphere hit him immediately. Most students hung their heads like deflated balloons, with only 2 or 3 wearing smiles. Bai Yu, the dead fish, in the back row suddenly sprang to life. Tang Hao's eyes lit up with an expression as if Bai Yu owed him a fortune, startling Bai Yu. Had something gone wrong with this guy? Tang Hao's loud voice also drew the attention of others, who all turned to look. Among them, a pair of clear, bright eyes instantly sparkled upon seeing Bai Yu, with long eyelashes fluttering gently. Bai Yu remained composed, walked to his seat and sat down, then asked Tang Hao with a slight smile, how did it go? How was the exam? Although he could already sense the outcome, what if a miracle had happened? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face twitched uncontrollably, looking utterly dejected. Bai Yu immediately understood the situation. A miracle had occurred. He patted Tang Hao's shoulder consolingly and said, don't take it too hard. It's just one exam. Keep pushing forward, and we'll find a way to catch up later. He then shook his head with regret. I was planning to treat you guys to a celebratory dinner, but it looks like that's off the table now. Eat. Why wouldn't we eat? Tang Hao instantly perked up at the mention of food, eagerly responding while dragging Chu Mo into it. Mo, you want to eat too, right? Chu Mo gave him a speechless look, but eventually nodded. What are we having tonight? Tang Hao asked enthusiastically. Haven't decided yet. How about a buffet? Let's go for barbecue. That place we went to last time was pretty good. At the mention of barbecue, Tang Hao's small eyes narrowed into slits, his face breaking into a mischievous grin. Chu Mo couldn't stand the sight, and almost raised his hand to slap some sense into him. But remembering that the guy had just endured the torture of an exam, he held back. Barbecue it is then, Bai Yu agreed indifferently. A change of pace sounds good. Tang Hao walked along excitedly, shouting, let's go, let's go. Barbecue place. Tonight I'm going to get properly drunk. He practically wanted to push the other two straight to the restaurant. Front of the classroom. Just as the three musketeers were about to leave, Xia Yingying saw her opportunity slipping away and felt anxious. Encouraged by her friend's supportive gazes, she took a deep breath, stood up, and called out softly, Bai Yu, wait. The moment the class beauty spoke, the classroom fell silent. Almost every male student turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes following hers to land on Bai Yu in the back row. What's up? Bai Yu stopped and looked towards Xia Yingying. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. The girl held out a pink invitation that had been hidden behind her back, her voice carrying both nervousness and anticipation. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to my birthday party. The air seemed to ignite instantly, and the classroom erupted in commotion. The boys stared at Bai Yu, their eyes red with envy. Bai Yu again? First the team invitation, now even birthday parties? Just because he's handsome, has charisma, and that legendary hidden rich kid status? If Bai Yu knew their thoughts, he'd definitely complain bitterly. He'd accept the handsome and charismatic parts. But what the hell was this hidden rich kid nonsense? It was all because of the misunderstanding that guy Ouyang had left behind, which still hadn't been cleared up. He looked down at the pink invitation, his expression hesitant. Noticing this, Xia Yingying's heart clenched, and she quickly added, it's really just a regular birthday party. Anyone who wants to come is welcome, the more the merrier. This statement stirred the interest of quite a few classmates. After a moment, Bai Yu accepted the invitation and smiled. Then I'll be imposing on you when the time comes. Xia Yingying let out a long sigh of relief and broke into a sweet smile. Great, see you then. Can we really come too? Tang Hao raised his hand to ask. Of course. Xia Yingying nodded generously. Everyone's welcome. Come on, the more people the better. With this clear confirmation, the boys instantly erupted in wolf-like cheers, with voices from the back row volunteering one after another. Even most of the girls were swept up in the excitement and joined in. What had originally been a personal birthday gathering was clearly taking on the characteristics of an alternative class party. After leaving the classroom, Tang Hao kept shooting sideways glances at Bai Yu, clicking his tongue against his molars with a series of tsk-tisk sounds. A birthday party, oh my, and a personal invitation too, he said, practically dripping with sarcasm. Bai Yu, what do you think our class beauty means by this? Do I need to spell it out for you? Xia Yingying did end up inviting the entire class later, but Tang Hao and the others weren't so easily fooled. After a quick discussion, they realized that only Bai Yu had been specifically named at first. Even if there were others, she definitely wouldn't have invited the whole class all at once. That invitation delivered directly to Bai Yu's hands was solid proof. Why single out Bai Yu? And why was he the only one to receive an invitation? The more Tang Hao thought about it, the more his chest felt stuffed with pickled lemons, unbearably sour. Fine, I'm definitely making you pay big time for dinner tonight, he muttered. You're overthinking it, Bai Yu replied coolly. One of life's three great illusions. That girl likes me. Faced with Bai Yu's indifference, Tang Hao felt flames crackling in his throat, but unable to find any weak spots to attack, he could only grunt. I can't be bothered arguing with a block of wood like you. You have experience with this? Bai Yu casually jabbed back. Ahem. Tang Hao stiffened his neck. I don't recall you ever dating anyone. Tang Hao was so choked up his veins bulged. Chu Mo, who had been keeping a low profile nearby, delivered a gentle finishing blow. What one learns from books is shallow. To truly understand, one must practice. Tang Hao's chest suddenly tightened, nearly making him spit blood on the spot. You walking poetry anthology. Hearing this, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Mo with slightly brightened eyes. This kid. Under their gaze, Chu Mo's face flushed red. He wanted to explain but didn't know where to start, so he just pretended nothing happened and followed behind them. Walking out of the school gate, Bai Yu's black sport motorcycle sat steadily by the roadside, its sleek lines gleaming coldly in the sunset, immediately catching Tang Hao and Chu Mo's attention. Damn, that's so cool. Tang Hao's eyes lit up as he carefully caressed the bike's body, like he was touching a girl he'd been crushing on forever. Chu Mo couldn't help but touch the back seat. Bai Yu, did you buy this? Must have been expensive, right? Not really that pricey, under 100,000, Bai Yu answered casually. 100,000. Tang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. That's quite a lot. I was thinking of getting excited about it, but my parents would never be willing to spend that much. Earn the money and buy it yourself, Bai Yu replied. Tang Hao was stunned for a moment before finally managing. Fair point. Then came the problem, how would 3 people fit? Chu Mo hit the nail on the head. This bike only seats 2, right? No problem, I'll sit in front. Tang Hao volunteered enthusiastically, sitting up straight like a vanguard claiming high ground, squeezing his butt into the driver's position and patting the back seat to signal them to hurry up. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned to ask Chu Mo, should we just walk instead? Chu Mo nodded, indicating either was fine. Why walk when we have a bike? Come on, let me feel the wind. Tang Hao shouted excitedly. Seeing that he'd already taken enough of a beating during today's assessment, Bai Yu decided to indulge him. The three of them squeezed together as the black motorcycle roared out of the school gate, with passers-by turning their heads, their gazes clearly wondering who's the cushion for whom among these three. As night fell and neon lights flickered to life, the group returned to that familiar barbecue restaurant. This time the owner's wife seemed to have been fed honey in advance, smiling especially sweetly. Tang Hao was initially enjoying the view, but when he caught the subtle eye contact between Chu Mo and the owner's wife, the grilled skewer in his hand instantly lost its flavor. With sourness churning in his heart, he simply dragged Bai Yu into drinking beer. Just as the beer went down, a deep rumbling sound came from the street corner, and another equally black motorcycle approached from the distance, coming to a steady stop across the street. The graceful figure on the motorcycle immediately caught the attention of many people around. She wore a black casual jacket on top, paired with fitted wash jeans below that perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs. It was impossible to look away. Jiang Xinyan tossed her golden hair and stepped out of the car with her long legs, walking straight toward the barbecue restaurant. The lights at the entrance illuminated her hair, making it shimmer softly. Almost simultaneously, the diners inside fell silent, their gazes unconsciously drawn to her. Even the little girl beside the restaurant owner held her soda and stared in admiration. This big sister is so beautiful. Sister Xinyan. Tang Hao stood up in a daze, then turned to stare at Bai Yu. Why didn't you tell me Sister Xinyan was coming? I wasn't prepared at all. What did you want to prepare for? Bai Yu teased, spreading his hands innocently. Didn't I mention it? As Jiang Xinyan entered the restaurant, Bai Yu handed her a freshly grilled skewer and smiled. Sis, try this. It's been a while. It has been a while. She greeted Tang Hao and Chu Mo gently before naturally sitting down beside Bai Yu. Her white teeth bit into the meat, and as the flavor filled her mouth, her eyes lit up. This is really delicious. She turned to smile at Tang Hao and the others. Don't just watch me, you should eat too. Only then did Tang Hao snap back to reality. Oh, right, eating. The other customers also came to their senses, but couldn't help stealing glances at her when such a stunning beauty with both looks and grace suddenly appeared. Even though they knew they had no chance with her, they still wanted to feast their eyes. The siblings were long accustomed to this attention and couldn't be bothered to care. With Jiang Xinyan joining them, the atmosphere at the table immediately became much livelier. As Bai Yu's close friends, Tang Hao and Chu Mo had met her only a few times, but had known of each other's existence for a while. Initially, both were somewhat reserved due to her goddess-like aura, but after sensing her gentle and approachable big sister demeanor, they quickly relaxed, chatting casually while eating barbecue. Watching Bai Yu get along so well with his friends, Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, genuinely happy that her brother had such good companions. The barbecue meal lasted a full hour and a half. When it ended, Tang Hao wasn't drunk this time and got into Bai Yu's newly purchased ride, letting Bai Yu drive him home. Chu Mo stayed behind to help, apparently having plenty of private words to share with the restaurant owner. The night wind swept past as the black motorcycle sped along the road. Tang Hao, sitting on the back seat, suddenly spoke up. Bai Yu, it seems I really don't have any talent. Turns out hard work isn't enough, talent is what matters most. His sigh mixed with the sound of the wind. Bai Yu paused for a moment, then laughed. What? You're giving up already? Lost your confidence? Yeah, I'm pretty crushed. Tang Hao admitted without hiding it, his voice full of helplessness. Looks like you've had too much to drink. No, I'm not drunk. Sister Xinyan is really so gentle. I'm so envious of you, having such a beautiful and gentle sister. You must be over the moon, right? No wonder you don't even care about the class beauty. Hearing this, Bai Yu was certain this guy was definitely drunk. Bai Yu, tell me honestly, are you secretly some rich young master? No, right? We've known each other for so long, and you've never mentioned it. But wait, that's not right. How can you afford such an expensive bike? I earned it myself. Really? I don't believe it. Bai Yu fell silent, twisted his wrist, and the engine roared as the motorcycle instantly accelerated. Right now, he just wanted to drop this guy off and get out of there as quickly as possible. In the interdimensional space, Bai Yu sat in a corner of the hall. After sending Tang Hao back, he immediately logged in as soon as he got home. Light particles danced in the virtual hall as he casually opened his inventory, his eyes immediately locking onto the loot dropped from killing the mutated infernal four-symbol beast. At the time, with dark miasma surging and Jiang Xinyan trapped in danger, he had no time to examine it closely. Only now did he remember the contamination source crystal fragment. Bai Yu clicked on the information. Contaminated by apostle aura, contains powerful psychic energy. He frowned slightly. This was a golden quality item, one tier higher than divine artifacts, yet it wasn't equipment, but rather an unknown material. The quality alone was enough to prove its extraordinary nature. But what exactly were these apostles mentioned in the description? Even with his memories from his previous life, he had no recollection of them. Bai Yu quietly repeated the word apostles, speculating inwardly. Were they another name for demons, or something even more terrifying than demons? The crystal fragment came from that mutated infernal four-symbol beast and was most likely related to those dark miasma tentacles. Even that source of dark miasma that made his fourth-tier bloodline tremble with fear might have originated from these so-called apostles. He couldn't be certain, but he already felt urgency. Any existence that could make him feel dread was definitely not an ordinary demon boss, and very likely surpassed his current capabilities. He had to become stronger quickly. Bai Yu slowly clenched his fists. Beyond his wariness of unknown threats, he felt the weight of his protective responsibilities. Only by becoming strong enough could he protect those around him. When the day came for his identity to be exposed, he would have the power to deter troublemakers. Only then could he and Jiang Xinyan live peacefully in this world. Xiaoyu. A pleasant voice came from nearby. It was Jiang Xinyan. She walked over leisurely, the lights casting her familiar silhouette, and Bai Yu's lips unconsciously curved upward. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the siblings had formally met in the interdimensional space. Although they had encountered each other several times in the inner world in different forms, Jiang Xinyan was completely unaware of it. Finished handling your business? Bai Yu asked naturally. When he had just logged in, Jiang Xinyan had received a call from the training base, which delayed her for a while. Nothing urgent for now, let's not talk about that. She waved her hand dismissively, then her eyes lit up. Oh right, what's your username? You should tell your sister now, shouldn't you? She had asked about this at the training base last time, but Bai Yu had always deflected the question intentionally or otherwise. Even today, she still didn't know the answer. Bai Yu scratched his head. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding it, but rather he didn't want her to be distracted because of him. After all, the name Bai Xiu did carry considerable influence. There was no issue telling Jiang Xinyan now, so he spoke up. Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu. Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered slightly. The name sounded vaguely familiar. She tried hard to recall, seeming to remember hearing staff members mention it at the training base, but she couldn't remember the specific reason no matter how hard she tried. Since she couldn't remember, she simply stopped dwelling on it and directly opened her friends list to input the ID. A prompt box appeared. Dark Rose requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Bai Yu raised his hand and clicked accept. After their avatars connected and lit up, he walked alongside Jiang Xinyan toward the teleportation array. By the way, Xiaoyu, what level are you now? Jiang Xinyan asked casually. Level 52, Bai Yu replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xinyan stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes blinking as she stared at him in shock. Bai Yu had only awakened his login qualification a month ago. How was he already level 52? He nodded gently. Sister, you heard correctly. I'm indeed level 52. Jiang Xinyan was completely stunned, her eyes showing heartache. She knew all too well how much sweat and risk it took to climb from level 1 to 52 in just 1 month. Why was he pushing himself so hard? Probably for this family. Xiaoyu, of course I'm happy that you're working so hard, she said softly. But promise me you won't push yourself like this anymore, okay? Otherwise, your sister will worry. Bai Yu smiled. I understand, sister. If you're tired, you can always rest in your sister's arms and even act spoiled. Your sister's most precious little brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered the scene on the sofa last night, and his cheeks grew slightly warm. To cover his embarrassment, he looked toward the teleportation array and coughed lightly. Ahem, I understand. Let's enter the inner world first. He quickly stepped forward. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and he secretly felt annoyed. After his rebirth, he thought he could calmly face his sister's teasing, but now he was blushing and his heart was racing from just a few words. How pathetic. Jiang Xinyan watched his fleeing figure, first stunned. Then her smile grew even brighter. The familiar Bai Yu seemed to have returned. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for your sister. She laughed and chased after him, her mood exceptionally good. Inner world, 29th floor of the Tower of Gods. Bai Yu gripped his staff as he landed at the edge of the chasm-like abyss before the entrance. Many freeloading players who had snuck in were gathered around, some riding the wind, others building temporary light bridges, all rushing toward the teleportation entrance. A full day had passed since the four infernal beasts were defeated, yet the boss still hadn't respawned, completely different from all previous tower floors. No one understood why, which only sparked an even fiercer freeloading frenzy. Not only were players on the 29th floor crowding to mooch tickets, but players from lower floors were also desperately rushing up the tower, afraid of missing this opportunity. Xiaoyu, where are you now? Sister will come find you. Jiang Xinyan's private message appeared. No need, sister. Wait for me on the 30th floor, I'll be there soon, Bai Yu replied. He withdrew his spiritual sense that had been probing into the abyss. His careful search earlier had found no anomalies. Since that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to worry about why the boss was taking so long to respawn. With a thought, his body gently floated up, and under the envious gazes of those around him, he leisurely flew toward the Tower of God's entrance, finally transforming into a beam of white light and teleporting to the next floor. The Tower of Gods, 30th floor. The sky stretched azure blue with clouds drifting softly. Beneath their feet lay an endless emerald grassland, while snow-capped mountains gleamed in the distance under the sun. with streams winding down from the peaks so crystal clear they reflected one's silhouette. This idyllic, fairy tale scenery stood in stark contrast to the gloomy and perilous 29th floor. So, this place is actually so beautiful. Bai Yu paused at the entrance, letting the warm sunlight wash over his entire body as his tense nerves silently relaxed. Bai Yu. A gentle call came from ahead. Following the sound, he saw Jiang Xinyan walking toward him step by step against the backlight, the breeze lifting her hair. Bai Yu squinted, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips in his previous life. He had no time to appreciate such scenery. In this life, he could finally accompany his sister and reclaim everything he had missed, drop by drop. The climbers around them turned to look, their eyes filled with amazement or surprise. Someone whispered, "That's the queen, right? The one from the Dragon Kingdom's assault team." Murmurs rose and fell, yet no one dared approach to disturb them. The siblings walked side by side down the grassy slope toward the distance. It had been over a day since the four infernal beasts were slain. In other words, the 30th floor had only been open to everyone for about a day. For all climbers, this was a completely unknown world where every inch of land was worth thorough exploration. Teams from various nations were actively taking action, and the Dragon Kingdom was no exception. Special departments dedicated to researching otherworld resources and technology had been fully mobilized. If not for the previous attack incident, the Dragon Kingdom assault team members should also be engaged in leveling and pioneering at this moment. There was only one exception, Bai Yu. His memories from the previous life made him more familiar with this floor than anyone else. He remembered the locations of the three great empires, knew that another celestial realm existed 10,000 meters above, and understood how the two new professions of mechanist and gunner would trigger a frenzy. He also remembered that event that shocked all climbers, the universal profession awakening, breaking through limits and skyrocketing in power. Many people soared to new heights because of it. Even though he had focused solely on climbing the tower back then, abandoning deep exploration, the most basic intelligence was already deeply etched in his mind. Thinking of this, emotions surged in his heart. Jiang Xinyan suggested softly, "I heard there's a human empire nearby, and many people have already rushed over there. Shall we go take a look too?" For her, everything was equally novel. In the past years, she had spent almost all her time on high-intensity leveling and pioneering, always surrounded by those familiar teammates. But now, by her side was her younger brother Bai Yu. The warm breeze swept by, causing waves in the grass. She suddenly realized that she had been looking forward to this day for a long Tomato walk through every floor of this tower together with her brother. The joy rising in her heart was brighter than the sunlight. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xinyan wielded her knight's sword with effortless grace, unleashing two sword beams that cut down the approaching monsters. The cold flashes of light vanished in an instant as the creature's remains collapsed to the ground, while system notifications flooded the screen. Experience 8241. Experience 8754. Her heroic sister carved through enemies ahead with ease, while Bai Yu followed behind with his staff, feeling completely useless. Realizing this, he simply decided to enjoy being carried by his sister and shamelessly coasted along. In less than half an hour, they reached a nearby adventure town. The streets bustled with noise as newly logged in players could be seen everywhere. The siblings circled the town and eventually picked up a reinforced the border quest from the stationed Imperial officer. They were to head to the front lines and assist Imperial soldiers in clearing out the recently surging monster population. The entire quest took about an hour. The siblings worked in perfect coordination, steamrolling through everything and successfully completing the mission to earn a travel pass. With the document in hand, they immediately set off toward the heartland of the Hillray Empire. Along the way, they encountered a merchant caravan. The pair offered to clear monsters along the route as payment for passage, securing themselves a ride. When they escorted the caravan all the way to the Imperial capital's gates, the caravan leader was moved to tears and presented them with a heavy bag of gold coins and several bottles of premium perfume crafted in this world. Bai Yu held the glittering bag of coins with mixed feelings, while Jiang Xinyan examined the perfume bottles, musing that such items might not even be available in the real world. The siblings planned to explore the Imperial capital and experience the local culture, but as they passed through a quiet alley, shouting and cursing from within stopped them in their tracks. They witnessed a little girl being violently thrown out of a house, crashing hard onto the stone pavement. Just as the girl tried to prop herself up, several burly men chased after her, kicking and punching while spewing vile curses like "little beast" and "little bastard." No matter how the girl trembled and struggled, these men showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they grew even more brutal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air suddenly tore apart. Thorny vines shot out, instantly wrapping around the men and hoisting them into the air, binding them tightly. Before they could comprehend what had happened, they found themselves suspended. Who are you people? Let us down. We're servants of the noble Lord. Crizzy will regret crossing us. Are you in league with that little beast?" Before they could finish speaking, The lead thug was violently swung by the vines and slammed against the wall, groaning a few times before losing consciousness. The little girl curled up on the ground looked up, staring in shock at the scene before her. Tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and she instinctively cowered, only to be gently embraced by warm arms. A tender voice reached her ears. Don't be afraid, everything's all right now. The warmth of the embrace stunned her. With reddened eyes, she desperately tried to hold back tears, worried about staining the person's clothes, but tears still rolled down like broken pearls until she finally cried herself unconscious. Jiang Xinyan gently stroked the girl's back in comfort, her beautiful eyes turning toward the twisted vines suspended in midair, coldness crystallizing in her gaze. Don't do anything rash. She's a demon-touched, a monster infected by dark breath. The Empire will never tolerate such existence. That's right, freaks like her deserve to die, or they'll only bring harm to the Empire. The men shouted more fiercely, only to be flung away by the vines again. Bang, 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 bang. Dull collision sounds echoed one after another. After hitting the ground, they felt as if their bones had been shattered, the pain excruciating. Despite struggling for a while, they still managed to glare at the siblings with gritted teeth. You'll regret this. Lord Chris won't let you get away with this. However, those two figures had already walked away, seemingly paying no attention to the threats. The men finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell completely unconscious. In the Cyril Empire, inside a secluded inn at the border city, Jiang Xinyan gently placed the unconscious little girl on the bed, her gaze lingering on the small demonic horns protruding from the child's forehead, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. So this was what demon-blooded humans truly were. By the window, Bai Yu withdrew his gaze from surveying the street scene and turned toward the bed. He wasn't surprised at all that Jiang Xinyan had intervened to save the girl. Such actions were practically written into his expectations of his sister. Even if Jiang Xinyan hadn't been there, he wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. Moreover, just moments ago in that dark alley, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of a scene buried deep in his memory himself, covered in wounds, being carried home on Jiang Xinyan's back. Sister will take you home. These simple words had long been carved into his very bones, forging an unbreakable bond between the siblings. Bai Yu gathered his thoughts and turned to Jiang Xinyan. Sister, what do we do next? They weren't natives of this other world and couldn't bring the girl back to the real world, nor could they care for her long term. Along the way, they had already heard rumors about demon-blooded humans. Once their identity was exposed, the human empire would only choose execution. I don't know either. Jiang Xinyan shook her head gently, then added after a moment. When she wakes up, we'll first ask about her family situation. If all else fails, we'll send her to some remote village where she might have a chance to survive. All right, we'll leave once she wakes up. Bai Yu nodded, but suddenly his expression tensed. Through his psychic perception, over 20 life forms were rapidly approaching fully armed Imperial soldiers, along with several silver-robed mages. Jiang Xinyan sensed something was wrong. What is it? Someone's coming. Bai Yu's tone remained calm, without a trace of panic. Thud, thud, thud. Dense footsteps suddenly echoed outside the inn, and the entire building was instantly surrounded. There inside, the thug-like man leading the way growled to the soldier captain beside him. The captain's face was grim as he waved his arm, and soldiers poured in, frightening the innkeeper into cowering behind the counter. Steel boots trampled up the stairs as doors were kicked open one by one, and rooms searched systematically. When they reached the last room at the end of the corridor, everyone unconsciously slowed their pace, exchanged glances, then violently rammed the door. Bang! In an instant, a fierce gust of wind roared forth, and the soldiers were sent flying like they'd been struck by a giant hammer, crashing into the corridor walls and collapsing in a heap. The old wooden door shook violently before finally splintering with a crack. At the far end of the corridor's line of sight, in the room stood the handsome black-haired youth Bai Yu, slowly lowering the staff in his hand. Soon, the Imperial soldiers saw the young man slowly emerge from the room and walk toward them, accompanied by two girls. In the narrow corridor where flames flickered, the boy approached with steady, light steps. The white bandage wrapped around the little girl's forehead stood out starkly in the firelight, and the soldiers recognized her immediately. With just one glance, she was the target of this mission. Seize her, someone shrieked at the top of their lungs. She's the demon spawn. We cannot let her escape. This aberration that threatens the Empire must be eliminated at once, or she'll bring endless trouble. Another soldier raised his gun toward the youth and the two girls, roaring angrily. You two stubborn fools. Do you intend to side with the demon spawn? Hand her over immediately. Under those burning gazes, the little girl shuddered violently. Her frail shoulders trembled uncontrollably with fear, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. The harsh accusations pierced her heart like arrows, and she lowered her head, clutching her tattered hem with small hands as tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She wasn't a demon spawn, she had never harmed anyone. But why did everyone look at her with such hatred and revulsion? A brief scraping sound came from the floor as the Imperial soldiers who had been knocked down by the youth earlier scrambled back to their feet and charged at the three again with their weapons raised. Bai Yu lifted his staff and flicked his wrist lightly. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly rose, forming a tangible wave of air that crushed forward. Bang! 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 All the soldiers flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashed into the walls, and fell heavily to the ground with their armor and spears clanging. The violent commotion upstairs immediately reached the lower floor. In the dim hall of the inn, the remaining soldiers instantly formed ranks with their weapons ready, as if facing battle. The commanding officer gripped the long sword at his waist and slowly drew it halfway, the blade's cold gleam flashing as his unwavering gaze locked onto the stairway. Several mages in silver robes stood confidently in the center of the hall. At the front was an elderly man with graying hair and beard who raised his crystal orb toward the stairway and began chanting incantations in a low voice. He wanted to discover exactly who dared to provoke the noble Lord Chris. Tap, tap. Light but clear footsteps echoed from upstairs. Many soldiers instinctively held their breath, their Adam's apples bobbing. Bai Yu's group finally came into view. The youth's expression remained calm as he descended steadily from the top of the stairs, neither hurried nor slow. With each step he took down, the soldiers below grew more tense. The old man's incantation was completed at that moment. Mist churned within the crystal orb as his vision penetrated into it. The next second, his withered face convulsed, and his pupils contracted sharply. Monster! Through the crystal, he glimpsed a terrifying giant shadow that blotted out the sky, as if stars were being devoured by darkness. The old man trembled violently all over, his breathing nearly stopping. As the footsteps drew closer, he could no longer endure it, and stumbled backward to sit down. The crystal orb slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, its chaotic energy churning briefly before it cracked with a snap, scattering fragments everywhere. The disturbance alarmed the surrounding silver-robed mages, who hurried forward to help him. But the old man violently shook off his companions and screamed, "Monster! Monster!" With that, he turned and fled in barely concealed terror, his figure quickly disappearing outside the door. The remaining mages looked at each other in bewilderment, their staffs trembling slightly in their hands. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. Clang! The metallic sound of an unsheathed blade cut through the deathly silence. The soldier commander fully drew his long sword, its cold blade reflecting an eerie glow as an imposing aura emanated from his body. His eyes blazed with fierce intensity as he stared down Bai Yu and his companions, declaring in a deep voice, "I am a general under the Empire's first commander. No matter who you are, none of you will leave this place alive today." Before his words had fully faded, a ring of blazing white energy erupted from his body, the sheer force ripping up the wooden floorboards. His sword sang from its sheath, gleaming like liquid moonlight as he raised his arm and unleashed a vicious diagonal slash, sending a razor-sharp blade of energy hurtling through the air toward Bai Yu's group. Fireball! Bai Yu raised his staff with casual ease, as if merely tossing kindling into a hearth. Massive fire elements instantly coalesced in the air, forming a crimson orb wreathed in roiling flames. No incantation required. The fireball collided heat-in with the sword energy, light and flame clashing violently with the blade's gleam until the sword energy was completely consumed, the fireball continuing its destructive path toward the floor below. Crash! The fireball struck the ground, splintering wooden beams as flames and dust billowed upward, sending bystanders scattering with cries of alarm. The soldier captain's eyes narrowed. Instant spellcasting? A prodigy mage. He gritted his teeth, yet confidence still burned within him. No matter how gifted, one person couldn't stand against the entire empire. This mission must succeed. Take them down. Everyone, close combat. The moment his order rang out, chaos erupted. Emerald thorns burst through the floorboard cracks, writhing like serpents as thick vines whistled through the air, ensnaring the charging Imperial soldiers and the silver-robed mage alike, hoisting them high into the air like a string of dumplings. Thorns pierced armor, blood seeped through gaps, and the horrifying spectacle made onlookers' scalps crawl with dread. At the base of the vines stood the golden-haired woman, her blonde locks rippling with magical energy while her expression remained as serene as if she were pruning garden roses. "You!" Cold sweat trickled down the captain's temples as one thought dominated his mind. How could they possibly fight this? He roared to banish his fear and lunged forward with his sword, crying, "For the glory of the Empire." In the next instant, he too was thoroughly wrapped in vines, his struggles muffled by leaves and branches. Then, all the dumplings were hurled out the window in unison, crashing onto the stone street below with a cacophony of clanging armor and pitiful wails. The innkeeper stood frozen, staring at his devastated hall in such shock that words failed him for a long moment. As Bai Yu's group turned to leave, he opened his mouth but didn't dare speak, only able to mourn his shattered tables and chairs in silence. Whoosh! Clink! 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 Several gold coins traced graceful arcs through the air before landing on the counter with musical bounces. The innkeeper's gaze was instantly magnetized by the golden gleam, his sour expression brightening immediately as his hands flew to press the coins into his palms, clutching them tightly, as if afraid they might sprout wings and fly away. After leaving the inn, Bai Yu and his companions arrived at a remote small town far from the empire. Using the gold coins obtained from the merchant caravan leader, they quickly negotiated for a wooden house built against the mountainside. The slanted roof was covered with new wooden shingles, and there was a small fenced yard in front that could barely block the wind. After Bai Yu made the decision and paid, he brought the girl inside the house. Thin dust rose in the air, but her footsteps were light, as if afraid to disturb the unfamiliar atmosphere. Originally, Jiang Xinyan wanted to send the girl back home, but after inquiring, she learned that the girl had no remaining family. Her heart sank, and she had no choice but to treat this wooden house as the new home. Remember to cover your forehead and don't let others see it. Jiang Xinyan crouched down halfway, carefully pulling the girl's hood down low, then reminded her, "This will be your home from now on. Don't worry, your sister and brother will come visit you often." Longing and reluctance appeared in those innocent eyes. Jiang Xinyan reached out and gently pulled her into an embrace, patting her back until the girl's emotions gradually stabilized. Afterward, she left the wooden house together with Bai Yu, walked out of the town, transformed into a beam of light, and disappeared into the horizon. Over the next 2 days, Bai Yu and Jiang Xinyan returned daily from the inner world to visit the wooden house in the small town. Through continuously gathered intelligence, they roughly understood the origin and danger of demon-possessed humans. After being completely corrupted by dark breath, only killing instincts remained. However, the girl before them, aside from the pair of small demon horns on her forehead, was no different from ordinary children in other aspects, and had not lost her sanity. This situation was clearly completely different from the demon-possessed humans described by the locals. The two tentatively concluded that the infection level was extremely mild, and her mind remained unaffected. Bai Yu didn't even take it seriously deep down in essence. He himself was far more outrageous than the rumored demon-possessed humans. If it really came to a fight, those demons would be nothing more than weaklings in his eyes. During these 2 days, both of their levels rose steadily. Bai Yu reached level 53, while Jiang Xinyan reached level 60, just touching the awakening threshold. Bai Yu recalled his previous life's difficult experience completing the awakening quest as a mage, so he agreed with his sister to return to the Empire and try their luck. Awakening quests differed for each profession, and trigger locations weren't fixed either. They might as well try the Adventurers Guild first. At the Cyril Empire, Border City, Adventurers Guild. Inside the tall arched wooden doors, voices buzzed with activity. The bulletin board was crowded with adventurers wearing armor or robes, including many glowing players among them. This place not only offered quests but also sold skill scrolls and provided instructors for various professions, with clear pricing. Due to the rapid flow of information, it ranked alongside taverns as a gathering place for players. "I just completed a rank quest yesterday and got a rare equipment drop, haha. You're so lucky. I'm in a terrible situation. I have to take care of a noble lady with a terrifyingly difficult temperament. I'm going crazy. What kind of quest? Where did you pick it up, brother? I have a friend who wants to know." As soon as Bai Yu and his companion walked in, they felt a lively atmosphere rushing toward them. The moment they showed up together, they drew every handsome guy with a goddess on his arm is a spotlight anywhere. Most of the people in the hall were male, and their gazes fixed shamelessly on Jiang Xinyan. Tall and well-proportioned, long straight legs, a cascade of dazzling golden hair, a flawless face, and a natural air of confidence that made her look like a moving statue of a goddess, brightening the air around her. A few restless types traded looks, and Bai Yu flexed mentally too if anyone overestimated himself. He was ready to put on a show and smack some faces. Reality slapped him first. A man who fancied himself decent-looking worked up the nerve to approach, only to be cut off by Jiang Xinyan's cool not interested. He slunk away, and the rest immediately backed down. No one wanted to eat dirt in public, so they tacitly decided to try their luck in private. Turning away, Bai Yu and Jiang Xinyan went to the quest board to hunt for clues about awakening, but found nothing. After a moment's thought, Bai Yu suggested asking the Guardian Knights among the native humans same class system. And even if Jiang Xinyan belonged to a hidden branch, they might be able to pry something loose. But scanning the entire Adventurers Guild, they didn't spot a single native Guardian Knight, so they headed out to try their luck elsewhere. Boom. A sudden blast rocked the entire building, the floor lurching as if hammered by a giant maul. Faces changed throughout the guild. An earthquake? The next instant, the clangor of weapons and panicked screams burst in from outside. Sensing trouble, everyone surged into the street. People were fleeing in all directions. Eyes lifted to the sky, a figure hovered high above, wrapped in swirling crimson currents. Demon. The newcomers recognized it at once, pupils constricting. Charging alone into the human empire? Insanity. Imperial soldiers in the border city formed ranks with practiced speed. A A storm of arrows hissed upward, but every shaft bounced off a translucent shield around the demon, not so much as grazing it. Whoosh! A white blur shot into the clouds, cloaks snapping in the wind, a long spear streaking like a cold star through the air. Bang! Spear point and great axe collided, a shock ring rippling outward in a visible circle. It's the city lord. The natives roared, a wave of cheers crashing through the streets. Great, the city lord is here. That demon's done for. The smiles froze a heartbeat later. Interesting, the demon sneered, its body veined with molten patterns. With a single sweeping cross of its twin axes, it overpowered the city lord by brute force. In less than a second, the hope of the crowd was smashed into the ground, carving a massive crater amid flying rubble. He struggled to rise, swaying, battered and disheveled. The roar of the crowd cut off like a hand closing on a throat. Silence fell, sudden and absolute. In the throng, Bai Yu watched without expression, his psychic sense fanning outward. In his perception, the humanoid demon in the sky blazed with life force raw and immense, on par with the hellish four-aspect beasts after their mutations. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Inside and outside the city walls, whether local soldiers or traveling merchants and civilians, all fell silent as death. Even the arriving players found themselves unconsciously tensing every nerve. Above in the sky, dark clouds churned. The humanoid demon hovered in midair, gripping a broad-bladed battle axe in both hands, its lavard skin seeming to flow with molten magma. Blazing light seeped through the cracks in its split skin, casting the entire border city in an eerie crimson glow. Looking down upon all living beings, it seemed quite satisfied with this display of terror. My king has awakened. The demon's deep, raspy voice thundered like lightning. To welcome the great moment that approaches. I, Wolakizi, command all you humans to bow in submission and welcome my king's arrival. Submit, or die, the choice is yours. In 7 days, I will return to this place. I hope by then, your answer won't disappoint me. As its words fell, a cross-shaped void crack silently tore open behind it. Wolakizi stepped into the fissure, his form swallowed by darkness, and the cross-shaped crack immediately sealed shut as if it had never existed. Atop the city walls, the city lord lay collapsed where he fell, blood still fresh and unfrozen, his forehead shattered. The fact that he had been defeated with a single move sent chills through everyone's hearts. Even after the demon vanished, the air still carried a suffocating sense of oppression. The crowd finally erupted. Can someone tell me what the hell just happened? What's the origin of that demon? That pressure was way too intense. The city lord was taken down in one move, and it commanded all humans to bow down. Of course the aura was strong. I've never seen such an arrogant demon. Is the city lord just too weak? Or is that thing terrifyingly powerful? Who is this king it mentioned? An even stronger demon. I smell a conspiracy. It'll definitely return in 7 days. We're in for a tough battle. Discussions rose and fell like waves, the air burning hot as if about to ignite. All players sensed that something major was approaching. Bai Yu stood at the back of the crowd, his brow furrowed tight. In his memories from his previous life, there had never been such a demon, let alone rumors of challenging an entire empire single-handedly. This king was equally unfamiliar. Was it some secret he had missed in his past life, or a butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth? He leaned toward the latter. Exchanging glances with Jiang Xinyan, the two tactfully retreated to the shadows. They had originally planned to continue searching for awakening quest clues, but now that the border city had descended into chaos, staying longer would yield little. Within moments, the city lord's mansion issued an emergency quest, with scrolls delivered to the Adventurers Guild and pinned to the most prominent spot on the quest board. Simultaneously, intelligence about the situation was rapidly dispatched to the Imperial Palace via magical carrier pigeons and communication crystals. Quest: defend the border city. Content: in 7 days, Wolakizi will return to this place. Assist the garrison in defending the city, fight together, and repel the invader. After the announcement, no fewer than several hundred players crowded around the bulletin board, carefully reading every line. The quest conditions were simple and direct, but the rewards were extraordinarily generous. 1. One artifact equipment piece of choice for any class. 2. Various rare materials usable for weapon enhancement and tempering. Setting aside the materials, just the phrase "one artifact of choice" was enough to make all players cry out in amazement. Divine artifacts aren't exactly common goods. They're extraordinarily rare. Most players haven't just failed to own one. They've never even seen the real thing, let alone a pick any artifact for any class. A reward like this feels tailor-made for them, and even the steadiest mind would waver. Jiang Xinyan stared at the light screen, lips parting slightly. This was the highest grade artifact known so far, and once obtained, it would be a qualitative leap in power. As a member of the assault team, she and her teammates spent every day trying to push their limits to stay competitive against other nations. But thinking about how short-staffed and starved for intel the team was lately, she hesitated. Chances were this would be a large-scale raid, and the description didn't make it sound easy. Bai Yu caught his sister's doubt, narrowed his eyes at the quest list, rubbed his chin, and said in a low voice, no cap on head count. Odds of success looked pretty good. Artifacts appealed to him, but not with the same urgency as others. His trump card was transforming into the world serpent, and once he shifted, gear didn't matter. So while players across the city were itching to dive into the instance, he stayed as calm as an onlooker. Of course, Bai Yu wouldn't mind snagging a free artifact. After all, relying on drops to get one that fit your class was about as likely as winning the lottery. Now there was a communal pot to dip into, and that was worth a shot. Besides, his sister was clearly tempted, just cautious. He nodded along, even as the image of that monster surfaced in his mind. Uruxi. Its life force was on par with the mutated Hell 4 beasts. Before transforming, could he really take it down? In the end, Jiang Xinyan accepted the raid quest and relayed the news to the training base right away. The base was going all out to track the attacker, but they couldn't pass up a major mission like this either, so it would fall to Longshan to coordinate. When the quest acceptance countdown hit 0, the siblings logged out of the inner world together. Warm light filled the living room. Jiang Xinyan ran a comb through her golden hair, stretched, and asked with a smile, do you want your big sister to come with you to the birthday dinner tonight? She meant Xia Yingying's party tang, how had mentioned it at the barbecue 2 days ago. And, gossip alert, had also spilled that Xia Yingying was not only the class beauty but had a bit of a crush on Bai Yu. Teased like that, Bai Yu felt a sudden pang of guilt and silently cursed Tang Hao, then mumbled, oh, I'll go by myself. It's not exactly a Bringier family thing. Got the birthday present ready? Yeah, it's ready, he admitted. If she hadn't reminded him, the gift wouldn't have crossed his mind. Be careful on the way. Got it. As 7 o'clock approached, Bai Yu got up to head out. After saying goodbye to his sister, he went downstairs, mounted his brand new ride, and set off for the restaurant hosting the party. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.